When I woke up, I and everyone else were thrown into this weird tower defense world. I was confused and actually saw a virtual information board. Just as my mind was still in a mess, some kind of corrosive black rain began to fall from the sky. I saw the freezing cold rain dripping onto the ground, as if corroding everything around it, including me and other people caught in the rain. I actually traveled to the world of tower defense games. In order to avoid the corrosive black rain, I quickly hid in the dilapidated hut, but a voice rang in my ears: probability of infection from being caught in black rain, 99%. My heart suddenly tightened, as if I took a step forward, I would be immediately infected with some deadly virus. There are too many horrors in this world. Something even scarier rang in my ears again. Darkness is coming, monsters will double! Darkness? What darkness? I looked out the window in panic. Sure enough, as the black rain got heavier, a bottomless darkness was approaching me. Suddenly, I felt a flash before my eyes, and a prompt panel appeared in front of me. Light can repel monsters, go find a light source. The information on the prompt board made me sober up instantly. I had no choice but to act. No light source means being surrounded, torn apart, and devoured by monsters corroded by the black rain. I have no choice but to follow the prompts. Guided by the prompt panel, I began to act quickly and build simple fortifications. Not long after my fortifications were built, those monsters that only existed in nightmares actually appeared. Iron monsters, dark elves, wild beasts, they approached my fortifications at an alarming speed. In this world, we have no choice but to defend. While others were still worrying about staying alive, I had already developed rapidly through prompts, not only strengthening my defense, but also starting to fight back against the monsters. Yes, I am not here to defend, I am here to hunt. I felt excited when the monsters broke through the darkness and pounced on us. Looking at them, I couldn't help but wonder, how should I deal with this monster as my trophy? When a prompt, fearful players, repel the monster. A sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. As expected, this world is not only a battlefield for survival, but also a hunting paradise. My name is Chinmengha. From now on, I will not just linger in this world, but hunt more monsters. Obtaining more honorary titles is just the beginning of my journey to becoming a god. My spawn point was a dark and damp thatched hut. Part of the roof had been blown away by the wind, and rain was dripping onto the ground from the gap. The hard wooden bed was as cold as a stone, making me extremely uneasy in my sleep. I subconsciously reached out to grab the quilt, but all I touched was empty air. This woke me up suddenly. I looked around and realized that I was in a shabby thatched hut that was leaking air on all sides. I pinched myself and the pain surged instantly. I gasped. This is not a dream. I was in a panic, not knowing which criminal gang had brought me to this remote place. All kinds of terrible thoughts came to my mind. I couldn't hesitate any longer. I quickly got out of bed and stepped barefoot on the cold and wet mud. The biting chill came from the soles of my feet. The room was small and almost invisible. I knew the kidnapper might be outside. I tiptoed to the door and gently opened it a crack, trying to peek outside, but it was pitch black outside. At this moment, a low roar of a wild beast suddenly broke the silence. I suddenly saw a huge figure running towards me in the darkness, with eyes flashing fiercely in the darkness. I was so scared that I immediately closed the door, my heart beating wildly, waiting for the monster to break in. However, it did not rush in, but just stayed outside the house, making heavy snorting sounds and wandering around. Just as I was frightened, the following screen appeared in front of me. Welcome to the Tower Defense Survival Game. Congratulations on triggering the shelter defense function. The game officially begins. I stared at the sudden system panel, my mind went blank. Until a red start button appeared on the panel, I took a look at the monsters squatting outside, and finally gritted my teeth and pressed the button. This is a real tower defense game. Players need to build defense facilities to resist the monsters' attacks. Monsters will double in the dark, and light can disperse them. Daytime is a relatively safe area. Countdown 7 days. Please note, daytime is not absolutely safe. Compared to others, my mental strength and agility are obviously much higher, which is an advantage. What's even stranger is that there was a big gift package in my mailbox, which no one else seemed to have mentioned. Maybe they are hiding something. I clicked on the gift package. but there was nothing inside. However, the system panel suddenly showed, danger and benefit go hand in hand, the rain and the monster have gone. Go out now, there is a package 50 meters in front of the hut. The probability of survival, 80%. Seeing this prompt, I didn't rush into action, after all, it was still night. Thinking of what the system said, light can repel monsters, I decided to use candles. With a distance of 50 meters and a speed of 1.6, I can take a gamble. This place does not allow for ease. I must fight for all resources. I pushed open the shabby wooden door again and raised the candle. The darkness seemed to have life and slowly receded under the candlelight. This sent chills down my spine, but luckily I didn't rush out. I slowed down my pace, estimated the distance, and was ready to retreat back into the house at any time. The rain continued and the muddy ground made my bare feet extremely uncomfortable. But I saw the white package on the muddy ground. I grabbed it, rushed back to the house, closed the door, and leaned against it to calm my heartbeat. The tension finally eased. Congratulations! You are one of the first 100 people to receive the package. You will receive an extra bottle of water. Please sign for it in the mailbox. I opened the package and found, as the purple font said, a bottle of water and 2 compressed biscuits. These military compressed biscuits were enough for me to eat for a day or two. Recalling the information about the top 100 people who received the package rewards, I realized that this meant that during this period, less than 100 people were able to safely receive the package, and many people even failed the game at the crossing point. Some people received the package but were not alive to enjoy it, which made me a little scared. After clicking the system mailbox, the extra bottle of water instantly appeared in my hand. Only then did I truly realize that the existence of the purple font prompt on the information panel was my survival. The 7-day countdown reminder made me particularly concerned. It is very likely that this means the protection period for novices. After these 7 days, daytime may no longer be safe. Even so, the daytime at the moment is full of unknowns. Suddenly, another string of purple fonts appeared in front of me. A cyan package is refreshed 360 meters to the side. The probability of survival after picking it up is 50%. I chose not to take the risk. Although I was in urgent need of supplies, I valued my life more at this moment. I put the candle back on the wooden table, and I lay back on the hard wooden bed, curled up. I must take the time to rest and save enough energy for tomorrow's exploration. Throughout the night, the chat interface was filled with messages. Like many people, I couldn't fall asleep and could only keep checking the messages to try to calm my uneasy emotions. Anyway, the night finally passed. As the sun gradually rose, all the darkness finally faded away. When I woke up, I looked at the watch on my wrist. It was 5:40 in the morning, but the light outside was already as bright as noon. The system prompt sounded again. There is still some time before daylight, please be prepared. 20 minutes later, daylight will arrive, and a white package will appear 800 meters southeast. Yesterday's teal package is obviously gone, but I have no regrets. To be safe, I didn't blow out the candle yesterday, but left it burning all night. This candle is different from ordinary candles on Earth. It only burns a short time throughout the night. This is what the purple font reminded me yesterday. Bright candle, can burn for 7 days. It just coincides with the novice protection period, and the candle's burning time limit is only 7 days. I stood up, the mud on my feet had dried up. I reached out and scraped off a piece of mud, feeling relieved. There were still 20 minutes left, so I took advantage of the time and did a set of national radio gymnastics in the small space. At this moment, the words, "Daytime has come, please start exploring the world," appeared on the screen in front of me. Walking out of the thatched hut, the sun shines on my face, but the mud under my feet reminds me that the dangers of this world are far from over. The ground was covered with large footprints, especially those in front of the house, which were so densely packed that it looked as if some gigantic creature had been wandering around for a long time last night. My heart tightened for a moment, but I quickly calmed down. Since even such a bizarre thing as time travel has happened, why can't I, Chunmingha, kill a monster? Following the purple instructions, I headed southeast. Walking barefoot on the gravel wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't much of a challenge. My goal was to find the white package that spawned last night. After walking for a while, I saw the package, which contained an axe and a sickle. When the sickle appeared in front of me, my plan changed instantly. These tools will greatly improve my chances of survival. I opened the system panel and found that my shelter was still in the ruined thatched hut state. It needed 50 pieces of wood and 50 special weeds to upgrade. I knew that these weeds were very similar to the grass on the thatched hut, so I just started harvesting them. I swung the sickle quickly and cut down bundles of weeds. I used too much force with each cut, and blisters formed on my palms and my shoulders ached, but none of these could stop me. When I had collected enough weeds, I almost sat down on the ground, but I held back. I didn't want to dirty my only set of clothes. After a short rest, I started to drag the weeds back. Although I was tired, this burden was nothing. Along the way, I kept thinking about how to use this time to prepare. The 7-day protection period for newcomers seemed to be enough, but why did the system give us so much time? What bigger crisis was hidden here? After returning to the shelter, I spread the weeds on the bed and lay down to try it out. Although it was softer than before, it didn't make me relax much. Next, I had to collect wood blocks as quickly as possible to upgrade the shelter, as time was running out. After a short break, I decided to go out and explore to see if there were any refreshed resources nearby. Holding the sickle, I set out on the road to the southeast again. As I walked along the road, my heartbeat suddenly quickened. In the distance, there was a huge creature sitting on the grass I had just mowed. The thing looked like a bear, but it had a long tail and a pointed horn. It was playing with a white package, my package. Damn! This is the bear monster that was roaming outside my house last night. The monster slowly turned its head and stared at me. I could almost feel its gaze piercing through my body, and I froze and dared not move. The monster stood up and gave a weird smile as if in provocation, its sharp teeth flashing coldly. I knew it had set its sights on me. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears, and I was so nervous that I could hardly think. I took a deep breath. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. My whole body was hot and my clothes were soaked with sweat, but my heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. That monster, the long-tailed bear, was actually imitating me. I held my breath, trying hard to suppress the urge to scream. My heart was beating like a drum, and my chest felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock, making it difficult to even breathe. It didn't stare at me all the time, but stood up again and again, smiled, and even waved. From a distance, it looked like a person. I hid in the grass, too stiff to move, until it finally got tired of playing, threw the white package on the ground, and slowly left. Damn it! Is it teasing me on purpose, or has it simply not noticed me? Regardless, I know I got away with it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let it go. It has to die. I lay quietly in the grass until I was sure it had gone completely away, then I returned to the thatched hut. The system prompt sounded. Darkness will strike at 7 p.m. Players, please return to the shelter as soon as possible. I paced back and forth in the small shelter in a panic, my mind in a mess. If I couldn't get rid of the long-tailed bear, I would not be able to move freely. However, facing such an enemy, I seemed powerless. It was extremely powerful, and I only had a few bottles of mineral water and some simple tools. Taking a few deep breaths, I tried to calm myself down. The guy was afraid of fire, which meant it wasn't invincible. I decided to sacrifice some supplies. Although the sickle is important, it can be exchanged for 10 copper coins. Although mowing the grass can speed up the process, you can still pull it by hand without a sickle. After careful consideration, I gritted my teeth and sold the sickle, earning enough copper coins in return. In the store, I quickly found my target, the flame intensifier, a device that can instantly increase the intensity of a fire, which cost 8 copper coins. I bought it without hesitation. This marble-sized thing may seem insignificant, but it may be the key to my fight against the long-tailed bear. The problem is, a flame intensifier isn't enough. I need a source of fire, and lighters are ridiculously expensive, and I can't afford them. I had no choice but to use the light candle as a substitute. Although this candle can resist the darkness, it is a hassle to light the candle and bring it out of the shelter during the day and protect the flame from being blown out by the wind. Finally, I thought of a way buying lighters. I posted a purchase information on the exchange and exchanged the remaining supplies for lighters. Sure enough, someone contacted me not long after. After some bargaining, I finally exchanged compressed biscuits and 25 strains of special weeds for a lighter that was half full of oil. Seeing the flame from the lighter, I breathed a sigh of relief. Next, I had to deal with that damned long-tailed bear. The morning I decided to do it was sunny, and I took a flame intensifier and a lighter to the place where I had mowed the lawn yesterday. Taking a deep breath, I imitated the actions of the long-tailed bear yesterday, standing up, laughing, and waving. Sure enough, it came again, its huge figure hiding in the bushes, staring at me closely. The time has come. I quickly lit the hay in my hand, and the flames rose instantly. I tied the flame intensifier to a stone and threw it towards the long-tailed bear. The fireball drew a dazzling arc in the air and hit it directly. The long-tailed bear immediately let out a shrill howl, its huge body struggling in the flames. It began to pounce on me frantically, and the huge sense of threat made me retreat involuntarily. But I couldn't stop, I had to keep attacking. I picked up my axe, hid behind a tree, and played a fateful cat-and-mouse game with it. Every time it came close, I struck it hard from the side with an axe. Blood splattered, and the long-tailed bear's strength gradually disappeared. It reluctantly crashed into a big tree, and the trunk made a terrible creaking sound, and finally fell down. And it finally exhausted all its strength. Finally, I ended its life with an axe. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations on killing the long-tailed bear and obtaining the title of Hunter. Rewards followed, 2 cyan packages, a backpack system, and a preview of future monster waves and cold waves. I slumped to the ground, threw the axe aside, and kicked the long-tailed bear's body to vent my anger. I opened the system panel, and system prompts popped up one after another. The last eye-catching purple font made me sober up all of a sudden. The upcoming cold wave will last for 3 days. Current survival rate, 40%. Please upgrade the shelter as soon as possible. The survival rate will increase by 15%. Cold wave? Are you crazy? I put my hands on the grass, trying not to fall down. A thought flashed through my mind: how many people can survive this cold wave? But I didn't have time to worry about others. I still had to question whether I could survive. Unlock the system backpack function. I quickly gave the order. Successfully unlocked. Do you want to disassemble the long-tailed bear? Hey, it can also be disassembled automatically? That's so convenient, disassemble it. I smiled and clicked to confirm. Obtained 1 tattered long-tailed bear skin, obtained 25 long-tailed bear meat pieces, and obtained 2 long-tailed bear paws. The originally huge long-tailed bear corpse disappeared in an instant, and a few more items appeared in my backpack. At this time, the system reminded me that I had obtained free attribute points, and I needed to decide where to add them. After thinking about it, 50 pieces of wood are not a small number. With my current strength, it is estimated that 2 days will not be enough to chop down 50 trees. 3 free attribute points, all added to strength. Your strength is equivalent to 2 adult men. You are a strong girl. I raised my hand and tried to whistle, but it only made a strange sound. I smacked my lips and decided to forget it. Ignoring these little things, I looked at myself and found that the fat on my belly was replaced by a vest line. This feeling of strength instantly swept away my fatigue. I tried to swing the axe again. The axe that had felt heavy before now felt light in my hand. I swung it a few times, and the axe cut through the air with great force. Standing next to the fallen tree, I decomposed the tree and obtained a wood block. Obtaining wood block 1. Well, there are still 49 trees and 9 bundles of weeds to go. Although my strength has increased now, it is not a problem to complete these tasks within 2 days, but it means that I will have almost no rest time. Thinking of this, I opened the trading panel and decided to exchange the food in my hand for the supplies I needed. 2 pounds of bear meat price, 9 units of special weeds, 3 bundles, 2 units of wood blocks and a bottle of water. So far, I don't have to worry about food for the time being. Then, I took out 2 green packages, which contained a blueprint of a defense turret and a candle of light. These 2 items are very useful, especially the turret blueprint. Defense turret primary defense, 2 attack 8 skills, double damage probability 5%, fire a shell every 3 seconds. Construction, defense turret primary, blueprint 1, wood block 50, stone block 20 ***. Very strong. This was my first reaction, but obviously, this made my already scarce construction materials even worse. Fortunately, The benefits of this thing are obvious. If it can be built successfully, I have a high probability of surviving the monster attack in 5 days. Next, I checked the newly acquired Hunter title. Hunter durability, 50-50 level, rare title attributes. When fighting with prey, strength increases by 10% and defense increases by 5%. Great! This title may not seem very useful now, but as my own attributes improve, its effect will become more and more obvious. Feeling at ease, I walked into the woods and started chopping trees. Each time I swung the axe, it dug deep into the tree trunk, and my strength gradually increased. After a few trees fell, my hands and feet were sore from exhaustion, but the sense of accomplishment in my heart made me unwilling to stop. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I stopped working. My shoulders and waist were sore. I put the axe into my backpack and started to collect large stones nearby and carry them back to the thatched house to build a stove. I found 5 large stones, put them together into a semicircle, and began to fill the gaps between the stones. Because the rainwater in the room had not dried up yet, it gave me some convenience. I used wet mud to smear between the stones to form a simple stove. Driven by hunger, I took out a piece of bear meat from my backpack and cut off a small piece with an axe, intending to roast it. However, the fishy smell of the bear meat and the taste of the wood made me almost vomit. Resisting the nausea, I sprinkled the last bit of salt on it and swallowed it hard. This is too disgusting! I secretly sighed in my heart. I thought I could have a big meal, but it turned out to be completely different. In desperation, I sold the 2 bear paws to the system and exchanged them for 20 copper coins. Next, I continued to carry stones and built a second stove. Although the stove could not be used immediately, as long as there was enough fuel, my confidence in resisting the cold wave increased greatly. The sky gradually darkened, and the system prompted that darkness was approaching. I lay on the straw bed, boredly browsing the store, and saw the system prompt that a cold wave would hit in 3 days, but what made me angry was that the system mall had stopped selling heating equipment. What the hell? They stopped selling before the cold wave hit. They don't give us any chance to survive. In desperation, I exited the mall and opened the regional chat channel, and found that many people were talking about me. Boss damn and killed a level 5 long-tailed bear. The bear meat she sells is limited. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that I would become a big boss by selling bear meat. But when I opened the trading interface, I found that I forgot to click the automatic sale button, and all trading applications had to be approved manually by me. What shocked me even more was that a player named Xiongda wanted to exchange 10 units of wood with me. Who is this guy? I stared at the application interface that suddenly popped up on the screen, touched my chin pretentiously, and muttered to myself, what on earth does this person want to do by adding me as a friend? But then I thought, how could there be an answer to this kind of thing, so I just chose yes. Hello, how many pieces of long-tailed bear meat do you have? Don't get me wrong, I have a lot of wood blocks. Maybe we can make a deal. If possible, if you have something like this in the future, please contact me first. I sat up suddenly, crossed my legs on the bed, and carefully reviewed the chat records. It was really puzzling that this girl named Xiongda could obtain a large number of wood blocks in a short period of time. You know, in this kind of game, girls are already at a disadvantage. I am ahead of others, all thanks to the purple font prompts given by the system. The automatic decomposition function of the system is indeed useful, but there is also a certain loss. For example, the internal organs are gone. The original 400-pound long-tailed bear now has only 25 pieces left, each weighing 12 pounds. A total of 180 pounds can be sold. I can give you 80 kilograms of long-tailed bear meat, a total of 80 pieces of wood. Do you have it? I asked her. Please give me some time. I can give it to you on the 4th night. Before that, can you keep this meat for me? Without even thinking, I replied, no, the cold wave is coming on the 5th day. You should know that I need these blocks to upgrade the shelter. Xiongda was silent for a long time. Maybe she realized that her request was a bit excessive. But I shook my head, thinking that the matter was over, and exited the chat interface and entered the transaction interface. Seeing the screen full of densely packed trade applications, I clicked a few times with my fingers like controlling a tiger, and successfully traded 86 kilograms of bear meat, and obtained 90 units of special weeds, 30 bundles, and 13 units of wood blocks. These transactions were all put together in bits and pieces, and there was no big business. It seems that everyone's life is not easy. Just when I was about to fall asleep with the joy of harvest, Xiongde sent me another message. I can tell you a very important piece of information. How important is it? I was a little curious. You should be familiar with this system. In addition to touching an object and obtaining its information, you can also obtain its information as long as you know its name. I do know this. When I put up the long-tailed bear meat, the system asked me whether I wanted to publish the name. I chose to publish it, and I got 5 reputation points for it. Although I don't know the specific use of reputation points yet, it will be useful in the future. Moreover, it doesn't hurt to publish the information. After all, I learned the weakness of the long-tailed bear by the purple font prompt, and then killed it. Okay, you can tell me, I replied. She was willing to share her secrets, so why should I refuse? Even though it might just be an ordinary message, with the purple font, maybe I could dig out something useful. The keyword is woodgoblin. She sent a message. Congratulations on unlocking the keyword woodgoblin. Woodgoblin, non-combat creature, lifespan, 3 months skills, quickly chop wood blocks. Wow, the prompt panel is really awesome. It even shows the way to obtain it, although knowing the way now is of no use. There was a silver package in the thatched house where I was born. After opening it, I got 5 wooden block goblins, so I don't know if there are other ways to get them. I understand. Xiongde is indeed a legendary European emperor. She is really a lucky girl. The silver package was refreshed directly in her thatched house. Thinking back, every time I got a package, it was extremely difficult and the contrast was unbearable. Since you are so sincere, I agreed to the deal. I hope you can collect enough wood blocks on the 4th night. I promised her. Okay, thank you. She was quite polite, which made me seem a little aggressive. I scratched my nose, feeling a little embarrassed. But then again, this is me, how can I change so easily? Now, it's time to sort out the resources I have on hand. Tattered long-tailed bear skin, 1 long-tailed bear meat, 194 caddies, 100 caddies for myself, 80 caddies for Big Bear, and only 14 caddies for trading. Special weeds, 165 units, 30 bundles, wood blocks, 32 units, Big Bear owes me 80 units. I looked at the fruitful harvest of the past 2 days, and my mouth couldn't help but rise, and I was in a good mood. But I still patted my face and warned myself not to get carried away. But I'm still 18 units of wood blocks away from upgrading the shelter. I plan to continue tomorrow, chopping trees in the morning and collecting rocks in the afternoon. I yawned and prepared to go to bed, but I felt like I had forgotten something. I opened the friend interface and found the wretched man who wanted to trade lighters with me but wanted some benefits. You are the kind of person? You don't even want to kneel down for me, and you are not even qualified to be my servant. You are ugly and have done so many things. Don't you want to be shameless? After a round of scolding, I felt that my soul was sublimated, and I blocked the person directly. As for whether he can sleep or not, it is none of my business, anyway, I just need to sleep well. At exactly 12 o'clock in the morning, the system panel suddenly appeared in midair, and the entire screen turned blood red. Messages kept popping up, and the number of survivors in the upper right corner dropped at a cliff-like speed, from 9,800 all the way down. I was annoyed by the noise and turned over. Then I was awakened by the screams of ghosts outside. I saw the system interface floating above my head was red. Warning! The 3rd day has arrived, and darkness will invade further. The lost soul is looking for someone to go with it. Remember, light can repel monsters within a certain range. A temporary copy has been randomly refreshed. Lost soul. I sat on the bed, watching the darkness creep in from the crack of the door, approaching the bed step by step. I picked up the candle at hand, but the darkness did not fade away, but spread further. I gritted my teeth and took out another candle that I had just obtained and lit it. However, a man with a skeleton-like figure appeared in the darkness. His cheeks were sunken, and there was no white in his eyes, only darkness. He twisted his neck and stretched his hands towards me. I just guarded the door, not giving the monster any chance to escape. But no matter how hard it tried, as long as I moved the candle in my hand forward, it would be frightened and hide back in the darkness, trembling. Do you know what kind of people are grumpy when they wake up? I asked casually out of boredom. After a pause, I changed the subject and said, "Or do you know, I mean monsters who are grumpy when they wake up? Unfortunately, now you know someone who has a very bad temper when waking up." I looked at the time on my watch and yawned a few times. Although I still wanted to sleep, my expression did not show any tiredness. "Why did you come in and disturb my sweet dream?" I was talking to myself, and the monster opposite me didn't say another word except for a few roars when it attacked and was forced back by me. "Are you mute? Weren't you very talkative before? Why are you silent now?" I moved the candle forward again in annoyance. "Daytime is coming. Congratulations to the players for getting through the darkness." I glanced at the time, 5:48, only a dozen minutes to 6 o'clock. To be honest, I am a little curious about what this monster will look like when it encounters daytime. Will a monster born in darkness disappear when it sees sunlight? I began to carefully look at the lost soul in front of me, and the other party gradually stiffened in my gaze. Just when I thought it was about to launch its final death struggle, this guy suddenly changed his demeanor, pouted his lips, and actually cried. I was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this new trick was. I saw the lost soul gradually shrink from a 2-meter tall figure to only about 10 centimeters. The whole monster became ugly and cute, but its cry was extremely shrill, as if it was going to blow the roof off the house with its crying. Although it became very cute, I just found its crying extremely annoying. I picked up a handful of weeds and prepared to stuff them into its mouth, fearing that its crying would attract some messy things. "I'm telling you, I won't buy it. If you want me to let you go, you have to give me some benefits," I threatened it. Seeing that I was a heartless human being, the lost soul reluctantly took out a contract the size of a fingernail. "I saw the contract. Let me return to the darkness, and I will bring you the message in the darkness every night. No harm, valid for both parties." Summary: our poor lost souls were bullied by a human. I was speechless. I just pulled it aside to chat about family matters. How did it come to this? I didn't bully any monsters, it was all voluntary. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract, I readily let this future laborer go. I stood up and pounded my numb legs, making way for the lost soul. It fled without looking back. Although the system has not yet indicated that daylight has arrived, it is already daytime outside. So what these guys are afraid of is not the sunlight, but the daylight, indicated by the system. Since darkness has life, does day also have life? Watching the lost soul disappear, I couldn't help but say, "You bastard! We chatted for so long and I thought we were friends, but you just left without even looking back. What a pity I didn't see you in the sun. How about trying to catch one later? The day has come, please start exploring the world. The dungeon rewards will be released at 2 o'clock. Then I took up my axe and went out to work as a lumberjack, chopping down tree after tree. Disassemble. Taking advantage of the break, I casually tucked my hair behind my ears, took out a piece of charcoal-grilled long-tailed bear jerky, and stuffed it into my mouth greedily. There's no way to savor this thing slowly. If I don't eat it quickly, I'm afraid my taste buds will react. When I went out in the morning, I touched the stove and found that the lust was almost dry. I can cook a good meal at noon today. With this motivation, the process of cutting trees has become less boring. Finally, when another tree fell, the prompt sounded. Wood block 50/50, special weed 165/50, the conditions for upgrading the shelter have been met. Please go to the shelter to upgrade. Great, time to rest. I found the grass I had dug up over the past few days, lay back down, and started to scroll through the chat screen. The most eye-catching thing was the number of people left alive, 7653/10,000. I know another time traveler named Questioning the Sky. I heard that he successfully upgraded the shelter on the second day. I didn't want to read the flattering messages from this group of people, so I continued to scroll down. After confirming that there was no useful information, I patted the weeds off my body and returned to my small thatched house. I raised my hand and gently touched the wooden door. Current shelter, 1. This is just a dilapidated thatched hut. Please upgrade it as soon as possible. Wood block 50/50, special weed 165/50. I pressed the upgrade button, and a white light enveloped the entire house, and the light gradually expanded. When I opened my eyes again, the shabby thatched house had been replaced by an exquisite wooden house, and there was a circle of protective fence outside, forming a small courtyard. Looking at the miraculous changes before my eyes, I thought to myself that I might never forget this scene. I gently pushed open the restored wooden door and walked into the cabin, but stopped at the door. I looked down at my dirty straw sandals, and finally decided to leave them outside the door and walked in barefoot. The touch of wood under my feet was not as cold as I had imagined, but instead warm and comfortable. A message popped up on my personal system information panel. I looked at the system panel and rubbed my hands. It was time to try my luck again. I took 2 deep breaths and collected the rewards again and again. 4 white packages contained 4 bottles of mineral water and 6 compressed biscuits, and the middle white package contained 5 cockroaches. 1 cyan package contained a defense turret blueprint, primary, and another cyan package contained a bag of rice. I was shocked and couldn't understand why cockroaches would appear in the system's package. Of course, I had no plans to open this white package. I wanted to keep it so that I could give it to someone else as a favor. After opening the other packages, the contents were exactly as the purple font said. Looking at the defense turret blueprint in my hand, I couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I can never escape the fate of a lumberjack. I had originally planned to chop down a few trees and move some rocks this afternoon before coming back to rest, but it seems I have to work harder. After all, I only have this afternoon and tomorrow to prepare. I opened the trading floor, selected some orders for trading wood blocks, and obtained 6 units of wood blocks. But it's still a long way to go before we can build 2 defense turrets, not to mention that we still need a lot of stones. I've already moved all the slightly larger stones around to make the stove, so I can only go to a farther place to pick up stones tomorrow. I'll allocate 0.5 of my free attribute points to strength and 0.5 to speed, I decided. Strength has always been a must, but speed in escaping is equally important. My luck is also bad. Except for the first day, I have never seen the system randomly refresh the package. I drank the broth and ate the compressed biscuits, and had a delicious meal. After eating, I struggled mentally between sleeping and going out. Thinking that I still lacked so much supplies to build defensive turrets, reason finally prevailed and I had to go out to chop trees again. I don't know if it was because I was full or because I added 0.5 strength, but I felt comfortable chopping down trees in the afternoon and easily cut down 18 trees. By the time I stopped, it was already 5 in the afternoon. I didn't want to be greedy, so I started looking for big rocks. But I did discover one thing: you don't have to have big stones. Enough small stones can also be counted as 1 unit of stone. The task of picking up stones is much easier than chopping down trees, but it is a bit demanding. You have to bend down to touch them every time before you can recycle them. Stone 39. I spent a total of 1.5 hours picking up rocks, and only had half an hour left. I hurried back quickly. Finally, I arrived at my cabin before dark. Darkness is invading the world 10980. As darkness fell, the 3rd day of exploration came to an end. Before the cold wave hit, there was only 1 day left to prepare. When I got home, I took out a straw mat from under the bed and spread it beside the bed to use as a footstool when getting out of bed. Then I used 2 other straw mats, folded them neatly and placed them next to the 2 stoves as cushions. Dinner was simple. I ate some leftover broth from lunch to relieve my stomach problems. Then, I opened the chat interface to kill time in this long night. In the chat channel, most of the topics people talk about are meaningless, but it is a good choice to kill this long night. I've been eating long-tailed bear meat for a long time and I think it's time to change my taste. So, I sent a chat request to the little boy who picked the mushrooms. I didn't choose to wait for his reply. I opened the trading interface and scrolled for a while, but still didn't see the water I wanted. I returned to the big transaction interface and clicked on the previous transaction of selling water. Selling, 100 milliliters of water price, you can give it as you see fit. If it is suitable, I will sell it. I sent a tentative message. 11 pounds of long-tailed bear meat for 15 pounds of water. I thought I would have to wait for a while, but I didn't expect the other party to reply within seconds. To be honest, I was a little uncomfortable with his enthusiasm. You haven't answered my question yet. I'm so happy, sister, I've added you as my friend. Thinking that I still had to negotiate a deal with her, and that she controlled important water resources, I chose to agree. Water fairy applies to become your friend, yes/no. Okay, sister, now we can talk about the deal. The conditions are still the same as before. I will exchange 11 kilograms of long-tailed bear meat for 15 kilograms of water. Why not 15 kilograms of long-tailed bear meat for 11 kilograms of water? The water elf asked back. Hearing her say this, I knew that this was definitely not an easy girl to deal with. Your water comes from the river, so you don't have to worry about the source, but my long-tailed bear meat was obtained at the risk of my life. And to survive the cold wave, drinking water alone is not enough. By that time, your water will be frozen and cannot be traded, I answered without showing any weakness. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was too simple, sister. The water elf seemed to retreat a little. But you came to me to trade so much water. Doesn't that mean you are also short of water? People can't survive without water. As far as I know, I am the only one willing to exchange water in the market, right? It's not that simple. The price I offered was just a test, and I didn't expect it to be a successful deal. I don't like beating around the bush with people, so I directly interrupted her attack without showing any mercy. The other party obviously didn't expect me to be so direct. After a pause, he replied, Wow, sister, you are so cool. Then I will do as you say. Soon, the other party initiated a transaction application. Agree. The water I traded quickly filled the bucket. Fortunately, I bought a large one, otherwise it wouldn't be enough. However, after this trade, I only had 100 kilograms of long-tailed bear meat left in my food reserves, and all other things that could be traded were used up. I glanced at the friend request, and the little boy picking mushrooms still hadn't replied. With a helpless sigh, I started a fire and grilled some long-tailed bear meat for tomorrow's lunch. While staring at the chat interface, I turned over the sizzling long-tailed bear meat. A sudden knock on the door made me alert. I held the axe in my left hand and the candle in my right hand, and slowly approached the wooden door. The lost soul brings you the dark message of tonight. It turned out to be the monster that could transform. I almost forgot about it. Since the shelter was upgraded, the fence outside also belongs to the area of light shelter. If the lost soul didn't have a contract with me, it wouldn't be able to come in now at night. I opened the door and saw that it was still in miniature form. It jumped up and down, trying to hand me the parchment in its hand, but it couldn't do it because it was not tall enough. I bent down and took the parchment from it, and it returned to its normal size in my hands. In a faraway place, the snowstorm is moving forward in the darkness, carrying its followers, the snowstorm beasts. After I finished reading the information on the parchment, the words on it disappeared instantly, leaving only a blank piece of parchment. The lost soul stretched out its little hand and tried to ask me to return the parchment. You left without saying goodbye yesterday. I accept this parchment as an apology, I said coldly and slammed the door. Only the lost soul was left outside, stamping his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the keyword, Snow Beast. Snow Beast level, 1 attack, 5 defense, 3 skills, charge. 30% chance of causing double damage. They are believers of wind and snow, and they will be found wherever the wind and snow pass. When a cold wave hits, the arrival of wind and snow will definitely attract them. The monsters in the first tower defense mission are true believers of the wind and snow, and hate heat and warmth. Please note that each batch of wind and snow beasts must appear in groups. The information brought by the lost soul is really useful. I immediately posted a new transaction information on the transaction panel. Selling monster information for this tower defense mission. Price, various daily necessities. If interested, please chat privately. As soon as this transaction information was sent out, the regional chat channel immediately exploded. This was the first time someone had traded information, and before this, no one knew that the system had this function. Although everyone was in disbelief, after seeing that the system had been authenticated, some people began to check hurriedly to see what they could exchange. My friend request bar exploded, but I ignored them. This excitement was even greater than the last time I sold long-tailed bear meat. I opened my trade application and glanced at a few trades that caught my eye, but I didn't agree to them right away. I let the system automatically sort the value lists of these trades in ascending and descending order. I adhered to the idea that every extra person's resource counts as a resource, and I basically checked everything that could be used. By the time I finished clicking on these transactions, more than half an hour had passed. I stretched my sore fingers and used the system's multi-select function for the first time, which allowed me to complete all the transactions at once. Once the information transaction is completed, the other party no longer needs to keep it confidential, which is equivalent to a one-time benefit. I know that some people plan to buy my information and then use the time difference to sell it to others. In order to avoid too much time difference, I used the multiple selection function. If you can't completely avoid this situation, you can only reduce your losses. After I clicked on multiple selection, I completed all the transactions at once, and my mailbox was full in an instant. The system backpack has limited space, with only 10 slots in total, and each slot can hold 100 units of items. The overflowing items are neatly placed in the corners of the wooden house, piled up full. I looked at the mountains of supplies: 34 bottles of mineral water, 42 compressed biscuits, 4 kilograms of berries, 3 kilograms of edible mushrooms, 327 units of wood, 468 units of stone, 504 units of special weeds. I couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I upgraded the wooden house in advance, otherwise I would have no place to put these things. Looking at this pile of goods, I felt a full sense of accomplishment. It seems that for a while I can be a little girl who cuts wood because she loves it, instead of being forced to do so for a living. However, if this method is feasible, then can I sell the information given in purple font in the future? I thought. Suddenly, the system's warning sounded in my mind. Warning, please do not reveal the existence of the purple font in any form. I sighed. It seems that I can only sell the information brought by lost souls. At this time, the system popped up a new update. System update completed. Update content. Any player is prohibited from purchasing information that disrupts the game balance, otherwise they will be severely punished. It seems that the system has blocked all my paths. But this update only prohibits purchases, not sales. I thought to myself, if I had known I would have collected more of the random things. Although there was no place to put those things and they were useless, now that I think about it, maybe I can exchange them for something. Whatever, I decided to go to bed first. I stayed up all night and was so sleepy. Before falling asleep, I heard the chat channel still discussing system updates. Everyone was exclaiming about the system update. Some were envious of me for breaking the system, and some were complaining about not buying any information. I was too lazy to pay attention to them, closed my eyes, and fell asleep. The day has come, please start exploring the world. Because I slept very late last night, I didn't get up in time today. However, yesterday's harvest made me feel that I could relax a little today. I got out of bed calmly, lit the fire again, and cooked a pot of mushroom and berry soup. I took a sip and it tasted really bad. I grabbed my hair and tied it up with a rubber band, picked up the axe and prepared to start today's exploration. I didn't cut wood today, but decided to explore the forest. Walking into the courtyard, I took out 2 construction drawings of the defensive turrets and placed them on the left and right sides of the cabin. Construction conditions have been met. Do you want to build the defensive turrets? Yes. A familiar white light flashed, and 2 turrets that looked like small rockeries appeared in the courtyard. The dark color, the reflective metal shell, and the long barrel looked very oppressive. I stretched out my hands and touched it, feeling the real texture. Even someone like me who has no interest in military affairs was fascinated by it. If military enthusiasts saw it, they would probably go crazy. Okay, from now on you will be my left and right bodyguards, I said to the turret with a smile. Holding the axe, I walked out. The weapons of other girls were either whips or swords, but I carried an axe every day, which was really unique. The deeper I went into the forest, the more I felt that something was wrong with it. In this huge forest, there was a dead silence. Occasionally, the cold wind blows through the leaves, making a rustling sound, which is particularly harsh in this dead, silent forest. If the reason why no other wild beasts were encountered was because the long-tailed bear was the dominant species here before, then the absence of any birdsong or other animal activities would be too strange. I continued walking forward for about 100 meters and found that the color of the surrounding tree trunks began to gradually darken, and the patterns on the trees also became strange, like human faces. The dense leaves prevented the sun from penetrating, and the further we went inside, the dimmer the light became. I finally stopped at the border between light and darkness, and chose not to go any further. I know that my current abilities are not enough to enter this unknown area. Undeveloped area, Black Forest. The Black Forest is a forbidden area for many creatures. It is filled with various beasts that believe in darkness and usually do not set foot in the daytime. They are very dangerous, with a survival rate of only 1%. The system's prompt echoed in my mind. I stared at the dark forest ahead, feeling uneasy. Finally, I decided to continue exploring to the left. Unexpectedly, I saw a plant that I was familiar with here. Congratulations on discovering the keyword, Purple Dream Bud, category, ornamental plant level, 1 attack power, 1 defense power, 5 skill, dreaming. Plants that dream? I complained silently in my heart, feeling that this world is getting more and more outrageous, just like the plot of a fantasy novel. Normally, most people would avoid this plant after knowing its dangers, but I did the opposite. I took out the long-tailed bear skin that I had never used from my space backpack. Although it was tattered, it was completely overkill to use it to wrap my hands while plucking a few flowers. That's right, I plan to plant these purple dream buds in my yard. I carefully wrapped my hands with long-tailed bear skin and tried to pull out the purple dream bud. The flower was quite firm and I couldn't pull it out. I added a little more strength and finally pulled it out, but the roots remained in the soil. I pulled a few more plants unwillingly, and finally successfully harvested 5 purple dream buds. I carefully wrapped them in tattered long-tailed bear skin and threw them into the system backpack. With the harvest, this exploration was not in vain. I continued to walk to the left with great expectations. However, I found nothing. There were only trees and grass, not even an insect. It was the hottest time of the day, even though the sun was high in the sky. But I felt the air around me getting colder. The signs of a cold wave were already appearing. After deciding that I couldn't find anything else good, I decided to head to the lawn I had mowed earlier. Since I was already out, I might as well enjoy the sun and have a picnic. Suddenly, something refreshed in front of me, refreshed white package, 700 meters ahead. I compared the direction and found that it was exactly where I planned to have a picnic. I was wondering, what's going on? It's not enough to swipe the package twice in one place, but swipe it 3 times? However, I am quite happy about it because it saves me from running back and forth. I don't mind getting a few more packages. I was wrong to say bad things about the system yesterday, but I didn't expect there would be new packages today. However, after running a few steps, I started to get goosebumps all over my body. My sixth sense told me that I couldn't go any further. You know, I never had this feeling when facing other monsters. There is only one creature that can make my whole body get goosebumps: snakes. I was standing about 400 meters away and saw a black snake from afar. It was estimated to be 2 meters long and as thick as an arm. It was wrapped around a tree stump that was left after being hit by a long-tailed bear that day. Suddenly I saw a long and thick python. At this moment, I would rather be blind. The joy of refreshing the package disappeared instantly, and I immediately turned around and changed direction, deciding to go back to my cabin to plant flowers. At least the flowers are pleasing to the eye. I opened the white package and found tools, a hoe and a sickle. These 2 things were really useful to me. At least with the hoe, I didn't have to use an axe to shovel the soil every time. But at this moment, I had decided to leave and walked away without looking back. Perhaps the sound of me moving through the grass startled the giant python in the distance, and it climbed down from the tree stump and snaked towards me. I turned around and saw the black phosphorus snake crawling towards me, and suddenly a chill rose from the soles of my feet. As the distance shortened, my system alert sound was triggered. Black phosphorus snake, level 2 strength, 4 defense, 6 skills, entangle, a juvenile black phosphorus snake. Once entangled by it, it is extremely difficult to break free. Water resistance is extremely low. I was so angry that I raised my axe and chopped at a nearby tree fiercely. In an instant, a deep crack was cut on the trunk, and the whole tree was shaking. I didn't even know how much strength I used. Anger was boiling in my chest, my eyes were filled with extreme disgust and anger, and I gritted my teeth and yelled at the snake. "Get away!" The python seemed to be frightened by my action of chopping the tree and stopped moving forward. It stared at the long-tailed bear skin I took out, and seemed to realize that the owner of this skin was much higher in rank than itself, so it tactfully fled back to the tree stump. I returned to the cabin with a cold face, and the feeling of repulsion and goosebumps all over my body eased a little. But when I thought of the snake, the slippery cartilaginous creature crawling on the ground like a super large worm, I felt uncomfortable all over. I'm so unlucky. Why is there always a monster every time I refresh the package? Any monster is better than a snake. I'm so sick. Oh my God, it was approaching me just now. I suddenly felt a chill and shivered. My whole body was overwhelmed by anger and disgust. Although the contents of the white package were important to me, I didn't want it when I thought about the snake crawling over the package many times. Lying on the straw mat in the cabin, I calmed my wounded heart and washed my eyes with clean water, as if I could erase the image of the snake. After I calmed down a bit, I picked up the axe and decided to plant the flowers in the yard. I put the axe on the ground with the tip facing down, kicked it hard with my foot, and the axe moved away, and a small pit appeared. I repeated this 5 times and got 5 small pits at the entrance. I wrapped the purple dream buds with long-tailed bear skin, put them in the pit, and covered them with soil. Although the method was rough, I believed that the flowers had the ability to adapt, and would not die because of my little action. The simple defense measures were done. Well, I was originally planning to do this afternoon, but now I don't plan to go out, so I might as well finish it early. In the coming cold snap days, I plan to stay in the cabin to keep warm. I have plenty of resources. I can occasionally look at the snow from the window, have a good sleep, and check the chat channel. It's really wonderful. If everything goes well, I can catch lost souls and chat with them every day. After patting my left and right guard turrets, I returned to the cabin and lay down on the bed to take a nap. Your special attention friend, Xiongda, sent a trade request. I saw this message and then I remembered that in order not to miss the trade, I set this guy as a special attention. I didn't expect the system to actually have a special reminder. I'd better not open it in the future. Player Xiongda sent me a message. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, something happened along the way. Trade request, 160 units of wood in exchange for 80 kilograms of long-tailed bear meat. However, looking at Xiongda's trade request in the chat interface, I was a little confused. There were too many things and there was almost no room in the wooden house. I walked to the small courtyard outside and clicked Agree to transaction. Rows of neatly stacked wood blocks were instantly piled up in the courtyard, filling up several plots of land. I went back to the cabin and continued to warm myself by the fire. The temperature in the afternoon had dropped from more than 10 degrees at noon to single digits. If this rate of temperature drop continued, many people would freeze to death before the monsters arrived. Today, everyone has some supplies and is trying to gather what they need to upgrade their shelters to survive this cold snap. But I didn't choose to trade again. My supplies are already saturated, and I don't plan to move any of the remaining supplies. The system has never been a worry-free thing. Who knows if there will be other variables next, so it's better to be safe. But if these wood blocks are left outside, will they get damp? Or maybe we should sell them. Seeing that the cabin was packed full, I decided to join in the robbery. So, I placed a transaction on the trading interface, selling wood blocks, price, collect various blueprints, tools, and some time-killing stuff. Introduction: you need to make a fire, right? You need wood to make a fire, right? You also need wood to upgrade your shelter, right? Limited to 80 units, first come first served. It was not a good deal to exchange rare tools and blueprints for wood, but in fact, it was a trade that took advantage of the situation. As soon as the trade was posted, someone came up to me, but unfortunately, none of them were what I wanted. The chat channel was even more lively. Some people started to form gangs, which was the right choice. After all, when a person can't survive, joining a group can give him a glimmer of hope. The blueprints I got when I opened the package contained special rewards. I can create a chat group. It's not easy for everyone, so you can sign up for a group chat. Anyone who wants to join the group can add me. I can vouch for Xiangtian Fa1. I am already in the group. Friends in the group can help each other. It is not difficult to get through this crisis. I was a little surprised. It was normal to form cliques, but I didn't expect that this guy who asked questions to this guy would be rewarded with the ability to create a group chat. I looked at the screen full of requests to join, and I felt nothing in my heart. The temperature started to drop and I started to feel cold even inside. I walked over to the other stove and lit it as well. Although lighting 2 stoves at the same time consumed a lot of resources, I was now a little rich woman, and it didn't hurt to be extravagant. Instantly, the room became much warmer. The sky outside began to darken, and darkness was about to set in. I stared at my watch, watching the hands turn to 7 o'clock. It was 7 o'clock, but one thing was missing: the warning sound of approaching darkness that sounded every night. Sure enough, I thought things wouldn't be that simple. There was a strong wind outside, with gusts of cold wind blowing past, but other than that there was nothing unusual. I opened the chat channel and found that everyone was thinking the same thing as I was. I was scrolling through these messages out of boredom while constantly flipping through the grilled meat and mushrooms. With both fires lit, I decided to have a heartier meal tonight. I roasted mushrooms and meat over the left fire, and stewed soup over the other fire, occasionally throwing a berry into my mouth. It really makes me feel like I'm back home, eating snacks and browsing my phone. I tilted my head and saw a doll-like monster wandering around the gate of the courtyard. The lost soul called out for a long time outside, but I didn't respond. He didn't dare to go in, because I didn't know where I dug the broken flowers and planted them directly at the door, blocking his way. He almost wanted to go back, but when he thought about the seriousness of breaking the contract, he had to wait here, and finally he waited for me. But who would have known that after trading the wood blocks, I went straight back to the cabin without even looking at him, leaving him alone in the wind. Sitting back on the straw mat, I rubbed my hands, took a gulp of hot soup, and felt alive again. Strange, I don't know where the ball came from, it's black and ugly. Wait, is there a ball in this world? I thought about it carefully, and suddenly realized that it seemed to be a lost soul. Chapter 12 is coming. Minhwa felt a little regretful. He took a big bite of the barbecue and wrapped his clothes tightly around himself. Rushed out at the fastest speed. Standing at the fence, he began to call out to the lost souls. Won't you scream? The lost souls dare not speak. She stretched out her arm, held the axe in front of the lost soul, and gestured for the parchment to be placed on the axe. The lost soul looked at the parchment in his hand with some heartache, and placed it obediently on the axe, knowing that he would not get the parchment back this time. Sooner or later, I will go bankrupt. Just as he was about to leave, something half his height fell from the sky. Thank you. I'll treat you to some grilled mushrooms. After saying this, Minhwa hurried back. The lost soul held the still steaming roasted mushrooms in a daze. It's like you're bullying a child. Why can't it change back? What can a 10-centimeter long head do? He unrolled the parchment expertly. Something changed in the snowstorm, and the darkness that was supposed to come was blocked. Just this one sentence made Minhwa so confused that his CPU burned out. It felt like something very important, but she couldn't understand it. However, this didn't stop her from using burnt charcoal as a charcoal pencil to record each piece of information on the slate. I'll have to find some paper and pen later. Instead of worrying about the things that I couldn't touch now, I chose to take inventory of the things I had just exchanged. 1 axe and 4 sickles. There are 3 more drawings, none of which are particularly practical, and they contain all kinds of weird things. They are all furniture construction drawings, including a recliner, a table, and a shelf. There is also one that is filled with. She thought the recliner was a good thing, but after taking one look at her busy house, she decided to forget about it and wait a few days before using it. Level? Introduction. It can be a very common thing or a very precious thing. In conclusion, this is a blind box. May the goddess of luck bless you. The moment she saw the introduction of this thing, Minhwa knew that this thing was not suitable for her, but she immediately thought of someone. Big Bear. She felt that this guy would definitely be interested, but she was troubled about how much to offer. Touching the other axe in her hand, Minhwa had an unrealistic idea. Why not have one in each hand in the future? Dual axes feel similar to dual blades and dual swords, both are pretty cool. She actually tried both of them, but the result was a little uncoordinated and she almost hurt herself. I don't have this talent. I'd better just use an axe. Put all these dangerous things into your backpack. From now on, she plans to enjoy the food. Today, she plans to stay up until 12 o'clock to see what happens. While eating, he suddenly remembered something. What did he want to call the lost souls to do? If you can't remember, it shouldn't be important. The strong wind outside suddenly stopped, the whistling sound of the wind disappeared, and only the crackling sound of the fire in the house could be heard. 12 o'clock at night. Darkness is invading the world. 10, 9, 8. 0. Cold wave is coming. The system interface turned red and the whole screen was filled with warnings. The spawn point will no longer randomly refresh packages in the near future. Enter the battle preparation state. Due to force majeure, the temperature of this cold wave will drop rapidly. Due to force majeure, the snowstorm brought a very small number of snow beasts to arrive early. Players, please be prepared for defense. Due to force majeure, the game difficulty has been greatly increased. Subsidies are being distributed, please check your email. Snow Beast. Level 1. Attack 5. Defense 3. Skill, Charge. 30% chance to cause double damage. Brief introduction: they are believers of wind and snow, and they can be found wherever wind and snow pass. Cold waves will bring wind and snow, and the arrival of wind and snow will definitely attract them. Due to the system's reminder, the information about the snow wind beast was officially announced to everyone. The unexpected turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. The sudden and drastic increase in the game's difficulty is most likely related to the delay of darkness coming. If the game plot follows normal course, players who survive the cold wave for several days will be screened out to be those who are more suitable for survival in the game. The system will also issue rewards to once again enhance the overall strength of the players. In this way, when facing the first wave of monsters, the strength of the players and the monsters will not be too different, and the game will not have an inevitable death ending. Who knew that the cold wave would last longer and get colder, and even a small number of monsters that were originally expected to arrive on the 7th day arrived earlier. However, due to force majeure, the difficulty of survival this time was higher than many people expected, including the system, which even issued temporary subsidies. Temporary subsidies: wood block 15, special weed 15, mineral water 5, compressed biscuits 3, long knife 1. This time the temporary subsidies are very rich, and it can even be said that everything from construction to food to means of attack has been enhanced. Many people who were just short of upgrading their shelters also succeeded in upgrading their shelters due to temporary subsidies. But it is precisely because of the generous subsidies that more people are becoming anxious. Returns are often proportional to risks. The wind, which had died down, began to howl again, thunder and lightning followed. Raindrops as big as beans began to fall, and heavy rain washed the land. Shinmungha stood by the window and used a small wooden board to close most of the window, leaving only a small corner exposed so that he could peek into the situation outside. Soon the heavy rain stopped, and the weather outside changed again. Hailstones the size of quail eggs fell from the sky and hit the roof without stopping. Shinmungha could clearly hear the sound of the dense impact in the house. When he was sure that the wooden house that had been reinforced by the system was not that fragile and could not be smashed through, Shinmungha breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the wooden house would be destroyed by hail. The sound was really scary. Before she and everyone else could relax, the wind and snow arrived. The flying snow all over the sky submerged the world. The entire field of vision was obscured by the wind and snow, and the scene in the distance could not be seen at all. It won't be long before a thick layer of snow appears on the ground, making it impossible to walk. The cold wind blew in through the open corner of the window, carrying snow with it, bringing a biting chill. Shinmungha stepped back, further away from the window, but had no intention of closing the window completely. Regional Chat Channel 7003/10,000. Looking at the fluctuating number of survivors, many people sighed. Luckily, we upgraded the shelter, otherwise I would have died here today. People are starting to die again. How many of us are going to die? Did any of my brothers and sisters in the thatched hut survive? I hid in a corner and built a small room with wood, barely surviving. There is a set above, this belongs to my own processing. Are you so careless? No one cares that there have been no packages refreshed in the past few days? Where can I get food then? This environment is too harsh. We can't go out at all. We don't have enough supplies. I don't want to die here. I haven't even seen that snow beast yet. Chapter 13 Experience Points. Even if other people don't have purple fonts to remind the monster's weaknesses, smart people can always guess information that others don't know. Those who received Shinmingha's information in advance may have already prepared ways to deal with the wind and snow beasts. By preparing earlier than others, their chances of survival will be much greater. However, it is extremely difficult to generate heat in a place covered by wind and snow. Shinmingha was still calm. After all, he had absolute firepower suppression. But I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep much tonight. Bang! An extremely sudden explosion was heard outside where the wind and snow were howling. Defense turret successfully kills a snow beast. Experience +1. Unlock the experience function. Every 100 experience points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. For details, please see the personal attribute panel. The moment the explosion sounded, Shinmingha quickly closed the window on the side and opened the door a crack. In the vast snow, the heavy snow blocked people's vision. But you can still see a charred crater left by the shelling in the distance. But there was nothing in the pit. There are 2 vaguely visible white figures outside the pit. It is about 1 meter tall, its body is hidden in white hair, with only a pair of dark eyes showing, and 2 purple tentacles on its head. It's the wind and snow beast. 1 shot kills instantly. I don't know whether to say that the defensive turret's attack power is too fierce, or that the snow wind beast is too fragile. However, it should not be because the snow wind beast is fragile. After all, cannonballs are also a kind of heat source. This time it has really hit a wall. The 2 wind and snow beasts were a little afraid and didn't dare to move forward, which showed that they had some sense. Knowing they were out of their depth, they stood still and wandered around, but refused to attack. Have these guys given up? Shinmingha looked at their confused behavior, but he could understand it. After all, in this situation where they were killed instantly, coming up again would be suicide. The 2 wind and snow beasts became restless, but then they calmed down after a while. Their eyes began to turn blood red, covered in a pitch black color, and the 2 purple tentacles on their heads began to touch each other. The place where the 2 tentacles touched began to emit light. Shinmingha seemed to have seen a similar situation somewhere before. And, damn it! These guys are not scared, they are sending messages to attract more companions. Shinmingha didn't plan to wait for them to walk into the attack range. He held a candle in one hand and an axe in the other, opened the door, and rushed forward in the heavy snow. There are 2 fence gates in the courtyard, one of which was opened intentionally by her because she planted purple dream buds. It's better to wait for those guys to come in through this fence gate than to let them destroy the fence. The other one is the one that Shinmingha is rushing out of now. The 2 monsters had no intention of stopping transmitting information. They just stood there stupidly, even when Shinmingha approached. Shinmingha went up and killed him with an axe. Experience +2. As experience points were gained, the bodies of the 2 wind and snow beasts disappeared between heaven and earth like melting snowflakes. Damn it! She didn't know whether these 2 guys had passed the message on, but she knew she had to prepare for the worst. Successfully triggered a low probability event, summoning of the snow wind beast. The information about the snow beast has been received. The player's birthplace will be a place that the snow beast pays special attention to, and the probability of monster refreshes has been greatly increased. There was thick snow on my feet, and my feet were embedded in the snow as I walked back 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. I patted the snow off my body before entering the house. As soon as I entered the house, the snow melted instantly, and my pajamas became wet. She sat by the fire to warm her frozen feet, but after just a short walk, her feet were completely frozen red. I originally thought that I could easily survive this monster attack with my high martial arts skills. Unexpectedly, it backfired and attracted more monsters. Even though her side's combat power is dozens of times that of the monsters, the wind and snow beasts are a group of monsters, and she still knows the principle that a large number of ants can kill an elephant. I am destined not to be able to hide in the house and live a peaceful life. He pulled out the last straw mat from under the bed, took the vines used for binding, cut 2 holes in them with a sickle, and used them to make a simple cloak. He also cut a section of the straw mat he was sitting on, made it into a cone shape, cut a few small holes in it, and fixed it with vines, making it into a simple bamboo hat. System: 3 sickles for sale. If what he thought was correct, then these monsters that arrived early were most likely summoning a large number of other wind and snow beasts to come to his home. What's more, on the 7th day, the first wave of monsters attacked, and that was the real big deal. Yes/no to sell side 3. Yes. Congratulations on getting 30 copper coins. All equipment that could be used for heating was no longer for sale, including the flame intensifier she had previously purchased. Even buying another pair of straw sandals now is impossible. She bought 10 plastic bags for 10 copper coins. I bought another bottle of oil for 20 copper coins. The worst case scenario now is that he will be surrounded by wind and snow beasts, and those guys will choose to directly attack the main target. As long as you stand in the courtyard fence will most likely not be subject to major attacks. When they touch the courtyard, they will be attacked by the first round of attacks from the 2 defense turrets. When they walk through the fence gate that Chinming had deliberately left open, they would be scratched by the purple dream buds, forming a secondary attack. Third attack on those lucky guys who successfully entered her house. Standing in the snow and fighting all the time, keeping warm is a big problem, but these are the only solutions she can think of now. If she can't buy shoes, she will have to find ways to keep her feet warm. Use a sickle to scoop some burnt wood ashes from the fire and pour them into 2 stacked plastic bags. Put your feet in a plastic bag, put your feet in straw sandals, and fill the remaining space with wood ash. 4 plastic bags were used, and considering the possibility of wear and tear in the future, she bought 10. I didn't expect that someone with such poor handicraft skills would have the same fate as doing handicrafts here. She dragged a straw mat and placed it in front of the door, leaving only a tiny gap, and sat there quietly facing the gap, waiting for the invaders. After that she faced 6 more monsters. Unfortunately, none of the 5 monsters could come to her. 5 purple dream buds waved their leaves, clearing the snow around them. The only one that rushed over was also cut and kept bleeding black blood. It fell into a dream and stood there before finally disappearing. However, after this one disappeared, a white package was left in its place. Experience +6. Killing the snow beast will give you a 30% chance of dropping a package. Shunmungha took the package. There is a bag of potato chips inside. It's not something very useful, but it's great spiritual comfort. Tonight she encountered 2 waves of wind and snow beasts, and their number was far more than the very small number that the system had previously said. After making sure that it would not be so easy for the refreshed monsters to break through the first 2 lines of defense, she spent the night on the straw mat. The day has come, please start exploring the world. With the coming of day, the wind and snow began to subside and a thick layer of snow melted. Chapter 14. Gurgle. I slept until lunchtime and the fire in the stove had long gone out, leaving only a little residual warmth. Put out the bright candle. I didn't plan on doing anything fancy, so I just ate some berries I washed yesterday and drank some of the still warm broth. Watching the grilled meat and mushrooms on the fire. Those who are not strong enough are not qualified to enjoy life. Opening the chat interface, the atmosphere inside was much better than Chunmingha had imagined. Unlike last night when everyone was in mourning and thought they were not far from death, today's chat messages were obviously much more cheerful. I spawned a snow beast yesterday, and I just rushed over and chopped it 7 or 8 times with my long knife, and it died. Me too, but I refreshed twice and gained +2 experience points. If you gain 100 experience points, you can add a little attribute. I just found out yesterday that attributes can be improved. After I came here, they have dropped by a few tenths. Everyone was discussing what happened last night. Most people only spawned 1 or 2 monsters, and only a very few spawned 3. And no one was seen triggering the summoning event of the wind and snow beast like Chunmingha. Why are you all so happy? People died last night, so many people died. I can kill a few more monsters like this. I just killed 2 yesterday and a white package dropped. It's not the first day people have died. Why are you making such a fuss? I thought the number of people who died yesterday was relatively small. You are not human. What's wrong with helping each other? Just because you upgraded the shelter, why do you think you are superior to others? Do you know how I got here yesterday? It turns out that some people who didn't upgrade the shelter have survived. I thought they were all dead. After so many days, even with the temporary subsidy given by the system, there is still no upgrade. Shouldn't you reflect on what you have done in the past few days? The chat area was not all joy and peace. There were all kinds of emotions, including fear, anger, excitement, and happiness. Everyone, I want to announce a good news. The death toll of our team last night was 0. This is enough to prove the strength of our team. Once again, we welcome all capable players to join us. Boss Xiangtian, look at me. I applied but you didn't agree. Is there really no casualties? I remember their team was quite large. TSK, who would share their hard-earned resources with others. A bunch of idiots with bubbles gathered together. I'm almost starving. Does anyone have any extra food? I'll trade anything for it. No one in the team that asked the question died, which was a good publicity effect. If, as they said, their resources could be shared with each other, it would not be surprising if everyone upgraded their shelter. As long as you don't get as unlucky as her and trigger some weird things, it's not difficult to survive yesterday. The scariest part of extreme weather like this is often not the beginning. Instead, as time goes on, people can no longer hold on, and the matching resources become increasingly insufficient, and the gap can only be distinguished in the later stages. Chinmeng had just tried using the sickle, and the snow outside is now half the size of the sickle. Even though the sun is out now, the temperature is still -11 or 12 degrees Celsius. The temperature in the house is about -7 or 8 degrees Celsius, and the situation worsens when darkness falls at night. It would be much better if you started a fire. She had only one fire during the day today. Everyone, be careful. Don't let that guy's tentacles touch your companions. Provide useful information. Reputation +10. What does Big Dream mean? Can this guy summon companions? I was just talking just now. I can't handle it if there are too many of them. Thank you, sir. Such important information can be shared for free. I just hope that this won't result in too many deaths. Before the first round of the game even started, 3,000 players had already died. There must be a meaning behind the system's choice to divide the players from Earth into different zones. Who knows if there will be regional wars at that time? Although she didn't think that many people could trigger such a situation, she would just regard it as increasing her reputation. Ask the sky to add you as a friend, yes/no. Yes. Chinmengha had been wondering when this guy would come to see him, and now he has. If his goal is to gather the top players together, he will definitely come to me. Hello, I'm Xiang Tian Fa1, I think you must have heard of me. No. Chinmengha could imagine how interesting the expressions on the other side's faces were. It's okay. I've heard of you. I didn't expect I was so famous. It's an honor for you to know me. You are really humorous. People with humor usually don't have bad luck. This guy is a ninja, and even after I attacked him like this, his defense hasn't been broken. Now I think you can introduce yourself. My name is Big Dream. I am asking questions to the heavens. I have created a group and hope you can join it. Everyone can see what kind of person I am. I always share any information with everyone in the chat channel and always encourage everyone. Joining our team will help you get information more effectively. We will also give priority to exchanging materials that are usually in short supply within the team. It is indeed a good condition. I'm sorry, but you should know I'm not going to join. It is called a group, but in reality it is a subordinate organization centered on asking questions to the sky. The democratic system adopted is just superficial. Okay, I understand. Perhaps we can make another deal. In the future you can choose to trade with me as soon as you get the intelligence information. The price I can give you is far higher than others. You see, why can't people just get straight to the point right away? Okay, happy cooperation. It is better to sell your information directly to a powerful group than to sell it to some retail investors. A 30% chance of dropping items is not low, which means that each monster has a 1/3 chance of dropping a package. More importantly, the system does not specify what color the package is that was dropped. So when Chinmengha opened the trading panel, she saw the grand occasion of the first trading panel in history. There are some good things among them. Fire Defense Tower Blueprint Primary. Price, food and water, lots of food and water, plus some building materials. Introduction. Just by looking at the name, you will know what quality this is. Don't fool me with those junk. If you don't know, just click to see the detailed information. Mineral water. Price. You guys decide on the price. I don't know what I want. Introduction. I am a lucky guy who opened a whole box of mineral water. Iron ore. Price. Those who can use it can exchange it for other available items of the same quality. Introduction. A very rare item. I can guarantee its rarity in the early stages. Leftover apple core. Price, not traded. Introduction. I'm just here to join in the fun. You guys are really hungry. You even want this thing. You don't find it disgusting, but I do. Not only that, Chinmengha also found that some players have begun to use currency to trade, and are no longer simply bartering. The monetary system is no longer limited to the system mall. But this is not obvious now. It is only over time that the monetary system will be the ultimate form of transaction. I flipped through the pages again and saw something that interested me very much. Air wall 10. Price. This is a show-off item. Introduction. Be jealous. I'll kill you. The air wall is a very practical thing that can block the monster's movement path. If used well, it can prolong the monster's walking time and make it easier for you to attack and defend. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't plan to sell it, even though he knows it's very useful. Chinmengha finally chose to send a transaction request to the seller of iron ore and the seller of defense fire tower. Chapter 15. Daytime appearance. It would be best if these two things could be obtained in the early stage. She believes that these things will only become more and more expensive in the later stage. I know you. 200 kilograms of long-tailed bear meat, 300 units of wood blocks, and 300 units of special weeds, and I will trade you the blueprints of the defensive fire tower. No bargaining, don't bother. Go back to sleep. Faced with such a huge demand, Chinmengha was too lazy to talk and directly switched the interface to chat with the seller of iron ore. How much iron ore do you have? 5 in total. If you want all of them, I can give them to you at a lower price. You have to give me a reference for the expected price, right? This thing is useless in the early stage, and I don't know when it will be useful. The price is also inflated. I want 5 kilograms of meat for each piece. I don't want anything else. 3. Make a deal. The deal was quickly finalized, and Chinmengha traded 15 kilograms of long-tailed bear meat. Iron ore. Category ore. Jianshao. This thing is very rare in the early stage. You can use it to create some things, such as a core weapon. Iron ore needs to be smelted in a smelting furnace before the crafting function can be unlocked in the system mall. Please obtain the smelting furnace blueprint first. It was a pretty good harvest. Although my stock was reduced a bit, it was still more than enough to get through this period. It's a pity that she didn't see anything like torches. If there were any, she would definitely buy them, except for the defensive fire tower, of course. The defensive fire tower is just a blueprint, and you need to collect the building materials yourself. Most people don't have much building materials left after upgrading their shelters, and it's even more difficult to go out and get building materials in this icy and snowy environment. Even if you get the blueprints, you may not be able to build it, and there is a high probability that it can only be put aside for viewing. Even if it were built, it wouldn't be worth the price given its current condition. If we refresh a few more packages, preferably cyan and above, then this problem will no longer be a problem. Unfortunately, in order to avoid the overlap of monster drop rate and package drop rate, the system closed one of them early. If I remember correctly, I should have another. Should I sell it to Xiongde as a favor, or should I list it directly on the exchange? Forget it. It may not be worth as much if I put it on the exchange and sell it to Xiongde. Something that tests your luck like this may not necessarily yield anything. Among her current friends, she knows that the one with the best luck is Xiongde. I have something that I think might interest you. Player De Meng Yi initiated item information sharing. If you see my message, maybe we can have a good talk about its price. Not long after, Xiongde sent a message. Hello? To be honest, I'm not very good. Sorry. Chinmengha finally discovered that this guy really liked to say sorry, apologize and the like. Can you really give me this? Chinmengha felt the need to correct this guy's wording. It's a deal. Sorry. Xiongde has soft short hair. Unlike Shinmingha, she was hugging a blanket when she entered the game, thanks to her very bad sleeping posture. At this time, she was sitting on the wooden bed, wrapped tightly in a thick blanket, leaving only her pretty little face exposed. 3 of the 5 wood goblins went out to cut wood, 1 added wood to the fire from time to time, and the other helped her watch the soup. "Excuse me, Xiaowu, can you get me some water?" The girl smiled shyly. From the goblins' humane and helpless expressions, it could be seen that they had a good relationship. She also gave each goblin a name. Xiongda was very happy that Chinmenghe was willing to trade. To her, she felt that this kind of unboxing items were very precious, and she could get super good things every time. "Are you still short of wood? Or do you need anything else? I can do my best to satisfy you. Please be sure to give it to me. I want half of what you offer." "Okay. Thank you, you're so nice." Seeing that the other party agreed so readily, Chenmenghe suddenly felt that he was at a disadvantage. Why not keep it for himself? Player opening probability: empty box 18%, waste 30%, sundries 60%, first level items 2%. I just think about it, I still have some idea of African physique. Bang! A familiar sound of artillery fire was heard outside the yard. "No way, you come here during the day, are you kidding me?" When I hurriedly opened the door, I saw an uninvited guest outside. It was the black phosphorus snake I met before. It was hit directly by 2 shells and was now struggling and screaming in pain outside the fence. Its entire body was bloody and twisted from side to side. The snake's head was hideous and terrifying, and it was hissing and spitting out its tongue. Not only did the black phosphorus snake not hibernate, it also sneaked over. Chinmenghe closed the door with a stern face, faster than he opened it, and tried to prepare himself mentally. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Kill him while he is sick. Now just rush out and kill it with an axe. It's just a big bug. She was even somewhat glad that it was snowing. Even though there was snake blood splattered everywhere, once the snow melted there would be nothing left. Although she still hated or was afraid of snakes, she had to suppress this avoidance mentality. She would always encounter them here, and keeping avoiding them would be a problem. It's good to meet it now than to meet it in dangerous times in the future. Go out wearing a homemade cloak and hat. When one foot sank into the snow, the long-tailed bear skin tightly wrapped around the calf to prevent the calf from direct contact with the snow, and the pajamas were wrapped inside the long-tailed bear skin. Every step forward was met with great resistance, but the black phosphorus snake was different. It slid on the snow and even burrowed into it. "This is extremely disadvantageous to you." The black phosphorus snake also fled after being defeated again. Not only could he not catch up with the snake at his current speed, but he might also be in danger. Thinking this through, Chenmenghe retreated. It was too difficult to kill the black phosphorus snake now. Chenmenghe was a little annoyed that she had not dealt with this difficult guy before, but she did not regret it. She would reflect on herself but would not regret the choice she made. There is no point in regretting the past, only reflection can make you progress. Just as I stood up and was about to go back to the house, another shell came from the turret. The snow at the door was already charred black, and before the tiny snowflakes had time to cover it, the charred area expanded further. Experience +2. At least a dozen wind and snow beasts appeared out of nowhere. Snowstorm summons. Triggered, players receive extra attention from Snowstorm, and the snowstorm's refresh rate is greatly increased. The fresh blood of the black phosphorus snake attracted the arrival of the wind and snow beast, and the probability of the wind and snow beast refreshing increased significantly. Tip: when a certain number of snow wind beasts are reached, they can appear during the day. Triggered. My family is really lucky today, these monsters come one after another. Very few said yes. It turns out that the effect of 1 + 1 can really be greater than 2, although it's not a good thing. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound of artillery fire made Chenmenghe discover a fatal weakness. The 3-second cooling time of the turret was enough for the monster to rush over. Chapter 16: Bad Luck. If you encounter a large number of monsters, you will need to use more turrets to suppress the monsters. Otherwise, you can only upgrade the turrets to reduce the cooling time. The half-meter-long purple dream bud still stood proudly in the snow, and most of the snow beasts scratched by it stood still. The delay in advancing gave the turret time to attack. There are enough of them that some of them slip through the net. They move forward in the snow at a fairly fast speed, about 1 meter per second, and their feet are covered by fur, making them look like ghosts. When he came in front of Chinmenghe, a big mouth appeared under Ma Chuanzi's eyes, filled with densely packed sharp teeth. Launch an attack on Chinmenghe. Chinmenghe raised the axe in his hand and chopped at its crown. There was no blood, and the killed snow beast disintegrated like in the game. Experience plus 16. Sitting on the steps of the wooden house to rest, I opened my personal attribute panel and saw that the experience value had increased to 22. 100 experience points can be exchanged for some free attributes, but there are not many places like her where she is attacked by so many wind and snow beasts. How long will it take for other players to save up 100 experience points? Click Convert. Successfully converted into 0.2 free attribute points, with 2 experience points remaining. The minimum conversion amount is 10 experience points, which can be converted into 0.1 attribute point. At 0.2 degrees to the force. It was the 5th day, but she had already triggered the double buff. The amount of refresh was very small, but it had increased by more than 10 times when it came to her. The closer you get to the 7th day, the real first round of monster refresh day, the more monsters there will be, but there are still limits. The ones coming now are the vanguard, and the main force is still behind. It is impossible that all of them are these small soldiers. There must be a boss unit. I have to take advantage of this moment to kill as many of these small monsters whose attack power is not very high as possible, and gain more experience points to strengthen myself. Name, Chinmenghe. Title, Hunter. Race, Human. Gender, Female. Strength, 4.7 plus 0.4. Speed, 2.1. Agility, 1.8. Mental strength, 2. 16 snow beasts, 30% drop rate, not a single one was triggered. It's normal. Everyone should be similar to me. Monsters will not refresh continuously in a short period of time. This is Chinmenghe's own inference, and the conclusion reached by everyone in the chat channel. When the monsters first appeared, everyone was on high alert to prevent sneak attacks from the monsters. Although the monsters in the game have a time limit for refresh, this is not a real game, but reality. No one knows the variables, and no one dares to be careless. So no one slept well at the beginning of the night, including Chinmenghe. Now that he knew that no more monsters would spawn in the short term, Chinmenghe planned to go into the house to rest. After thinking it over, she decided to try her luck in the trading panel. As a result, when I opened the system panel, I found 99 plus private messages. And they were all sent by the same person, the person from whom she wanted to buy the Defense Fire Tower Blueprint Basic before. Click on it. Out. Boss! I thought about it, and we can still talk about the price. Exist? The reason why the other party was so anxious was that when Chinmenghe refreshed the monsters, other places also refreshed at the same time. Exist. You didn't reply to me, so I thought you didn't want it. Just give me some food, water, and building materials. I want to change to a long-range attack weapon that I can use. Also, I need medicine. Hurry, you must have it. We can trade now. Are you still there? He just refreshed 2 monsters, and he hacked the first one to death with one fierce blow. Not only that, but a glowing green package also dropped, allowing him to open the Defense Fire Tower Blueprint Basic, which made him extremely confident. So when the monsters refreshed this time, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that he would definitely win easily. When he was chasing one of the monsters, he was ambushed by another monster, and the knife in his hand fell off. The snowstorm beast pressed on him, opening its big mouth full of sharp teeth towards him. He could even see the shape of each tooth, if he hadn't touched the knife at the last moment, and stabbed it into the snowstorm beast's mouth with all his strength. He is already a corpse now, but even so, when he injured the snow beast on his body. But one of his legs was bitten by another wind and snow beast that was not yet dead. The sharp teeth easily bit through his skin, leaving a deep wound on his leg. The bleeding couldn't be stopped at all. He found everyone he could contact, hoping to exchange what he needed, and even used up all his speaking time in the chat channel. Chinmenghe is the only person he knows now who may be able to meet his requirements. Pity. Chunmenghe looked at the message he sent. Not to mention the price, he didn't have what he needed. It seems that I am destined to have no chance of obtaining the Defense Fire Tower Blueprint Basic. I don't have what you need, please look for someone else. You have. Hurry up! Chunmenghe looked at the messages he kept sending and simply chose to block him. After this monster refresh, it seems that everyone has opened a lot of things. There are more things on the exchange than yesterday, but the prices are getting higher and higher, and most of them are unrealistic. And if we finally find someone who sincerely wants to trade, he will be immediately replaced by someone else. After squatting for a while, Chunmenghe realized that he couldn't grab the items before because of his slow hand speed. Now he changed the place in the scene, and he still couldn't grab the items. Darkness is invading the world 10-9-8-0. But the constantly refreshing items in the exchange made her realize that these guys would drop packages even if the number of monsters was much smaller than theirs. The system is not deceiving, its drop probability is real. Even if Chunmenghe wanted to deceive himself, he couldn't do it. It doesn't matter. Temporary bad luck will not last forever. Although she didn't gain anything from the exchange, Xiongde brought her good news. I opened the box, thank you so much for trading it to me. Taking 50% is too much. 40% is enough for me. Player Xiongde transfers 60% of the gains from opening. To you, yes/no to accept. Chunmenghe watched as the other party really transferred 60%. This is the first time I have seen reverse bargaining. Let me see how big the difference is between other people's hands and my own. Yes. To be honest, she didn't hold out much hope. You get 1 world stone, 1 defense turret, primary, 1 moonlight bow, 1 arrow making box, 3 special ores. World stone. Level, unleveled item. Introduction, triggered in certain situations, it can be used to open the door to the world. Defense turret primary. Defense 2. Attack 8. Skill, 5% chance of double damage, fires a shell every 3 seconds. Fletcher box. Category, accessories for growth weapons. Introduction, put the wooden blocks in it, and you will get the wooden arrows you need. Moonlight bow and arrow. Quality, extremely rare unique. Category, growth weapon. Durability, 50-50, reparable, upgradable. Special ore. No permission to view. Very good. These things far exceeded Chunmenghe's expectations. Chunmenghe immediately picked up the defensive turret blueprint and set it up at the door. After selecting the consumable material, the 3rd turret was successfully obtained. There are already 3 primary defense turrets. Do you want to combine them into an intermediate turret? After synthesizing the intermediate turret, the loading time will definitely be reduced. Yes. Congratulations on completing the first turret synthesis. Tip: the current achievement section has not been updated and there is no system reward. A warm white light was emitted in the darkness, and the 3 turrets merged into one, turning silver-gray in color. There were 2 gun barrels, facing directly at the door, giving a very oppressive feeling. Defense turret, intermediate. Defense 10. Attack 10. Skill, double damage probability 10%, fires 2 shells every 1 second. Sweep away the monsters and be yourself. You have entered the 6th day, and the monster army is approaching. According to the characteristics, the monsters spawned in your location will increase exponentially again. Before we knew it, midnight had arrived. Chapter 17 Lair. Chunmenghe had a bad feeling because the lost soul that was supposed to come and report the news did not come today. Whenever something like this happened, nothing good would happen. The nest is approaching. The originally dark night suddenly became bright, and Chunmenghe looked out through the crack in the door. About 2 kilometers away there is a huge object that looks like a black hole. It emits dazzling light, but its light is black. It was hovering in the air, but approaching here at an extremely slow speed. Just as the system said, this is the lair of the wind and snow beast. From time to time, 1 or 2 wind and snow beasts will refresh, and their target and direction are the residence of each player. Chunmenghe opened the door with the bow and arrow he had just obtained in his hand. The bow was very simple, with no complicated patterns on it, only the natural colors of the old wood. It looked very light, but in the hand it was much heavier than Chen Menghe's axe. Growth weapons? Although I don't understand it very well, I know that this thing must be very precious, and it is impossible for such a treasure to be covered in dust. Chen Menghe doesn't know how to shoot arrows, but that doesn't stop her from practicing again and again, and slowly learning it. Tonight is a good opportunity for her to practice. With the intermediate defense turret, her pressure will be much less. Those lone snow beasts can be kept for training. If any get close, just chop them down with an axe. The refresh rate tonight is unusually high. Not long after, the first wind and snow beast arrived, followed by a group of wind and snow beasts. The defense turret began to fire shells. This time its attack was greatly enhanced. Basically, one shell could destroy 2 wind and snow beasts. Chen Menghe used those that had managed to escape or were left over as practice. The wind and snow beast opened its big mouth and floated forward on the snow. It is the only survivor of this wave and the hope of the whole village. There was a fierce light in its eyes, but the human in front of it was not afraid of it. He raised his hand, picked up the bow and arrow, and tried to shoot. Shoot an arrow! The arrow fell to the ground. It froze for a second, then continued moving forward. Chen Menghe pursed his lips, thinking. That's not right. Can't you just knock the arrow aim and shoot? Looking at the wind and snow beast still moving forward, she picked up another arrow. This time she deliberately got closer to the wind and snow beast before shooting another arrow. This time the arrow was successfully shot out, but it landed 1 meter away from the wind and snow beast. The wind and snow beast opened its mouth wide, and there seemed to be a smile in its eyes. The human in front of it put down the bow and arrow in his hand and walked towards it with a reflective axe. It was not afraid at all and charged forward again. Chen Menghe gently raised the axe and chopped it down heavily. Drop white package 1. Silently picking up the package on the ground and putting it aside, Chen Menghe picked up his bow and arrow again. Wave after wave of wind and snow beasts followed, and Chen Menghe had no time to rest at all. She didn't even have time to open the system panel. The snow in front of the door was charred black, even revealing its original appearance under the thick snow layer. Then the original appearance also began to become charred black, and gradually went deeper. The courtyard was littered with arrows, which were picked up by Chen Menghe and reused. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the air with a blasting sound. The iron tip of the arrow fiercely broke through the thick fur and sebum of the snow beast and pierced into its body. The advancing snow wind beast was shot to death by an arrow before it even had time to react. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot at a farther place. Before the turret had time to attack the remaining remnants, the arrow killed the wind and snow beast. Chen Menghe's eyes were stern, her back was straight, her thumb was slightly bent and placed lightly next to the notch of the bow. Guided by the purple font, she mastered the correct bow-holding posture. Her strong physical fitness allows her to have greater control over her body. However, she had grasped the key points in just one night. Although she could not be compared with those masters, she could be considered an entry-level expert. And she maintained the archery posture from night to day. The day has come, please start exploring the world. Now no wind and snow beast can come to her. When she was about to make another effort, the huge nest stopped moving at a distance of 1 kilometer. The light that had been fluctuating around it also calmed down, and everything around it seemed to be still. The snow beast will not appear if the lair does not issue an order. The snow beast will not appear again within 24 hours. Immediately following this was the system prompt sound. Warning, the first wave of snow beasts will be refreshed in 24 hours. There will be 4 waves of monsters this time. Please be prepared. Just as the system said, this is only the first wave of monsters, and the ones before them were just malfunctions. Those were not considered formal attacks. And tomorrow, at 6 a.m. on the 7th day, this group of players would be welcoming the last tutorial of the 7-day novice tutorial. This may be unfortunate for many people, because each wave of monsters will be twice as many as the previous wave. It is difficult for ordinary players to deal with so many monsters. Round 1 monsters, 2 snowstorm beasts. Countdown midnight. Snowstorm beast, click here for more information on the monster. Although the system does not tell players how many monsters there are in each round, the purple font gives a clear indication. Yes, there were only 2 in the first round. Even if the number doubled in the later stage, it was impossible for Chinmengha to kill as many as he did in one night. Experience plus 139. Yes, that's a scary number. Chinmengha discovered that due to his various operations, the probability of monster refreshes had reached a terrifying number, even far exceeding the value that should be in their normal tutorial. So now this tutorial is actually a kind of relaxation for her. It is worth mentioning that tonight made her once again begin to doubt the probability given by the system. She only dropped 3 packages in total. However, what concerns her more is whether this greatly improved probability will also be implemented in the tutorial. She was not afraid of the snowstorm beast doubling in size, but she was afraid of something else. There must be elite monsters and kings in such a huge nest. Normally, would an ordinary beginner tutorial be this large in scale? Thinking of this, a strong sense of uneasiness arose in her heart. When she clicked on the system panel, it jumped to the chat panel at an extremely fast speed. The chat panel was indeed filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The only splash was because the system had just notified that the first wave of monsters would arrive in 24 hours. I feel the system is quite merciful and gave us 24 hours to prepare. Has the guy upstairs gone mad from being tortured? You've been caught in this damn place and you're still showing mercy. Well, I hope there won't be too many monsters in the first round. It's hard for me to kill even one. The drop rate of this package is very high as 30%. I have encountered monsters a few times in the past few days and got 2 packages. How do you think these monsters will spawn? Will they appear out of thin air like these snow beasts? I don't know. It's snowing so heavily recently. I was so bored that I went out to build a snowman. If this had a camera, I would have posted it for you to see. Haha, I feel like I can definitely pass the level with my current strength. You guys are a bunch of noobs. Sure enough, no one was talking about the huge nest that appeared outside. Or it can be said that this is unique to Chinmengha. The effect of 1 plus 1 can not only be greater than 2, but may also be greater than 100. Looking at the huge black nest 1 kilometer away, it seems to be so terrifying that it can swallow people. Chinmengha. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. She returned to the bed with an expressionless face and fell asleep just after lying down for a while. She had not slept the whole night yesterday. Nothing is more important than sleep. Chapter 18, The First Wave. Roar! Roar! The wind and snow beasts outside were lined up in groups, forming neat square formations and standing on the outskirts of the forest. He kept roaring from his mouth. Countless small black holes split out around their main nest. They lined up in an orderly manner and passed through one black hole after another. Be transported to a distant place. Their footsteps were very heavy, and the ground was shaking as they stepped on it. Chinmengha got up early because her stomach was calling and cooked delicious food. The mushroom bear meat soup was very simple and the taste was not very good, but she ate it with gusto. It was already past 4 p.m., and the chaos outside did not arouse her interest at all. When everyone was in a panic, these were her most comfortable 24 hours. She opened the trading panel and found that the long-tailed bear meat transaction had been removed by her. The only transaction on her trading panel was the one that she had almost forgotten. Selling wood blocks. Price: we collect all kinds of drawings, tools, and some things to kill time. Introduction: if you want to survive the cold wave, you have to make a fire. You need wood to make a fire, and you also need wood to upgrade your shelter. Limited to 80 units, first come first served. It should have sold out very quickly, but due to the system's subsidies it has not been sold out yet. He only traded for some scattered mineral water and compressed biscuits. He didn't get the drawings and tools that Chinmengha wanted. But what she didn't expect was that there was a deck of cards. Looking at the cards in her hand, she was a little confused. How should one play? I took it out and washed it, feeling the familiar feel. I used to play with my friends when I was bored, although I never won many times. He walked around the room twice to digest the food, took out 3 wooden blocks and put them into the arrow-making box. When he opened it a while later, he found 15 wooden arrows neatly arranged inside. Although the bow comes with 50 arrows, due to its durability, even though Chinmengha was very frugal, he would pick them up every time he shot. But wear and tear is still unavoidable, so it is better to use wooden arrows instead in the future. He set up 3 wooden blocks next to the stove and stacked them on top of each other, while he started practicing on the opposite side using the wooden blocks as targets. The bow is like a full moon and the arrows are like stars. Shinmengha put down his bow and arrow only when he felt a slight pain in his arms. What is the best way to recover? Of course, it is to add strength points directly. Open the Personal Properties panel. Name, Shinmengha. Experience, 141. Title, Hunter. Race, Human. Gender, Female. Power, 4.7. Speed, 2.1. Agility, 1.8. Mental Strength, 2. Exchange. Successfully exchanged 1.4 attribute points, remaining experience 0.1. Add all to the strength attribute. As soon as Shinmengha finished speaking, the system panel changed. The font on it began to become blurred, and finally disappeared. Finally, the system suddenly burst out with a burst of white light. Shinmengha was afraid to look directly at it because of the dazzling light, and closed his eyes. It took only a moment for the white light on the system to fade away when I opened my eyes again. But her personal attribute panel has changed greatly. Immediately afterwards, her body began to make crackling sounds, and a warm current surged through her body, as if her whole body was being reshaped. The world before my eyes began to slow down, and the moment when the sparks splashed was now slowly appearing before my eyes. She even felt her feet were unstable, and she couldn't control her body. She instantly lost her balance and fell to the ground. Hunter title strength bonus is not available. The power has reached the maximum value of the current section. Please break through the barrier as soon as possible after the update. 5 points of strength skill are being extracted. The player's physical fitness and strength are not well matched and cannot be fully adapted. Please adapt as soon as possible. The remaining attribute points are being freely distributed. The personal attribute panel has been updated. Name, Shinmengha. Experience, 2. Title, Hunter, strength bonus is not available. Race, Human. Gender, Female. Strength, 5 in bold. Speed, 2.4. Agility, 2.1. Mental Strength, 2.5. Skill, addition, add strength to the weapon, the weapon's attribute attack power will be enhanced, and there is a very low probability of triggering a fatal state. Are you exploring the limits of human beings? Then congratulations, you are about to enter a whole new world. Shinmengha could not see anything at this time. When the body transformation was completed, the comfort on his body disappeared, leaving only pain. She collapsed to the ground, cold sweat on her forehead dripping down her cheeks onto the floor, her entire body twitching in pain. Unable to make a sound, she could only cover her heart with her hands and scream silently. Knock, knock, knock! Someone outside was knocking on the door urgently. Knock, knock, knock! Shinmengha, who was paralyzed on the ground, moved his fingers slightly, and slowly opened his eyes when the knock on the door sounded again. Shinmengha dragged his tired body and stood up with the help of the bed. She almost thought she was going to die just now. It seems that every 5 attribute points is a dividing point, and if you want to add attribute points, you must first match them with your physical fitness. She breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped a disaster. It seems that I have to leave myself enough time for exercise every day, and attribute points can only be accumulated slowly. If I hadn't been exercising before, I might have left this beautiful world when I added 3 points for the first time. Knock, 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 knock! The people outside were beginning to grow impatient, and the knocking became longer and heavier each time. Shinmengha then turned her gaze to the wooden door, but compared to this, she cared about something more. When she raised her hand, she looked the same as usual, not turning into a Barbie doll, but when she clenched her fist, one could feel the power bursting out. Knock, knock, knock! The lost soul begins to feel like you are dead inside. Shinmengha opened the door and found that it was already pitch black outside. A long time had passed while she was unconscious. The lost soul stood outside the door, his hands still in the position of knocking. When she finally opened the door, he raised his head and looked at Shinmengha with unfriendly eyes. Shinmengha simply and straightforwardly pulled out a piece of parchment the size of a fingernail from his hand. I didn't ask him why he didn't bring any news last night, but just opened today's parchment. They're going to war! There are very few words on the parchment today, just 6 words. The lost soul was circling anxiously below, urging Chimingha to return the parchment to him quickly. There was less than an hour left until daylight arrived. This is one of the few parchments he has. If Chimingha snatches it away, he will be left with nothing. Seeing that Chimingha remained unmoved and even rolled up the parchment and planned to throw it into the system space again, he became anxious. I can't give it to you anymore. I don't even have anyone to deliver the message next time. He said it loudly, his voice full of anger. But because she has a childish voice, even her anger turns into a coquettish look. The air was suddenly silent. Child? Because of her first impression, she always thought that the lost soul was an old ghost who had been dead for many years. The lost soul didn't even bother to ask for his parchment. He had maintained the image for so long, but it was ruined as soon as he opened his mouth, and he left in a hurry. The purple font gives the information very naturally. The lost soul's infant form has a bad start when it first comes to the human world. I always felt that I was bullying a child, but I didn't expect that I was really bullying a child, maybe a child who was only a few days old. But can their behavior be measured by human standards? I can't be considered bullying a child. Whose child wants to kill people as soon as he is born? In just a few minutes, the darkness outside began to recede and daylight was about to arrive. No wonder that guy was so anxious. He must have been knocking on the door all day yesterday. I slept for almost a day. The day has come, please start exploring the world. As usual, I calmly did a set of radio gymnastics to exercise my body. Holding a bow and arrow, he stood outside the wooden door and looked into the distance. The ground shook, and tens of thousands of wind and snow beasts entered small black holes one by one and were teleported out in an orderly manner. There was also a group of wind and snow beasts that were particularly conspicuous, heading towards Chimingha. There are more of them than many of those being teleported out now. The effect after Chimingha superimposed the double buff. The huge nest was filled with darkness. Even though it was daytime now, the daylight around it was being devoured by the darkness. Countdown 00.00.13. The first wave of snow beasts has arrived. Players, please be prepared. There will be 1 round every 2 hours, and there will be 4 rounds in total. Following the system's prompt, the first batch of wind and snow beasts arrived at Chimingha's door. Due to a special event, the number of monster refreshes for players of Demonized Tree has increased significantly. Number of first wave of snow beasts, 10. As expected, what was to come would come. There were supposed to be only 2 in the first round, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into 10. Each subsequent round will double, plus your own double. Chimingha looked at the still bare courtyard covered with snow, and suddenly thought that if the bodies did not disappear, he wondered if there would be enough space in the yard to pile up so many bodies. Bang! Bang! The sounds of 2 artillery shells being fired rang out simultaneously, and even the heavy snow could not cover the charred land. The battle has begun. Chimingha held the bow in his right hand and pulled the string with his left hand. The first wooden arrow broke through the defense of the wind and snow beast with the sound of breaking through the air. The wind and snow beast walking in front has fallen down, and its body has disappeared. Chimingha looked to the back of them, where there was a creature that was different from the normal wind and snow beast. A normal snow beast is more than 1 meter tall, but this one is more than 3 meters tall, giving off a very oppressive feeling. The color of its fur is closer to snow, if it weren't for Chimingha's attributes being improved and his eyesight becoming better. It is easier to observe tiny creatures, and perhaps you won't notice this monster that has merged with the snow. It stood at the back and watched indifferently as the snow and wind beasts in front of it fell to the ground in rows. Congratulations, you have defeated the first wave of snow beasts. The second wave of snow beasts will refresh in 2 hours. Experience points plus 10, number of packages obtained 0. Countdown 02.00.00. Chapter 19. Next round of monsters, 50. Unlike Chimingha, the others only had 2 monsters, which were not enough to threaten many people who had survived to this day. Only 2 in the first wave. Just 2? They're not enough for me to kill. Ha ha ha, I was so scared when the portal teleported me in. I even waited a little longer, and it turned out there were really only 2. It would be nice if there were only 2 in each batch. TSK, you coward! I wish there were more of them so I could get more packages and experience. Maybe it's because of the tutorial, so these monsters are few and easy to kill. I also hope there will be a few more of them. There won't be such a good thing in the future. Are you all robots? You're so quick to grab the traded items, can't you leave some good stuff for me? If you are not good at it, practice more. There's a good thing coming out of the trading panel. Who wants to try it? The person who spoke was called Tudo, but he was soon mocked by the crowd. Chinmingha clicked on his profile picture and saw something in his trading panel. It's just like Wangpa selling melons, boasting about the items she sells. Monster Attraction Scroll, *10. Price, give me some. Introduction, good stuff. Don't be ignorant of the goods. Click for details. Monster Attraction Scroll. Category Scroll. Features, tear it open to attract more monsters to you. More monsters will give you more benefits. What are you waiting for? Use it quickly. I don't know where this guy named Potato got this scroll, and he got 10 of them at once. Although everyone was talking about it in the chat interface, few people were willing to use this scroll. As a result, the product has not been sold until now, and he even went to the chat interface to promote it. Chinmingha thought about the characteristics of the scroll and decided to send a message to the other party. Although I have too many monsters now to use, what if there are special circumstances in the future? Although there are risks, as the system said, it also has absolute benefits. Let's talk about your price first. Chinmingha sent a message to the other party. Sitting by the fire, eating the few remaining berries to fill his stomach, the snow on his body melted into water under the baking fire, dripping down his cloak. 00.00.10 00.00.02 00.00.01 When everything was back to 0, the second wave of monsters attacked. Although 50 snow beasts were many, they were not beyond the range that Chinmingha could not handle. Although it took some time, it ended perfectly. Experience plus 50. Place the 2 packages that fell in the yard together with the previous packages, making a total of 3 white packages. It hasn't been long since this group was eliminated, and behind them came a huge group of wind and snow beasts heading here. Chinmingha frowned as he looked at the 2-meter-tall monster in the distance. From the first round to the second round, even though so many wind and snow beasts had died, the monster still stood there motionless. There are 2 more waves, and your refresh mechanism is different from others. Chinmingha didn't know why the main nest had been refreshed. Monsters from other places were teleported out from here, so her monsters didn't need to be teleported in waves. Instead, after this round is eliminated, another round will set out on the way forward. So she could clearly see the 3rd wave of wind and snow beasts in the distance, and could also vaguely see the 4th wave of wind and snow beasts. Compared with the previous ones, the 4th wave obviously took the elite route and only had 5 of them. She drew her bow to full length and shot at the giant monster. Since your monsters don't need to wait for teleportation, you can choose to kill them in advance. The huge monster was very powerful, and it had not yet joined the battle zone. If it was used to suppress the backfield, it would be a big trouble if it combined with the elite monsters. Unfortunately, the arrow was blocked by a transparent protective shield in midair. This was followed by a shrill warning sound from the system. Warning! This is a very low probability monster. The Snow Wind Beast, General, has not yet been released, so it cannot be attacked. Open after the 4th wave ends. Unblocking status, 18%, the degree of unblocking increases over time and reaches its peak. Chinmingha withdrew his hand somewhat embarrassedly and shot at the 3rd wave of monsters. Unexpectedly, without the protection of the special barrier this time, the snowstorm beast successfully reduced one of them. Experience point plus 1. It turned out that attacking in advance was feasible, but the wind and snow beasts began to become irritable, and it seemed that they would also launch an attack in advance. This was within Chinmingha's expectations. If she could attack in advance, then the other party could too. 2 hours is too long, so I might as well just kill them all. Trigger a special event, a warrior who takes the initiative to attack. Proactive warrior, face your fear, don't be afraid of it, take the initiative to attack and destroy the enemy. Prerequisites have been met. You will get this title after successfully destroying the snowstorm beast. Shinmenghe did not expect the special reward, but at this time she was more focused on archery. Arrow after arrow was shot out, and monsters came in like a tide accompanied by fierce bombardment. When the third wave of monsters began to attack, the fourth wave of monsters began to advance. When these monsters knew to call for help, Shinmenghe already knew that they had a certain degree of rationality. Faced with a fierce line of fire, they would also retreat, but would dash forward again under an unknown force. But as long as they retreat, they will gather together. Shinmenghe is waiting for now, and crowded places are more likely to cause collective harm. Take out dry weeds *10. The oil I bought earlier had already been spilled on this bundle of weeds, adding fuel to the fire. Shinmenghe put the bow and arrow into his space backpack, took out a lighter and lit the weeds. The fire instantly grew bigger, and Shinmenghe felt a burning sensation in his hand as he held it. She used her amazing arm strength to throw the flaming weeds into the snowstorm beasts. The previous purple font prompt. The monsters in the first tower defense mission are true believers of the snowstorm and hate heat and warmth. Please note that each batch of snowstorm monsters must appear in groups. Fire. Almost all animals hate and fear fire. During the previous siege, she inevitably came into contact with the wind and snow beasts. To her surprise, the wind and snow beast's fur was not only very close to the color of snow, but also dry. Snow will melt when it comes into contact with something warm, and the dense and lush long hair of the snow beast should be wet as they keep moving in the snow. But they are dry, and when the snowflakes touch their hair, they slide down as if there is no friction and they don't stay on their hair at all. This is good material for making fire. Shinmenghe originally bought the oil just to give it a try. After all, it is basically impossible to start a fire in such a snowy day. But in subsequent contact, the characteristics of their hair greatly increased the possibility of the fire growing larger. Several burning haystacks were thrown over one after another, and they began to burn when they touched the snow beast. The fire instantly connected into one piece, and finally it looked like a sea of fire. Even heavy snow could not put out the fire, and the snow beasts behind wanted to retreat to avoid the flames, but at this time the third wave of snow beasts had arrived and successfully blocked their way. The charging snow beast was destroyed by Shinmenghe and the turret. As the fire spread, Shinmenghe's experience points increased at a very fast rate. Experience point +1. Experience points +2. Experience point +1. This situation continued until the fourth wave, when the last snowstorm beast arrived on the battlefield. At this time, only a few of the wind and snow beasts were alive and well. Most of them were being burned. Perhaps only a dozen or so would survive in the end. They had completely lost their ability to fight. The four wind and snow beasts that arrived stood outside the flames. They opened their huge mouths and exhaled. It instantly formed a small vortex, carrying the wind and snow forward. A small piece of the flame was extinguished, but it was still not enough compared to the big fire. As if they knew that the situation was impossible, they did not rush in through the door specially left by Shinmenghe like the group of wind and snow beasts, but chose to go around to the other side and start attacking. Shinmenghe also chose to give up the defense here and continue the attack with the turret, and she also went around to the side. Her hands never stopped moving, and she kept shooting at the four snow beasts. As she became more and more proficient, she tried to adjust and concentrate her strength on her arms. A strange feeling came over her, and she shot this arrow that was different from the others. The arrow had already begun to disintegrate in midair due to the excessive force, but it still remained firmly inserted into the body of the snow wind beast. Skill addition is being activated. Skill addition adds strength to the weapon. The weapon's attribute attack power will be enhanced, and there is a very low probability of triggering a fatal state. The snow wind beast that was shot was reduced to low health on the spot, but unfortunately it did not trigger the death state, so Shinmenghe fired another arrow. Now there are 3 left. As she approached, she put the bow and arrow into the system backpack, took out her long-lost axe, and struck the snow beast hard through the fence. These guys have no hands but only mouths. They can neither catch Shinmenghe nor bite Shinmenghe. When one of them opened its mouth to bite Shinmenghe, Manga stabbed it hard in the mouth with a wooden arrow, killing it instantly. After narrowly dodging another attack, Manga rolled backwards, chopped the wind and snow beast on the head with his axe, then pulled it out in an instant and chopped it down again along the wound. The other one was severely stabbed in the eye by the wooden sword in her left hand. After she dealt with this one quickly, she killed the other blinded snow beast. At this point, the battles on both sides have ended, and the experience point bonus on the defensive turret has gradually subsided. The values on the system panel jump. Finally stopped at 367. Experience points plus 367. Each of these 4 wind and snow beasts, soldiers, added 30 points to Manga, and there were still some wind and snow beasts that were not completely dead, so he would have about 400 experience points in the end. But she didn't dare to relax now, because the snow beast was about to move. Its movement speed was twice that of other snow beasts, traveling about 2 meters in 1 second. The continuous swinging of the axe and shooting arrows put a great burden on Manga's arms, and the temperature of the defense turret became boiling hot. Even if he hadn't fully awakened, he was still an impossible opponent to defeat, at least for now. The giant monster opened its huge mouth, but instead of sharp teeth, there was a dark hole like their nest. The snowstorm beast will activate the skill, Violent Snowstorm. A sharp snowstorm suddenly blew over, pushing Manga back 2 steps, causing her face to hurt. She reached out and touched it, and found that her face was really scratched and bleeding. Chapter 20 Killing. Wind and Snow Beast, General. Level, Super Version. Strength 30, down to 20. Defense, 20, down to 15. Skills, Snowstorm, Devour, Charge. The difference is too high to view. Snowstorm. Snowstorm followers can summon snowstorms in a small area to attack, and harmless snowflakes will turn into sharp blades. Swallow. Once bitten by its deep beast mouth, a judgment will be made. If the player fails to judge, there is a 40% chance that he will be swallowed directly. Collision. 30% chance to cause double damage. The same skill as a deadly killing move in its hands. No obvious weaknesses. Please face the strong. Awakening level, 31%. Skills blocked, Devour, Collision, partially blocked. Manga was extremely grateful that his physique had improved and his skin had become thicker, otherwise his face would not have been just a scratch, but would probably have been torn to pieces. My speed of killing monsters is already very fast, but even so this guy has awakened 31%. Manga's muscles maintain a certain degree of tension. Excessive tension in her muscles will cause her to become sluggish for a moment, and sudden intense movement when she relaxes will cause strain. She has a good grasp of this point. The snow wind beast opened its big mouth again, and Manga quickly stood up and dodged, while diving quickly to close the distance. Roar! The snowstorm came violently, but Manga was out of the attack range and came in front of the snowstorm beast, General. He used the axe to chop horizontally, bringing down a fierce blow below, causing the flesh to tumble. When the opponent attacked, he turned around and distanced himself, but he didn't dare to move too far away. Compared to arrows, axes are more skilled, and this guy can easily launch a collision at a long distance. Every 5 points is a stage, and with a collision skill under that kind of power, even if it is partially blocked, Manga is not sure to catch it. Although the axe just now hit him hard, it was because it was unexpected and the guy had a high defense. The wound she had just caused did not expose the bone, so the damage was not serious. This guy seemed to be aware of the danger Manga was in and stood there without moving. However, Manga's amazing eyesight saw that the hair all over its body began to shrink. His eyes flashed, and he did not choose to wait there, but circled around it. The snow wind beast turned its huge body, its hair tightened, and rushed towards Manga. Short collision. Normally, a charge can only be launched at a long distance, but this guy can launch a short charge. Manga is very fast, but the snow wind beast, General, is even faster. Manga kicked the ground hard, but the thick layer of snow slowed down her force, making it impossible for her to successfully use the recoil to dodge. Another axe instantly appeared in his hand, and he used the 2 axes to block in front of him. The whole person was knocked out like a kite with a broken string, and hit the tree hard. Wow! She spat out a mouthful of blood. The severe pain in her chest made it impossible for her to think normally, but the snow-wind beast, General, ignored that. When it rushed over just now, Chinminha pointed the tip of the axe diagonally downward at it, and as it rushed over, Chinminha's axe also used the force to chop into its body. This time, it was broken. There were 2 deep wounds on its flesh under its snow-white fur, and it would fall down in time. The huge anger made it stand still, ready to launch a second collision. Chinminha threw the 2 axes with rolled blades in his hands into the system, and took out another axe. She tried to move, but her broken body was unable to move at all. In her current state, she would surely die if she was hit again. Every time you add attribute points, the system will reshape your body and repair it to a certain extent. Death is death no matter how. Add all attribute points. Automatically exchange, randomly assigned. Name, Chinminha. Experience, 6. Title, Hunter, strength bonus is not available. Race, human. Gender, female. Strength, 5 in bold. Speed, 4.4. Agility, 4.2. Mental strength, 2.3. Skills, additional. As before, the heat flow swept through her body, her bones were being reorganized, and her injuries were beginning to recover. Doing this in battle was very dangerous, and Chinminha's injuries left her with no choice. While she was still conscious, she forced herself to stand up despite her aching body, leapt onto the branch, and then jumped to another tree at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the snow-wind beast was about to hit the tree she was previously at, but it made a sharp turn and hit the tree she was currently at. The tree fell to the ground, but due to the temporary change of direction, the power was greatly reduced and did not affect Chinminha, who was on the tree. Chinminha took out a sickle from his backpack and jumped onto its back, hooking the sickle tightly on its back to prevent himself from falling. The tattered long-tailed bear skin wrapped the purple dream bud that had been useless because of the heavy snow. It hung on its back like this, turned around, and suddenly stuffed the purple dream bud into the deep wound on its chest where the bone could be seen. Roar! Rismon was angry that he was played by a human, and he was also in pain because the purple dream bud was inside his body. The purple dream bud waved its branches and leaves, cutting wounds in its flesh. With the powerful swing of the snow-wind beast, General, Chinminha was successfully thrown off its back. At the same time, black blood began to ooze out of the wind and snow beast's wounds. When it opened its mouth to launch another round of snowstorm, it couldn't exhale the snow in its mouth in time, and it stopped where it was. Its eyes were dull, without the fierce light of the past. Chinminha breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to heal its wounds with a few more blows of the axe. The snowstorm beast, General, has been killed. Congratulations to the player for having a great dream and completing the tower defense mission ahead of schedule. The basic reward has been distributed in the email, and the special reward is the Snow Arm Guard. Tower defense this time, S+. Successfully killing superversion monsters rewards are being sent. Get the reward Snow Guardian necklace. Achieve the title of a warrior who takes the initiative to attack. Warrior who takes the initiative. Durability, 50 of 50. Level, rare. How to obtain, unknown. Title attribute, choose to take the initiative to attack when facing monsters, and strike first. Each time you may get a bonus of +10 attack, increase courage, and improve mental immunity. Snow Arm Guard. Category, Arm Guards. Attributes, wear it to protect your arms, defense at arms +10. This is a set item, and the set can obtain attribute bonuses. Snow Guardian. Category, necklace. Attributes, wearing it in the wind and snow will give you great risk resistance, and you will not be afraid of wind and snow. Chinminha dragged his tired body back to the house, without even having time to pick up the scattered white packages on the ground. She huddled on the bed in agony. The pain from her wounds and the huge increase in her attribute points came together, making it impossible for her to even faint. She could even feel blood oozing from her nose and mouth. The sternum that should have been broken began to reconnect. Chapter 21 Teleport. Every second feels like a year. This is Chinminha's true feeling. She even put a piece of wood in her mouth and bit it, and finally broke it. It wasn't until an hour later that the feeling gradually subsided. She could barely move, and then she collapsed on the bed, motionless. I have to be more prepared in the future and not do this again. I might die at the hands of the system before I die at the hands of the monster. I opened my mailbox and saw 2 gift boxes quietly placed inside. When the gift box was opened, a simulated fireworks scene appeared on the system panel, making it look very grand. Congratulations on completing the tutorial ahead of schedule. Obtain 1 level 3 shelter blueprint, 1 level 1 smelting furnace, 100 stones, 100 wood blocks, 100 weeds, and 20 ores. Shinmengha felt relieved when he saw the room was filled with things again. But it's no wonder that after upgrading the level 2 shelter, the conditions for upgrading to the level 3 shelter did not pop up. It turns out that blueprints are required after upgrading to level 2. Now that I have the smelting furnace, I can make weapons myself in the future. Do I need to do it myself or does the system help me? Open another package. Trigger special conditions, World Stone 2. 1 World Stone and enter the lair of the Snow Wind Beast. Please start exploring the world. If you really want to explore the world, then use the World Stone to travel around the world. It is detected that you have 2 World Stones. 1 World Stone can be used to open the World Gate, and the other World Stone can be used for camouflage. The system's camouflage will allow you to blend in, so don't worry about being discovered, just explore with confidence. Weather. Please wear it when you are a proactive warrior. The greatly improved mental resistance will bring you unexpected gains. Although the battle on Shinmengha's side was over, the battle for others had only just ended in the second wave. If she chooses to use the World Stone now, where will she be teleported to? To another player's residence or somewhere else? Explore the world. Is this world made up of players and monsters? Or is there another place? Shinmengha encountered a barrier when he went out to explore before. As their levels increase, this barrier will gradually be removed, allowing the world to open up to them. Since it is a special reward from the system, it is guaranteed and should not be too difficult. When faced with this choice, Shinmengha knew that he couldn't give up. Yes. Transfer will be enabled for you in 1 hour. 1 hour, this is exactly the time when the 3rd round of monsters begins to attack. Shinmengha relaxed herself lying on the bed. She wolfed down a piece of compressed biscuit and drank a whole bottle of water before planning to fall asleep peacefully and rest for an hour. After all, what she will face next may not be much easier than killing a boss monster. What is this world like? Why did the system choose them? I want to go and see it. The huge nest outside the door started moving again, and a small vortex like a teleportation array appeared in Shinmengha's wooden house. It just kept spinning quietly in Shinmengha's room, with only enough space for 1 person to pass through. Inside the main nest, countless wind and snow beasts are partying. They are fully equipped and ready to attack, and their number far exceeds the number used to attack the players. There was a violent shaking, and the black vortex emitted a terrifying suction force. Shinmengha stood in front of the whirlpool, ready to go, with a new pair of straw sandals on his feet, a bow and arrow on his shoulders, and an axe in his hands. System disguise is effective, please enter the channel. A thin layer of light appeared around his body, and it changed shape as Shinmengha walked, becoming as soft and transparent as gauze. She frowned. This disguise was. In the end, I chose to trust the system and stepped into it with confidence. A feeling of weightlessness came over him, and Shinmengha began to retch while holding on to the city wall. The aftereffects of this teleportation are so severe that it would be more uncomfortable than throwing a person into a washing machine. When she thought some magical changes would happen, the system simply changed her clothes. The shirt and pants were linen gray with golden embroidery on the edges, a sun emblem on the left chest, and a pair of silver boots. Even her messy hair became smooth and neat and tied into a high ponytail. She looked heroic and neat. While she was retching, a middle-aged man came up from behind her and reached out to pat her on the shoulder. Hey, don't vomit! Unexpectedly, before he touched Shinmengha's head suddenly turned to the side. A pair of golden eyes that were different from before looked at him coldly, as if they would kill him in the next moment. Identity, Soldier. But he soon realized that it was just his illusion, because Shinmengha had already turned around to face him. Thank you, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Shinmengha smiled gently, her eyebrows curved. Because the feeling just transmitted was too strong, her face was still a little pale, and she felt like she was forcing a smile. The man was a middle-aged man with a simple face and a mustache. He looked at Chinmengha's pale face and finally slowed down his tone. The first time people from other cities came to the battlefield, they were similar to you, but there will be more miserable ones in the future. He looked at the ruins nearby, broken limbs everywhere, dark red blood of wailing people, devastated scenery, and crisscrossing pits. He was also missing an arm, and the treatment was simply done by wrapping it with a strip of cloth torn from his clothes. It is worth mentioning that he also has a pair of golden eyes, or rather, everyone here has golden eyes. There was no pain in his eyes, only numbness towards the war. He could even laugh at Chinmengha. Little girl, you'd better adapt yourself quickly. You never know when those monsters will come back. He shook his head and walked away. Welcome to Sun City. Sun City. Faction neutral, good. Evaluate? Location? Introduction. In an unknown place, humans are fighting monsters. They have no system and no prompts. They can only use their own lives to fight against monsters that may appear at any time and protect this pure land in this world. The smoke from the bombardment still filled the land. Soldiers came and went, but never stopped to say hello to Chinmengha. Synchronizing. Countdown to the third wave of monsters in Sun City, 00.00.42. A place full of rotten smell, danger level? Please leave! Please leave! Looking at the people around him who were still celebrating, Chinmengha had already rushed to the defense tower behind him. He yelled at the middle-aged man as he passed by. The purple font prompt made her very concerned, but this was a battlefield. Prepare for battle! She rushed to a higher place as fast as she could with the other archers, drawing her bow and ready to fight. The system simulated her clothing, but did not give her a weapon, and she could not let the only axe she had left go to waste. Chapter 22 Camp. The shrill alarm soon resounded throughout the area, and the soldiers looked for shelter as quickly as possible, each performing their duties and beginning to defend. Chinmengha fired sneak attacks from the rear, artillery fire continued, and the sky was filled with smoke. In Sun City, the snow beasts had no environmental advantage. It was sunny here, without any snow or wind. Even though their artillery fire was fierce, the number of snow beasts was simply too large. Looking down from the city wall, it was so densely packed that there seemed to be no end, and among them there were sometimes snow beasts, generals. The army was approaching, and dozens of artillery batteries with magic patterns on them were set up on the city walls. The soldiers all held bows and crossbows and aimed them downwards. Below the city, snow beasts fell one after another, and were submerged in the artillery fire, and their figures could no longer be seen. The mages at the front chanted terms that Chinmengha could not understand, and as they chanted, a huge magic circle appeared above their heads. Huge fireballs shot out from the magic circle one after another, leaving no one alive wherever they went. Roar! A huge roar was heard from the distant horizon. Chinmengha looked up in the direction of the sound. It was a snow dragon with a huge and broad back and sharp claws that could tear apart all prey. The snow-white fish scales sparkled under the direct sunlight, but made people feel extremely cold. Half the artillery fire directed at it had no effect on it, but only angered it, and it opened its mouth and exhaled a storm of cold snow. The circular defense array on the wall was activated, forming a protective shield to protect the people on the wall. You come here! The man in heavy armor pointed at Chinmengha on the tower and asked her to come down. Chinmengha was helpless. Was he treating her as a deserter? Unexpectedly, as soon as she came down, the other party punched her hard on the shoulder. He said to her in an extremely cautious tone, Warrior from Yenqing, these children are now in your care. Please complete the mission. ID card condition activation. Introduction. You are a veteran soldier specially sent from Yenqing to Sun City to help defend the city. You have rich experience and are familiar with the weaknesses of the snow beast. Sun City Camp Mission Charge. Introduction. You can't destroy the snow beasts with just artillery fire, and there will always be blood in battle. Lead the soldiers behind you to charge, and help you lead them back safely. Mission completion conditions. Eliminate more than 100 snow wind beasts, and rewards will be calculated based on the final number of kills. Mission failed. 3 attribute points will be deducted from each item, and Sun City faction reputation will be reduced by 50. Special rewards are being distributed. Horsemanship mastery. Chinmenghe looked at the hand still on his shoulder and nodded. She had never led a troop before, and she couldn't say that at this moment. Once her identity was exposed, she might die here. The attributes of the heavy armored warrior far exceeded hers, not to mention that this was the enemy's base camp. Behind her was a group of young soldiers, including mages, swordsmen, and mercenaries, but no healers. They were brought to the city gate, and next to them were dozens of other teams like them. The roars of heavily armored warriors rang out from the city walls, and earth walls were erected outside the city to separate the groups of wind and snow beasts. Some wind and snow beasts that didn't have time to dodge were pushed into the air, fell down, and dissipated. The gate of the city wall was slowly opened, and a passage was specially left for them in the earth wall. The leaders of each team rushed in first, waving their whips and riding their horses. The moment Chinmenghe and his men rushed in, the position of the earth wall changed again, moving them in front of the wind and snow beast. Chinmenghe had no choice but to take out her last axe. She rushed in as if she was in an empty space, and soon all the wind and snow beasts around her disappeared. The younger mages in the team waved their staffs and shot out fireballs. When he saw Chinmenghe being attacked by one of the wind and snow beasts, he originally wanted to help. As a result, Chinmenghe jumped down and half hung on the horse, avoiding the flying snow beast. At the moment when the snow beast passed by, he used the power of the pedal to get back on the horse and struck it with an axe. The wizard was shocked. He asked the swordsman next to him, "Is our captain so powerful?" A delicate and young girl. The swordsman swung his sword and harvested the lives of the snow beasts. He did not forget to answer the wizard's questions. Her? She is the god of death of Yenching. Would an average person apply to come to a war zone like our Sun City? 2. The swordsman struggled to resist. Don't just stare blankly, help me. Even on a battlefield where life and death are at stake, it is just an ordinary daily life for them. Chinmenghe killed the snow beast in front of him, and then turned around to help the mage and swordsman. She looked sideways at the female mercenary on the other side, who was using 2 guns in one hand to perfection and didn't need her help at all. As the monsters were almost wiped out, the earth wall moved again, and another batch of snow beasts were let in. These snow beasts had obviously been baptized by the artillery fire outside, and their hair had been somewhat charred. But even so, it did not stop them from rushing over, and the people who had not rested yet started fighting again. During the previous assembly, Chinmenghe clearly felt that the Sun City was short of troops, so people like her who volunteered to be transferred from other cities were highly valued. But she didn't expect that it was so insufficient that a group of them had to face several groups of wind and snow beasts without rotation. This would greatly increase casualties, but allowing the snow beasts into the city would cause even more casualties. Chinmenghe watched them chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but interrupt. How old are you? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Ever since coming out, their captain had been focusing only on killing the enemies. His whole body looked like, keep away, and he had no intention of talking to them at all. He suddenly said something that caught everyone off guard. The wizard was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was asking himself. He quickly said, I am already 16 years old this year. I could feel his tone of voice showing great pride. Chinmenghe's expression became even colder. The mage swallowed his saliva, thinking that he was not being asked and that he had accidentally interrupted him, so he wanted to make amends. Where are the parents? Haha, they went out. The wizard's smile was a little forced, and his answer was a little irrelevant. Chinmenghe looked at his expression and chose not to ask. What's your name? My name is Maruha. Chinmenghe just nodded lightly to indicate that she understood. In fact, she also knew that she should not make close friends with others on the battlefield. I ask one more question only because this child seems to have more possibilities and vitality. It has to be said that those selected were all elites. They did not complain after a long period of high-intensity fighting and were still acting efficiently. Ah! It was the swordsman's scream. Because of his weapon, he, like Chinmenghe, needed to fight in close combat. He already looked a little tired, and the snow beast accidentally bit off a whole piece of flesh on his arm. Another wind and snow beast took the opportunity to rush at him from behind, and the sound of bones breaking could be faintly heard. Chunmingha rode his horse towards him, and after killing the snow beast, he gathered everyone to protect him in the center. But this could not stop his bleeding. Bones could be seen in the wound, and blood was flowing out. It would not be long before he bled to death. Chunmingha gritted his teeth, tore off half of his sleeve, handed it to a more experienced mercenary beside him, and asked her to help bandage it lightly. The wizard and Chunmingha tried hard to resist the wind and snow beasts that kept pouring in from them, while the swordsman bandaged his wounds and rushed into the battlefield again. With the addition of swordsmen and mercenaries, the pressure on Chunmingha and his team was greatly reduced. The mage looked at the swordsman's wound that was still bleeding, but in the end he chose not to say anything. They still needed him now. It was not until this round of attack was about to end that the earth wall finally stopped changing and the sound of artillery fire outside finally stopped. The chanting became louder and louder, and the roar of the snow dragon became louder and louder. The city gate opened, and someone waved to them to return to the city quickly. "Go back to the city!" Chunmingha quickly gave the order the moment he opened the door. But the swordsman fell down in an instant, and was grabbed by the collar and pulled onto the horse by Chunmingha, who was riding past him. The mercenaries also led the swordsmen's horses to follow behind, and everyone returned to the city at a very fast speed. No matter how the horse turned, the swordsman did not react at all. Chapter 23 Back. As soon as the galloping horses entered the city gate, dense warning sounds rang out. Faction mission completed. Return begins. Rewards will be distributed after return. Escaped, return safely. Chunmingha listened to the continuous system prompts and held the reins tightly. Drive! The people in the city quickly surrounded them, and the healer was already standing there waiting. When Chunmingha handed the man on horseback to the healer, he felt his body being attracted. She disappeared from the spot, but the people around her continued to work as if they hadn't noticed. Return successful. Chunmingha had begun to adapt to the second teleportation, but he still felt dizzy. I sat down on the bed and looked at the familiar room. The fire in the stove was still crackling and never went out. All the muscles in my body are sore, especially the inner thighs, which are a bit sore from riding for a long time, but fortunately I am not injured. I just don't know if the swordsman was rescued successfully in the end. I was teleported back directly, and I don't know how the system dealt with it. At this time, the fourth wave of attacks from other players had ended, and the entire novice tutorial had officially ended. The chat channel had already exploded with news, and even Chunmingha's private message was not spared. Damn it, it's finally over. Why did so many of them suddenly appear? I almost thought I was going to die here. I'm giving out a hidden reward. You guys are a bunch of scum. God bless you for showing off. Why do I only have a few white packages? The subtitles in the chat channel scrolled quickly. Even though the battle had ended for a while, people still hadn't recovered from the thrilling feeling. To celebrate this survival, everyone was posting messages in the chat channel to show their presence. Almost everything in the trading panel has been refreshed. With such a big commotion, of course some people noticed Chunmingha. Wasn't there a person called Damon before? Why hasn't there been any movement recently? I just said that people like him can't survive. The people above are really jealous. What does it have to do with you if they don't say anything? I also think, what's the point of being in the limelight at the beginning? Isn't it still lying down? Does anyone know how to get the blueprints for upgrading the shelter? I heard that those who got good grades in this tutorial were directly awarded by the system. I don't know about other aspects. Although Chunmingha is not a bad person, she is definitely not a good person either. Although she has no other options now, this does not stop her from scaring these people. Players can teleport to each other, it's just a matter of time. Attached faction teleportation array information. Haha, that's terrible. I'll remember you guys. Please guide me. Big brother, why are you really starting to explore the world? We are still in this small place. Are there other people in this world? Please take me with you. Reputation plus 10. Xiongda sent you a message. I sent you a message from Xiangtian. Todos sent you a message. As soon as Chunmingha showed up in the chat channel, his friends started sending him messages one after another. She had originally planned to chat with them later, but it seemed that she couldn't escape. After all, these two people could become her customers, and the customer was her god. Adhering to this principle, she opened the chat interface. First, I dealt with the more difficult question from Xiang Tian. Demeng saw that you hadn't sent me a message for such a long time, so I knew you must have gone to do something big. How about it? Are you interested in selling it to us? We have gained a lot from this experience. You can pick out some that match your information as a token of your sincerity. As expected of a businessman, he kept saying nice things and went straight to the point. The other party sends you a list of items. Item list. Fire defense turret. Wood block 999. Stone 999. Special weed 999. Secondary shelter drawing 1. Thorny vines attack. Arrow tower. Chinmenha opened it and found that these guys were really rich. It would be unfair of her not to give them a good meal. Of course, my intelligence is worth the price. After all, it is a new world. In the future, as the level increases, it will be necessary to have contact with it. Knowing the intelligence in advance is beneficial and harmless, and can save lives. 100-word essay after careful consideration, describing his own experiences and some useful information. This is her limit. Some people are born without talent for languages or literature. Congratulations on getting 1 arrow tower, 1 thorn vine, 50 ore, and 30 giant rabbit meat. This harvest made Chinmenha feel once again that intelligence dealers were the most profitable. Upgrading the 3rd level shelter requires ore, and I was worried about where to find it. It's a lot simpler on Xiongdao's side. Are you okay? Are you okay? There were multiple messages sent at different time periods. Chinmenha was originally fine, but after seeing them, she felt that something was wrong with her. I'm fine. I can try a different greeting next time. As for this potato guy. Ahem, sorry, I've already cancelled the deal. I'm not selling the air wall for the time being. Don't be angry, boss. There is a reason for everything. If I get something good in the future, I will definitely come to you first. For the first time in so many days, the wind and snow stopped, and the sun was shining brightly outside with no clouds in the sky. Apart from some dark holes on the ground, there was no trace of snowflakes, as if the wind and snow had taken away everything. Chinmenha stood outside and felt this rare sunny day. It was not only the joy brought by the harvest, but also that she finally owned a pair of shoes. Although the system said that she was teleported back, however, she didn't take back her clothes as a hidden reward. Her eyes turned back to their previous black color, no longer golden. Now it's time to check out. System opens the inventory. The inventory was full of things. Chinmenha picked out the Snow Guardian and Snow Arm Guard and equipped them. Arm defense plus 10. Special defense effect, not afraid of wind and snow, greatly improves wind and snow resistance. The Snow Arm Guards are a pair of silver arm guards with hollow snowflake carvings on them. They are very exquisite, but should not be underestimated. The Snow Guardian is extremely simple, with a snowflake hanging on a pure silver chain. The snowflake is a real snowflake, but it is thicker and more three-dimensional. Chinmenha tried to hold it in his hand, but found that it would not melt. The 2 pieces of equipment matched her linen gray clothes. With her military uniform upright and her ponytail tied high, Chinmenha stood there with an upright posture and adjusted the position of her arm guard. Put your hands on your cabin. I don't know if Xiang Tian knows that or is needed to upgrade the 3rd level shelter? Do you want to use the level 3 shelter blueprint? Yes/no, conditions for use have been met. Yes. Consume 300 stones, 300 wood blocks, 300 weeds, 50 ore. A gentle white light flashed, and this time it took a few seconds longer than the first time the shelter was upgraded. The shelter has been upgraded to level 3. The ordinary wooden house was now a stone house, with 2 wooden rooms next to it. The courtyard was doubled in size, and the wooden fences surrounding it were replaced with small stone walls. The potholes in the courtyard were all restored and smoothed out. What surprised Chinmenha was that the system even created 2 lions made of weeds, which were placed in front of the stone house, one on the left and one on the right. Without rushing to check the layout of the stone house and the small wooden room, he took out the arrow tower blueprint again. The previous double-headed turret had been automatically placed on the left, so Chinmenha placed the arrow tower on the right. An arrow tower with a similar model to a turret was made, but it was equipped with arrow crossbows. She immediately took out the thorny vine she had just obtained and placed it on the ground, but no system prompt was displayed. Chen Minghe walked around the courtyard and did not receive any system prompt, so she tentatively placed it on the low stone wall. Yes/no place. Yes. In an instant, the low stone wall was covered with thorny vines. They kept growing in a winding manner, and small pink and white flowers bloomed on them. They were beautiful and had considerable attack power. Next was her first-level smelting furnace. This thing was somewhat dangerous, so Chen Minghe didn't want to put it in the main room, so she chose the small wooden room on the left. The small wooden room on the left is a room similar to a bathroom and toilet combined, but there is no water supply. Chen Minghe was silent. If the system hadn't cleaned herself while disguising her, she would have been dirty except for her face. But she was already in very good condition, at least her wounds were not infected. For most people here, the biggest hope was to survive. Few people pursue the ultimate quality of life, and there is not enough water to use this kind of thing, so the sanitary quality cannot be guaranteed. However, the system is quite comprehensive, at least it provides them with the necessary hardware, although they still have to use their own tools to repair it. Close the door on the left, and go to the right room on the other side. When the right room is opened, you will see a workbench and a wooden shelf. The remaining space was quite spacious and could be used as a studio. Chen Minghe took out the blueprint of the smelting furnace, placed it in a relatively open area and tore it open. A smelting furnace appeared on the ground, with blazing flames. Level 1 melting furnace. Throw the object you wish to smelt onto the coals. Introduction. The first level smelting furnace consumes a lot of resources. Each piece of wood maintains a burning time of 2 minutes. Please work hard to make money. The first thing Chen Minghe did was to take out the 2 axes that had been chopped and had their blades bent, and threw both axes in. Random smelting in progress. Please put in 50 wooden blocks. After throwing another 50 wooden blocks into the mix, Chen Minghe no longer cared about the situation here. She was going back to visit her room and have her meal. When she walked into the stone house, the 2 grass lions at the door suddenly opened their eyes, and they were alert to every move around them. But when Chen Minghe was around, they were just ordinary decorations. The overall arrangements inside the room were not much different from what Chen Minghe had arranged before, and the room was not expanded again. The original wooden house was simply changed into a stone house. The windows are still the same wooden windows as before, but now there are 1 on each side. Her bed was turned into a 2-meter wooden bed with many grass animals on it. There were 3 of them, a rabbit, a panda, and a kitten, but they were all miniature versions. She sat back on the bed, not planning on just eating some compressed biscuits to get by. He placed the 7 white packages he had obtained earlier neatly in front of him. Now it's time to open the package, but the purple font doesn't give her a sense of surprise. There are 7 white packages in total, and you can harvest 5 mineral water, 5 compressed biscuits, 50 wood blocks, 2 axes. Seeing these prompts, Chen Minghe instantly lost interest. After opening the package at an extremely fast speed, he put everything into the space. She knew that nothing good would come out of it, not even the axe. Chapter 24. Encountering the black phosphorus snake again. As the axe was his most skilled weapon, the more the better. As his only growth-enhancing weapon, he naturally couldn't neglect the practice of bow and arrow. Chen Minghe was making his own plans, and physical training must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if the current experience points were sufficient, he would not be able to improve his attributes. The rare leisure time sitting in the house made her feel a little uncomfortable. The accumulated snow outside has melted, but the temperature has not yet risen to normal, so the 2 stoves in the house are still functioning normally. I don't know if that black phosphorus snake is still alive. Chen Minghe pushed open the door of the stone house, feeling that he was destined to be a life of hard work. He held a bow and arrow in his hand, intending to go snake hunting. It would be best if it died, but if it didn't, I would be merciful and send it on its way. I'd go out for a walk, as I've been either killing monsters or on my way to kill monsters these past few days. The melted snow mixed with the soil, making the ground wet. Chen Minghe walked on it in his leather boots and felt unprecedented joy. The experience of sleeping without shoes left a deep impression on her, and she even suspected that she would develop the habit of wearing shoes to sleep in the future. The air outside was fresh and pleasant, without the smoke of gunfire. The forest after the heavy snow was still lush and unchanged, as if there had never been such a heavy snow. I walked back to the place where I had mowed the lawn before, but the familiar human-shaped grass pit was gone. All the grass had returned to its original state overnight. The tree that was broken by the long-tailed bear returned to its original state, and Chinmengha walked into the forest. If everything is refreshed, will the purple dream bud also be refreshed? Go grab some more wool. This thing is pretty useful if nothing else. It's just not very convenient to carry. Changing your thinking, maybe you can crush it and squeeze out the juice and carry it with you, then throw it into the enemy's mouth when you meet him, or sprinkle it directly on the wound. This is much more irritating than sprinkling salt on the wound. A rustling sound coming from the woods nearby made Chinmengha instantly alert. She aimed her arrow in the direction of the sound. A rabbit jumped out quickly and was shot by Chinmengha's arrow. Before she could be surprised to see the new animals, a huge black python jumped out from behind her, picked up the rabbit in its mouth and flew away. Even the arrow shot by Chinmengha was dodged. The speed is so fast that one can't help but sigh. There is nothing strange in the world. Is it the black phosphorus snake from before? Black phosphorus snake 1 molt. Level 3. Strength 2. Defense 10. Skill, entanglement. If she guessed correctly, the snake saved its life by shedding its skin. But one thing puzzled her. If she remembered correctly, this guy's strength seemed to be more than 2 points before. Would the strength points regress after evolution? Black phosphorus snake, 1 molt, extremely hates and fears humanoid creatures living in wooden houses. When it evolves, it undergoes special changes, reducing its strength in exchange for higher defense and speed. It runs faster than a rabbit. However, it is better to kill the snake if you are afraid of it. Chinmengha decided to chase after it. It was not because she was arrogant, but because she had absolute power over the black phosphorus snake with her current attributes. It runs fast, and Chinmengha runs not slow either. Following the traces of the snake sliding through the grass, Chinmengha quickly found the snake that was devouring the rabbit she had hunted. When he saw her coming, he immediately stopped eating and even spit out the half-swallowed rabbit. He curled up, as if ready to attack at any time. Chinmengha stood far enough away from it and shot an arrow, this time successfully hitting the tail of the black phosphorus snake. It hissed in pain, gathering its strength to attack, and before Chinmengha's second arrow could hit it, it rushed to the other side at an extremely fast speed. It chose to escape again, and Chinmengha quickly chased after it. While chasing, he did not forget to shoot arrows. Although many of them missed the target due to its fast speed, there were still 2 that hit the snake's body. The black phosphorus snake seemed to know that it could not escape, so it changed direction again and tried to return to the place where it had just swallowed the rabbit. Chinmengha didn't know what it was up to, but he would never let it go. As the distance got closer, he switched from bow and arrow to an axe. The black phosphorus snake rushed over, and Chinmengha took the axe and chopped at its long body. Who knew that the black snake would not dodge or evade, but would rush forward? Chinmengha successfully cut off its tail. Blood was still oozing from its wound, and the broken half of its tail was still twisting on the ground. But it had already run away, and Chinmengha didn't care about the remaining half of its tail and continued to chase it. Who would have thought that this guy would run even faster after losing half of his tail? Finally, he returned to the place where he caught the rabbit, only to see it crawling into a hole. Chinmengha shot an arrow but missed. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but who knows that it will make wedding clothes for others? Chinmengha stood at the entrance of the rabbit hole and was worried. It was obvious that she couldn't get into the hole. She couldn't flood it with water, and her own water was not enough. It is not possible to use fire to fumigate the body now, as it takes time, and it is not long before darkness arrives. Chinmengha stood at the entrance of the cave with an expressionless face. She was tricked by a snake. Finally, I went to the place where the purple dream buds originally grew, but found that they had not refreshed. It turns out that it is not so easy to get wool. He returned to his small stone house full of negative emotions. The thorny vines on the low stone wall seemed to know that their owner was in a bad mood, and they hurriedly bloomed their flowers. Chinmengha was surprised and said casually, It would be better if it was red. Who knew that these flowers would actually begin to change color and turn red? She stood there, thinking seriously for a while, and said again, "It would be nice if it were blue." As expected, the flowers all turned blue one after another. Chinman had cleared his throat, looked up at the sky again, and sighed. "I haven't seen a rainbow for a long time. It would be great if there were beautiful rainbow-colored flowers." The flowers began to change one after another, showing all kinds of colors, but they could not turn into rainbow colors. Ha! It was Chinmanha's laughter. The flowers that were originally changing color stopped moving one after another. The flowers all pointed towards Chinmanha in a strange direction. If it were anyone else, they would have been too scared to speak. Seeing so many flowers facing him, Chinmanha straightened his expression and said, "If I say now that I didn't know you would change and it wasn't intentional, would you believe me?" The flowers that were originally blooming beautifully have all closed their petals and turned into small buds, quietly staying on the vines. Okay, angry. But I was just trying to test them at first. Who knows if these guys are really conscious? It can't be considered as deceiving them, right? Thanks. I feel much better. The flower buds changed direction and faced away from her. Chinmanha shook his head and walked into the courtyard. Chapter 25 Grass Animals. There is no way to deal with being angry. I see you everywhere all day long. Can I just run away along the vine? When the two little lions at the door saw their master coming back, they immediately stood upright at the door. Chinmanha noticed with his sharp eyes that the right front leg of one of the grass lions was originally facing forward than the left front leg. When she looked over, he quietly moved his left front leg so that his left and right front legs were on the same level. Chinmanha had some unrealistic ideas. Could it be that these guys all have self-awareness? Soon her idea was verified, because the other lion looked at the lion who moved his legs with a look of disappointment. "What are you looking at? Are you standing straight?" As she roared loudly, she could clearly see that the grass lion that was secretly glancing at the lion next to it was frightened. As expected, this world is indeed a magical world. Even things made of grass have life. What else is impossible? Okay, watch the door carefully. I won't pursue you two this time. The two little grass lions looked at each other, and then realized that they were discovered. Except for a moment of fear at the beginning, they started to play happily after Chinmanha closed the door. Chinmanha sighed as he opened the door. He had forgotten that there were a few straw dolls on his bed when the system gave him gifts. She hadn't taken it seriously yet, and thought the system was quite childish. Now that I think about it, these things are a kind of special rewards, but it would be quite scary if they were discovered late at night. This reward is really not something that ordinary people can afford. I took a look at the postures and placement of these grass animals, and they were exactly the same as when I went out. I guess they must have had a hard time. What is he doing? Are he afraid that these players will go crazy if they stay here? She took out the giant rabbit meat she had exchanged from Xiang Tianfan and threw it on the fire to roast it. She sprinkled a little salt on it, and the aroma of roasted rabbit meat gradually spread throughout the room. Chinmanha sniffed, feeling the charming aroma. After eating long-tailed bear meat for so long, it was time to change the taste. As for the rabbit that was swallowed by the black phosphorus snake, she really didn't have the courage to take it back and eat it. Several pairs of eyes behind her were staring at her, making her feel very uncomfortable. He tore off a piece of the slightly brown rabbit meat and put it into his mouth, savoring it carefully. After that, every time she put a piece of it into her mouth, the gaze behind her became stronger. She turned her head to look back, but found that the guys on the bed were very able to resist the temptation and remain motionless. She slowly turned her head back, then suddenly turned it sideways, catching the three little guys red-handed. The three little ones on the bed started jumping around and squeaking in fear when they realized they were discovered. The scream was so unpleasant that Chinmanha frowned and his veins throbbed. "Shut up! Do you guys want to eat?" Hearing about the food, the three little animals immediately came over eagerly. Chinmanha looked at the little rabbit with some suspicion. "Rabbit? Will even a grass rabbit eat a rabbit?" As if in response to her words, the little rabbit jumped and bit off a piece of rabbit meat from her hand, then held it in the corner and began to gnaw on it. The other two did not have the same courage as the straw rabbit. They just squatted at Chinmanha's feet and looked at him pitifully. Chinmingha tore off another small piece and handed it to them. The three little ones huddled together in the corner. So what exactly is this thing? Is it just a pet that you need to feed yourself? Loyalty +5. Loyalty +3. Loyalty +3. The loyalty of the grass animals has increased and can be driven. Please explore more functions by yourself. The initial loyalty points of the grass animals are 60. Grass cat, a sensitive hunter in the dark, can be used to detect darkness. Grass rabbit, it has a special load-bearing capacity. Maybe you can let it transport goods for you. Grass panda, don't be fooled by its appearance. It is a bear that can assist in battle by becoming giant. Seems to be quite useful. Rabbit, Chinmengha called out tentatively. The rabbit didn't know how it did it, but it swallowed the piece of meat that was almost its own size without changing its body size at all. He jumped up to Chinmengha and Chinmengha took out a piece of wood from his space backpack. Can this be transported to the smelter? The volume of the wooden block was several times that of the grass rabbit, but the little rabbit just gestured to Chinmengha to put the wooden block on his back. Chinmengha compared the sizes of the two and finally chose to trust the system and tentatively placed the wooden block on the rabbit's back. The block of wood seemed to be stuck tightly to the rabbit's back, and no matter how the rabbit jumped, it couldn't fall off. Chinmengha opened the door for the rabbit, and the rabbit went out and hopped towards the smelting furnace. From Chinmengha's perspective, he could only see a piece of wood moving. Smelting furnace wood block +1. As the reminder sounded, the rabbit was on its way back. Chinmengha turned his attention to the grass cat again, but he could only try it at night. She grabbed the grass cat by the collar and moved back a few steps before saying to the grass panda, "Giant!" With a bang and a puff of smoke, the small grass panda disappeared and a normal-sized panda appeared instead. This guy didn't feel anything about his sudden enlargement. He just looked at the piece of flesh in his palm which had become much smaller in comparison, feeling aggrieved. It is really not appropriate to keep such a huge guy in the room, and as it gets bigger, its appetite will also increase. Smaller! After waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened and the grass panda was still cherishing his piece of meat. Automatically shrinks after 30 minutes. I almost thought I was going to raise a big eater. After letting themselves go, the little ones ran around the room, and from time to time 3 of them would gather together and point and talk everywhere. All of them retain the original characteristics of the animals, so the cats will still lick their fur like normal cats. The rabbit can't help but move forward at this time, and after being caught twice, it will dodge away aggrievedly, and then move forward again in a mean manner, repeating this over and over again, and never getting tired of it. Finally, Chinmengha was chased by the cat and ran around the room. He was stirring the soup in the pot and taking a sip from time to time, when the cat suddenly jumped over and hit him on the head. The soup in his hand also spilled out. She calmly wiped the soup off her hands, then silently took out the axe from the space. The 3 that were originally making a lot of noise suddenly stopped moving and obediently returned to the bed to become decorations. Darkness is invading the world 10.9.8.0. Due to the player's successful completion of the novice tutorial, the version has been successfully updated. The current number of survivors is 4366/10,000. 1/3 of the population survives, and the region is independent and will not be merged. All delayed rewards are now released, please receive them in the package. The next round of tower defense will start at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Please be prepared, monsters will be randomly refreshed, and relevant information about each round of monsters will no longer be prompted. Please check the system panel for more updated information. Chapter 26 Version Update. All this information conveys only one message, which is that the system has been updated and they have now officially left the novice period. It is inevitable that the difficulty will increase after leaving the novice period, but what no one expected is that only one round of attack and defense ended today, and another round of attack and defense will come at 12 noon tomorrow. And the system will no longer prompt detailed information of monsters that will attack or defend in the future. Chinmengha was surprised by this information, but what she cared more about was regional independence. When I opened the system panel, a new feature called Region appeared in the upper right corner. After clicking it, a long list of rankings appeared. Ranked first is Chinmengha himself, the second is a guy called Black Planet, and the third is a string of garbled characters. I kept scrolling down and soon saw familiar names. The 4th place was Xiang Tian Fa1 and the 7th place was Xiongda. The ranking is based on comprehensive factors. Qinming had tried to click on his own ranking, but there was only a brief introduction to the system's evaluation of him. A big dream. Area number 004, independent area. Attributes, not viewable. Introduction, a man who doesn't follow the beaten path and chops with an axe. Running away is your best option. What kind of a shit review is this? Qinming tried to modify it, but found that these things could not be modified. Only when she clicked on the area number did a new window pop up, with a total of 98 areas. Each area had its own number, followed by the independent area and the merged area mark. Then click on the system and a prompt will pop up indicating that it is not open and cannot be viewed. It is detected that you are ranked first in the comprehensive ranking of Area 004, and some area permissions are open for you. When Qinming clicks on other areas, they are no longer invisible. She can see the comprehensive rankings of other areas and the geographical environment where most people in that area belong. She only took a quick look at it, but it didn't do her much good right now, and organizing data wasn't a very good activity for her. She had a good candidate in mind, and Xiang Tian must be interested in these. However, this was not a transaction, but a mutual benefit. Judging from the current situation, there will definitely be regional wars or regional activities in the future. If we know ourselves and our enemies, we will be able to fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Qinming chose to use her own authority and specified the permission to share with Xiang Tian. She has the dominant power over this authority and can choose to withdraw it at any time. In addition, another additional function of the system is the monster encyclopedia. However, this monster encyclopedia does not allow her to see all the monsters. Instead, only the monsters she has defeated will appear in this encyclopedia, which is equivalent to a card collection book. There is a share button at the bottom of it, which allows you to share information about monsters you have defeated with others. Qinming turned to the page about the snow wind beast, because this page was different from the other pages. It was a piece of golden paper. Gold card page. Introduction. Participated in special events and entered special dungeons. If you have explored the origins of monsters, you can open the golden card page of the monster. It also has a tracking function, which can track the monster and go to a specific copy. Required World Stone 1. This function was triggered because Qinming had triggered a special event before and went to complete the camp mission. The next time she obtains the World Stone, she can return to that copy again according to the golden page. This is all the content of the system update. The rewards she received for completing the camp tasks were delayed due to the system update, and now they have finally arrived in her mailbox. There were 2 packages in the mailbox, one emitting golden light and the other was a cyan shining package. Open the golden package. Experience points plus 500. Qinming took out a green package, and a purple font prompt followed. Blue flash package, moving earth wall. This is a special prop in the scene. This earth wall is the same one that Qinming and his team used when fighting monsters before. If used properly, its effect will be more powerful than normal weapons. Next round of monsters, Iron Beetle. Ironclad Beetle. Level 3. Strength 2. Defense 5. Skills: Iron Body, super high defense, immune to water and fire. Weakness: fragile body, afraid of being hit. Well, needless to say, this time it was stable again. But according to the previous lesson, I have to be more stable and not show too strong aggression, otherwise I will be beaten up by these guys. Or just wipe them all out at once, and don't even give them the chance to send any information. The monsters here don't just attack blindly, on the contrary, they all have a certain level of intelligence. If the attack power displayed is too high like last time, those guys will directly choose to call up their companions. Qinming plans to wait until tomorrow to try out what these guys are like. If they can be killed easily, he can take a certain risk and let them summon their companions to gain more experience points. Moreover, more monsters can make her more proficient in the use of bows and axes, and also serve as training. She did not forget to put physical exercise on the agenda, and attribute points must be added. But it can't be like last time, otherwise I might explode and die. I hope that most of the players have acquired a certain amount of capital this time. Tomorrow's time is still very tight, and many people are sorry to prepare more supplies. The last time, the snow beast came with a scene and was more harmful, so it had a temporary subsidy, but this time the iron beetle did not. After fighting in a snowstorm, many unprepared people had run out of supplies, and this round will probably be even more difficult. Strange, why are the lost souls appearing later and later? Before, it didn't always come as soon as darkness fell, but now it always comes after midnight. There was even one time before when she didn't even come. Although Qinminghe didn't ask about it last time, it didn't mean that she didn't care. It's not that I'm concerned about the guy who lives in the dark every day, but I'm worried that something big might happen. That guy was just forced to sign the contract, which doesn't mean he has no fighting power. Darkness is the home turf of creatures like them. Qinminghe teased the three little animals from time to time, making them so angry that they could not speak. The other two were exhausted, but the little panda was the only one who was still enjoying it, staring at the barbecue in Qinminghe's hands with shining eyes. Roar! A different roar sounded particularly abrupt in the silent night. Qinminghe stayed in the house, casually threw the barbecue to the greedy little panda, and went out facing the sad and angry eyes of the other two little ones. The only one who could bypass the system and the purple font prompt at this point could only be a lost soul. The howling sound was exactly the same as when she had trapped the lost soul at home before. As soon as she opened the door, she saw two grass lions confronting the lost soul in an attacking posture. Their sharp claws were firmly gripping the ground, their hair was standing up, their eyes were fierce, and their sharp teeth were bared. The lost soul was not to be outdone. His body had returned to its previous size. The black silk in his hand continued to entwine. Crunch! The sound of the wooden door opening startled the two parties who were still in confrontation. The lost soul had quickly shrunk and seemed harmless again. The two grass lions became more excited because of the arrival of their owner. Chapter 27 Grass Group Team. Don't try to take advantage of them, Qinminghe said leisurely as he calmly took the parchment from the lost soul. The lost soul knew that its little action had been discovered, and quietly retracted the black silk that had spread on the ground. Only then did Qinminghe open the parchment. Is something terrible coming? Qinminghe stared at the parchment with a frown on her face. She lowered her head and wanted to grab the lost soul and ask him questions clearly. But the lost soul jumped away flexibly, and the other party shook his head repeatedly, knowing what she wanted to ask. Under Qinminghe's oppressive gaze, the lost soul still spoke, still in that childish voice. I really don't know, I just feel like the darkness has been stirring lately, and it's scary. After staring at him for a while, she realized that she couldn't ask him anything. This time, Qinminghe returned the parchment to the lost soul. She was really afraid that this guy would be so poor that he didn't even have the parchment to send the letter next time. After the lost souls left, Qinminghe patted the two lions on the head to show encouragement, and returned to the house. Something scary? If this wasn't the ironclad beetle, then what could it be? Even the lost souls in the last nest were not scared. A white package appears 1 kilometer northeast. While Qinminghe was thinking, the purple font issued a familiar prompt again. Seeing that Qinminghe was still thinking, the purple font gave another reminder. A white package is refreshed 1 kilometer northeast, with a 60% chance of survival. It's so late, it's better not to take risks. She would consider changing a white package to cyan or gold. The cat circled around Qinminghe's legs again and again, and even when Qinminghe pulled it away, it persisted in coming back. Meow meow. When he came back, he did not forget to slap the rabbit over, and looked at Qinminghe with innocent eyes. What a trapped cat. It ran back and forth between Qinminghe and the wooden door. Qinminghe understood its intention and lifted it up in midair and brought it back from the door. No! This cold sentence broke the cat's fantasy, and it lay on the ground crying. The cat can move forward in the dark without being eroded by it, and combined with the rabbit's ability to carry loads, it is possible that if we let the two of them go out, they may actually be able to bring back the package. I don't know if there will be any monsters following this package refresh. Letting you out would be courting death. After hearing this, Southwan Cat excitedly pulled the panda over again. Fighting, transporting, and reconnaissance. Now we can go out, right? Unfortunately, Qinminghe's eyes were still cold. Chinmengha certainly believed that they could bring the package back. But it's just a white package, and these three little ones are precious supplies in themselves, not to mention their loyalty. Although it has increased a lot now, it is still below 80. When loyalty is below 80, there is a certain chance of defection, depending on loyalty. The three of them gathered together, each one more mournful and screaming more miserably than the other, as if they were holding a criticism meeting against Chinmengha. There are barriers all around. If the three of them escape, we can spend some time to catch them back, although it is a bit troublesome. But trust is something mutual. Chinmengha placed these three at the door after all. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, run away quickly. This is tacit consent. I opened the door a crack for them and they jumped out. I once again wrote the information I got on the slate with charcoal, and waited for almost half an hour, but they still didn't come back. Chinmengha was not worried. He left a small gap in the door and chose to fall asleep. Before the morning sun had a chance to enter the house, Chinmengha felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath, and was woken up by the pressure. She opened her eyes and stared at the guys jumping back and forth on the bed, occasionally jumping over her stomach. She beat each of them up and put them in the corner facing the wall. There was a white package there, which the three little ones dragged back last night after Chinmengha fell asleep. The white package contains 1 bottle of mineral water and 1 compressed biscuit. A decent reward. Chinmengha opened the package in front of them and placed the things in front of them. It belongs to you, Chinmengha said calmly, even though they were the ones who found it. The three of them happily circled around their catch. Chinmengha did a set of aerobics while boiling water in the pot, and then went out to practice archery. He came back and had a good breakfast, putting the rice he got earlier into the pot to cook lean meat porridge today. Smelting is complete. Thinking of the axe he had thrown in for smelting yesterday, Chinmengha came to the cabin on the right. He reached out above the smelting furnace and a pop-up window popped up. Yes/no to receive iron 2. Chinmengha successfully obtained 2 pieces of iron. He held them in his hands and looked at the introduction. Iron. Introduction. It can be used to forge your favorite weapons, it can also be used to upgrade designated items, or you can sell it to the system mall. Price: 1 silver coin. Obtaining method: can be obtained by smelting iron products and iron ore. This was the first time that Chinmengha saw an item priced so that it could be sold directly to the system mall. Although things like wood blocks and weeds could be sold to the system, the price was very low. 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins. How much stuff can I buy with this? Chinmengha also took out the 5 pieces of iron ore he had obtained before and chose to smelt them all. Expected to obtain 10 pieces of iron. It was a huge profit. She could buy as much iron ore as she wanted. She had been eyeing the things in the system mall for a long time. And now that the special scene has ended, all the quilts and other items in the system have been put on sale again. 3 she had obtained before, and the remaining 20. She excitedly took out both types of ores and placed them on the workbench, and then took them to the smelting furnace to try to smelt them. The smelting furnace level is insufficient, please upgrade. I thought I could get rich overnight, but I didn't expect it to be a little short. If I think about it from another perspective, the reason why I can't smelt it now must be because these 2 ores are more valuable. This mineral is called ore. It is transparent white but extremely strong. Chinmengha initially suspected that it was a diamond, but later denied this suspicion. As far as she knew about the use of this ore, it could only be used to upgrade the 3rd level shelter, and she didn't know about other uses. As for the special ore, the information about it was a series of question marks. As for the 2 pieces of iron that were smelted first, Chinmengha chose to sell them to the system and obtain 2 silver coins. Countdown, February 6, 36. There were still more than 2 hours left for Chinmengha to pick and choose in the system mall. Quilt, 10 kilograms. Price, 1 silver coin. Blanket, 10 kilograms. Price, 3 silver coins. Lighter. Price, 50 silver coins. Flame enhancer primary. Price, 8 copper coins. Cooling wind chime. Price, 10 silver coins. Introduction: hang it in the house to provide air conditioning. If you use it in cold weather, you will definitely get sick. 2 silver coins in her hand, she felt poor again, Because after the scene, many things in the system were reduced in price, and the lighter was reduced from 1 gold coin to 50 silver coins at half price. In the end, I spent 1 silver coin to buy a quilt, 9 flame intensifiers, 2 pairs of straw sandals, and various seasonings, leaving not a penny behind. Why not just buy all flame intensifiers? Flame enhancer primary. Price, 2 silver coins. When the purchase limit of each item is reached, the price will increase significantly. After such a long time, I finally have a quilt. Unfortunately, the weather outside is too hot, and I can't use it for the time being. It's cooler to sleep on a straw mat. Chapter 28 Iron Beetle. I went back to the house to pack up my things and took out the 3 furniture construction drawings I had obtained earlier, including a recliner, a table, and a shelf. Tear open the blueprint, spend the corresponding number of wooden blocks, and 3 simple wooden furniture will appear in the house. Chimunha placed a lounge chair and table next to the window, and the shelf next to the frequently used stove. Looking around, he found that the only thing that could be placed on the shelf was his only pot, so he simply placed it directly on the fire or on the ground as he had done before. The rack is a regular 4-layer rack. He took out a bundle of hay from his backpack, spread it out evenly on the rack, then took out a straw mat and divided it into 3 parts and put it in. A simple nest is completed. Put the 3 animals watching the fun on the ground in one by one, the cat on the top, the rabbit in the middle, and the panda at the bottom. This will be your bed from now on. The 3 of them looked at the wooden bed at the same time, and Chinmingha smiled and shook his head at them. The shelves have live animals, and the wooden beds have dead animals. The cooked lean meat porridge was taken off the fire and allowed to cool, which was just the right time to once again warn the 3 who were trying to rebel. Countdown 00.00.06. Monsters have been refreshed. A small normal black hole appeared outside Chinmingha's courtyard, and the first round of 5 iron beetles crawled out of it, making rustling sounds. Each one is half a meter long, with serrated joints, a triangular head, a silver body, and a pair of dark green eyes. The 6 legs were crawling quickly on the ground. The turret fired cannons, the arrow tower fired arrows, and Chinmingha drew his bow and shot an arrow. There were originally 5 monsters, but only 1 was left in an instant. This time, the body of the dead monster did not disappear, but remained in the original place and could be picked up. The remaining one was tightly entangled by the thorny vines surrounding it. The hard shell could not cause it any harm, but the 6 legs were removed, so Chinmingha gave it the final blow. Experience points +5. The battle lasted only a moment, so fast that the entrance of the teleportation array didn't have time to close. The first round of monsters was over, and Chinmingha's backpack also had an iron beetle monster illustration. Although she already knew relevant information about the iron beetle, even more detailed than the system, collecting cards was still fun. After the system version was updated, the monster refresh time for each round was shortened from 2 hours to 1 hour. But 1 hour can also allow Chinmingha to do a lot of things. The first round is over, the second round of monsters will arrive in 1 hour. Chinmingha stepped forward and picked up the 5 corpses with her system backpack. She used a little force to knock on the iron beetle's shell, and unexpectedly the shell cracked. Just as the purple system said, the iron beetle's shell is really brittle. You can view detailed information of items stored in your backpack. Ironclad beetle corpse. Introduction. Maybe you can throw it into the smelting furnace and give it a try. You can get 1 piece of iron for every 5 of them. Seeing this prompt, Chinmingha's eyes lit up instantly. Good stuff. I wish there were more. This inevitably reminded her of the monster-luring scrolls that Potato had sold before. That guy had said that he would save some for her in the future. She didn't know whether it was true or not, so she asked. During this time of attack and defense, there is never a shortage of people in the chat channel. Many people do not forget to update the status of their chat channels while fighting monsters, turning this place into a circle of friends. Regional chat channels. Wow, the monster has respawned. Oh my god, it's silver! Is it silver? So cool, so cool, so cool! It's going to kill people! It's going to kill people! What's going on? Weren't there only 2 in the first round? How come there are 5? Such a large, crawling bug is so disgusting. We have defeated 1 here, And the information we obtained is ironclad beetle. Good people will have a peaceful life. Help! Why is it so hard to kill? My fire tower and artillery are completely useless against it. Hey, is this true? I'm just an ordinary turret. I can kill it in one shot. Are you a fake fire turret? Haha, I've already killed the second one. When I opened my friend list, the chat history with Turo was still at the last time. Alive? Do you have a scroll to attract monsters? Chen Minghe nodded with satisfaction. This sentence not only expressed his concern and greetings to the other party, but also stated his purpose directly from his heart. Yes, alive! That big dream boss, there is no scroll to attract monsters. But I recently found a new scroll that is also quite useful. Would you like to take a look? Speed scroll, half an hour. Description: used to speed up time during attack and defense. Hint: can only be used to shorten the monster refresh time. From a strange man who got all the scrolls from nowhere. The refresh time is meant for players to recover and make more preparations. 1 hour is fine, and it will pass in a short while. However, this scroll is very suitable for people who can kill all the monsters in one go, and it is also very suitable for people like Chen Minghe who are impatient. To be honest, Chen Minghe was a little tempted. She didn't want to stay in the yard all day waiting for the monsters to refresh. How much? You are a new customer here, so I will give you a 20% discount. You must know the system currency, right? Although players still barter with each other now, I believe that system currency will be the currency of transactions in the future. So my price is not high, 8 copper coins per copy. A scroll is equivalent to the price of a sickle, but how can a sickle compare to a scroll? How many are there in total? I knew you would say that, but the purchase is limited here, 10 per person. Potato was holding his treasure chest and laughing wildly. Although he only had 10 cards in total, others didn't know that, which didn't stop him from saying that. Soon he couldn't laugh anymore because Chen Minghe didn't reply to him immediately. He rubbed his hands nervously and said, "She won't give up, will she?" These scrolls of his are in a very awkward situation. Many people are not interested in them, and most of those who are interested cannot afford them. There are only a few people like Chen Minghe who are both interested in them and can afford them. Simply put, all of his scrolls have a feature that is acceptable, but unnecessary. In the early days when everyone was short of resources, many people would rather exchange supplies for other things rather than his scrolls. Or should I give her a cheaper price? Potato muttered to himself while holding his precious scroll treasure chest. He used to be a 2D otaku who bought a box specifically for his collections. He was holding them and admiring them when he came through. Unexpectedly, after I came through, all the things in the box disappeared, but my own box had mutated. It has become a scroll treasure chest, which can be opened every day to obtain 10 scrolls at random, although most of them are junk scrolls, and sometimes there are blank scrolls. But at least I made myself a little rich. When he thought his business was going to fail, Chen Minghe sent him a message. Sure. I'll take them all. Okay, thank you for your patronage. I'll give you the copper coins after this round of monsters is over. In fact, Chen Minghe just went to the smelting furnace to see if it was smelted. She didn't have a single copper coin on her now, so she could only make money by selling iron to the system. Chapter 29 Acceleration. Transaction successful. Speed scroll, half an hour, 10. Chen Minghe took the scroll and tore 2 of them at once while standing outside the courtyard. The monster spawning timer did not immediately reset to 0, and a selection dialog box popped up. Yes/no to increase difficulty. After the upgrade, the difficulty of each use of the scroll will increase by 10%, and the reward mechanism will be activated. Use the speed up scroll multiple times, half an hour, to quickly clear the game and get an S rating. Since you have used it, you should use it in a valuable way. This is really a pleasant surprise. After all, whether you can get an S rating depends not only on your ability, but also on luck. Yes. The second round of monsters has been refreshed. The dark cave entrance began to rotate slowly, and 22 ironclad beetles crawled out of it, spreading densely. The thorny vines on the stone railings grew and stretched rapidly, slowing down their steps and tying them up one by one. The turret automatically aimed at those iron beetles that were not entangled. The arrow tower and Shinmengha shot arrows at the iron beetles, and a gap instantly appeared in the originally tight phalanx. An ironclad beetle quietly retreated while all the bugs were struggling forward, intending to return to the portal. Shinmengha saw the target clearly at a glance and drew his bow to shoot. Special event, release the messenger, double the number of boss level units. S+ rating is guaranteed. Iron Beetle Boss Unit. Level 5. Strength 13. Defense 7. Skill, Wind Walk. Temporary bonus to Iron Beetle's Wind Run skill, double defense. Strength +2. The purple font and the system have been emphasizing the S+ rating. Shinmengha has received this rating twice before. The first time was in the Lost Soul dungeon. To be honest, the reward that time was not that good. The second time was the completion of the faction mission, and I obtained the Snow Guardian and Snow Arm Guards. Boss level units are doubled, and the Iron Beetle boss unit is not that outrageous, and its attributes are almost comparable to the long-tailed bear killed before. With his attributes upgraded and a turret and arrow tower in his possession, Shinmengha chose to let the messenger go. She adjusted the direction of the arrow and shot at another iron beetle. Triggered special event. Messenger, the number of boss level units in the third round will be doubled. This time the defense of the tower was still very smooth. It took some time because there were more people than last time, but overall there was no loss. Those ironclad beetles didn't even step into the yard, as they were firmly held outside the door by the thorny vines. The profits were still very good. There were a total of 22 iron beetle corpses, all of which were thrown by Shinmengha next to the smelting furnace. Just melting all the current materials would be a huge project. She tore open the 2 scrolls again. The third round of monsters has been refreshed. Due to the special event triggered by the player's big dream, the number of boss level units has doubled to 2. The vortex spun, and 2 ironclad beetles crawled out of the portal. They looked no different from normal ironclad beetles, but their shells had a more metallic texture, like a general's armor. They crawled towards the gate of Shinmengha's courtyard at an extremely fast speed, and the turrets and arrow towers fired attacks at the same time. Shinmengha also drew her bow, and when she thought it would just be a battle of attrition, she saw the shell on the ironclad beetle's back separate. A pair of cicada wings appeared under the carapace, and they vibrated at the moment the turret attacked, and they flew up, carrying the strong wind and rushing straight towards Shinmengha. Skill, Wind Rush. The thorny vines quickly stretched out and grabbed the hind legs of one of them, tightly wrapping it and lifting it down. Seeing that the arrow missed, Shinmengha switched to an axe. She rolled on the ground to avoid the attack, and then she took the opportunity to strike with an axe, but the opponent dodged it deftly. 2 grass lions were guarding the door tightly, baring their fangs, and tried to jump up and attack, but they were not high enough. The ironclad beetle simply glanced at them indifferently and didn't waste time on them. The arrow tower's attacks would occasionally fall on the entangled ironclad beetle. Although the ironclad beetle was entangled by vines, it still dodged the attacks and tried to break free from the vines. As it continued to pull at the thorny vines, 1 or 2 of them appeared to be broken. The other one, seeing that it had failed to attack Shinmengha many times, bypassed Shinmengha and began to attack the house. It chose to start with the windows, which are made of wood and are easier to destroy than stone houses. A glaring warning soon emerged. Warning! The shelter is difficult to repair. Once any part is damaged, it may reduce the defensive function at night. Losing the shelter means losing the daytime protection. The player's current strength is not enough to survive in the darkness. Even if the system didn't prompt him, Shinmengha would never let this guy actually destroy his house. But the opponent was obviously cunning. Once Shinmengha got close to it, it would quickly rise into the air. Although Shinmengha has learned archery for a long time, her ability is currently not enough to support her to hit objects moving at high speed in the air. Only every time the ironclad beetle swooped down to attack the house did she catch a chance to strike it with an axe. The iron beetle on the other side was about to break free from its restraints, and it did not die from the shooting from the arrow tower. Just one is enough to cause trouble. If 2 attack at the same time, Shinmengha has no guarantee that the house will not be destroyed. When the other party chose to rush over to attack the wooden house again, Shinmengha opened a crack in the door, and 2 figures quickly jumped out from inside. Panda! Giant! The grass panda suddenly grew into the size of a normal panda. Unlike its usual cute image, it looked particularly ferocious. He rushed to the iron beetle that was about to break free and stretched out two sharp claws. The other one was still attacking the wooden window. Chunmenghe swung his axe from the side and hit its shell. After many attacks, a crack had appeared there. It was not interested in fighting and was planning to fly high into the sky. The grass cat jumped lightly beside it and jumped onto its back with great agility, and was carried into the air together. It spun in the air, trying to throw the cat off, but the cat's claws were firmly hooked on its wings. Shush! The ironclad beetle let out a shrill cry, and the grass cat's claws hooked its wings fiercely. As it swung its wings, it actually left a shallow scratch on its own wings. The cat was thrown down, and Chunmenghe rushed to catch it. Unexpectedly, it jumped lightly and stood on the roof. Then it jumped lightly and returned to her side. Although only a shallow mark was left, the ironclad beetle's flight gradually became unstable. The iron beetle stared at Chunmenghe with its dark green eyes, gave up its continuous attack on the wooden window, turned around and rushed towards Chunmenghe using Fingxing. Chunmenghe did not choose to dodge. He put his axe into his backpack and used his arms to block the bite of the ironclad beetle's mouthparts when the ironclad beetle rushed towards him. He was bitten solidly on his left arm. Chunmenghe's left hand was free, and she grabbed the iron beetle, leaving it no chance to escape again. Snow Arm Guard, Arm Defense plus 10. Special defense effect, not afraid of wind and snow, greatly improves wind and snow resistance. Title, Hunter Wearing. When fighting with prey, strength increases by 10%, not available, defense increases by 5%. Adjust your mindset, they are just some dying prey. Chapter 30, Successfully Defending the Tower. The iron beetle increased the force of its mouthparts, and the snow arm guard was deformed by the bite, constantly squeezing Chunmenghe's right arm, causing pain in his right arm. He used his left hand to grab the ironclad beetle's wings and pulled it backwards, tearing its wings off. The beetle's mouthparts relaxed in pain and was thrown to the ground by Chunmenghe. He immediately used his backpack to collect the snow arm guard that was squeezing his arm, and with his left hand he took the axe and used the flat side of the axe to smash hard on the iron beetle that was trying to escape. The ironclad beetle's shell shattered. Experience points plus 50. Chunmenghe heard the prompt and turned his head to look at the courtyard door. The ironclad beetle that was originally entangled broke free from the thorny vines, and pieces of vines were scattered on the ground. The grass panda rushed over with great momentum, holding the iron beetle's 2 feet to prevent it from flying away. One paw did not forget to protect its head from being bitten from time to time, and the whole thing shrank into a pitiful ball, without any awareness of being a bear. Chunmenghe walked over with his axe. The iron beetle felt threatened and began to struggle frantically, but was held tightly by the grass panda. Raising the axe and then putting it down, Chunmenghe stared at the pinned iron beetle and came up with a bold idea. He quickly stuffed a small piece of wood into the iron beetle's mouth, which was easily crushed. Chunmenghe simply stuffed a piece of ore into it. It can fly, but I don't know if it can be tamed. If it is tamed, how will the tower guards judge it? Even with its mouth sealed, the iron beetle still refused to behave. Chunmenghe signaled the grass panda to give the opponent a hard hug and throw him to the ground. The ironclad beetle stopped struggling, its dark green eyes gradually dimmed, and eventually it died. When it realized it couldn't break free, it chose to self-destruct in an unknown way. Experience points plus 50. Tower attacking monsters cannot be tamed. Congratulations to the player for having a great dream and completing the tower defense mission ahead of schedule. The basic reward has been distributed in the email. Special reward, Grass Animal Skill 1. Tower defense this time, S+. Achieved S+ rating times, 3 out of 3, obtained World Stone 1. The iron beetle corpse on the ground made Chunmenghe very concerned. The belief of the snow wind beast, the self-destruction of the iron beetle, and the emergence of the Sun City were all different from the norm. Is this a normal tower defense? This game is a normal tower defense game. I wish you a happy game. This time the reply came not from the purple font, but from the system. Chunmenghe did not ask any further questions. He just asked the 3 little ones to clean up the scene with him, and carry all the carcasses of the iron beetles to the cabin. Coming to the low stone wall, I picked up the scattered vines on the ground and placed them at its roots. The scattered thorny vines instantly melted into green juice and were absorbed by the roots. The broken parts began to grow again, and the tightly closed buds opened up, blooming into beautiful flowers. But what surprised Shinmenho was that one of the flowers that bloomed this time actually bloomed in the colors of the rainbow, brilliant and eye-catching. Shinmenho stroked the petals with his intact left hand. Thanks for your hard work. Even without wind, the flowers still sway. The room was soon filled up, and Shinmenho put the remaining things into his backpack. The things to be smelted were now spread out from inside the room to outside, which was both joyful and painful. The previous 5 pieces of iron ore have been successfully smelted, and 10 pieces of hot iron have been successfully harvested, all of which were sold in exchange for 10 silver coins. The other 3 little ones followed him back into the house, and as soon as they opened the door, they smelled the aroma of meat. He quickly took the pot off the fire, scooped out some food with a wooden spoon, blew it cool and put it in his mouth. The fresh fragrance of lean meat mixed with the soft and glutinous rice has a very mellow taste that is endlessly memorable. When I was bored, I carved out a few ugly wooden bowls with sharp edges, and now they come in handy. He placed 3 wooden bowls on the ground and scooped some porridge into them. The cats immediately came closer and wanted to eat, but Shinmenho stretched out his hand to hold them back. Wait until it's cold before eating. I started to enjoy this rare delicacy while cooling off and opened the reward in my mailbox. The most eye-catching thing is the world stone that occupies a grid. It seems that in addition to being obtained randomly from opening a specific box, you can also get a world stone for every 3 S+ ratings. I have a golden card page of the Snowwind Beast, and now I have this world stone, so I can go to the Sun City again. Thinking of the swordsman who was on the verge of death when I left last time, I wonder if he is still alive. Jump over the world stone and take out a cyan glitter package and 3 white packages. Just as Shinmenho was about to open the package excitedly, she remembered the purple font that was often used as a reminder, which made her lose the sense of surprise. Can the package opening reminder function be turned off? Closed. Sure enough, there was no purple font prompt this time. Shinmenho picked up the first white package with great anticipation. A bottle of mineral water and a piece of compressed biscuit, just average. The second white package yielded an axe and a sickle, and the third white package yielded 50 pieces of wood. He calmed down his excitement, rubbed his hands on the straw mat, and reached out to the green shining package with trepidation. After a flash of light, 2 drawings appeared on the ground. Bow and arrow manufacturing diagram. Category: Weapon production blueprints. Quality: ordinary. Introduction: Give it to a reliable craftsman, and as long as you provide the materials, you will have an endless supply of bows and arrows. So lucky! This is a manufacturing blueprint. With it, you can make many bows and arrows if you have sufficient materials. If bows and arrows are put on the trading market, you can have a rich and stable income in the future. After the huge surprise, I quickly calmed down. Although I had the drawings, I didn't have the corresponding craftsman. This thing can't be made by yourself, but requires a craftsman. Where could she find a craftsman? Should she sell the blueprint? Shaking his head, Shinmenho decided to put the drawing aside for the time being. There was no rush as there was still plenty of time. Another thing that came out of the blue package was a blueprint of an arrow tower. The series of gains made Shinmenho's aching right arm seem so insignificant. He opened his attribute panel and tentatively exchanged some attribute points, carefully increasing each attribute by 0.1. Once he started to feel unbearable pain, he would stop immediately. Finally, I successfully exchanged 220 experience points and added 2.2 attribute points. Name: Shinmenho. Experience: 410. Title: Hunter. Strength bonus is not available. Race: Human. Gender: Female. Strength: 5 in bold. Speed: 4.6, 0.2. Agility: 4.9, 0.7. Mental strength: 3.6, 1.3. Skills additional. The agility attribute is only 0.1 away from reaching the critical value, but the mental strength can no longer move after 3.6, which has reached its own limit. My body felt warm, and my aching right arm was back to normal. Apart from feeling a little tired, my body was back to its best condition. Sure enough, the risks and rewards are proportional. Chapter 31 Fire Leopard. The short rest was only the time for a meal, and Chinmengha leaned casually on the bed. I picked up the 3 dead bodies lying on the ground with bulging bellies after just finishing their meal and clicked on the special reward given by the system. The rewards given by the system this time not only include those that enhance her own strength, but also those that improve the grass animals. These 3 little guys are not simple, or is this the case with the entire series? Among the 3 of them, only the grass panda has its own skills, which includes a gigantic skill. Grass animal skills, yes/no to extract. Yes. Drawing. The extraction was successful. Please select a skill of the grass cat. 1. Gigantic, excellent. 2. Shadow, excellent. 3. Claws, normal. Chinmengha knew about the gigantic skill. Sharp claws was a very common skill. It could make the claws of the grass cat sharper, but it was not to an extraordinary degree. And in terms of quality, the second shadow skill is of excellent level. Shadow. Category: Grass cat unique skills. Quality: excellent. Introduction: a stealth warrior in the dark, who can blend into the shadows during the day, with a stealth value of +15. The skill Shadow Transformation has been selected. A ball of white light attacked the straw cat. The straw cat had no time to escape and was enveloped by it. After the light faded, it stood there, tilted its head, and walked into Chinmengha's shadow. The moment it walked in, its figure disappeared completely, silently. Chinmengha walked to the other side, and the grass cat that had escaped from the shadow appeared again. The straw cat just hides in the shadow, but will not move with the movement of the shadow. However, this is already a very good stealth skill. She has never named the 3 little ones, so now is a good opportunity. I'll give you a name. The 3 of them tilted their heads in unison, seeming to find this incredible. The cat is called White, the panda is called Xianpropo, and the rabbit is called Michio. Looking at their happy faces, Chinmengha's mood inexplicably improved. But they still had to talk about business, so she said in a slightly coaxing tone, "Would you like to have a snack tonight? Lots of barbecue." They looked at each other and nodded in unison. Chinmengha put on a serious face and said, "If you want to eat, you have to work." She described the general appearance of the black phosphorus snake to Wei Te, who seemed to be the smartest among them, and repeatedly promised that she would give them a snack as long as they could kill the black phosphorus snake or capture it alive. When the Xiong Pao Pao grows to a gigantic size, he can stabilize a boss unit of iron beetle. With the help of White and Michio, the danger level is probably not that high, but we are afraid that we won't be able to catch it. However, White's speed should be comparable to that of the snake, and because of its small size, the 3 of them can reach that guy's lair. Just in case, Chinmengha also emphasized, "If you really can't beat them, just run away. Send the 3 to the door, open the door, and send them out." It's like an old mother watching her children grow up and go out to work, feeling both gratified and emotional. She reached out and stroked the little lion at the door, pointing at it. Prince Shinchin. A very bright name, the limit of naming errors. I returned to my room and half leaned and half lay on the bed. I opened my friend panel and transferred 80 copper coins to 2 do according to the previous agreement. The remaining 9 silver coins and 20 copper coins. Chinmengha planned to save the remaining money to buy a cooling wind chime. She also checked the price of bows and arrows in the system mall. Bow and arrow. Category: Ranged weapons. Quality: poor. Durability: 10 out of 10. Price: 30 copper coins. Ordinary quality bows and arrows cost 1 silver coin, while higher quality ones cost nothing. Alas, having a gold mountain but no way to mine it is how she feels depressed now. At this point, almost all players' tower defense missions have been completed, and the fate of those who have not completed it is already obvious. The remaining number of survivors was also refreshed again. 3270/10,000. Today's darkness is the 8th night, and people have been lighting candles one after another since a few days ago. Because the burning life of the primary light candle is only 7 days, even if they only use it at night and extinguish it during the day, there are always some unexpected situations that cause other losses. This results in different usage times for different people, with the shortest being less than 1 night and the longest being only 3 days. Chinmengha is the only one who has synthesized the extreme bright candle. She currently knows that even if there are others, the number will not exceed 2. Who has extra candles to sell? I can't last through tonight. I have some savings from the past 2 rounds of clearing. The price is negotiable. Many people wanted to buy the bright candle, but no one dared to sell it. Such purchase messages were soon drowned out by more messages later. I've been fighting monsters all day, when will it end? SA flying boss on my second try. I almost capsized in the gutter. Fortunately, I left some attribute points, otherwise I would have gone to the west. Please give me some medicine. My bleeding won't stop. Please, please save my hand. I don't want to die. Please. Does anyone know what to do if the cabin is damaged? Does anyone have a candle of light? Buy it! Now everyone's shelter has been upgraded. The lowest level is the second level wooden house, which has a certain night defense function. Even if this defense function is only for darkness, it is much better than the thatched house. Compared to the thatched hut, the ability to resist darkness has increased a little, but if the candles of light are lost, it is still unknown whether the shelter alone can resist the invasion of darkness. Due to the inner anxiety and fear of the unknown, the price of bright candles has doubled, but there is still no demand. This item is something you can only encounter by chance, and currently we only know that the cyan package has a chance of dropping it. There are even more people who are watching what will happen to those who don't have bright candles to protect them tonight. In the past, Chinmengha was the one who sold information to Xiang Tian Fawen, but after tonight, Chinmengha felt that he might have to pay a little price to buy some information from Xiang Tian Fawen. As the largest group organization at present, there must be people in their team who are about to lose the protection of the candle of light. She believes that Xiang Tianfa will get all the information of these people, squeeze it, and organize it into a shape. The next round of tower defense will start at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Please be prepared and refresh the monsters to elite units. Next round of monsters, Fire Leopard. Fire Leopard Elite Unit. Level 4. Strength 5. Defense 8. Skill 1 Sprint. It has an incredibly fast speed and can reach you before you can react. Skill 2 Claws. Its sharp claws can stop even stones from standing up to it. Weakness: wood is its natural enemy. Chapter 32 Capturing the Black Phosphorus Snake. Chinmengha had experienced how difficult it was to deal with elite-level monsters, and the fire leopard's speed and thorny claws were also very troublesome to deal with. After this experience of guarding the tower, she realized the importance of the battlefield. She should move the battlefield away from her house. There are always too many limitations in fighting in the courtyard. Apart from the particularity of the first tower defense, the refresh range of the second tower defense teleportation array is directly at the entrance of the courtyard. I had obtained a similar item when I returned from Sun City before. Moving Earth Wall. Category: Special Props. Quality: Excellent, Incomplete. Introduction: A shortened version of the gift from the Sun City. It has the daytime attribute, and can be placed outside the shelter so that it will not be eroded when darkness comes. After placement, it will blend into the land within the range, and the protrusions can be changed according to the user's wishes. He came outside the yard and placed a blueprint of the movable earth wall on the ground. The plain parchment emitted a faint glow, and quickly merged into the ground. The mobile earth wall was placed successfully. Chinmengha tried to use it, and a wall of earth rose from the ground instantly. Under her control, more walls of earth emerged and gradually formed a small maze. Trying to control the transformation again, Chinmengha felt his head begin to throb, but it was still within an acceptable range. He tried to pull up another earth wall, and the pain in his head instantly intensified, accompanied by dizziness. Spiritual strength is too low. Current mental power can only be controlled normally for 1 minute. Chinmengha released the control, and the earth wall instantly merged into the ground and disappeared, but the dizziness took a while to go away. Although it can only be controlled for 1 minute, it is undoubtedly a killer. Because it is a reduced version of the wall, it is only 3.5 meters high, which is enough for use in the early stage. There is no possibility of climbing, and the wall of the earth wall is very smooth. What made her feel a little regretful was that there had to be a distance between the earth walls, so no matter how she controlled it, she couldn't tighten it, and it also took time to transform the earth walls. This broke her idea of just crushing the monster into a patty. It's normal to think so. If the monsters can be squeezed and killed inside the wall directly with the earth wall, there would be no need to send them into the earth wall to fight before. However, the mobile earth wall can not only change the monsters' routes and shift battlefields, but also limit their speed, which is a big blow to the speed of the next round of fire leopards. The other arrow tower obtained was placed by Chinmengha at the outermost part of the courtyard to kill monsters escaping from the maze. There are double-headed turrets and arrow towers in the courtyard, so don't worry for now. She wanted to place the arrow tower outside the courtyard, but ordinary arrow towers and other props did not have daytime properties, and they would disappear if they were left outside and waited for darkness to come. Since then, the shelter defense system has basically taken shape. Chinmengha looked up at the sky. We still lack an aerial defense system. But she also knew that this matter should not be rushed, mainly because there was nothing that could be done even if she was in a hurry. I went to check on the purple dream buds that I transplanted earlier. Their somewhat depressed condition due to the heavy snow for several consecutive days was starting to improve. I returned to my cabin and started doing physical training. I had no professional guidance, and did not have much professional knowledge, so I could only do some basic push-ups and sit-ups. 1, 2. Meow! Wei-Tei slapped Michio hard. Michio, who was still happily chewing grass, staggered, but still swallowed the grass in his mouth under the huge pressure. The black python coiled in the tree stared at them greedily, hissing its tongue and looking for the right opportunity. Wei-Tei, who was under the tree, felt his hair explode and he jumped away from the tree vigilantly. Michio and Xiong Pao Pao also noticed something and left quickly. Seeing that its sneak attack failed, the black phosphorus snake jumped down from the tree and launched an attack. There was a missing section on its tail, which had been cut off by Chinmengha before and had not grown back yet. It held its head high and spit out its red tongue. Bang! Xiong Peopeo's sudden gigantic size scared the black phosphorus snake. It was a little frightened by the other's huge body, but it couldn't bear to give up the food that was so close to it. White showed his sharp claws and quietly merged into the shadows. Michio stared with his red eyes, very angry at the black phosphorus snake's behavior of looking down on him, and looked around for stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When Chinmengha was jumping for joy, he heard a noise outside. The cat's meow was louder and louder than the last and could not be ignored. He casually wiped the sweat from his forehead, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Wei-Tei, who looked like he had rolled out of a quagmire. The prince and Xinshin had been guarding the door diligently to prevent it from entering, because they thought it was too dirty. Even Chinmengha was shocked by its appearance. He remembered that when White was eating barbecue, there was a little oil stuck on his fur, and he spent a long time combing it. He was very clean. Looking carefully, there was a little blood on the hair. Chinmengha frowned instantly, reached out to check and found that Wei-Tei was not injured, but just accidentally got stuck. At this time, White didn't care that he was dirty. He meowed at Chinmengha, signaling Chinmengha to follow him. He looked back every few steps, his eyes full of anxiety. Chinmengha hadn't seen Xiong Pao Pao and Michio for a long time. Could they be coming back to ask for help? Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and signaled Wei-Tei to lead the way. As soon as I reached the gate of the courtyard, I felt something was wrong with the thorny vines. There's something hiding behind this. Chinmengha's muscles tensed up and he perked up instantly, only to see Wei-Tei turn and jump behind a low stone wall. Meow! A slightly shrill cat cry sounded. Ha! Chinmengha felt a little helpless. If there really was an enemy behind him, the thorny vines would have started attacking long ago. It would not be so quiet. Now when she thought about the time when she touched the little guy just now, the cunningness in the little guy's eyes could not be hidden, and he was playing with her. It seems that the black phosphorus snake is in trouble this time. But Chinmengha had no intention of playing with them. She went directly behind the wall and leaned out in a very nasty manner. Looking down, I saw 3 little ones squatting in the corner. The 3 little ones were hugging the corner and didn't dare to make a sound. Only Wei-Tei made a terrible cat cry from time to time. Seeing that Chinmengha hadn't come over for a long time, they planned to go back and take another look. But when they looked up, they saw Chinmenghe looking at them from above, and they were so scared that their fur stood up. Chinmenghe satisfied his evil taste, and then looked at the black phosphorus snake lying unconscious on the ground. Looking at Michio's back stained with blood, the black phosphorus snake should have been carried back by it. The little guy is really strong. Seeing that his trick was exposed, Wei-Tei calmly raised his front paws and wanted to lick the fur on them, but was discouraged by the mud and dirt on them and put them down silently. Xiong Pao Pao and Michio pushed each other, and finally looked at White. Wei-Tei looked at them with a bit of disappointment, and naturally stretched out his hand to ask for something. The other two followed suit. "I won't forget my promise to you. I'll give you a snack tonight." Chinmenghe curled her lips. Could she still lie to them? Looking at the black phosphorus snake lying motionless on the ground, Chinmenghe still felt a little physically uncomfortable, but he was trying his best to endure it. The reason why she asked the three of them to try to capture them alive was because she wanted to try the experiment that had previously failed on the ironclad beetles. The black phosphorus snake is neither one of the tower-attacking monsters specified by the system nor is it afraid of death, so maybe there really is a chance. Chapter 33 Heartbeat. The black phosphorus snake was finally awakened by a few slaps from Wei-Tei. When it was about to escape, the thorny vines on its body tightened. It struggled hard, staring at Wei-Tei and the other three viciously, as if it wanted to eat them alive. Chinmenghe's voice interrupted its fantasy, and the axe that had chopped off its tail appeared in front of it again, swaying. Bad memories came to my mind, and then I thought about how I escaped back to the cave this time, but was dragged out by these three guys again. Those who caught it are all in the same group. It howled angrily, but still couldn't break free. It was desperate. Before Chinmenghe could do anything, this guy had already surrendered. It tried to ask Chinmenghe to let it go, but unfortunately it forgot that it looked very ugly from a human's perspective. From Chinmenghe's perspective, he only saw the snake tightly entangled in thorny vines, twisting and turning continuously, making unpleasant noises. Although Chinmenghe didn't understand what it was saying, he roughly understood what it meant by surrender. Although she knew that this snake was always timid, she didn't expect it to be so timid. She hadn't even made a move yet, and Chinmenghe looked at the black phosphorus snake with an inexplicable look. Could it be that this guy was tamed? There was no hint. Chinmenghe's eyes began to become increasingly dangerous again, and the black phosphorus snake trembled, with a drop of golden blood on the snake apricot it spit out. Black phosphorus snake has been successfully tamed, yes/no to tame it. The golden blood was suspended in the air, as if Chinmenghe chose yes, he could get this golden blood and successfully tame the black phosphorus snake. To be honest, she didn't want to receive a snake. Blank parchment. You can collect the golden blood into the blank parchment. The monster will enter the waiting to be tamed state. Monsters to be tamed can be traded. Blank parchment? She had 3 of them, all of which she had snatched from lost souls. At the time, she thought they were magical and might be useful. Take one of them out of the system backpack. Receive. Even the black phosphorus snake on the ground was sucked in. The ink-like appearance of the black phosphorus snake appeared in the yellowed parchment, and it was running around in it. And in the upper left corner it says, "To be tamed. I still won't feel sorry for lost souls anymore, I can have more of this thing." Turning around and looking at the 3 dirty little ones, Chinmenghe began to have a headache again. Judging from the looks of it, it most likely followed it into the hole, otherwise it wouldn't be so dirty. I have been using the water in the bucket recently, about 1/3 of it, and the remaining mineral water is enough. I won't change my promise to you. I'll have an extra meal tonight. As for bathing, I'll add another bottle of mineral water that you opened yesterday. Chinmenghe hardened his heart and reluctantly gave out a bottle of mineral water. Each of the 3 little guys is only the size of 2 palms, and they are all in the shape of grass balls and are easy to clean. 2 bottles of mineral water can do the trick. Water source, there is still a shortage of water. I can't always rely on mineral water and buy water from water elves. Also, there are too many places that use wooden blocks recently, and I don't have many wooden blocks of my own. There are so many things to worry about. Let's go. We'll go back and grill some meat for you. Chinmenghe took the lead and the 3 little ones followed in an orderly manner. When entering the door, Wei-Tei rolled his eyes at Prince and Xian. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? But Chinmenghe still uses the big knife that the system temporarily subsidized to him when he cuts meat. He cut a little bit of the giant rabbit meat and the long-tailed bear meat, sprinkled some salt on them, and started grilling both sides. At the same time, she did not forget to hang the black phosphorus snake on the system trading panel. Black phosphorus snake to be tamed. Introduction. This is a mighty and domineering snake with superb fighting power and an incredible running speed. If you have any questions, don't ask me, just click and see the details given by the system. When you add me as a friend, include the price. Price, negotiate with friends. Although Chinmenghe thought the black phosphorus snake was ugly, and its attributes were average among the monsters she had seen, this did not stop her from praising it to the sky. He reached out and slapped away the bare paw that was trying to steal the meat. It's not cooked yet, don't even think about stealing it. Chinmenghe looked at them curiously and asked, Do you guys also need to eat? The three looked at each other, and Wei Tei nodded affirmatively. Michio looked at Wei Tei and nodded as well. Only Xiong Pao Pao shook his head, but Wei Tei slapped him in the face and made him nod. The corner of Chinmenghe's mouth twitched. Okay, she got it. It was 5:40 in the afternoon, more than an hour before darkness fell. The originally bright windows suddenly became dim, and when I opened the door, I found that the weather had changed. The sky was sunny just now, but in an instant dark clouds came down. Then a strong wind came, and Chinmenghe could hear the sound of branches swaying outside even from inside the house. She divided the barbecue in her hand evenly among the three little ones, and Chinmenghe frowned as he looked outside at the impending storm. Is it going to rain heavily? I don't know if it's a normal rainstorm. The last time there was a rainstorm, the wind and snow beast came with the scene. After waiting for a long time, there was only wind but no rain. Instead, the dark clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, covering the sky completely. Chinmenghe did not dare to relax, because animals' instincts were the sharpest. At this time, the three little ones had begun to tremble in fear because of the abnormality outside, and they nestled in her arms and refused to come out. As the wind grew stronger, she wanted to bring Shinshin and the prince into the house but was refused. He closed the door, embraced the three of them with one hand, held a candle in the other hand, and looked at the scene outside through the window with the light of the candle. Sure enough, she was not disappointed. Warn! Darkness is coming early. Please return to the shelter immediately. The darkness is coming early, the darkness is coming early. Estimated arrival time, 6 o'clock. Darkness is coming early. The entire panel was almost drowned out by this prompt, and the emergency prompt sound kept ringing. Although the news came urgently, most people had already returned to the shelter. After all, everyone had noticed the abnormal weather. In this situation, no one dared to stay outside the shelter. Everyone was waiting anxiously, not knowing what the situation would be like this time. Wow! Wow! The rain was pouring down, and it was still dark outside without a trace of light, and thunder was roaring and flashing. But Chinmenghe couldn't hear the sound of thunder and lightning. Boom! Chinmenghe heard her heartbeat like a drum, and she raised her hand to press down on her heart. But then she heard the deafening heartbeat like thunder again, and her hand slowly moved away from her heart. She finally realized that this was not her heartbeat, but the heartbeat of something unknown that was approaching. Boom! Knock, knock! The sound became louder and louder, and more frequent. The violent heartbeat even drowned out the thunder outside. It was written on the parchment that something terrible was coming. Chapter 34 Illusion. In the dim darkness outside, there was the sound of a large number of trees falling. Chinmenghe hugged the three children tightly in the room and placed the bright candle beside her. The ground where she sat began to tremble slightly, and the thunderous heartbeat suddenly stopped. Even the strong wind became unusually quiet at this moment. The whole world seemed to have lost its sound. Chinmenghe could only hear his own breathing. The high-frequency chanting sound is inaudible to humans, but the excessively high audio frequency fluctuations are spreading. Chinmenghe just sat there, feeling his ears receiving something, and his head started buzzing, as if there were dense snowflakes on an old TV. Warm liquid flowed from her nasal cavity and dripped onto Xiongpeapeo's body, and the three little ones fainted at this time. I don't know when it stopped. After Chin Menghe reacted, the things outside seemed to move away in another direction. Perhaps its original target was not Chin Menghe but somewhere farther away. Chin Menghe raised his hand and patted his head twice, and the buzzing sound in his head gradually began to show signs of easing. What is that? The darkness outside enveloped everything, making it impossible for her to see anything. She didn't know where the monster was going. At least he didn't notice her small house. She was still a little frightened, and before she had time to feel relieved, she received a system notification sound. Galore! Monster Garol, a city-destroying monster, has been detected moving out, and its direction is being checked. Emergency system mission. Witness its demise. Yes/no. This was not something she could have any say in. She clicked no several times, but the system panel showed no response. Automatically connected in 10 seconds. Yes. Chin Menghe was so angry that he laughed. Isn't this a forced sale? The monster that passed by before should be Garol. Whose demise am I going to witness? This monster's? The portal has been triggered. This time the teleportation location is Sun City. The emergency mission teleportation fee is paid by the system, and there is no need to use World Stone. The costume is taking effect. Chin Menghe felt a warmth in her eyes. Just like the last time she was teleported to Sun City, her eyes turned golden. Her clothes were also brand new, changing from gray to silver. She seemed to have become that capable soldier again. A deep portal appeared in the room, as if urging her to hurry there. Only players can pass. This was a reminder to myself that I couldn't take White and the others with me. Chin Menghe stared at the portal. The system had always only asked them to guard the tower. This was the first time the system had issued a task, and it was an emergency task. No matter how you think about it, this time it was too hasty and not in line with the system's previous style. Sun City, isn't that too much of a coincidence? She opened her system panel, which was peaceful without any warnings. I selected the regional chat channel and found nothing unusual. Although everyone was discussing the early arrival of darkness, no one mentioned anything else. The most frequently mentioned issue is actually defending the tower tomorrow. Please send as soon as possible. Knowing that he really couldn't escape this time, Chin Menghe took a deep breath and walked into the portal. The feeling of dizziness and weightlessness came again, and it was still that familiar wall. Chin Menghe reached out to hold the wall and began to dry heave. The familiar scene reappeared. The wandering old soldier saw Chin Menghe again, but this time he knew that Chin Menghe was not afraid of the battlefield. Captain Yen, your stomach is so fragile? How many times has this happened? There was a hint of teasing in his tone, and compared to the last time they met, there was gradually hope in his eyes. Come in quickly, this is a rare celebration banquet. The last time Chin Menghe came was during the day, but this time it was night, but it still looked like daytime in the city. But when she came to the city wall and looked outside, it was still dark outside. The sky seemed to be split in half, with endless darkness outside and daylight on this side. This made her unable to tell whether it was day or night. It was like two different places, forcibly spliced together. The last time I came here, I deduced that the time here should be synchronized with the time there. If that's the case, it should be night now. The old soldier next to her urged her to go back and attend the celebration banquet tonight. Chin Menghe took a deep look at this strange scene and finally followed the old soldier back. They came to a dilapidated house with its door open. From afar they could hear people laughing and talking. She walked in and quickly found her table under the guidance of the crowd. She saw familiar faces, the little wizard, the female mercenary, and the swordsman. Chin Menghe was very surprised when the swordsman appeared. Although she occasionally cared whether the swordsman survived, the scene of that day was still vivid in her mind. With injuries of that magnitude, there was no hope for the swordsman to survive. Even when Chin Menghe caught him after he fell off the horse, the aorta he accidentally touched stopped beating, and this fact did not change even when he was sent for treatment. So what's going on now? When everyone saw her coming, they greeted her. The female mercenary held a bottle of beer in her hand and blew it directly into her mouth. She then took off the cap of another bottle of beer and handed it to Chin Menghe, indicating that it was her turn. The swordsman advised, "Don't embarrass the captain. She just vomited and went out to sober up." Although he said that, the young wizard and the other two were actually looking forward to seeing Qinminghe being humiliated. After all, the captain is usually not easy to talk to, and it is rare for them to get a chance. Qinminghe held the wine in his hand but was reluctant to drink it. How many monsters have we killed? If you can answer that, I'll drink it. They killed so many monsters, and it was impossible for each person to pay attention to what the other person was doing while killing monsters, so this question was almost impossible to answer. As expected, all three of them fell silent. Let me answer. We killed a total of 468 wind and snow beasts. Qinminghe paid attention to their expressions, deliberately left a sentence, and then looked up to signal them to continue. 681 iron beetles. This was the female mercenary's answer. Qinminghe left the message intentionally to get them talking. As for how they understood it, it was entirely up to them. Now it seems that after they killed the snow wind beast, they went to kill the iron beetle together. This time, Qinminghe's last guess that the time on both sides was synchronized was confirmed. But the problem is that she did not participate in their siege of the iron beetles, but the time she was missing was made up, which is why everyone's attitude towards her is like this. It should be the system guy who did it. Qinminghe picked up the beer and put it to his lips, and asked casually, Is your wound healed? The question was directed to the swordsman. Of course. Qinminghe raised his eyebrows, with a feeling of disbelief. Seeing this, the swordsman immediately took off his clothes, revealing his intact belly, which was smooth as new without any signs of injury. There is not even a scar left. It is also possible that there is something healing in Sun City, so it is not uncommon in this world not to leave scars. Just when she relaxed a little, she accidentally glanced at the swordsman's belly again. Judgment in progress. Mental strength is not up to standard. The title of proactive warrior is increasing. Judgment successful. Illusion ineffective. As her mental powers increased, she could see more things that she couldn't see before. The swordsman's intact skin quietly dissipated like a thin mist, and when he looked at his stomach, only bones were left. Then the swordsman turned into a moving skeleton, and then everyone else. Only the young wizard and the middle-aged man who had previously commanded the battlefield still looked human. Chapter 35 Common Sense. Qinminghe was shocked, but his face remained calm. I tried to carefully observe the sweet and delicious food in front of me, and only after making sure that the food and wine were real and non-toxic did I dare to eat them carefully. Fortunately, only the people are fake, the food is real after all. He put down the beer in his hand and pushed it back in front of the female mercenary. Wrong, not 681. The swordsman and the little wizard were originally thinking that the female mercenary was amazing because she could answer this question, when they heard Qinminghe's answer. Tisk. She just made up a number and didn't expect to be found out. The female mercenary picked up the wine that Qinminghe pushed back and took a gulp. Qinminghe stared at her with a smile. If there was no system kill prompt, she would not have known how many monsters they had killed in total. But she didn't tell the truth either. The number 468 was just something she made up. Tear off the roasted chicken leg from a whole roasted chicken and put it in your mouth. The skin is crispy and the meat is tender. The gravy seeps out when you take a bite, leaving you with an endless aftertaste. No matter what they did later, Qinminghe ignored them and concentrated on eating the food. She peeled another lobster and put it into her mouth, while calling the little wizard over. Under the pretext of punishing and teasing superiors, he ordered them to do many unreasonable things. Unexpectedly, the three of them all had expressions that said, as expected, as if they had known that she would not let them go easily. However, Qinminghe was not so naive. She observed for a long time, but in the end she did not find anything special about the little wizard. If that commander could be a living person among a group of skeletons, it might be because of the absolute pressure from the superior and the terrifying power hidden behind. So what's up with this mage who looks so dull and stupid? His name is Marehu, and there is nothing special about it. But there is another question at the moment: where is Garoli? Although the food here is delicious, she has not forgotten that the reason she came here is to complete the system's urgent task. And now that the protagonist is gone, her mission cannot proceed. Witness its demise. If before coming here Qinminghe thought that the system asked her to witness the demise of Garoli, then when she knew that this might be a dead city, she had other guesses about this witness. A soldier who looked like a signalman hurried into the room and found the commander, who was drinking. He whispered something into the commander's ear, and the commander stood up and walked outside. "What's going on?" asked the little wizard. Not to mention him, Shinmengha also wanted to ask. They soon found out because the commander brought in two strangers. Yes, two living people, a man and a woman. The man was dressed in black, with his hair covering his eyes. The woman wore a large flowered jacket and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Shinmengha calmly took another bite of the roast chicken, trying to suppress the waves in his heart. The two people who came were out of place with the others. They were wearing Blue Star winter clothing, without golden pupils, and had typical Asian looks. Player. They are the players other than Shinmengha. When the little wizard looked at her, she showed her curiosity towards the two of them. "Wow, where did the captain and the others come from?" the little wizard asked curiously. "I don't know," Shinmengha answered him casually. This acting is terrible. Apart from the curious look in his words, this guy is not curious at all. The innocence in his eyes doesn't look like that of a 16-year-old child, but even like that of a 3-year-old child. This kind of acting is commonly known as overdoing it. The commander quickly gave the answer. He asked everyone to stop what they were doing and focus their attention. "These are people from the third world, let them introduce themselves." The girl was obviously one who was afraid of trouble. "Hello everyone, I am 001, and I am from the third world. How are you, my dear friends? This is the first time I've seen a world like this. It's so beautiful. Me, are you talking about me? Rue. You can just call me crazy. Yeah, or maybe just call her 002. He. Shinmengha has a cold face. I don't know if he is crazy or not, but he is quite insane. It sounds like this title is made up. The girl just now clearly said that I was a gamer, but all they heard was that I was from the third world. This may also be why people here call gamers third world people. I had used an extra world stone for camouflage before. If I hadn't used it, I might have been the same as them. With her and these two people, the system may have sent a total of 3 players to Sun City. If it is not necessary, she does not intend to reveal her identity. They are both players, but it is still unknown whether they are friends or enemies. On the contrary, the attitudes of the commander and everyone else were very intriguing. They seemed to be accustomed to the fact that players were teleported here, as if it was supposed to be this way. The celebration banquet lasted for a long time, and Shinmengha tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. It was around 1 o'clock in the morning when the celebration banquet ended. Except for some soldiers who needed to keep watch, the rest of the people returned to their residences. It can be called a residence, but it is just a place to sleep in the ruins next to the city wall, which can barely shelter you from the wind and rain. Assault team leaders like Shinmengha were all left behind, as were the 2 players. The commander looked at the 2 players and motioned for them to choose a team to join. The girls looked around and found that there was only one female captain, Shinmengha, so they chose to join Shinmengha's team. The boy next to him pulled out a bunch of his hair in confusion, and finally decided to follow the trend and join Shinmengha's team. The commander didn't say anything about the 2 people joining the same team. Take them to familiarize themselves with the team. After instructing Shinmengha, he told everyone to disperse. As everyone dispersed, 002 came over. What tasks will you assign us? Killing monsters or something else? Why are night and day separated here? Do you know a monster called Garl? 002 asked a lot of questions, but Shinmengha didn't intend to answer any of them because she couldn't answer them. It turned out that these 2 people came here for Jialuo's system task, but so far everything here is still peaceful. If I stay here until 12 noon tomorrow, will the monsters in my shelter refresh? However, this guy's series of questions gave Shinmengha some ideas. She took the 2 of them and went straight to the residence of the female mercenary they had seen before. She successfully caught the female mercenary before she had time to sleep, relying on her usual personality and position. She said with a cold face, "These 2 guys have a lot of questions. You come and answer them." 001 and 002 on the side were stunned. They never expected that it would be so easy to get the information. It is very suspicious for Shinmengha to ask such questions that everyone regards as common sense with his current identity. According to common sense, it is also difficult for people in the third-party world to obtain intelligence. But Qin Menghe chose the third path. Chapter 36, Jia Luolai. The female mercenary was a little drunk at this time, her face flushed with intoxication. She looked at the two of them with dissatisfaction, her eyes almost overflowing with impatience. If it was someone else, she wouldn't care, but it was the captain who asked her to do so. Ask. 002 immediately shouted excitedly. Ha! It looks like daytime inside the city, but why is it dark outside the city walls? The mercenary rolled his eyes without noticing, feeling a little disdainful of these ignorant third-world people. Qin Menghe nodded silently in his heart. Good question. What do you mean by day and night? Day is day, and darkness is darkness. I don't understand why you like to call it that. If darkness can't get in, then what else can this place look like if not in the daytime? Judging from her expression, she really thinks this is a matter of course. But the three people present all felt quite a stir in their hearts. Darkness would attack the day? Thinking of the creeping and living darkness, Qin Menghe felt a certain understanding. She looked outside. It was 1 a.m., but it was still daytime in the city. The last time I came here, it was clearly daytime outside the city, but this time it was dark. Does this mean that the territory of darkness is expanding? No, if that's the case, why is there a distinction between day and night at the player's birthplace? Apparently Qin Menghe was not the only one who had thought of this problem. Shouldn't day and night be reversed? It's like this everywhere in our third world. 001 couldn't help but speak up. That's why I hate you third world people. You're such a nuisance. We are in a war zone, isn't it normal for this to happen? When the winner is decided, we will only see one side. We may be in a war zone here, but the city is protected by the day and will not be invaded by the darkness. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh. I don't know when we can be transferred to Baidi. If not, the border area will also be fine. The captain is from Yenqing in the White Land. There aren't so many monsters there. I really admire the captain for voluntarily transferring here. Qin Menghe understood that the day and night in this world were different from those in their place, and they were full of life. They divide the world into two major plates. One side is always dark and the other side is always daytime. There are other small blocks between these two large blocks. The one in the middle is called the war zone. The war zone is the area where the players stay, and there will be rotation between darkness and day. The Sun City is also there, but because it is guarded by the daylight, it is not attacked and the city still looks like daytime. The borders of war zones are called borderlands. Humans live in the daytime, and all kinds of monsters live in the darkness. They represent the day in the battle against darkness. Congratulations on getting a glimpse of part of the truth about the world. Please continue to explore the world. Rewards have been sent to your mailbox. 001 was so shocked by the new worldview that he was speechless. Only 002 continued to ask questions as if nothing had happened. Do you know Garo? He looked at the female mercenary and Qin Menghe expectantly. The female mercenary's brows jumped violently, and her body, which had been limp on the ground, instantly sat up straight. Qin Menghe also responded immediately, and the female mercenary almost roared. How do you know about Jia Luolai? The two looked at each other, but no one spoke. The female mercenary guessed that it might be related to the mission assigned by the Third World, because players were not allowed to directly tell them their missions. Qin Menghe and the other three obviously didn't know about this matter, but subconsciously chose to conceal it. Damn it! What did you see outside? The female mercenary was almost sober and asked almost beggingly. Outside, there's only darkness outside. Is that weird? Didn't you just say this is a war zone, so isn't this normal? The city area that is guarded by the day should have an outer circle of 50 meters even during rotation. There shouldn't be only darkness outside. The female mercenary had begun to collapse. Didn't you see it? 002 was shocked by her statement. The special thing about Garl is that it not only blends in with the darkness, but we can't see it. Qin Menghe lifted the mercenary up. What else could he not guess? There should have been a 50-meter-long white outer circle outside the city wall, but now there was only darkness. It must have been related to Garl. It's not that Garl didn't come, it's that he has always been there. Jia Luolai was what the system let them see. Witness its demise. If you can't see the whole process, you can't really be considered a witness. Why does the system do this? After the female mercenary recovered a little, she stumbled towards where the commander was. She had lost all her usual arrogance, and the composure she had when fighting the snow beast. Running and shouting, "Guruli is here!" When she shouted this, all the soldiers who were planning to rest rushed out. None of them thought it was a joke, they just picked up their weapons and rushed towards the city wall as quickly as possible. The soldiers guarding the city wall also began to panic, and the commander's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard Garol's name. He looked outside the city, but in his eyes everything was normal. There was a 50-meter daylight zone outside the city wall, and the outer layer was the darkness. But he absolutely believed in his soldiers, and he ruthlessly took out the few sunlight scrolls left to him by the king. The moment he tore it open, a brilliant light shone forth, as if an invisible giant hand was pushing the daylight, and began to spread towards the darkness. 30 meters, 40 meters. The darkness retreated? No, it was Garol who retreated. When Qin Minghe saw the darkness retreat to 50 meters, the familiar heartbeat sounded again. Boom! Boom! Like the sound of muffled thunder, each one getting louder than the last. A huge white crack suddenly appeared in the dark sky, and then the crack grew bigger and bigger, revealing an eyeball inside. That's not a crack, it's an eye. His eyes slowly turned and finally looked down, staring at the crowd below. The warm body began to feel cold under the gaze. The eyeballs rolled around, then split in the middle into two and moved to the sides of the eyes. The eye that was originally just one began to gradually split, until the sky as far as the eye could see was filled with countless eyes. They don't blink, just stare at the people below. Garol was supposed to be shapeless, and even without eyes. Qin Minghe and his team could see it with the help of the system, but the commander and soldiers couldn't even find it. It transformed itself into eyes just to let everyone see it. The attack of the Shining Sun Scroll just now did not cause any harm to it. It is like this now because it is angry. This guy is demonstrating. Qin Minghe has been receiving system prompts since a while ago. Judgment of mental strength. Judgment failed. Falling into fear, all attributes temporarily reduced by 10%. The people around them were not in a much better condition, and were all in a state of fear. Chapter 37 Alfrey. A city-destroying monster called Jia Luolai. The commander looked at the crowd who were already speechless from fear and said unhappily, "What are you still standing there for? Fire! We are invincible!" As the commander's voice fell, everyone felt relieved and their fear instantly receded. Commander Alfrey activates the skill to appease, confidence is increasing. The fear state has been eliminated. The gunners and archers took their positions, and the mages chanted on the walls. Alfred had a frown on his face. They had all heard of the legend of Garol to some extent, but this was the first time they had seen him. In the last defense battle, Garol was among the monsters that attacked when the battle situation was reported from the front line. They were defeated miserably and did not obtain any useful information. So that later. We must hold on to it no matter what this time. The continuous bombardment streaked across the night sky, and the sound of explosions was endless. However, so many enchanted shells could not hurt it at all. Silent sound waves hit, and Qin Minghe stood firmly, as if he was not hurt at all. 001 and 002 had painful expressions, and the little wizard hid in the back and tried hard to control his expression. Everyone else, or rather the skeletons, didn't react at all. So many attacks did not cause any damage at all, and Alpha stopped the collective mages who were about to launch an attack after the chanting. A huge ball of lightning was suspended above the mages, with flashes of thunder inside and countless electric currents passing through it. The pressure created squeezed the surrounding space to the point of deformation. Alfrey knew the mages couldn't hold out for much longer, and scanned the area for Garol's possible weaknesses. Commander Alfred activates the Eye of Detection, Advanced. The previous system prompt was because the skill was used on Qin Minghe and others, but now the purple font can even detect skills used on others. Qin Minghe was very worried when he saw that the attack had no effect after so long. Witness its demise. The task issued by the system must have foreseen the end of one of the parties. If it was the demise of Garol, it would be fine, But if it was the demise of Sun City, it would be terrible. She is still in Sun City. If Sun City is destroyed, she will not be able to escape. If Sun City is not completely destroyed, it cannot be said to be extinct. Her mission is likely to be judged as unsuccessful, which means she will not be able to return or die. The system sent them to carry out this inexplicable mission. Was it just to let them die? I tried using keywords and lists, but the information I got was still the same as before. Girly. Level, super version. Strength? Defense? Skill? Unable to view. Even the purple font was of no help this time, and I had no idea where this guy's weakness was. Garol was pressing towards them, and the distance between the Sun City and it was reduced to 24 meters. Alfred's eyes were already bloodshot, but he still stared at him, hoping to detect something. Master, listen to my command. Shoot at its bottom eye directly in front of me. After finding the right direction, the lightning ball was shot out with the force of thunder. Hit it exactly. Garol's eye was successfully blown out, green unknown juice splashed everywhere, and the remaining eyes began to disappear one by one. Success. Keep attacking! Don't stop firing! The previous attack gave everyone great encouragement. The mages cheered up and planned to use up their magic power for another attack. Only the commander quietly stepped back and stood beside Shinmenha. Soon everyone realized something was wrong. The creature was still moving. It was still alive. The distance was shrinking step by step. You are not here to fight in the war, are you, visitors from the Third World? Right. The mission cannot be told, but the other party's guess does not count. Shinmenha was not overly surprised that the other party saw through his system disguise. After all, it was too obvious to see a living person mixed in with a pile of skeletons. 001 and 002 were both shocked when they heard Shinmenha's answer. What's going on? Is this aboriginal and native of ours disguised as a native? Shinmenha turned his head and asked the little wizard, Aren't you coming over? Seeing this, the young wizard stopped pretending and the fear on his face disappeared completely. He walked over from behind. When did you find out? I don't know whether he was asking about Alfred or Shinmenha. No one answered. The moment he heard their answer, Alfred knew the outcome. In this continent, it is well known that Bairi has cooperation with the Third World. People from the Third World are always teleported here to help people from all over the world fight monsters, but sometimes they do things that people cannot understand. Witnessing the demise is one of them, and these people came last time too. Seeing Garol approaching, Alfred had to take out another sunlight scroll and tear it open, successfully forcing it back once again. Don't be afraid, the daylight will accompany us. He tried to calm everyone's uneasy emotions, but only he knew that there were only 2 scrolls left. It's not powerful enough. In the past 2 years, the highest monsters they have dealt with were elite boss units. They are simply unable to deal with this kind of city-destroying monster. Today is the day of its demise, the day of the demise of the kingdom of Arno. It seemed as if time had gone back to 2 years ago, when they were so powerless. His Majesty the King left all the last inheritance of the kingdom to him for safekeeping. And when he failed to protect everyone during the storm a year ago, he used his trump card to turn everyone into what they are now. But he still had to disappoint the king's expectations, and now he could not even keep this last city. Perhaps the kingdom of Arno has long since perished, and he is the only living Arno man. Shinmenha and the others stood quietly by, not disturbing Alfred, who had his eyes closed. As he tore open another sunlight scroll, Alfred knew that time was running out. He slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with too many thoughts. He seemed to be relieved, but in an instant he lost his soul and aged 10 years. Everyone come over here, let's stop fighting and have one last chat. In an instant, all the illusions failed, and the people who were still alive just now turned into skeletons. The whole city instantly became a dead city. This change caught 001 and 002 off guard, but fortunately, these 2 people had strong psychological acceptance abilities and quickly made the transition. Alfred asked everyone to sit on the ground while he controlled the skeletons. He said to the old soldier who loved to wander around, I'm afraid I'm going to break my promise to you, old Manly, to go and see your daughter. He talked to many people, and when it was the female mercenary's turn, he said, Song Xiaoxi, I'm sorry, we may never be able to go to Yanqing. But in fact, this is Baidi, the Baidi you always thought about. When it was the swordsman's turn, he said nothing, but just controlled the swordsman's skeleton to come to his side. But Chen Minghe knew that the swordsman was called Yan Nanshan and was the commander's son. From the very beginning, no one was truly resurrected. All that was there was just the flesh and blood that this man painted on everyone based on his own memory. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Alfred said gently. Just think of it as us helping each other. Someone witnessed the rise of the Arno kingdom, and someone also witnessed its demise. This is considered a perfect ending. He took out a seed and watered it with his own blood. The seed instantly grew and bore fruit. Eat it. Bright fruit. Introduce? Those who are protected by light have the right to welcome the coming of day. Chen Menghe and his colleagues did as they were told. Garol moved forward once more, but this time there was nothing that could stop it. It clung to the city wall, but was blocked by a transparent white light and could not move forward any further. The white light is gradually dimming and may disappear soon. Friends in the third world, if one day you leave the war zone, can you tell the world that the kingdom of Arno is not dead? Good. Time passed by minute, the white light disappeared, the suffocating darkness pressed down, and Garol's eyes had recovered again. Chen Menghe saw Alfred smiling. Don't be afraid, the day goes with us. White lights appeared in the ruined city, and white lights also appeared from the skeletons sitting on the ground. All the lights gathered on Alfred. His body was torn apart, but his light shone brightly. He said, "The kingdom of Arno is not dead yet." In the boundless darkness, an unprecedented light burst out. One city for one city-killing monster, not a loss. Chapter 38 Metal. The portal in the room began to rotate, and a familiar figure slowly walked out. The three little ones who were squatting in front of the portal jumped back and forth excitedly. When they woke up, they were already in bed, but Chen Menghe was nowhere to be seen. There was only a strange door in the room. They were bounced out when they tried to go in, so they could only stay there. Wei Tei jumped up and slapped her in the face, but before he hit her, she picked him up and put him in her arms. He fished out the two more from the ground and carried them to the bedside. Sitting on the bed, she looked a little depressed. She stretched out her clenched right fist, in which lay a sun medal. This is the medal that Alfred pinned on his chest, which he gave to her at the last moment. Chen Menghe admired him very much. When he and Garol died together with the entire city, there was even a lingering smile on his face. They survived the huge explosion caused by light thanks to the fruit given by Alfred. Even though they were in it, the light did not hurt them at all. Just as the system said, they witnessed its demise. When everything returned to calm, the system's portal appeared. All the energy around it gathered and was absorbed by the portal, and their mission was completed. Chen Menghe raised his hand and pinned the medal neatly on himself. She didn't know what others would do, but she would keep her promise, just as Alfred had said, and tell the world that the kingdom of Arno was not destroyed. The fruit they ate was the best blessing he could give them. Those who are protected by light have the right to welcome the coming of day. The day has come, please start exploring the world. The three little ones noticed that something was wrong with Chen Menghe's mood, so they stopped making noise and squatted quietly beside Chen Menghe. Oh, come on, I haven't slept all night. I have to fight monsters again soon, what a miserable life. As she spoke, she raised her hand and ruffled the smooth fur of the three little ones. I'll sleep for a while. Remember to wake me up later, he said without looking at the three angry eyes, and lay leisurely on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. Not only Chen Menghe but also a large number of players did not sleep well last night. Yesterday's darkness came an hour earlier than usual, making everyone panic. But everything was peaceful until the second half of the night. When everyone thought that the day was over, the number of survivors on the system panel began to jump. About 2 people died every second. The frequency was not particularly high and the whole process lasted less than a minute, but it was enough to make everyone panic. The area chat panel was flooded with messages, and everyone was eager to know what happened, but no one stood up to answer. Those who could answer this question were already dead. Until some people looked at their friends' dimming profile pictures and speculated that the person who died might be someone whose candle of light had burned out. Although they knew the circumstances of the deaths, they still did not know how these people died. 2638/10,000. Countdown frowny face 00.05.00. 5 minutes left in the countdown. Chen Menghe was woken up by Xiong Pao Pao and his friends. Taking a break from her busy schedule to catch up on some sleep helped her mental state improve a lot. Without further ado, he asked the three of them to go out with him. Even if they couldn't help, they could still watch the battle. The portal had appeared at this time, and Chen Menghe came nearby and controlled the underground earth wall. The raised earth wall blocked the way to the courtyard and instead formed a new passage. He built a narrow, winding maze that was difficult to move around in, intending to trap the fire leopard inside and kill it slowly. It's a pity that the earth wall can only be placed outside, and various tower defense props can only be used in the courtyard, so in the end she still has to do it herself. 00.00.23. Seeing that the time was almost up, she found a suitable place to stand and summoned a wall of earth to rise from directly beneath her. She stood firmly on top of the earth wall and rose into the air along with it, allowing her to overlook the scene inside the maze. Put the three little ones on it together, and tell them not to move around to avoid falling down. Midnight. Monsters have been refreshed. A leopard ran out of the teleportation array. It had fiery red fur, black texture, and fire cloud patterns on its four paws. Every time it opened its mouth and exhaled, flames were accompanying it. It ran forward rapidly, as fast as the wind, but its destination was blocked by a huge earth wall. It spit out flames from its mouth, trying to burn the earth wall, but it had no effect on the wall. When it raised its claws to change its attack method, it instinctively felt uneasy and jumped to the side. An arrow hit the spot where it had just been. The fire leopard bared its sharp teeth and stared at Chen Menghe, who was standing on the earth wall with its burning eyes. That was such delicious food. Chen Menghe didn't get angry when he saw that his attack missed. He raised his hand and aimed again. The fire leopard didn't intend to give her the chance to aim. It ran around in the maze. The narrow and winding space made it impossible to speed up. This made it more and more irritated, and when another arrow was shot at it, it finally became so angry that it did not run away again. It stood still and blew out a mouthful of flames, which instantly burned the wooden arrow. Its gaze towards Chen Menghe also changed from that of a prey to a cautious one. It raised its claws and tried to climb up the wall. Its sharp nails dug into the wall, and it was actually climbing up. Chen Menghe knew what it was thinking. More and more arrows were shot at it, but it continued to climb without any hesitation, and from time to time it would turn its head and spit out flames to burn the wooden arrows. There were still some that had not been burned in time stuck in its body, but it remained indifferent and continued to move upwards. There were 2 wooden arrows stuck in its body, and blood was constantly dripping down its fur, but this could not stop it. Closer and closer. The fire leopard roared with some excitement, but Chen Menghe stood in the distance unmoved. Another arrow hit the fire leopard. The fire leopard's eyes became more ferocious. It kept climbing upwards, trying to get closer to the human who kept shooting arrows at it, but gradually it discovered something was wrong. No matter how high it climbed, the distance never got closer. As it climbed upwards, the earth wall continued to merge into the ground. Roar! Chen Menghe looked at the unwilling beast, and this time she replaced the wooden sword with the iron arrow that came with the bow. An arrow was shot, and the fire leopard, blinded by anger, stood still and planned to repeat the same trick and burn the wooden arrow with fire. The arrow, with unstoppable force, pierced through the flames and hit the fire leopard's eyes directly. The huge impact force made the fire leopard retreat backwards, and the incredible pain made it half lying on the ground. The surrounding earth walls moved, confining its range of movement to a small circle, making it unable to escape. Chen Menghe once again assumed the posture of shooting an arrow. The fire leopard below whimpered and begged for mercy, but its claws were not hidden properly. The fatal effect of the skill attach has been triggered. There is no way to avoid it. The fire leopard dies. Experience points plus 50. Chapter 39 Intelligence Network. When the first round of fire leopards were successfully killed, Chen Menghe immediately removed all the earth walls. Standing on the flat ground again, she raised her hand and rubbed her temple, which was already starting to swell and ache. As expected, a quick and decisive battle was needed. Using the moving earth wall was too much of a mental burden on her. Chunmingha did not plan to use the acceleration scroll immediately. She planned to rest for a while first. The three beside them were communicating with their eyes. The boss is so scary. That's it. Chunmingha turned around and looked at them. If you don't leave quickly, don't blame me for not opening the door for you. After entering the house, he opened the system panel. The messages in the regional chat channel had already changed in waves, and now when he scrolled over, he could only see a bunch of people discussing Fire Leopard. I couldn't find anything related to yesterday. Even if there was, it was only one or two scattered things that were of no use. Wow, this thing looks so cool. If I could capture it and use it as a mount, I would be the coolest guy in the whole area. I think it's super cool too. But this attack power is not cool at all. Aya, stop chasing me. The air wall smells so good. I built a ladder earlier, and now I'm hiding on the roof. What should I do if this guy keeps banging on my door? This speed is cheating. I want to report it to the system. I spent 30 copper coins to buy a bow and arrow. Now I'm shooting at it from the rooftop, but I can't hit it at all. Ha 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 ha, what a bunch of unlucky bastards. I have a deceleration tower. What Fire Leopard? You turn into a turtle in an instant. What on earth happened last night? Brother, are you on 2G? Why are you still asking about yesterday? If you don't have candles, just wait to die. It's that simple. No skills required, just strength. Injure its legs first. 6. Chunmingha browsed for a while, opened his friend interface, and found Xiang Tian to ask a question. But she found that the other party had sent her a message this morning, but she was sleeping too deeply and had no time to read it. Did you go to Sun City yesterday? Xiang Tian must have a certain basis for asking this question, but how did he know it? Yes. Chunmingha was about to continue asking about yesterday's intelligence, but Xiang Tian replied immediately after asking. I heard that you discovered part of the truth about the world yesterday. I hope to exchange this information for yours. If we don't have anything that satisfies you right now, you can ask for it, and we will try our best to satisfy you. Another instant reply. Could these guys be staring at the system panel every day? But she also grasped two key points. You, part of the truth about the world, and the other party even knew this information. Chunmingha became more and more curious about their intelligence network. Can you tell me where you got the information? It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. Chunmingha sent this message tentatively. If I tell you, will you agree to exchange it for information? Of course, this also depends on your other sincerity. The courtyard was filled with all kinds of towers, including attack type, auxiliary type, and towers of various attributes. It was a richness that Chunmingha could not imagine. The Fire Leopard was locked in a cage, barely breathing and unable to move. Its mouth and limbs were tied, so it could not hurt anyone. Sitting next to him was a gentleman with a pale face, who had been suffering from illness for many years. He was holding a small knife in his hand and trying to dissect the Fire Leopard. Chunmingha sent him a message. Xiang Tian asked and held his eyes. He was very moved when he saw the message sent by Chunmingha. That was the truth of the world. He immediately sent the message to a group of only 4 people. He can create a group, and he can create more than one group. The other 2 people in this group run the intelligence network with him, and the extra one just joined a few days ago. He relayed Chunmingha's original words, and soon all 3 of them gave their responses, unanimously deciding to make the deal, and they would agree to it as long as it was within their capabilities. While waiting for a reply, Chunmingha teased Xiong Pao Pao, wrapping him up into a ball and rolling him around. We learned about this from other districts. When the other party sent this message, even Chunmingha was stunned. As she ranks first in comprehensive combat power in Area 004, she has additional rights granted by the system, but they are limited to viewing the rankings of other areas. And now this guy told her that they could already get in touch with other areas. It's a coincidence that we added a 4th in command a few days ago, and there's more than one shelter in his birthplace. What's the meaning? He happened to be at the dividing line between the 2 areas. Next to him was Area 005. He and that person were so close that they would occasionally chat together. Now he will be the one delivering and trading the materials and information between our 2 districts. This incident was said by the man ranked first in the overall ranking of Region 005, but he only said that he went to Sun City with others and obtained part of the truth about the world. Because the other person is ranked first in the overall ranking in the area, we guessed that you might have gone there too. After hearing what he said, Chen Minghe actually opened his permission panel and accessed Area 005. Man. Area number 005, merged area. Attributes, not viewable. Introduction: an abnormal mental illness usually makes people call themselves crazy. 002 that I met that day. In that case, 001 and the little wizard that day should have been ranked first in the region. Chen Minghe felt that it was necessary to find some time in the evening to find out which areas these two guys were from. Maybe he could see them again in the future. Xiang Tian asked you to share your item list? Chen Minghe opened a list of items again. Needless to say, the information dealers were faster than robbers. Chen Minghe had almost run out of wood and stones, so he wanted these two first. He couldn't decide after choosing for a long time. There was nothing he could do, as these guys had too many good things. Come to think of it, the list sent over is probably just one of the copies of the 004 area plus the merged area 005. Finally, Chen Minghe saw something that made his eyes light up. Water pump. Introduction: place it in a place with groundwater, and it will naturally pump water for you, extracting 3L per day. All kidding aside, Chen Minghe now kind of wants to join them. But calm down, ordinary people can't touch these things at all. And for people like Xiang Tianfa, there are too many people who need to bear the responsibility, and Chen Minghe knows that he is not cut out for it. It's also good to maintain the current trading relationship. I compiled yesterday's information into a newspaper and sent it over. Obtain 999 wood blocks, 999 stones, 100 ore, 1 water pump, 2 candles, 3 lucky bags, and 100 silver coins. In addition to these, Chen Minghe also brought yesterday's information. Chapter 40 Killing. Xiang Tian asked a question and sent you a message. Open. The shelter has a certain resistance to darkness, and the higher the level, the stronger the resistance. Low-level shelters require a key to open this function, otherwise the resistance to darkness will be greatly reduced. Low-level shelter, 1 to 5 level shelter. Key: bright candle. You who have the key are the master of the shelter. Those whose candles of light burned out last night were equivalent to losing the key to the shelter, which means they were no longer the owners of the shelter. A shelter without an owner is just an ordinary house, so they were swallowed by the darkness. Yesterday, there was a group member who we gave a candle of light to at the last moment. He described it this way: darkness seemed to be everywhere. Even if the door was closed tightly and the house was airtight, the darkness could still pass through the house and appear directly in the house and move towards him. Chen Minghe looked at the information carefully. This broke her initial conjecture. In the role of repelling darkness, the shelter is not the main body, but the light candle. Only with the key of the light candle can the function of the shelter be unlocked. But the key alone is not enough, so its use can only be within the shelter, complementing each other. 00.03.36. An hour has passed quietly and the second wave of monsters is about to arrive. Chen Minghe still erected the earth wall according to the previous method. After an hour of rest, her mental state had improved a lot, and she could control the earth wall again. As the earth walls were erected, she noticed claw marks on one of them. It was left behind by the previous fire leopard, which means that the earth wall is not generated using the land. It is there at the beginning of the scroll, and each earth wall is unique. Once destroyed, it cannot be added again. Chen Minghe didn't know how many earth walls there were in total, and her mental strength was not enough to support her to summon all of them. Midnight. 3 fire leopards suddenly ran out of the portal. As soon as they appeared, they started running wildly and split into 3 groups to go to different passages. Chen Minghe was a little surprised. Why was he so smart right from the start this time? The maze she set up was not big, and they would find the exit in no time if they ran this way. But it is enough to let one out, the remaining 2 still need to be locked inside. White has great speed and agility, and can hide in the shadows, making him ideal for holding back and luring enemies. White, go guard the exit. Remember, don't fight too long. You just need to hold it back. Xiong Pao Pao and Michio, You go deal with the one in the middle. Xiong Pao Pao will be in charge of the battle, and Michio will be in charge of the assistance. Shinmenha picked up his bow and arrow. I'll deal with the one behind. After assigning the tasks, the three little ones ran to where they were supposed to be. Shinmenha mobilized his mental power to control the earth wall, and the first fire leopard was released. What awaited it were attacks from various towers. Wei Tei stood on the arrow tower, licking his fur leisurely. Faced with this provocation, the fire leopard roared angrily and rushed forward. The remaining two fire leopards were completely trapped in the maze. Xiong Pao Pao and Michio cooperated with each other. The moment Xiong Pao Pao landed, he grew huge and rushed forward. Huobao looked at the opponent who suddenly appeared, took an attacking posture, and opened his mouth to spit fire. Unexpectedly, a huge rock was thrown over the earth wall. The fire leopard narrowly dodged it and looked up to find that it was a rabbit. Michio was very dissatisfied with the fire leopard for dodging his boulder attack, so he jumped down. The fire leopard looked at the rabbit that came to him and opened his mouth. But at this moment, the bear suddenly approached and opened its mouth to bite its neck, but it reacted with amazing speed and jumped away. Unexpectedly, as soon as I jumped away, I felt my whole body being lifted up. It was held up by a rabbit. Before it could react, a ball of rice was thrown towards Xiong Pao Pao, who opened his arms and smiled at it. There was no preparation for it to spit fire throughout the whole process. Shinmenha shot arrows and chased the fire leopards while observing the fighting status of both sides. After making sure that they could complete the task well, he also focused on his own side. The fire leopard ran around in the maze, but couldn't escape. From time to time, it was shot by arrows. If it continued like this, it would either run to death in the maze or be shot to death by arrows. Reluctantly, it chose the same tactic as the fire leopard in the previous round, climbing up the earth wall and then killing the hateful human. It's a pity that its ending won't be better than the last one. With his small and agile body, White was able to dodge the fire leopard's claws and flames every time. With the help of the thorny vines, the fire leopard was firmly trapped in place and unable to move forward. During this period, the fire leopard was shot by the arrow tower many times. Until it went crazy, broke free from the thorny vines and rushed into the courtyard, where it was greeted with more attacks. Wei Tei was elusive and kept delaying its steps, preventing it from getting close to the house. Experience points plus 50. When Shinmenha dealt with the fire leopard, the battles in the other two places were also over. Experience points plus 50. Experience points plus 50. White still looked lazy, standing still on the body of the fire leopard. Michio kicked the body of the fire leopard with his hind legs angrily, and only Xiong Popo was thinking whether the fire leopard could be eaten. Just as it made up its mind to open its mouth and give it a try, the corpse dissipated. After withdrawing the earth wall, the three immediately ran over to Shinmenha to take credit, with Michio holding a green package. Shinmenha raised his hand to take the package, and did not hesitate to encourage. "You did a great job this time. I'll give you a big dinner tonight." Wei Tei pretended to be indifferent, and combed his hair modestly. Michio happily jumped around Shinmenha, and only Xiong Pao Pao still cared about the meat he hadn't eaten. Congratulations to the player for completing his dream and the tower defense mission. The reward has been sent to the mailbox. Tower defense this time, S. Successfully killing elite monsters rewards are being sent. Get a small mobile cannon as a reward. Small mobile cannon. Category Fort. Attributes: Portable, Attack Power 10. Introduction: A portable turret, take it wherever you go, you are a human turret. Because this time the tower defense mission requires elite units, there are only 2 rounds in total. Now that Shinmenha has successfully defended the tower, the system's rewards will follow. Although it was small, it was half a meter long and heavy. Shinmenha tried to move it but failed. She looked at the small mobile cannon and had a bold idea. "Michio, come here and try to move it." Although Michio was puzzled by Shinmenha's request, he still came over to try it. His small body easily lifted the turret. "Okay, I declare this your weapon from now on. Mobile cannon rabbit soldier." After solving the placement problem of the small mobile cannon, Shinmenha came to the cabin and checked the status of the smelting furnace. All 27 ordinary iron beetles had been melted and 5 pieces of iron were obtained. 2 boss-level iron beetles are still being smelted. Chapter 41 Breakthrough Direction. 100 silver coins she got from Xiang Tian, making a total of 109 silver coins and 20 copper coins. There is no urgent need for silver coins now, so the iron will be kept for the time being as a backup. Return to the house and count the harvest. I opened the cyan package without expecting anything, but a burst of light burst out. Congratulations on obtaining the bundling tower. Chen Minghe was a little bit unbelievable. He, a person with African attributes, actually flashed when he opened the cyan package. The special effect that can only be obtained by opening the cyan flash package. Bundle tower. Area, shelter courtyard. Effect, build a binding tower to bind monsters passing through the courtyard. The binding lasts for 2 seconds for ordinary monsters of level 1 to 3 and 1 second for elite monsters of level 4 to 6. Each time you bind units, you can bind 10 units at level 1 to 3, and 2 units at level 4 to 6. The cooldown time for each use is 5 seconds. After seeing its effects, Chen Minghe knew that this was definitely a good thing and its role in battle was not insignificant. He suppressed his excitement and opened the system mailbox again. There are 2 rewards in the mailbox. One is the reward for successfully defending the tower, and the other is the reward for completing the system emergency task. Successfully defending the tower is rewarded with 3 white packages and 1 cyan package. 1 vegetable gift box, 2 compressed biscuits, and 1 fire defense turret, primary, were obtained. She had seen someone selling a fire defense turret before, but unfortunately they failed to reach an agreement on the price. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, she finally owned it. Finally, there are the package rewards for completing urgent tasks. There are only 2 reward packages in total, but they are both silver packages. This was the first time Chen Minghe had seen a silver package. In all the time she had been here, she had only seen a cyan shiny package at most. Try opening the first one. You open the silver package and obtain the following items. Plant spirits. Level none. Strength 1. Defense 1. Skills: Catalyze plant growth, plant healer. Catalyze plant growth. Waiting for plants to grow is always a long process. When plants have the company of plant spirits, their growth cycle will be greatly shortened. Plant healer. Even plants that are about to wither can be successfully revived under the treatment of plant spirits. Chen Minghe successfully obtained what farming players dreamed of. Although the plant elf's attributes are weak, its skills are terrifyingly strong. With it, Chen Minghe no longer needs to worry about food. Now all we need are some seeds to make these 5 elves play their due roles. Looking at these little green-winged people, Chen Minghe couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of nature. They are truly beautiful creatures. Unfortunately, they seem to have no wisdom. After they appeared, they walked around the room and then squatted on Chen Minghe's vegetable gift box and did not move. Unable to communicate, they just instinctively get close to plants. Open another silver package. You open the silver package and obtain the following items. Where the heart desires. Category: Mirror. Attribute: Find. Introduction: Put it in your hand, think of what you want, and it will guide you. It can only be used once a day, and the amount of information you get depends on the difficulty of the thing you want. Another bombshell. There were too many surprises today, which made Chen Minghe feel a little dizzy. But when she thought about how she had risked her life for this, she calmed down again. At the same time, she also noticed the red dot on the illustration. Did I add a new card because I just killed the fire leopard? I didn't see the red dot appear when I killed the monster before. She clicked on the album, but it automatically jumped to the golden card page. The golden card page was different from the previous one, it was dim. This is the only golden card page of Snowwind Beast that she owns. In addition to the basic information of Snowwind Beast, there is also a tracking button below. But now the tracking button is gray and unusable. Chen Minghe tried to click it, but a pop-up window popped up on the system interface. The traceable scene, Sun City, has been destroyed and cannot be traced. Chen Minghe was stunned for a moment. Yes, the scene was gone, how could he track it? Obtain special card, Arno Kingdom. Arno Kingdom. Status: Extinct. Capital City, Sun City. Introduction: a once prosperous and powerful kingdom was attacked by a large number of city-destroying monsters 2 years ago due to unknown reasons. The guardian city of Yenqing in the war zone was destroyed first, followed by the destruction of all 9 cities on the border. The original White Land Sun City was transformed into a war zone. With the concerted efforts of the king and the people, the City of the Sun was hidden by an unknown force. The king died, and less than 1,000 people survived in the country. A year later, the Sun City reappeared in the war zone, and all members were killed in multiple attacks. The only survivor was Alfrey. Alfrey tried to revive his companions, but after persisting for another year, he was discovered by the city-destroying monster Garl. Destruction. There is also a picture at the bottom of the card, which is the picture of Qinmenghe and others witnessing the demise. In fact, the food that day was quite delicious. She was planning to bring some back for White and the others, but unfortunately the system did not allow for bringing food back. Just as I was silently about to close the card book, a system prompt popped up. A card that can be simulated has been detected. You can perform a card scene simulation once for every 100 silver coins you spend. Each simulation lasts 2 hours, and you can designate a specific person to serve as a sparring partner. Successfully knock down this character, and your attribute points can break the limit. I never expected such a change. Originally, Qinmenghe was at a loss as to how to break the upper limit of his attribute points, but now he has a direction. 100 silver coins at a time, this is too expensive for her now. Did the system really know that she had 100 silver coins, so it blocked her on purpose? It looked like she would have to work hard to make money again. I opened my own property panel, originally just intending to take a look. Unexpectedly, the purple font actually gave her a hint. Attribute points can be increased. If she remembered correctly, she had increased her attribute points not long ago, but she reached her limit at that time, so she did not increase them further. How long had it been? Her own physical fitness could not have been enhanced in such a short time, so why could the attribute points be increased again? The light fruit has certain body transformation functions. 0.1 attribute points first, and after confirming that his attribute points could be increased again, he began to improve. Name, Qinmenghe. Experience, 490. Title, Hunter, Strength bonus is not available. Race, Human. Gender, Female. Strength 5 in bold. Speed 5 0.4. Agility 5 0.1. Mental strength 4.8 1.2. Skills additional. The speed has reached the current maximum value. Agility has reached the current maximum value. Please break through the barrier as soon as possible. 5 points of speed skill are being drawn. 5 points of agility skill are being drawn. Chapter 42 Plant Spirits. Drawing successful. 5 points speed skill, Hunter. Active skill. 5 points of agility skill, Boneless. Skill, addition, add strength to the weapon, the weapon's attribute attack power will be enhanced, and there is a very low probability of triggering a fatal state. Hunter, both legs gain an amplification effect, burst speed increases by 10%, each use has a cooling time of 1 day. Boneless, the body's flexibility is greatly enhanced, and some extremely difficult movements can be performed. Because he had taken the fruit of light and had laid a good foundation, this time of adding points was much less painful than the previous 2 times. You can feel the warm current passing through your body, strengthening every bone. This clear feeling of becoming stronger is so intoxicating. Qinmenghe opened his eyes again and found that the world around him had slowed down. The flame burning in the stove took a while to change. Wei Ti's claws hitting the rice ball were much slower than he had imagined. She took a step forward and held both of them in her hands. Meow? Wei Ti couldn't understand when his boss learned how to teleport. Michio was glad that he had escaped. In order to adapt as quickly as possible, Qinmenghe walked around the room more than once, until she gradually adapted, then she stopped and sat back on the bed. The elves huddled together in fear and only dared to stay on the vegetable gift box. Qinmenghe went over to try to comfort them, but they started sobbing in fear. Wei Ti and Michio also came over to watch the fun, which frightened the elves so much that they burst into tears. Xiong Pao Pao didn't care about that, he just focused on the vegetable gift boxes under the elves. The vegetable gift box is in transparent packaging, and one can clearly see the bamboo shoots inside. It went over and grabbed the gift box and held it in its arms. The elves had no place to stay, so they flapped their wings and ran around the bear. Chinmenghe did not stop Xiong Paopao from approaching because she found that the elves did not seem to resist Xiong Paopao's approach. She coaxed them with soft words, but they ignored her. Xiong ran over and tried to grab things, but they came up to him instead. What kind of world is this? The emotions of the 5 of them have been eased, and Chinmenghe has begun to consider where to place them. Planting them outside the shelter is unrealistic, and planting them in the courtyard will not be able to take care of them when monsters attack. Chinmenghe wouldn't be able to use the workshop for a while. It was protected by a wooden house with a smelting furnace inside, and the indoor temperature was just right. Open the system mall planting interface. There are all kinds of seeds and trees in it. I didn't consider planting before because in this uncertain world, maybe the plant will not sprout before the person is gone. But now it's different. With plant elves, the growth cycle of plants can be greatly shortened. Looking at the prices of various commodities, Chinmenghe finally sold the 5 pieces of iron to the system. Yes/no for sale. Yes. Congratulations on getting 10 silver coins. She needs to keep 100 silver coins to simulate the scene, and use 10 silver coins to buy a cooling wind chime. Now she also has to buy some seeds. It is not enough to spend. Peach. Price, 10 copper coins. Introduction, plant it, and if you live long enough, you may be able to eat sweet and delicious peaches. Cabbage seeds. Price, 2 copper coins. Introduction, who wouldn't want to eat delicious cabbage? There are many categories, and everything you want is available. Each one is full of temptation to Chinmenghe, but Chinmenghe is unmoved. She only had 5 elves, and she certainly couldn't use them all on these basic plants. She slid all the way down, and finally saw what she wanted. Orange tree variation. Price, 10 silver coins. Introduction, it can produce oranges that are only sweet and not sour. After mutation, it has magical functions. Eating it can instantly relieve fatigue. Note: only 10% of the fruits produced have special effects. Chinmenghe looked around and found that the ones with better performance were not as cheap as this one, so she couldn't afford it. The ones with worse performance were not very useful and not worth it. I gritted my teeth and placed the order, and bought an ordinary peach tree, and finally 2 bags of cabbage seeds, a bag of carrots, and a bag of peppers. This has to do with the ruthlessness of the system. All seeds can only be used once, which means that they cannot buy a pack of seeds and then grow the plants and keep the seeds. Since we bought a tree, we can't plant it indoors, so our previous plan of planting it in the workshop is no longer feasible. After much thought, I decided to plant it in the gap between the house and the short stone wall. As long as the monsters are blocked in front and outside the yard, the plant elves will not be attacked. Ask Bear Pow Pow to take the 5 elves out with her. At the selected location, Chinmenghe took out the things he bought, all of which were in the form of seeds. When peach and orange seeds are thrown on the ground, the seeds will naturally merge into the ground, take root and sprout at a very fast speed, and grow into seedlings. When cabbage seeds are sown, they naturally blend into the ground, but they do not change and need to wait until they grow naturally. When the elves saw the plants, they stopped running around the bear and happily surrounded the plants. The originally ordinary tree began to glow from the roots, the light spread upwards, and the branches shook slightly and extended. Driven by the life of the elves, the tree seemed to come alive. There is a plant elf on every tree, and there is also an elf in the carrot field, cabbage field, and pepper field. They circled around the land happily, and as they danced, some white sparkling powder fell from their wings. It only took a moment for the seeds underneath to sprout and break through the soil. When Chinmenghe was expecting them to grow up in an instant, their growth slowed down. Peach tree results 06.00.00. Orange tree result 12.00.00. Cabbage 02.00.00. Chili 02.00.00. Carrot 02.00.00. As expected of a plant elf, the shortest vegetable harvesting time is only 2 hours. After 2 hours, Chinmenghe can eat fresh vegetables. Now that everyone is out, we plan to do everything at once. Take out the binding tower blueprint we just got and put it next to the arrow tower. Yes/no to build a bundling tower, costing 1 bundling tower blueprint, 100 wood blocks, 50 stones. Yes. The construction was successful. After the white light, a triangular spire was successfully built next to the arrow tower, with special white vines entwined on it. Then take out the fire defense turret, primary, and place it next to the defense turret, intermediate. Yes/no to build a fire defense turret, primary, costing 1 fire defense turret, primary, blueprint, 100 wood blocks, 50 stones. The fire defense turret looks exactly like an ordinary turret, except that it has some flame patterns on it. Shin Minho looked at the neat row of towers and thought that he might have to start from the second row next time as the courtyard was still a little small. Chapter 43 Death. She came to another small wooden room that she had not set foot in for a long time. This small wooden room was designed by the system to look like a bathroom. Unfortunately, she had no water and couldn't use it at all. She took out the water pump she had just obtained. It looked very different from the water pump she remembered. It was a palm-sized, square mechanical box. Throw it on the ground and it will automatically blend into the ground. Water pump installed successfully. Shinminha tried turning the faucet on the sink, and clear water flowed out. There is another special sink at the lower right side of the wash basin, which is very convenient for daily water collection. I can get 3 liters of water every day. Although it is not much, it is much better than before. And if you don't use it, the unused amount today will be added to tomorrow's water output quota, so you don't have to collect 3 liters of water every day. Close this door and go to the workshop. At this point the smelting is complete. Obtain iron block 10. A boss-level iron beetle can smelt 5 pieces of iron, all of which can be exchanged for silver coins. Obtain 10 silver coins. At this time, there was nothing left to smelt in the smelting furnace, and the fire in the smelting furnace gradually went out and closed automatically. Go back inside. Open the system mall again. Blanket 10 kilograms. Price 3 silver coins. Cooling wind chime. Price 10 silver coins. Introduction: hang it in the house to provide air conditioning. If you use it in cold weather, you will definitely get sick. Although he had already bought a quilt, Chen Minghe still chose to buy the blanket. He also bought the cooling wind chime that he had been thinking about. He also bought some pots, pans, bowls, and some kitchen utensils. He also replaced 3 small broken wooden bowls with exquisite porcelain bowls, spending a total of 1 silver coin. The living standards also need to be improved. Mattresses, 1 silver coin, pillows, 1 silver coin, thin quilts, 2 silver coins, and bedding sets, 1 silver coin, should all be purchased. The remaining 8 silver coins are for emergencies, and 100 silver coins are used as the cost of the simulation scenario. The things he bought weren't actually that much, but the cost was huge. However, looking at his brand new home, Chen Minghe still felt that it was all worth it. Chen Minghe sat on the soft and comfortable bed and felt relaxed. This was not a psychological effect, but the bedding from the system mall had the effect of helping her sleep and feel at ease. She has been busy until now, and finally has time to take out the one she desires and check it out. This is an oval-shaped plain mirror with a gold-rimmed edge. It is also covered with an outer shell. An unknown and distorted text is written on the back of the shell. The entire shell is black. The mirror was bright, smooth, and crystal clear. Chen Minghe pointed it at herself, and the mirror reflected her own appearance and the background of the room behind her. She had always been very curious about the big wooden goblin, but even though she knew she could get it in the goblin dungeon, she had never been able to find the direction. Trying to think about the goblin copy in her mind, the image in the mirror spread out like water waves, her projection disappeared, the entire mirror surface turned black, and a blood-red font appeared on it. The text was the same as on the back of the shell, but the amazing thing was that Chen Minghe could understand the text. 3 hairs of goblins, plus some of their favorite wine. When darkness falls, when you walk out of the shelter, there will be someone to guide you. Any wine is fine, but white wine is best. Chen Minghe didn't expect that the information would appear so easily. What she didn't know was that if it weren't for her strong mental strength, she would have fainted from the headache when she read this text just now, and would not have been able to understand it. Liquor can be purchased from the system mall, but where can I get goblin hair? Big Bear. It looks like she has to make a deal with Big Bear. However, she now needs to try a scene simulation and click on the Arno Kingdom card in the system atlas. Yes/no, spend 100 silver coins for scenario simulation. Yes. The moment Chimengha chose yes, the scene around her began to change and everything disappeared. She appeared in a vast white space, surrounded by nothingness. The system panel popped up in front of her. Currently available character, Alfred. Yes/no designation. Yes. She knew as early as when she came in that in this scene, the only person she knew who could serve as a sparring partner was Alfred. Please select the mode, 1. Challenge mode 2. Training mode. Chimengha chose 2 without hesitation. Even though she knew that she could break through the attribute point barrier as long as she defeated Alfredo, she still had some self-awareness. She was no match for him at all. Tip: once you die in any mode, the simulation of that scene ends. Tip: in challenge mode, the challenge character's attributes will be suppressed to the player's attribute point barrier state. The white scene changed again. Ruins rose up all around, followed by city walls. Chimengha was very familiar with this scene. This was the Sun City. The scene outside the city also changed accordingly. One by one, snow and wind beasts, including snow and wind beasts, generals, appeared outside the city, forming an army. A man in heavy armor on the city wall was directing the artillery fire. He was the old acquaintance Alfred. Chimengha mingled with the wind and snow beasts, and all the wind and snow beasts around her automatically ignored her. The identities were reversed. This time, she was not the one guarding the city, but the one who was going to break into the city with the snow wind beast. Only when she entered the city would she be qualified to fight against Alfred. Chimengha had never expected this kind of sparring mode. She thought it was just a one-on-one training, but she didn't expect that she would have to fight for this training first. 02.00.00. She didn't have much time left. Each card scene simulation cost 100 silver coins and only lasted 2 hours. Skill Hunter activated. Chimengha burst out with all her speed. She jumped out of the group of wind and snow beasts, stepped on the heads of many wind and snow beasts, and ran towards the city gate. With the help of her speed, she dodged the artillery fire from the wall. Fortunately, the scene simulation did not replicate all the scenes at that time. Otherwise the light mage's lightning balls and various enchanted shells and arrows would have made it difficult for her to move. She wanted to reach the city gate as quickly as possible, but when she was about to reach the city gate, Alfred on the city wall moved. Already approaching the city wall, triggering active mode. The other party got a bow from somewhere and aimed at her. Even though she ran away as fast as she could, she still used a snow beast as a meat shield in front of her. But the arrow still shot towards her with the force of thunder, and went straight through the body of the snow wind beast in front of her, and hit her right between the eyebrows. Card scene simulation ends. Chimengha suddenly opened her eyes, she raised her hand and touched her forehead. There was nothing, she was still alive. The hairs on her body stood up and her back was soaked with cold sweat. Even though she had escaped from the scene simulation, she could not escape the feeling of death. The fear from the bottom of my heart when being targeted, the pain when my eyebrows were pierced, everything was so real. She was sure that the bow and arrow was just picked up by the other party at random, and was not Afra's main weapon at all. But even so, she was killed instantly by the other party. Chapter 44 Black Planet. Everything in the simulated scene feels real. Physical injuries will not be brought into reality, but mental damage is unavoidable. She sat on the bed for a long time before she came out of the fear of death. His first reaction was to feel sorry for his 100 silver coins. He didn't do anything and was killed instantly before he even got close to the person. That combat power is too illegal. However, the opponent's attack was triggered when she approached the city gate. As long as she did not approach the city gate and tried to attack the city, she would not be attacked by the opponent. But if she doesn't approach the other person, what should she do when she goes in? Chimengha suddenly remembered the densely packed snow beasts outside. Those snow beasts would not actively attack her, so they were also a good subject for training. Another thing is that it took more than a minute from the time she entered the white space to the time she was killed instantly. But when she came out, the hands on the watch were only 1 or 2 seconds different from when she went in. The speed of time flow is different, this is the conclusion she came to. If this is true, then it is undoubtedly a very good training place, which can accelerate her growth and enrich her combat experience. Calculated at 100 silver coins, it is still worth it. Next time when I have enough silver coins, I will train outside the city first, and then go into the city when the time is right. She thought this process shouldn't take long. Although her attribute points have basically reached the barrier value so far, she does not have the corresponding combat skills and combat experience, and her control and application of her body is not good enough. These all require sufficient time to accumulate. After thinking this through, she decided to open the system panel. The 3 little ones who had been squatting beside her began to sob. Xiong Pao Pao even held the vegetable gift box and looked at her pleadingly. It was already past lunchtime, but Chen Minghe didn't think about this matter at all. After all, he had just had a big meal. She took the vegetable gift box from Xiong Pao Pao's hand, opened it, and counted it. There were bamboo shoots, tomatoes, celery, etc. There were some various vegetables in it, but not many. Just make do with what you have for lunch today. As she said that, she handed the bamboo shoots that Xiong Pao Pao had been longing for to him, handed the carrots to Michio, and took out some dried meat that she had previously stored from her system backpack and shared it with White. After solving the food problem for the 3 of them, although Chen Menghe did not feel hungry, he also ate 2 tomatoes. Open the system panel. I was able to survive. It was a life-threatening experience. It was thrilling. If you want to see the sequel, you only need 10 wooden blocks. I'm not bragging. I got an A-level evaluation and the reward is super good. I stayed on the roof the whole time. I was too scared to go down. That's too much. Can't these monster corpses just dissipate? They're also meat. Look what good stuff I opened. My source of happiness, Coke. The one on the roof, how did you kill the fire leopard? I didn't kill it. I just let it into the house and set up some small traps inside to lock it up. Anyway, as long as the house is not destroyed and I am not killed, it's fine. It doesn't say that monsters cannot be allowed into the house. Why is my rating only C? You are really a genius, you have a unique way of thinking, and you are the first person to let a monster into the house. Chen Menghe also admired this man's courage. Most people would not dare to do such a thing. Who knows if the monster would be directly judged as a failure after it comes in? When I opened my trading interface, I saw many people wanted to trade the black phosphorus snake that I had listed before. After all, it was very cool to have a snake monster as a pet. She quickly scrolled through the trade terms offered by the group until she saw a familiar name. The second-ranked person in the region. Even Chen Menghe would occasionally pop up in the regional chat channel, but this guy had never been seen making any moves. If Chen Menghe hadn't seen him on the leaderboard, she wouldn't have known there was such a person. Agree to the other party's friend request. Exchange for black phosphorus snake, 50 or 250 wood blocks, 200 stone blocks, 36 silver coins. I have too many wood and stone blocks. I'll replace them with something else, an offensive or defensive tower. In the white t-shirt sat in front of the fireplace, adding firewood from time to time. He calculated the supplies he had left, lowered his eyes, and made a decision. Can. Ice defense tower, primary, 50 or 20 silver coins. The other party sent you a message to share. Ice defense tower, primary. Defense 5. Attack 12. Skill, freezes the monster and deals damage for 3 seconds, firing a shell every 5 seconds. Note, monsters above level 5 can only be frozen for 1 second, and only 1 unit can be frozen. Construction, Ice Attribute Defense Turret, Primary, Blueprint 1, Wood Block 100, Stone Block 50. The other party cancelled the wood blocks and stones and reduced the silver coins, but gave a blueprint of an Ice Attribute Defense Turret, Primary. The conditions given are acceptable under normal circumstances. After all, this kind of drawings cannot be bought even if you have money. But Chen Menghe's black phosphorus snake is the only one. If used properly, the black phosphorus snake can also become a combat force and can fight independently. The blueprint is fine, but there are not enough silver coins. Black Planet picked up a piece of compressed biscuit and stuffed it into his mouth, then took a big gulp of water. Without even hesitating for long, he let go. 36 silver coins, this is the limit I can take out. Make a deal. Transaction successful. Chinmingha had another blueprint at hand. The silver coins had been automatically deposited into the system, and there were 50 pieces of ore. The Black Planet also received the parchment containing the black phosphorus snake. The black phosphorus snake in the ink painting on the parchment was sleeping soundly. I felt myself being awakened by a shaking, and when I opened my eyes I found myself in an unfamiliar environment. It escaped from the humanoid's hands, but fell into the hands of another male humanoid. The Black Planet bit its fingertips and dripped blood onto the parchment. The black phosphorus snake in the parchment changed from an ink painting to a real one, and broke away from the parchment. There was a gradual glow around it, and the tail that was originally broken in half began to grow again rapidly, returning to its original appearance. The golden blood began to merge with the man's drop of red blood, and finally returned to the body of the black phosphorus snake. Taming successfully. There was less fear in the black phosphorus snake's dark green pupils, and its eyes became gentle as it looked at the Black Planet. The Black Planet waved at it, and the black phosphorus snake obediently spit out bright red snake almonds and crawled to his feet. It climbed up his arm and put its head on the other shoulder. Chapter 45: Obtaining Goblin Hair. In the warm and comfortable room, the short-haired girl was lying on the bed, wrapped in the quilt, and flipping through the chat channel in her hands. Ha! Whenever I see interesting news, I always can't help laughing, but I can only laugh secretly under the quilt. The wooden goblin who was cleaning the house nearby was used to this. When Xiongde reacted, his face turned red. Unlike his laughter just now, his voice was as light as a mosquito. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, I will control myself next time, I will. The wooden goblin now knows his little master's temper very well. He has to apologize, but whether he will change for the better next time is another matter. In the early days, Xiongde relied on selling wood blocks and lived a smooth life. In the later days, everyone was busy with various things and the efficiency of cutting trees was still not high, but she still relied on wood blocks to live a rich life. Many of the wooden blocks that Xiangtian asked were also purchased from her. There was a whole row of turrets placed outside, and thanks to her own European attributes, she also opened many rare turrets. Plus, with local creatures like the wood goblins helping her guard the door, she never has to worry about monsters attacking the tower. Except that the food and entertainment are not as good as those on Mercury, everything else is going well. When she has nothing to do every day, her favorite thing to do is to peek at the screen. At this time, the other goblins who were chopping wood blocks came back, and one of them, who was obviously older, walked quickly to her. He looked at her deeply. Little master, it's time for today's exercise. Big Bear had a bitter face, but soon he showed the system panel to the old wooden goblin with surprise. The above is the message just sent by Chinmengha. I want to buy something from you. Okay. Chinmengha paused while typing. She hadn't said anything yet. In addition, she found that everyone replied to her messages almost instantly. Could it be that everyone except her was spying on her screen every day? I would like to purchase 3 pieces of wooden goblin hair. Thinking that the other party might have a good relationship with the wooden goblins, and also worried that the bears would think she wanted the hair for some ill intention, she explained. I just want to use it to verify something. It won't have any other effect. Okay. 2 consecutive good ones made Chinmengha feel the other party's joy. She frowned, wondering why Big Bear was so unusually happy, but she still patiently traded with him. How about 3 hairs for 1 silver coin? This price is actually a relatively fair price. After all, the only one who owns the wooden goblin now is probably Big Bear. Chinmengha has no other way to obtain it, so Xiongde has a monopoly in a sense. And if Chinmengha can really enter the goblin copy and capture 1 or 2 goblins, then this deal will definitely be worth it. If Xiongde wanted to raise the price, she had no better solution. Big Bear was extremely excited at this time. She showed the system panel to the old wooden goblin. The old wooden goblin knew at a glance what the human opposite wanted to do. But for it, there is no kinship among its own kind. Or for all the wood goblins, this is the case, they have basically no sense of tribe. It plucked 3 hairs from its head and handed them to Big Bear, indicating its agreement to the deal. Xiongde excitedly initiated the transaction. Chunmenghe looked at the other party and saw how generous he was in sending the transaction. She even had the illusion that she had overpaid. She suppressed this strange feeling and clicked on the transaction. She has 43 silver coins left. Xiongde looked at the silver coin increasing in the system panel and asked for credit from the old man. She asked weakly, "I have made money today, can I take a day off?" The old man nodded helplessly, and Big Bear jumped excitedly in his bed. "Thanks. Thank you, thank you." Chunmenghe paused for a moment as he touched Wei Ti's hand. Xiongde used to like to say sorry, but now he likes to say thank you instead. Forget it, it's other people's freedom to say whatever they want, and she has no right to interfere. Looking closely at the 3 strands of hair in my hand, I found they were very tough green hair. When I opened the system mall, I really did find liquor for sale, as well as some cheap beer. She spent 3 silver coins to buy a bottle of very good liquor. All these things are gathered together, and we just need to wait for the darkness to come. Cabbage 00.00.00. Chili 00.00.00. Carrot 00.00.00. The countdown in purple font ends. Michio and Xiong Pao Pao, you two go collect the vegetables. When Chunmenghe spoke, the two were still holding their food, sharing it with each other, taking turns to eat happily. After listening to Chunmenghe's words, he put down his food and walked outside obediently. Wei Te lay in Chunmenghe's arms and stretched comfortably. Then Chunmenghe lifted him up and said to him, "What are you doing? You go too." Wei Te followed at a leisurely pace. Chunmenghe had no intention of sitting idle, so she stood up and went out to the outside of the courtyard. As she controlled her mental power, earth walls rose from the ground one after another. She stood on top of one of the earth walls, controlling the changes of the earth wall below. At the same time, he controlled his body and leaped to the other side of the changing earth wall. Before the earth wall changed its position, it jumped to the next direction at an extremely fast speed. Once, due to lack of coordinated control, he almost fell down. That's right, she planned to use this method to train her physical control while exercising her mental strength. She was able to grow stronger every minute and every second at the fastest speed. When her head started to hurt, she didn't stop until her head started to hurt and was about to reach the critical point, then she grasped that point well and stopped. At the same time, she took out her bow and arrow and began to practice over and over again. After the bow and arrow, it was the axe. When his spirit was almost recovered, he summoned the earth wall again. Later, I just ran on the earth wall and learned how to use the axe and bow and arrow at the same time. The physical fitness is there, and within just a few hours in the afternoon, the results of the training are already evident. Chunmenghe continued to exercise without slacking off until nightfall. "Darkness is coming, please return to the shelter." Chunmenghe wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve, put away the tools in his hands, moved the earth wall back underground, and dragged his tired body back to the wooden house. As usual, I opened the regional chat channel and took a look. Strange, it's been so long since we finished defending the tower today, but why doesn't the system prompt when we'll attack the tower tomorrow? It seems so. Is it really a little late this time? Don't mess with the rhythm, it's very disturbing. Is there anyone who can add me as a friend and chat with me? I'm getting moldy. What's going on? Are we going to have a day off tomorrow? I was still thinking about taking a vacation. It's already good enough to give you 1 day off a year. I'm afraid something strange will happen again. Is it true that no one added me as a friend? Get away from the people upstairs, and stop spamming here. Chapter 46 Barrier. There were endless discussions in the regional chat channel. Chunmenghe was naturally confused, but he did not participate in their discussions. Michio and Xiaopropo neatly arranged the vegetables they had dragged back. Wei Te was on the side directing them on how to arrange them. If they were not arranged properly, Wei Te would directly attack them. The familiar knock on the door sounded. It was a lost soul. It knocked on the door, and Prince and Xinshin sat beside it, staring at it unkindly. After what happened last time, they already knew that the lost soul was the host's guest, so they did not try to stop it from knocking on the door. But the aura of darkness from the lost souls made them very violent, and they wanted to rush up and bite each other. When Chunmenghe opened the door, she saw the lost soul staring at her unhappily. The other party was too lazy to maintain his image and ignored his childish voice. You were not here yesterday again. This is not the first time that the lost soul has been turned away. Chunmingha looked at his irritable little appearance, took out a piece of dried meat from his backpack and handed it to him. Why don't you just leave the parchment in front of the door? Talking about this lost soul made him angry. He put the dried meat in his mouth and took a bite, saying, The words on this kind of parchment will automatically disappear after a certain period of time. Chunmingha nodded in understanding and gave him another piece of dried meat. I got the information from the other party and unfolded the parchment. The darkness is awakening, and its loyal followers are beginning to move around frequently. It was another confusing message. The information was brought by a lost soul. The other party must know more than what was written on the parchment, but they just couldn't say it or couldn't say too much. He took out another piece of dried meat from the backpack and asked Michio to bring a tomato, and gave them all to the lost soul, handing him back the blank parchment with the words already faded. This word is not clear, maybe it can be made clearer. The lost soul looked at the food piled next to it, then looked at the parchment handed back by Chunmingha, pretended to take it back, modified it, and handed it to Chunmingha again. Mermaid! A black space floated behind the short figure, swallowing up all the tomatoes and dried meat. Completely different from the anger when he came, he went back happily. He no longer expected Chunmingha to return the parchment to him. After rolling up the parchment and putting it back into the space, the lost soul can still write down more detailed information. I just don't want to, and I don't want to take the risk. Chunmingha didn't comment on this, but fortunately the other party was a foodie. When I threw the grilled mushrooms to him before, he ate them with relish. Congratulations on obtaining the keyword, mermaid. Mermaids. Level 8. Strength 13. Defense 11. Skills: Wave, Sing, Bite, Tail, Strike. Note: mermaids are intelligent units. Ocean waves. As a follower of the sea, he is born with the ability to call upon the sea. When in the sea, he can summon huge ocean waves. Singing. Once you hear the mermaid singing, you will be judged for your mental strength. If you fail, you will be confused. Bite. They are beautiful but have the bite force of the overlord of the sea. Once they bite, they will be devoured completely. Tail attack. The flexible tail can give the enemy a heavy blow, with a 30% chance of causing serious injury. The scorching sun, fire, and waterless land are their weaknesses. When the mermaid transforms its tail into legs, each attribute decreases by 40%. If it goes as expected, this will be the monster that attacks the tower in the next round. What makes Chunmingha embarrassed is not the high attributes and level of the opponent, but the fact that the mermaid is an intelligent unit. This means that mermaids have the same intelligence as humans. The reason why players can defeat monsters of higher levels than themselves, in addition to relying on various towers, is because monsters mostly fight based on instinct, while humans know how to use tools and traps. This is the unique wisdom that humans possess compared to ordinary monsters, and now they have to face mermaids who are stronger than them and have the same intelligence as them. Back in the cabin, Chunmingha began to wonder whether she should go and look for the goblin copy today. After all, the system had not yet sent any notification, so in case of any accidents, she chose to wait. While waiting, Chunmingha cooked a pot of vegetable porridge, and the 2 children, 1 adult and 3 children, enjoyed the delicious food by the fire. The pointer on the clock passed 12 o'clock, and the system notification finally came after many players waited. However, the notification was not about the tower defense time tomorrow. Regional War. The regional war is about to begin. Players from each region, please prepare for the battle. The player has experienced 3 tower defenses. The system barrier is moving back 500 meters. The system barrier is half released. Starting from the time of daybreak today, no teleportation array monsters will be refreshed within 3 days. Players, please use these 3 days to improve your combat power. The regional battle will start at daytime on the 4th day. When he heard the system barrier, Chunmingha rushed out the door and came to the courtyard. The system barrier was the barrier she encountered when she first came to this world and went out to explore. It was one of the means by which the system restricted their outward exploration. In a world full of darkness, Chunmingha stood in the yard and looked out into the distance. The sky-high barriers in the forest lit up one after another, becoming transparent and visible. They emitted a faint glow, which was very dazzling in the darkness. It was like a wall that reached the sky, separating the players from this world. And now it was slowly moving backwards, revealing the tip of the iceberg of this world. At the same time, the isolated monsters now appear in the players' activity range. They excitedly cross the barriers and stay in the forest with a fierce look in their eyes, just quietly waiting for the arrival of tomorrow's day. While the barrier restricts the player's freedom, it is also a means of protection. And now these monsters that have been released are the rations given to them by the system for the next 3 days. After eating a lot, he became a big fat man. If you can't eat one bite, they are the ration. And Qinmenghe's system panel also displayed notifications of regional wars. Regional war. Battlefield Black Forest. Participants, top 200 in each district, rankings are updated at any time. Opponent 001002. 003-004. 097-098. Regional Battle Ranking Rewards. Number 1, Redemption, Earring Equipment, Silver Package 5, World Stone 3. Number 2, Gold Package 1, Silver Package 3, World Stone 2. Number 3, 1 Gold Package, 2 Silver Packages, 1 World Stone. 4th to 5th place, Silver Package 3, World Stone 1. 6th to 10th place, Silver Package 3. Regional Subsidies, 5 Shiny Cyan Packages, 5 White Packages, 100 Silver Coins. Note, if the number of survivors in this area is greater than that in the other area, it will be considered a winner. The winning area will receive regional subsidies. 10 more people alive in your area than in the other area, the regional subsidy reward will increase by 1%, and the independent area will increase by 5%. Chapter 47 Monster Group. Regional War? What kind of regional war? The battlefield is in the Black Forest, but isn't that a very dangerous place? Why is it set there? With the reward rules, aren't they afraid that 2 regions will intentionally kill people from the other region? Maybe they just want to watch our region killing each other. And for the ranking reward, there might be a killing in their own region. It can only check its own ranking now. If I am outside the top 200, I don't have to participate. That's great. You are so naive. If you don't participate this time, you will definitely participate in the future. Cowards like you are just dying a slow death. The barrier outside has really retreated. There are so many strange screams. It's so creepy. Help! This is too much. Does it want us to die? Looking to buy all kinds of weapons. All kinds. The regional chat channel has become a mess due to the system's information bombardment, but a small number of people have already started to take action. Qinmenghe was the first to choose to open the system mall, but as expected, the system mall was already closed. 9 flame enhancers, 1 small mobile turret, and 4 purple dream buds. There are also Michio, White, and Xiong Pao Pao. These are all her combat power that can be brought to the regional battle. However, if you want a high ranking, these are not enough. Xiongde, who is connected with Qinmenghe, and Xiang Tianfuan, both have high individual combat capabilities and are very rich. It is unrealistic to buy weapons from the other side. From the moment the system releases the rules, everyone is a potential enemy, and not many people are willing to choose to aid the enemy at this point in time. Even those who just said in the chat channel that they didn't want to participate still held on to this glimmer of hope. What if they were the chosen one? Why must I be the one to die, and not someone else? However, even if we cannot cooperate, we do not necessarily need to be enemies. I sent you a message from Xiangtian. Xiongde sent you a message. The first thing that popped up was the chat interface with Xiangtian. We have always been good partners, haven't we? I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation with you in this regional war as well. This was a signal of peace. He would not sell supplies to Qinmenghe, but at the same time he did not want to become an enemy of Qinmenghe. If given the opportunity, they can still cooperate in regional battles. Qinmenghe didn't respond to him too much because she knew that the other party would understand. Of course, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. What surprised her was that Xiongde would also send her messages. Contrary to what she thought, Xiongde was now huddled in his quilt and shivering. She knew that she could not escape this regional war, and now she just hoped to save her life, and the only person she could think of was Chinmengha. Mr. Meng, please help me. You tell me how many silver coins you want, and I'll help you get them together. Can you protect me in this regional war? In fact, with Xiongdao's strength, it is not difficult at all to survive. If she works hard, she can even get a good ranking. It's a pity that this guy can't muster any fighting spirit at all. To be honest, the other party's conditions made Chinmengha, who was short of silver coins, very tempted, but she still resolutely rejected Xiongda. It was not because of anything else, but because she could not guarantee it. Because there are not only players in the Black Forest, but also various other monsters, there are too many variables. 50 silver coins, please help me when the time comes. Good. Xiongda sent you a gift, yes/no? Yes. Congratulations on getting 50 silver coins. The rich have money, 50 silver coins. As long as she can help the other party, she can still do it. Todo sent you a message. Isn't this the person she bought the scroll from last time? Boss Meng, are you missing a leg pendant? Do you think I can do it? Don't worry, I can run very fast. No need, the other party offered 50 silver coins. Potato held his treasure chest in his arms. As long as he had the kingdom left, he would never be short of firewood. Now he couldn't spend the silver coins, so he had to save his life first. 42 silver coins, my fortune. Okay, give me the money first. Ah? Okay. Potato sent you a gift, yes/no? Yes. Congratulations on getting 42 silver coins. She now has a total of 153 silver coins and can perform another scenario simulation. But he was in no hurry. He spread out his palms, and 3 tough goblin hairs were still in his palms. Listening to the calls coming from outside, Chinmengha packed up and planned to go to bed. She will see the situation tomorrow. If the defense system here and the 3 little ones can handle it, she will set off for the goblin copy tomorrow night. Her current strength is definitely not enough to break through the scene gate. She hopes to gain some rewards in the goblin copy and further improve her strength without breaking through the barriers. After coming back, use scenario simulation to consolidate your strength before heading to the regional battle. Thanks to the sleeping-inducing effect of the bed, she quickly fell asleep. Meow. Chinmengha looked at Wei Tei, who kept pulling at the quilt, and said nothing. She was too tired yesterday and slept a little deeply. When he opened the door, it was already light outside, but it was not yet daytime. Chinmengha went out and saw a row of neatly arranged towers near the house. At the entrance of the courtyard, there is also an arrow tower on the left. Place the ice attribute defense tower, primary, drawing on the ground on the right. Yes/no to build, costs 1 ice attribute defense turret, primary, blueprint, 100 wood blocks, 50 stones. Yes. A familiar white light enveloped it, and a turret emitting an icy aura appeared in its place. The day has come, please start exploring the world. The whole world was eerily quiet. The originally noisy forest also suddenly became silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the wind. But Chinmengha knew that this was just the calm before the storm. White stood on one of the turrets, combing his hair slowly. Although Xiong Pao Pao has been degiantized, he still looks cute and adorable, but his aura is so impressive that no one can underestimate him. Michio was carrying a small mobile turret on his back. His whole body was shining brightly, and his head was raised higher than the sky. Whoosh! Roar! Chi-chi shishi shishi! The originally quiet forest suddenly became noisy. Monsters of unknown species and appearances rushed towards the shelter, running wildly with fierce eyes and crazy expressions. Chinmengha just stood there quietly without moving. She didn't plan to do anything today. She wanted to see if the current fighting force of the shelter plus the 3 little ones could handle it when she was not there. Only in this way can she go to the goblin dungeon with peace of mind. The expressions on the monsters' faces soon turned into fear. Ice, fire, arrows, cannons, and vines came all at once, instantly destroying the monsters' already scattered formation. Michio was the first one who couldn't help himself. Relying on his jumping ability, he jumped directly into the group of monsters and fired everywhere, as if he was in an empty space. Xiong Pao Pao didn't understand why the monsters went out to fight when they hadn't even come in. But his body followed them out honestly. He picked up one of the monsters that looked like a wild boar and threw it out like a bowling ball, knocking down a group of them. White was not happy that they stole his limelight, so he also joined the battlefield. He always appeared from a magical corner and cut the opponent's neck with one claw, or like a cat playing with a mouse, he would go blind the opponent's eyes. Chapter 48 Guide. Although there are a large number of monsters, the system does provide everyone with a way to survive. The barrier is half released, and most of the monsters released are level 1 monsters. It's perfect for gaining experience and getting packages. It's a gift for those who dare to fight. Thanks to Chinmengha's highly powerful shelter defense system, the first wave of monsters was successfully repelled. Experience points plus 36. White Package 1. Throwing the white package back to White and the others, Chinmengha opened the regional function in the upper left corner of the system panel and clicked on the ranking of the 003 region to check their ranking in the system. The introduction of the system was not reliable, but one could still get a glimpse of it. Seeing the vanguard retreat, the remaining monsters hid in the forest and waited for the next group of volunteers to go and investigate. Chinmengha didn't ask the 3 little ones to charge in, because every time they killed a wave, the barrier would automatically lure another wave of monsters to replenish. There would always be monsters that were difficult to identify charging, and the monsters in these 3 days would not stop. After reminding them not to slack off, Chinmengha came to the vegetable garden. After asking White and the others to harvest the cabbage yesterday, she originally planned to plant the remaining bag of cabbage seeds, but the plant elves showed resistance. Chinmengha looked at the vegetable pits left behind. Unlike the fertile soil before, the soil now had less fertility. The plant spirits catalyzed the growth of the plants, but the nutrients the plants obtained still came from the soil. It was not advisable to catalyze planting in the same place frequently in this way. She put the oranges and peaches on the tree into the system backpack and returned to the cabin without planting any other plants. They left some peaches and oranges at home, and took some vegetables away. Pieces of rabbit meat were laid out, cut into slices, and roasted on the stoves on both sides. When she is not around, these things will easily rot if left outside the system backpack, and they will be easier to store for a longer time if they are cooked. Recall the 3 little ones outside and signal them that it is time to eat. Xiong Pao Pao looked at Chinmengha using a spoon, stared at his own bowl, and took the spoon to try. Chinmengha just looked at him with amusement, but he didn't expect that after several failed attempts, Xiong Pao Pao actually used the spoon to eat. Chinmengha and the other 2 looked at it as if it were a rare animal. Chinmengha suddenly said, as if thinking of something, "Do you want to have delicious food every day?" Bear Pao Pao, who was happily showing off to White and Michio that he could use a spoon, suddenly turned his head and nodded frantically. "Very good, when I come back I'll let you cook, and you can eat whatever you want from now on." Pao Pao Xiong just heard that he could eat whatever he wanted and was very happy, while the other 2 pretended they knew nothing. After a leisurely lunch, Chinmengha waited for a while and started her daily exercise. The monsters that kept attacking outside were left to the 3 little ones. They did not disappoint Chinmengha's expectations. Up to now, let alone attacking the house, those monsters could not even enter the yard. "There are so many monsters. I even saw an ugly one that looked like a yellow thing. Fortunately, I was scared to death by such a large group of monsters, but after all, they are just level 1 monsters. The drop rate of this package is still as high as ever. It's another day where I don't have to worry about food. But besides compressed biscuits, is there really nothing else? This experience point increase is very much to my liking. It's so annoying. I'm short on towers, and I've been dealing with those that slip through the net all day without a break. And there are still 2 more days like this. Oh my god, our ranking is really moving. I moved up 13 spots. I'm going to participate in the regional war, brothers and sisters. Don't add attribute points randomly, it really can kill you. Region 21st place makes a shining debut. Who are you trying to fool, Potato? You poor loser, are you stupid enough to sell those broken scrolls of yours? You wait, you don't believe it, right? You better pray that I don't meet you in the regional battle. Come if you want, no one is afraid of you, provided you can enter the regional battle. There are as many people chatting as ever. If you ignore the constantly ticking number of survivors, the chat channel is just an ordinary chat group. The cries for help and the howling were quickly drowned out by other information. 2760/10,000. When Qinminghe and his team came, there were 10,000 people, but now there are less than 3,000 people. She assigned tasks to the three little ones, left them with enough surplus food, and told them to guard the house when she was away. When she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered the lost soul and grabbed Wei Te. If a lost soul comes, you can take the parchment. You can use the charcoal pencil I usually use to write the words on the stone. After making sure that Wei Te understood, she left. Darkness is invading the world. 10-9-8-0. Qinminghe stood at the entrance of the courtyard with a lit intermediate candle in his hand. This candle of light was synthesized from two primary candles of light obtained from Xiang Tian Fawen. The previous one was left in the house for White and the others. Please open the bottle cap of liquor. Qinminghe stood at the gate of the courtyard and opened the bottle cap of the white wine she had carefully prepared according to the instructions in purple font. The aroma of wine filled the air. The goblin hair in his hand emitted a faint green light, like a firefly in the dark. Woo! Woo woo woo! The noisy monsters around suddenly stopped howling, as if they were suppressed by something. Strange noises were heard all around. Under the light of the bright candle, Qinminghe could barely see things in the dark. But a sudden white mist enveloped the world. Even though she was holding a bright candle, she could only see her own palms. The whining sound showed no sign of stopping. As time passed, it became closer and closer, accompanied by the sound of the crutch hitting the ground. The sound was getting closer and closer, and every sound of the cane hitting the ground could cause Qinminghe's heart to beat, not because of fear, but because the sound of the cane had the magic power to attract people's hearts. A white light lit up opposite Qinminghe, and a rough and somewhat dry hand holding the light came into Qinminghe's sight. An old man with gray hair and beard came out. His eye sockets were sunken, and there were only a few teeth left in his half-open mouth. His wrinkled face showed a look of indifference. He stood 1 meter away from Qinminghe, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and quietly enjoyed the aroma of wine in the air. He raised the hand holding the cane, which was like a dead branch, and dropped it hard on the ground. The goblin hair in Qinminghe's hand flew out of his hand and fell into the other party's hand. Chapter 49 Goblin Dungeon. He looked at the goblin hair in his hand, smiled for a long time and said, "I haven't seen those short guys for a long time, the third world." He spoke so softly that Qinminghe couldn't hear clearly. Qinminghe just stood there calmly the whole time, watching him talk to himself. The other party slowly raised his head, his wrinkled face full of seriousness, and looked at Qinminghe with sharp eyes. "But you want to go to the goblin dungeon?" "Yes, thank you for leading the way." While Qinminghe was speaking, he did not forget to hand the wine in his hand to the other party. The other party took the liquor without saying anything, put it under his nose and took a deep sip, revealing an intoxicated expression. Then he put the bottle mouth to his mouth and drank half of it. There was a crackling sound of bones, and the hunched old man in front of him began to grow taller, and his appearance regressed to that of middle-aged man. "Ha, good wine, ha ha ha!" The other person's voice sounded so refreshing and full of energy, and there was no sign at all that he was a white-haired, crazy old man. The guide looked at Qinminghe with sidelong glances. "I've paid for the round trip, just follow me." After saying this, he led the way. Qinminghe followed closely behind him. Wherever the middle-aged man passed, the thick fog dissipated layer by layer with the tapping of his crutches, revealing a hidden path. I don't know how long I walked or where I ended up. Until the thick fog dissipated, Qinminghe followed the guide to a corner where there was a portal. The guide's hair began to turn gray. He put the white wine under his mouth and took another sip, and his hair turned black again. He tilted his head and pointed at the portal with his cane. He said to Qinminghe, "Here we are. I will pick you up within 3 days. Don't miss the time." "It won't take 3 days." "Found the entrance to the goblin dungeon, yes/no to enter?" "Yes." The teleportation entrance that had been silent for a long time began to move slowly. Qinminghe stepped into it, was swallowed by the teleportation array, and disappeared from the guide's sight. The guide didn't care and went back the way he came. He put the white wine under his nose again, sniffed the aroma of the wine carefully, and said from time to time, "Good wine, good wine." She walked into the teleportation array, which was different from the previous ones that made her dizzy. This time, the teleportation array was a narrow and dark passage that she had to walk through by herself. It is detected that you have the World Stone, yes/no to disguise. Goblin copies are friendly units, no disguise is required. No. I walked into the small, dark space, and when I came out it was bright outside. This is an underground world, but the top of the head is inlaid with countless glowing stones, illuminating the entire underground world like daylight. In this underground world, goblins perform their respective duties and keep the city running. At Chinmingha's sudden appearance, only a few goblins looked at him curiously, and then looked away. Chinmingha looked around the underground market, the intricate stone streets, and the open-air markets that could be seen everywhere. There is no sense of technology anywhere, only some wooden houses and a few stone houses make up this underground market. She took a quick look at the various shops, which sold all kinds of goods, but there were no food or clothes. A little goblin squatting beside the stone street saw Chinmingha appear, and surprise flashed in his green pupils. He hurried forward and spoke words that Chinmingha could not understand. After he tried to convert the two languages, he finally spoke words that Chinmingha could understand. "Dear visitor from the Third World, is this your first time in Goblin City? I can introduce you to it for only 5 silver coins." Looking at Chinmingha's cold face, he was a little scared. He shook his ears and hurriedly tried to make amends. "But the goblins in our Goblin City are all very hospitable, so we'll just charge 3 silver coins this time." She had just arrived here and was unfamiliar with the place. She didn't know the direction without a guide. It would be nice if there was someone to lead the way. The system's silver coins were materialized and given to the little goblin. The little goblin looked at the silver coins in his hand with joy and instantly perked up. "Okay, I'll take you to see the clan leader first. All guests who come to our place must go see the clan leader first." The goblins and little goblins around were very familiar with him. Almost all of the goblins would greet him when they saw him, and they were also accustomed to having humans like Chinmingha following him. After walking for only a few minutes, the little goblin brought Chinmingha to the center of the goblin city. There stood a huge stone house, with delicate patterns painted on the outside. The little goblin waved to the 2 guards at the door, and the goblin guards let them pass. The old goblin with a crown sitting on the main throne opened his eyes. His eyebrows and beard were all white. Even though he was very old, there was no trace of confusion in his eyes. "Third World visitors? Your group arrived earlier than usual. You are the 6th person to come here." The old goblin sat upright on the seat with a calm expression, but said shocking words. "Come here and put it on." The old goblin waved at Chinmingha, motioning her to come forward, and took out a grass bracelet. Goblin bracelet. Type ID. Function, language conversion. Introduction. This is a symbol given by Goblin City to its guests. Only with it can you be qualified to trade in Goblin City. Seeing Chinmingha put it on, the old goblin nodded slightly. "As you can see, we live underground. If possible, I would like you to exchange clothes and food for us." Chinmingha did not reply because she knew that this was just the old goblin's statement, and he did not want her to answer. The little goblin next to her tugged at her sleeve, signaling that it was time for them to leave. Only after they left the stone house did the little goblin look at her in confusion, unable to hold back and asking, "How did you manage to remain calm under the pressure from the clan leader?" "Pressure?" The old goblin just now released pressure on her. Chinmingha didn't answer, and the little goblin also shut up. "Where is the craftsman's shop here? Take me there." Different from what he thought when he came here, Chinmingha thought that this was a world without order, like a world full of monsters without intelligence. After coming here, Chinmingha realized that there is a complete system and civilization here. For many goblins, this is their home. It is impossible for her to kidnap the goblin directly, and it is unlikely that she can persuade the goblin to go with her. I wonder where the goblin that Xiongda opened from the silver package came from? This was beyond her expectations, disrupted her plans, and gave her a headache. Now she could only take things one step at a time. If it really didn't work out, she could still make some deals, at least bring some things back. Chapter 50 Blacksmith. Unexpectedly, the goblin did not agree, but shook his head, as if afraid that Chinmingha would misunderstand, and quickly explained. "It's dark now, and no one is open for business. It's just our habit to keep the door open. No one will entertain you if you come now. I'll take you to the third hall, and as soon as day breaks tomorrow I'll take you to Uncle Gon's shop. The goblin explained as he led the way. The doors of the shops around were wide open, but just as the goblin had said, all the goblins were busy, mercilessly turning away customers. What is the third hall? How should I put it? The third hall is a place specially built for people like you from the third world to live. My grandfather told me that people like you would come here every once in a while, so this hall was specially built. Qinminghe remembered what the goblin chief had said before, that she was the sixth person to come here. Does that mean that there were other players before their group of players? Your grandfather knows a lot. Of course, my grandfather is the clan leader. Let me tell you in secret, he is just a lousy old man in private, and he doesn't care about hygiene at all. When they arrived at the chief's residence, and the little goblin was able to drive away the soldiers without any notice, Qinminghe had a vague guess. While they were chatting, Qinminghe felt something. There was an open-air stall, where a short, green-skinned middle-aged goblin sat. He was wearing a ragged robe and a handkerchief around his neck, and his undisguised gaze fell directly on Qinminghe, making people feel uncomfortable. Qinminghe, who was following the little goblin, stopped at some point and looked back in the direction of his gaze. There was nothing there but an empty stall. She withdrew her gaze but did not relax her vigilance. She signaled the little goblin who had stopped with her to continue leading the way. When he walked all the way to the block on the left, Qinminghe saw the third hall that the little goblin mentioned. It was different from the shallow and simple atmosphere given off by the goblin city. The third hall has the feel of a modern hotel, with chandeliers on the ceiling, modern, simple decoration, and marble floors. The little goblin took Qinminghe inside and asked her to put her hand on the empty front desk. Yes/no to stay in the third building. Yes. Room number drawing in progress. Following the system prompt, a wooden card appeared out of thin air on the front desk with the number 106 engraved on it. Seeing that Qinminghe had successfully obtained the card, the little goblin said, I'm leaving first. I'll wait for you outside tomorrow and take you to the uncle's blacksmith's shop. Seeing Qinminghe nod, the little goblin left. Following the instructions on the wooden sign, Qinminghe found his room on the second floor. The room was a standard single room with only a snow-white single bed and a bedside table. Although small, it is equipped with a washroom. When the wooden sign is placed on the bedside table, the system prompt will be displayed. The safe zone has been formed. No creatures can enter without the player's voluntary consent. It was almost dawn now. Qinminghe felt that this was a rare opportunity, so he took a serious shower, changed into the pajamas prepared in the room, and threw the clothes into the washing machine at the end of the corridor. After washing and drying them, he went to bed. Outside the door of the third hall, a middle-aged goblin covered in a tattered old quilt walked around again, and finally took a deep look at the third hall and left. Qinminghe had been standing at the window, staring down. Only after he saw the other person leave did he put down a corner of the curtain. The day has come, please start exploring the world. Even though he was in the goblin city that was always illuminated by the stones above his head, the system kept giving reminders diligently, which meant that Qinminghe was still in the war zone. The little goblin arrived on time as agreed. When he arrived, he saw Qinminghe leaning against the door frame waiting for him. Seeing him coming, Qinminghe stood up and said to him, Let's go. As if he had not expected him to come so early, the little goblin took 2 quick steps, caught up with her pace, and led the way. The market during the day is indeed much more lively than at night, and the originally empty stalls are now filled with a wide variety of goods. There are all kinds of armor and weapons, but at first glance they are all of ordinary quality. The goblin took her to a stone house and opened the curtain made of cloth. There were weapons placed inside, knives, swords, bows, daggers, spears, and shields of various qualities hung on the wall. The sound of blacksmithing continued to come from the inner room. The little goblin carefully pushed open a crack in the door. The middle-aged goblin was concentrating on hammering on the iron. Every blow was accompanied by a heavy force, and a weapon gradually took shape in his hands. His muscles were tense, and the hammer in his hand swung up and down. The sound of forging was like a piece of music. The arrival of the goblin did not interrupt him. He focused on his forging, sweat dripping from his forehead. The little goblin closed the door again and said to Qinminghe, We may have to wait a while, Uncle Gon is busy now. Chunmingha nodded in understanding. She looked around at the various weapons in the room, and her eyes finally fell on the pile of weapons. She reached out and pulled out a spear from the weapon pile on the ground. The entire spear has a cold metallic texture, and the tip is extremely sharp, as if it can easily pierce any object. He raised his hand and swung it forward. The spear cut through the air, forming a graceful arc. The tip of the spear vibrated, causing the entire spear to tremble slightly. Good weapon, the uncle mentioned by the little goblin must be a master. To create such a weapon, not only does it take time to accumulate and settle, but it also requires superb skills. She turned her gaze to the bow and arrow hanging on the wall. It was a red bow and arrow, and it stood out among the cold metallic weapons. The graceful bow had a perfect arc, and the bowstring was slightly pulled, showing great toughness and tenacity. A bow that can be integrated into the moonlight bow and arrow is detected. Yes/no. This hint surprised Chunmingha. Ever since she got the moonlight bow and arrow, she had thought about the meaning of a growth weapon, but the moonlight bow and arrow had not changed at all until now. I didn't expect that the growth of the moonlight bow and arrow would require the use of other tools for integration. Crunch! The heavy wooden door was opened from the inside and the blacksmith came out. He was short, wearing a ragged robe, with a handkerchief hanging around his neck. He picked up the handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was the middle-aged goblin who followed Chunmingha last night. When he saw Chunmingha, his body stiffened for a moment. Chapter 51, Gift from the Goblins. Chunmingha naturally recognized him, but he remained calm, as if he hadn't noticed anything. The other party looked away as if nothing had happened, wiped the sweat from his hands, and asked, "What do you need to buy?" Placing the red bow and arrow in front of the table, Chunmingha asked about the price. "How much is this?" Uncle Gon just glanced at it calmly and said, 50 silver coins. Of course, it would be better if there is food. He looked up outside the house and said thoughtfully, "After all, in this barren and desolate place, food is more expensive than anything else." Chunmingha just nodded. 50 silver coins was worth the price of the bow and arrow, but she didn't plan to buy it now. Uncle Gon saw her put the bow and arrow back to its original place and asked casually, "Your main weapon is a bow and arrow?" "No, to be precise, both the bow and the axe." Uncle Gon heard what Chunmingha said and asked with a little doubt, "Axe?" "Yes." In order to verify her words, Chunmingha took her axe from her space backpack and put it down on the stage. Uncle Gon looked at this ordinary axe, and his expression broke for a moment. He shouted loudly, "Gosh! Bring me the axe from my storeroom! Hey, right away!" The voice was clean and bright, with the vigor that only young people can muster. Gonshur, who was still forging weapons in the inner room, hurriedly put down his work. Without even having time to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he turned around and ran towards the warehouse. After searching the messy warehouse for a long time, he still couldn't find the axe that Uncle Gon mentioned. He was so anxious that he turned around and thought for a while, then he slapped his head and remembered the box in the corner. He leaned half of his body into the box to search, and suddenly his eyes lit up because he found a black spot hidden under other items. "Pull it out with force." It is a pure black axe. The axe is pitch black all over, as if it has absorbed all the light. The axe blade is shining with cold light and is extremely sharp. The handle is wrapped with a thick layer of leather, which feels comfortable and allows people to hold it steadily. Found it. Gonshur held the heavy axe and walked towards the outer room with it. A subtle atmosphere was formed between Chunmingha and Uncle Gon outside. The outer room was eerily quiet. The little goblin had already found an excuse in this awkward atmosphere and sneaked out. Gonshur came to Uncle Gon with an axe, breaking this delicate balance. Uncle Gon took the axe from him and stroked the axe blade with his hand. After years of being buried, the black axe did not lose its original luster and sharpness. When it reappeared before the eyes of the world, it still hadn't lost half its brilliance. Chunmingha's eyes were on the black axe the moment Gonshur came out with it. Uncle Gon waved at her, handed her the black axe, and asked her to try it. Chunmingha was not polite. She held the leather of the black axe. The slightly cool leather had its unique toughness and prevented sweat from wetting the handle, allowing people to hold it better. She wields an axe with the skill, attachment. A powerful force was attached to the black axe, and the already sharp black axe glowed with cold light. The axe was swung out with unstoppable force, driving the surrounding air to form an axe blade. When the blade was about to hit the shield hanging on the wall, an air arrow formed by air shot at the axe blade, and the two dissipated. Young man, be careful. Everything in my store is precious. Red bow. Quality, excellent. Category, ranged weapons. Durability, 50-50, reparable, not upgradable. Black axe. Quality, extremely rare, unique. Category, growth weapon. Durability, 50-50, reparable, upgradable. The red bow in Uncle Gon's hand was of rare quality, and the black axe in Shinmenha's hand was an extremely rare growth-type weapon. Gon sure couldn't hold back his excitement, and poked Uncle Gon's lower back. Sorry, I was just trying it. Shinmenha apologized sincerely. She had not expected that the axe was so powerful and so suitable for her. Uncle Gon saw that the time was almost up, so he said to her, "If you really like them, I can sell them to you at a lower price, 50 silver coins for 2. But I still need to work now, so you can come later." While Shinmenha was still pondering his words, the little goblin came running back from outside. His first reaction was to pull Shinmenha. "Grandpa, that's not right. The clan leader wants to see you. Let's go over there first and bring you back to see something else later." After they left, Uncle Gon looked back at Gonshur and slapped away the other's hand that was poking him. "With your temper, you still want to go out. Don't come back crying when the time comes." Gonshur shook his hands that were a little painful from being slapped, and said with a nonchalant smile, "It doesn't matter, just come back crying, we still have you and Mother. Besides, I may not come back crying." The chief's residence. Returning to this place again, Shinmenha really couldn't figure out what the goblin chief wanted to talk to her about. It was no different from the last time she came. If she had to find a difference, it was that the goblin chief had a pipe in his mouth. The goblin chief looked at her with a much kinder look than last time. "You are a third-world person who is about to break through the barrier. You should have told me about this when you came here last time. It is very remarkable to have such an achievement in this period of time." The goblin chief praised Shinmenha while approaching her. He held the pipe in his mouth, took a puff, and then took the pipe in his hand and exhaled a puff of smoke. He then motioned Shinmenha to hand over the bracelet. Shinmenha looked at the goblin bracelet on his hand and handed it over. The goblin chief didn't take it, but just picked up the pipe and lightly tapped it. The pipe emitted a faint light, and the smoke surrounded the bracelet. The grass bracelet regained its original vitality, even stretching out a leaf, and the color became brighter. Goblin bracelet, LV1. Type ID. Function, language conversion. Introduction, the symbol of Goblin City for guests. Only with it, you are qualified to trade in Goblin City. The goblin bracelet with a level is special. Only with it, you can go to important areas. As if knowing that Shinmenha was checking the attribute panel, the goblin chief just smiled and watched. The little goblin was stunned, wondering why he upgraded Shinmenha's bracelet. But what he was thinking about more was how to tell Shinmenha about the price increase. After all, there was one more place he wanted to take her to. "Go ahead, ask Xiaomu to take you to a deeper place, where your strength can be improved. This is a gift from our goblin clan." Chapter 52, Medications. Shinmenha withdrew his hand, and the gift was more like an investment. "Thank you, I accept the gift." Hearing her reply, the goblin chief nodded in satisfaction. No one spoke again, and the scene fell into an awkward situation for a while. Shinmenha took her guide, the little goblin named Xiaomu, and left first. After walking out of the clan leader's residence for a while, Shinmenha carefully stroked the bracelet on his hand. The cold wooden touch was nothing special except for an extra leaf. Xiaomu saw that she was studying the bracelet, with her head held high and an indescribable pride on her face. "It's useless. Look at this bracelet. There's nothing special about it. Only we, the goblins, can tell whether it is real or fake. Because I won't say more. I'll take you to the next level. You can go there only with this special goblin bracelet." Xiaomu kept talking, his eyes full of excitement, while Shinmenha listened quietly. After turning a few corners, he returned to the familiar third hall. Shinmenha looked at the third hall. There were no special buildings or passages next to it. In this street, the most special thing was the third hall. The short green figure waved at her, signaling her to hurry over. Next to the third hall, Xiaomu stood there, with his hands on the ground, muttering unknown words. Hey, he! A barrier appeared on all sides, separating them from the outside world. They could still see the outside, but people outside could neither see them nor hear what was happening inside. Bright ripples spread outward from Xiaomu's hand, and the light waves finally stopped in a circle. Xiaomu stood in the center of the circle, and Qinmenghe followed closely behind and stood inside. The entire circular ground sank downwards, and Qinmenghe's bracelet echoed with the ground, emitting a faint glow. The ground slowly descended, and after reaching a certain height, it stopped descending and stopped steadily. Xiaomu clapped his hands, and the dim passage was lit up with torches in an orderly manner, illuminating the passage, making the details that were originally hidden in the darkness clearly visible. Strange patterns and traces left by time are all displayed before your eyes. The passage is no longer gloomy, but becomes mysterious and solemn. Walking out of the passage, there was no difference from the surface of the goblin city, except that the open-air stalls around were turned into stone houses, and the goblins on the street were mostly children and women. Unlike before, they did not take the initiative to come up and greet Xiaomu, but showed more respect. Xiaomu only led Qinmenghe out of the passage and had no intention of going any further. He said to Qinmenghe seriously for once, "Your bracelet is connected to the elevator, and you can go in and out freely now. There are only 2 wooden houses on this floor, you can go and see them yourself. My mission is over, so I'm going back now. You'd better get back to the 3rd hall before it gets dark." After saying that, he left without caring about Qinmenghe's reaction. Qinmenghe looked around and found that just as Xiaomu said, there were more wooden houses than stone houses on the previous floor, but on this floor there were only 2 wooden houses. She walked towards the nearest direction, but was blocked by a gorgeously dressed goblin lady who suddenly rushed out. She was furious and her anger was visibly evident, but when she saw Qinmenghe, she tried her best to suppress her temper and asked with a forced smile, "Dear guest, have you seen our Xiaomu?" Qinmenghe finally understood that this was Xiaomu's mother, the clan leader's wife. She raised her hand towards the passage and said to the goblin lady, "He's gone." The goblin lady was speechless for a moment, and then she became even more angry. Qinmenghe saw her turn around and angrily go back the way she came from, cursing as she walked. "That stupid kid, he just followed his dad around for a day, will his family eat him?" After this episode, the goblins who had not paid attention to Qinmenghe also cast their eyes on him. Qinmenghe did not care, but he involuntarily quickened his pace and walked towards the first cabin. The material of the wooden house is different from that of the upper floor. It is not ordinary wood, but is made of ancient trees. The annual rings are faintly visible, and it also reveals the fragrance of wood. She politely knocked on the door a few times, and an old man's voice came from inside. "Come in." Qinmenghe opened the wooden door and went inside. There was a huge stone pot in the room. An old goblin added some ingredients that Qinmenghe had never seen before from time to time and kept stirring. The thick green juice in the pot was bubbling and emitting an unpleasant smell. The top of the wooden house was covered with corpses of various monsters and various dried plants. The old goblin glanced at Qinmenghe and then stirred his pot until the green juice began to turn transparent and return to a state like clear water. The old goblin took out a bunch of potion bottles and filled them with the juice. "Third world people, what do you want from me?" The old goblin picked out a bottle of potion from his hand, handed it to Qinmenghe, and said to her, "A gift for meeting you. Healing potion. Quality good. Category, pharmacy. Effect, quickly recover from serious injuries before breaking the barrier, and quickly recover from ordinary injuries after breaking the barrier. This life-saving medicine is very precious. Use it with caution. Using it when you are healthy will have the opposite effect." Qinmenghe thanked her and accepted it. She would not refuse such a good thing. This is a master of pharmacy. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. She said shockingly, "I want to learn how to make potions." Unexpectedly, the goblin was not angry, nor was he surprised by Qinmenghe's words. Instead, he walked in front of Qinmenghe, asked Qinmenghe to squat down, put his 2 fingers together, and pressed hard on Qinmenghe's forehead. He looked at Qinmenghe with some surprise. "Your mental strength is not bad." Then he lowered his head to think, walked to the bookshelf, took out one of the books, and asked Qinmenghe to open it and take a look. Chen Menghe tried to open the book and check. It was full of various medicine formulas. She flipped through the pages from low quality to ordinary quality. Her head began to ache, and she wanted to hold her head and squat down. She could no longer turn another page in the book in her hand. The goblin took the book out of her hand and shook his head. No, it's too early. You can't learn these things now. I won't sell you anything here. You came too early. You can't afford any of these things. Let's go, maybe old man Yu's place will suit you. If that doesn't work, just go back. He then pulled out a bottle of high-quality healing potion from the shelf and handed it to Chen Menghe. This one is for you as well. I hope you can come back alive. This was clearly in order to expel him. Chen Menghe thanked him again, knowing that she really couldn't touch this thing now, and she wouldn't stay for long. When she pushed the door open and walked out, the goblin said something leisurely behind her. It's your skill to memorize a few of the potion recipes just now. It won't do you any harm to practice more. Chen Menghe paused on her way out. She actually wrote down 2 of the medicine prescriptions. Chapter 53, Rebellion. After bidding farewell to this strange old man, Chen Menghe recalled the 2 potion formulas he had just memorized. Without delay, he went to find another wooden house. Unlike the tranquility just now, as soon as he arrived at the door of this wooden house, he could hear bursts of cursing coming from inside. The other party was obviously very angry, and just when Chen Menghe was about to knock on the door, there was a violent explosion inside. The door was pushed open violently, and Chen Menghe took a step back and was not hit. A burst of black smoke spread out from inside, and old man Yu rushed out, coughing while wiping his glasses with the handkerchief in his hand and putting them back on. The cursing never stopped in his mouth. When he had finished cursing, he noticed that there was Chen Menghe standing next to him. He just frowned slightly, without saying anything more, and asked Chen Menghe to follow him in. Chen Menghe looked at the house still emitting thick smoke and hesitated for a moment, but still followed him in. The pungent smell of gunpowder made her feel a little uncomfortable, and the thick black smoke made it impossible for her to open her eyes. Old man Yu opened the doors of the houses on both sides at an extremely fast speed, and the smoke began to dissipate gradually. There was no excessive nonsense, and the other party seemed to be in a hurry. Come here quickly, what are you standing there for? Do you still need me to treat you? You have no tact at all. Can't you see that the old man is busy here? You don't even know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Chen Menghe was confused by what he said, but he still walked obediently to the side of Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu didn't show her any strange books, but just took out some materials and tried to mix a kind of gunpowder. He took the ordinary lust next to him, carefully wrapped the gunpowder in it, and then carefully rubbed it with some oil, and finally put the soiled ball aside with a sigh of relief. Chen Menghe had been watching attentively beside her. After Old Man Yu put the ball of soil aside, he spoke to her. I'm done with the demonstration, it's your turn. Old Man Yu gave up his position to Chen Menghe, who followed Old Man Yu's steps and carefully replicated them step by step. She was very careful and serious in every step, not daring to make any mistakes, so each step took several times as long as Old Man Yu. Until completing the last step, she also strived to accurately and carefully reproduce Old Man Yu. In fact, she succeeded. Fireball. Category: Alchemical products. Quality: poor. Effect: after the explosion, there will be fire damage lasting for 3 seconds. This is a player-made product. Poor quality products may not work sometimes. During the whole process, Old Man Yu did not rush her, nor did he dislike her slowness. Instead, he would sometimes seriously correct one of her steps. Seeing that she actually made it, Old Man Yu was more surprised than Chen Menghe himself. He tried hard to suppress his expression, but he couldn't help but twitching his face. A low-quality product, what a shame! While complaining about her, Old Man Yu took out a sack, put a bunch of materials in it, and put the sack aside. Old Man Yu had no intention of driving Chen Menghe away. Instead, he pressed her down on a chair and asked her to make more fireballs, calling them inferior products made by Chen Menghe, which he could not tolerate. Chen Menghe didn't get up from his chair for almost the whole afternoon, and he was always making fireballs. The first time he made it, luck obviously played a role, so it was a success. There were inevitably several explosions during the subsequent production process, and the two of them ran out of the wooden house in embarrassment several times. Chunmingha was inevitably scolded by Old Man Yu. It was not until Chunmingha felt a tingling headache that Old Man Yu let her go. But he only let her rest for a while, and when her headache was almost gone, he started to repeat the process again. While Chunmingha was making the dish, Old Man Yu was always by her side instructing her on how to add the ingredients, how much to add, and when was the best time. He instructed her in every detail, accurately and in detail. It wasn't until Chunmingha made the fourth fireball and placed it on the table that the long production process finally came to an end. Not because she had managed to satisfy Old Man Yu, but because time was almost up. TSK, how come time goes by so fast? It's all your fault for making it so slow. Remember to come early tomorrow. Did you hear me? You have bad hearing even at such a young age. Chunmingha stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had time to catch his breath. Old Man Yu said this. It seemed that she had some talent, otherwise, with the old man's personality, he would probably ignore her. It was 5 o'clock, and there were still 2 hours until 7 o'clock. She asked, "Why do we have to go back before darkness comes?" If this was in the earthly world, Chunmingha could understand it, but the Goblin City was a place that was not affected by darkness. Darkness and day have no effect on them, so why do they always emphasize the concept of resting before darkness and working when day comes? When Old Man Yu heard the question asked by Chunming, his mood instantly deteriorated. He said impatiently, "Rules are rules. If you convert to Bai Ri, you must be loyal. Why are there so many questions? Go back now." Chunmingha had a rough idea of Old Man Yu's temper, and completely ignored his thorny tone, but was a little concerned about the content of his words. But Old Man Yu obviously didn't want to talk to her about this, so she didn't ask any more questions and left. After returning to the upper floor, she went to the blacksmith's shop without stopping. Uncle Gon was not working on the ironwork, but sitting quietly in the shop. Gonshur beside him was drowsy. When Uncle Gon saw Chunmingha coming, his eyes were a little complicated, as if to say, "I told you to come later, and you came so late." Uncle Gon slapped Gonshur, who was standing next to him, to wake him up and said, "Wake up, if you continue to sleep, you'll have to find a way to solve the problem yourself." Gonshur was frightened when he heard his words and quickly stood up, showing his energetic side. The scarlet bow and the black axe were not put back to their original positions, but were still placed in front of the stage waiting for Chunmingha. 50 silver coins is the lowest price I can give you. What do you think?" Uncle Gon stared at Chunmingha sincerely. Today, Chunmingha found that he had overestimated the purchasing power of silver coins. 50 silver coins could buy 2 weapons, which was completely free. But there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. She was very tempted by these 2 weapons, but she really couldn't think of any reason why Uncle Gon would treat her so well. "Are there any additional conditions?" Chunmingha stroked the axe of the black mystic axe. The cold touch made her linger. She was so tempted that she couldn't give up. Uncle Gon knew long ago that no one could resist his weapon. He looked deeply at Gonshur, who was extremely excited, feeling a bit disappointed. "It's not a difficult matter. You just need to sign an equal contract with her so that she can go out with you. These 2 weapons are the ticket fee I gave her. Although my child is not well trained, she has learned some skills from me." Uncle Gon kept talking, and Chunmingha couldn't find a suitable opportunity to interrupt. "When she stays at your place, you can also ask her to help you make some weapons as payment for her accommodation." Seeing him stop, Chunmingha interrupted. "Just sign an equal contract? Take her out." Uncle Gon said indifferently. "Without the help of you from the third world, we would not dare to go out into the outside world. The goblins are a clan of traitors to the darkness. We betrayed the darkness and chose to believe in the day. There is no monster that does not hate us, and darkness is our graveyard." Chapter 54 Contract. There is no taboo. They just put shackles on themselves. But I won't play along with them. Uncle Gon was full of disdain when he talked about this, and turned around to warn Chunmingha. "You are different from me. You still have to abide by the rules here. It's getting late now, so give me an answer." After saying this, Uncle Gon pushed the 2 weapons forward. Chunmingha was very excited. It seemed that Gonshur next to him wanted to go out. As a rebel tribe of the darkness, the goblins only dared to live in the Goblin City. But Gonshur appeared here and was full of yearning for the outside world. Uncle Gon also knew that only with the help of the system could he ensure Gonshi's safety. This is actually a win-win situation. Shinmenghe can get the weapon he wants, and he also has an extra craftsman who can help him make the weapon, and the other party can also see a world he has never seen before. Thinking of this, there is nothing to hesitate about. Shinmenghe raised his hand to take the two weapons, put them directly into the system backpack, and took out a purse and placed it on the table. Here are 50 silver coins. Uncle Gon did not count them, but took out a piece of parchment that was very familiar to Qinmengjian. Lost souls often use this kind of parchment to send messages to her. It seems that this parchment is also a hard currency. Contract. Sign a contract with the goblin craftsman Gonshi, and he will work for you while you provide him with temporary residence in your shelter. Yes/no signed. Yes. The contract has been established, and the parchment emits a faint light. Under the gaze of Qinmenghe and Uncle Gon, Gonshi is sucked into the parchment and transformed into an ink painting. She ran around in the painting, very excited, because she knew that when Qinmenghe returned to the shelter, she would be able to come out. This was the first time in her life that she had come into contact with the ground world so close. That had been her dream for more than a decade. Ever since she knew that there was another world besides their goblin city, she had been longing for this dream. She was filled with endless yearning and longing for that unknown area. It was the deep powerlessness and despair she felt when she knew that they were the dark traitors and could not leave. Uncle Gon sighed helplessly again. He couldn't stop Gonshi from going to a wider world. So he could only pave a path for her, and the rest of the way would depend on her. He looked at Qinmenghe quietly, hoping that he had not made a mistake. He did not dare to gamble on a person's pure conscience, so he prepared a red bow and a black axe, and trained Gonshi to become a qualified craftsman. Even though he had thousands of thoughts and worries in his mind, when he saw Gonshi so cheerful, the originally tense expression on his face gradually relaxed. He opened the somewhat worn drawer in front of him and found 2 old books inside. I noticed yesterday that your axe form was lacking. Since both the bow and axe are your primary weapons, practice hard. Although I am a craftsman, I still have some collections over the years. On the smooth table, there were 2 yellowed, worn books. Qinmenghe picked them up and brushed off the dust on them. One of them was about the correct use of various weapons, and the other was about basic martial arts for strengthening the body. Thank you? This thank you comes from the heart, a sincere thank you. Next time you come, don't look for a guide. Who knows if you'll become the bottle of wine in his hand when he's in a bad mood? Uncle Gon tried to pull up Qinmenghe's hand, but Qinmenghe did not stop him. Uncle Gon held Qinmenghe's hand and used the force to fall backwards. Defeat the Goblin Gon Taiching. Goblin Encyclopedia generating, gold card page. The old ones are the wisest, and they are good at finding bugs. Qinmenghe expressed his deep admiration for the uncle who stood up as if nothing had happened, dusted off the dust on his body, and stood up. Uncle Gon waved his hand and said, Go back quickly, and don't come tomorrow. It's inconvenient with so many people. Qinmenghe nodded in understanding, but left behind a sack filled with fresh fruits and vegetables when he left. Normally goblins are not allowed to use the system's silver coins, but the goblin chief somehow managed to make some kind of deal with the system and obtained the system panel. However, it is limited to using the system malfunction, and the items sold there are also very different from those of Qinmenghe and others. When Qinmenghe arrived at the residence of the goblin chief, he saw many goblins queuing up. They put in the silver coins in their hands and exchanged them for bags of food. Back in the 3rd hall, Qinmenghe sat on the bed and opened the system panel. She turned off the experience point prompt because when she was here, she would occasionally receive the experience points added by White and the others for killing monsters. Experience points, 643. This number may increase even more tomorrow. What Qinmenghe did not expect was that after a day of making fireballs, her mental power actually increased by 0.1 on its own. She had often tried to control the earth wall to increase her spiritual power before. This increase in spiritual power was the result of her training before and today. Great! With this monster killing speed, we can continue for a few more days. Where's the bragging above? I'm almost exhausted. Why is this ranking so high and low? Can it be stable? Let me know whether I can participate in the regional war. Regional war, what a distant word. I am now ranked over 600th. There is no hope at all. Me too. I thought I was strong enough, but when I looked at the rankings, I found myself at the bottom. How was this ranking determined? Maybe it's not about the ranking, have you ever thought about it? Maybe it's just that you really feel good about yourself. Actually, it's pretty good to kill these little monsters every day. At least seeing the experience points go up gives me a sense of accomplishment. While they are participating in the regional war, what should we do? Should we continue to spawn monsters? Or should we arrange a new round of monsters for us? I don't know, but judging by the system's personality, it will definitely not let us off easily. I feel like the big guys haven't shown up recently. Are they all preparing? I really hope our district can win. The regional subsidies are no joke. I'm jealous. Even those of us who don't participate can still win without doing anything. There are many different opinions in the regional chat channel, but most of the topics discussed are related to regional wars. Xiong Pao Pao was forced to take on the job because Chen Menghe had mentioned that he wanted to be the chef. Now that Chen Menghe was not around, he became the head chef of the family. Carefully put the pot on the fire and throw the whole vegetable in. Wei Te recalled how Chen Menghe usually added seasonings and put them in the same proportion. Xiong Pao Pao sometimes accidentally burned his paws while stirring the soup in the pot with his clumsy paws, but White and Michio always encouraged him. After much difficulty, they made a pot of soup, but the taste was really not that good. The three of them secretly made up their minds that when Chen Menghe came back, they must make a pot of good soup to give her a surprise. Chapter 55 Return Home. He took out the moonlight bow and arrow from the system backpack, then took out the red bow and placed the two together. A bow that can be integrated into the moonlight bow and arrow is detected. Yes/no. Yes. The crimson bow was pulled by the power of the system towards the moonlight bow and arrow. Its bow body began to tremble slightly, but it was unable to break away. It gradually turned into a ball of green liquid. This ball of liquid flashed a faint light like flowing mercury and merged into the moonlight bow and arrow. In an instant, the moonlight bow burst into a dazzling light, and the moonlight power flowing on its surface became thicker, faintly emitting a heart-pounding breath. The moonlight bow and arrow finally became just like its name, turning into silvery white moonlight. Moonlight bow and arrow. Quality: extremely rare, unique. Category: growth weapon. Durability: 50/50, reparable, upgradable. Weapon skill: Moonlight. The arrow shot out carries the power of the moonlight, which enters the enemy's body and causes damage, 1 point of damage every 1 second, and 10 points of damage every second after 3 seconds. The bow and arrow in his hand seemed to be the bright moon hanging in the sky. Chen Menghe retracted the moonlight bow and arrow. He took out 2 books from Uncle Gon and read them carefully. Chopping, hacking, chopping, wiping, smashing, hugging, cutting, etc. These uses make the axe look rough and majestic during use, showing the majestic posture of splitting mountains and opening ridges. The axe is held with one hand in the dominant hand, with the hand positioned between the butt and the midpoint of the handle. The exact position depends on the user's preference and strength. When holding the axe, you mainly rely on the thumb, index finger and middle finger to exert force, and the axe should rotate around these 3 fingers. While studying, Chen Menghe was also constantly experimenting and did not fall asleep until late at night. The next day, after washing and resting, she walked out of the 3rd hall. This time, Xiaomu was not waiting for her outside, but she was already familiar with the operation process. She found the location of the elevator and went to the next floor. After entering the next floor, she came to the familiar cabin. Just like yesterday, she heard the voice before she saw the person. Old Man Yu's voice was so loud that it could penetrate the entire next floor. Chen Menghe knocked on the door politely, but Old Man Yu did not come to open the door for her, so she opened the door and went in by herself. At this time, Old Man Yu was trying to get something from the top shelf, standing on tiptoe and cursing. The stool was right next to him, but he didn't use it. Seeing Chen Menghe coming, he directed Chen Menghe to take something from the cabinet. Chen Menghe raised his hand and took the thing down. It was a gray jar filled with a white powder. Now that you're here, don't just stand there. You just taught me yesterday, you didn't forget it today, did you? Keep going! Looking at the familiar stage, Chen Menghe sighed deeply in his heart and sat on it. The materials on it had been replaced with a new batch, which was obviously prepared for Chinmengha. With your current level, you are only qualified to make fireball. Don't be dissatisfied. If you can make this, it will be enough for you to eat for the rest of your life. Forget about the others now. At least you have to make one of good quality. Old Man Yu saw the helplessness in Chinmengha's heart and said unhappily. Chinmengha also knew that what Old Man Yu said was absolutely correct. She was not dissatisfied with anything, she was just expressing her feelings. Unfortunately, the fireballs Chinmengha made from day to afternoon were all inferior products after repeating the production over and over again. Only one was close to ordinary quality, but it was still just a little bit worse. Old Man Yu cursed until his mouth was dry, and he drank water while cursing angrily. When Chinmengha was about to leave, he took out a sack that he had looted yesterday and gave it to Chinmengha. Don't forget to practice more when you go back. There are only so many materials. You'll have to figure it out on your own after you use them up. You're such an idiot! Chinmengha looked at the bag he brought over, reached out to take it, and did not expose this weird old man. She didn't spend a long time with Old Man Yu, and their communication included some complaints from Old Man Yu, but more often he gave her instructions. Don't say that. What if I come back soon? Chinmengha said with a smile. Old Man Yu looked at her as if she were a fool. Don't even think about looking for a guide again. That method is enough for once. Yeah. Chinmengha did not refute him, but took out a bag of vegetables and handed it to him. The vegetables she brought were divided into 4 portions, one for Uncle Gon, one for Old Man Yu, and another for the goblin opposite who gave her 2 bottles of potion. When she was leaving, she gave the last portion to the patriarch, who happened to be there at the time. Even though everyone told her to stay away from the guide, Chinmengha had no choice because she was not teleported in by the system when she came here. Therefore, she couldn't use the system's teleportation array to go back directly when she left. She had no choice but to summon a guide at the entrance of the teleportation array. The familiar humming and cane sounds, and the old man holding a lamp, came into Chinmengha's sight again. The guide just glanced at Chinmengha indifferently. There was still half a bottle of the liquor that Chinmengha brought him last time. He took a sip and turned back into a middle-aged man. He led Chinmengha back in front. Walking along the foggy road, Chinmengha was unsure of the time until he was sent back to the gate of the courtyard. The perimeter of the courtyard was covered with traces of battle, scattered thorny vines and branches, and potholes left by artillery fire. Seeing Chinmengha's return, the thorny vines spread and grew, and bloomed beautiful flowers. Chinmengha half knelt on the ground and put the broken vines back to the roots to help them absorb quickly. Next time I'll tell them to remember to help you recycle the vines. Chinmengha touched their flowers soothingly. After entering the courtyard, parchment popped out from the space backpack and slowly unfolded, and then Yushur came out from the parchment. She looked around curiously, and was amazed at everything here. She even touched the thorny vines, but was pricked by them. Prince and Shinshin, who were squatting at the door, began to shout and jump excitedly, attracting the attention of the 3 little ones in the house. They opened the door a crack, saw Chinmengha, and rushed over excitedly. Because he came in such a hurry and went down the stairs, he lost his balance and rolled down. Long time no see, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. White climbed onto Chinmengha's shoulder, while Xiong Pao Pao and Michio were held in Chinmengha's arms. The 3 little ones were all alert to Yushur. Let me introduce this to you, my friend, Yushur, who will be living with us from now on. Yushur scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Hello, I'm Yushur, a girl who likes adventure. Not only the 3 little ones, but even Chinmengha was shocked. She had always thought Yushur was a boy. Chapter 56 Skill Upgrade. When he returned to the house he had not seen for a long time, there was a thick hot soup at home. Under the expectant gaze of the 3 little ones, Chinmengha tentatively tasted the pot of unknown liquid. It was much better than she had imagined. The taste was not great, but it was edible. She praised Xiong Pao Pao and asked him to keep up the good work. It was just a casual remark at the time, but she didn't expect that the 3 little guys took it to heart and took action, which really gave her a surprise. Yushur even filled a large bowl with it, and she did not even miss the peaches placed next to it, stuffing them into her mouth one after another. Chinmengha took Yushur to visit the overall layout of the shelter. When he saw the smelting furnace in the workshop, he could not move. Chinmengha simply cleaned up the workshop, built a simple wooden bed for her, covered it with a straw mat, and reluctantly gave her a quilt. She took out the long-lost blueprint from her system backpack. Bow and arrow manufacturing diagram. Category: Weapon production blueprints. Quality: ordinary. Introduction: Give it to a reliable craftsman, and as long as you provide the materials, you will have an endless supply of bows and arrows. Can you make this? Chinmengha handed the manufacturing drawings to Yushur. Yushur raised her hand to take it and nodded heavily at her. No problem, it's a piece of cake. Okay, whatever materials you need, you can get them yourself. If you can't find them, you can ask me Chio and Xiong Pao Pao. I may be out for a few days. Yes, she only planned to bring White with her in this regional war. Not only because White was the only pet that could be brought along in this regional war, but also because White was the best at hiding among them. If there was any emergency, White would be the easiest to escape and could also gather intelligence for her. Besides, the family cannot do without someone. The other party nodded in understanding. As Chinmengha closed the door, he turned his head and asked another question. You can make it without the tools to make the blueprints? Yushur nodded first, then quickly shook his head. She said to Chinmengha seriously, I can make other weapons, but the Third World contract has restrictions. Even if I make them, they are unusable. If I force them to be used, I may be punished. She knew that the loopholes in the system were not so easy to exploit. Otherwise, as long as there were enough materials, she would have a mobile arsenal. Well, good night. Wait. Yushur hurriedly stopped Chinmengha from hesitating, and finally said firmly, I need some time to myself during the day, so sometimes I go out during the day. Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself. I won't cause any trouble. I will be back before darkness falls. Good. Chinmengha returned to his soft bed. The bed in the third building was nice, but it was still not as good as the bed she built herself. The results of yesterday's and today's battles totaled 6 white packages, plus 1 cyan package, and the experience points soared to 739. The white packages have been opened and placed aside, containing some compressed biscuits, mineral water, and occasional snacks. The green package remained untouched, waiting for Chinmengha to come back and open it. Get 100 wood blocks and 100 stones. Some normal supplies, nothing surprising. After 2 days of mental training, Chinmengha could clearly feel that her mental strength had loosened again. She exchanged 0.1 attribute points and tried to add them. The addition was successful, and her mental power smoothly reached the 5-point barrier. Name: Chinmengha. Experience: 739. Title: Hunter. Strength bonus is not available. Race: Human. Gender: Female. Strength: 5. Speed: 5. Agility: 5. Mental strength: 5, 0.1. Skills: Additional, Hunter, Boneless. Spiritual strength has reached the current maximum value. Please break through the barrier as soon as possible. 5 points of mental power skills are being drawn. 5-point mental skill, Calmness. Active skill. Skill, Calmness. You can calm down quickly at any time, and all kinds of efficiency will be increased by 10% in non-combat state. The cooling time is 24 hours and the duration is 20 minutes. All attribute points have reached the barrier. Each skill can be upgraded. Upgrading to level 2 costs 10 experience points. Yes/no upgrade. Chinmengha's eyes lit up at that time. It only takes 10 experience points to level up. Now her personal attribute points have reached the barrier and cannot be upgraded. The extra experience points can be used to upgrade skills and improve her strength. Upgrading to LV5 costs 100 experience points. Upgrade? Yes. As expected, the experience points for each level are incremental, and not every level requires only 10 experience points. Each skill has its own use. Chinmengha plans to use all his experience points to upgrade his skills. There is no problem in upgrading the first 3 skills, but when it comes to upgrading meditation, the upgrade cost increases exponentially. Upgrading meditation to LV5 costs 400 experience points. Upgrade? Yes. Unlike other skill upgrades, the cost of upgrading meditation is the same each time, 100 experience points per level. 700 experience points for this upgrade. She was worried before that she had too many experience points. It seems that she will have to worry about experience points in the future. After she breaks through the barrier, the experience points for upgrading will probably not be as few as they are now. Click again to view her skill panel. Skill. Additional LV5. Add strength to the weapon, causing an additional 5 damage points for every 1 point of attribute, with a low probability of triggering a serious injury state, and an extremely low probability of triggering a death state. Hunter LV5. Both legs gain an amplification effect. Burst speed increases by 20%, and the cooldown time for each use is 18 hours. Boneless LV5. The body's flexibility is greatly enhanced, allowing some extremely difficult movements to be performed, and the facial bones to be slightly changed. Meditation LV5. You can calm down quickly at any time, resist various negative mental effects in combat, and increase various efficiencies by 15% in non-combat. The cooling time is 24 hours and the duration is 2 hours. Coupled with the black axe she had obtained previously, the enhanced moonlight bow and arrow, 2 bottles of healing potions, and the 11 fireballs that Shinmengha had made during this period of time, she was fully prepared for tomorrow's battle. Of course, she doesn't have her own 153 silver coins yet, and now she needs to familiarize herself with her physical condition and the use of her new skills. Open the system's album interface and find the cart page of the Kingdom of Arno. Yes/no spend 100 silver coins for scenario simulation. Yes. It was still the familiar vast expanse of white. After she specified the character, the scene changed to that of the Sun City. She stood alone among the dense swarm of snow beasts, holding a black axe that was emitting a cold glow in her hand. However, this time she did not rush forward impulsively like last time, but started a massacre on the spot. At the beginning, the wind and snow beasts ignored her, but later these guys would attack Shinmengha on their own. They are Shinmengha's best training objects. Chapter 57 Regional War. After a night of fierce fighting, Shinmengha can now be considered to have been truly enhanced in all aspects. Last night before going to bed, she used the meditation skill and ate a mutant orange, so she didn't feel tired when she woke up this morning. After organizing his weapons and leaving a pile of food for Xiong Pao Pao and the others, he stood in the house with Wei Tei, waiting for the system teleportation array to appear. Different from the previous black teleportation array, this time the teleportation array is a silver-black teleportation array. Although the teleportation location is in the Black Forest, the system obviously allows them to enter through the teleportation array and then randomly assign a location. The day has come, please start exploring the world. At the moment when the system prompt sounded, the silver-black teleportation array slowly rotated and gradually started. Shinmengha stepped into it, but was bounced out. No food allowed. And the system backpack capacity is no more than 5. What does that mean? You are not even allowed to bring food, so you have to be content with what you have there. Shinmengha had no choice but to take out all the food in the system backpack and place various sundries in the courtyard. Moonlight bow and arrow, fireball, flame enhancer, lighter, healing potion. In addition, they were not allowed to bring candles of light, and this would be the first time they would step out of the daylight and move forward in darkness. Even with so many teleportation experiences, Shinmengha felt that he still could not adapt to the system's teleportation array. Wei Tei was even more dizzy and fell directly from Shinmengha's shoulder. Shinmengha picked him up in his hand and threw him into the shadow. She tried hard to control her dizziness, but found that the people around her were even worse than her. Some people even vomited on the spot. They were trapped in a red barrier. With the dim light of the barrier, they could barely peek at the outside world. All around them was a desolate and lonely desert, empty, with yellow sand all over the sky and bones all over the ground. 200 people in total. This is the red zone. 200 people are staying together in this not-so-big circle. Some people tried to knock on the barrier, but found that they couldn't get out. Even though they were friendly forces in the same area, Shinmengha always held the axe tightly in his hand and never let go. Isn't this a dark forest? Why does it look like a desert? Oh my god, what kind of crappy place is this? They just teleported us here. Don't worry about that for now. Look, is there a blue light over there? Everyone followed his gaze and saw a blue barrier light up on the opposite side. It was obvious that they were the people from Area 003. The people around were all talking about it, not knowing what would happen. The system only prompted them about the regional battles but did not tell them how the ranking was determined. Everyone was only concerned with themselves, wandering around in the circle for a long time, unable to get out, so they simply found a place to sit down, or stood directly against the barrier. Chunmingha found a place to lean on, and as time passed, the barrier began to flicker. Regional War Tips. Main Quest: Survive in the Black Forest for 3 days. Side Quest 1: The system will send out various packages from time to time, and players will rob them in various places in the Black Forest. Side Quest 2: Monsters lurking everywhere are hidden dangers. Eliminate these potential dangers. Side Quest 3: Conditions not unlocked. Regional battle rankings will be based on the completion of each task, and the rankings will change at any time. The positions of the top 10 players will be marked on the map updated by the system, so please check at any time. Defeat other players and you will get their task completion progress. Warning: this area battle is in a dark zone. All monsters will receive certain benefits. Each player will wear a wartime medal. Once the wartime medal is lost, the player will be swallowed by darkness. Regional war begins. Players cannot attack each other for 3 hours. The moment the regional war began, a medal appeared in the hands of Chunmingha and his team. The medal was silver and had nothing on it. It looked more like an iron plate. At the same time, a window popped up on their system panel. On it was a map with 4 areas marked out. There were 2 eye-catching areas on it. One is the blue area where 003 on the opposite side is located, and the other is the red area where they are now. But now, as the barrier disappears, these 2 areas are losing their luster at a very fast speed and becoming ordinary areas. There is a desert in the middle of the 2 areas, and it is surrounded by dense forests. Compared with the empty desert, it is certainly easier to hide people in the forest. There are densely packed red dots in the 2 areas, representing each person. After 3 hours, these red dots will disappear, leaving only the top 10 on the map. As soon as a gap appeared in the barrier, Chunmingha and most of the others quickly sprinted towards the forest next to them, trying to find a place with fewer people and not stay with the majority of people. Outnumbered, most people don't want to meet the large forces on both sides right at the beginning. A small number of people chose to ambush on the spot and did not plan to leave, intending to stay here until the end. While running forward, Chunmingha did not forget to look back. In the area where they were, there was a person who chose to stay. The reason why he was noticed was that he turned into a ball of mud and sand and merged into the desert without a trace. Even within their 004 area, there is no absolute peace. A short, mean-looking man was surrounded by countless flies, which scattered in all directions as he ran. However, they basically found some relatively thin men and women like Chunmingha. Attaching itself to everyone, he himself ran in another direction, trying to hide. The person being tracked by the fly did not intend to sit there and wait for death. He quickly turned in another direction and rushed towards the wretched man, but there was a certain distance between them. If nothing unexpected happens, it will generally be impossible to catch up. Chunmingha had just glanced at the direction where the fly man fled and ignored the flies surrounding him. When the people around her successfully dispersed and she successfully turned a corner, Wei-Te, who was hiding in her shadow, came out. At an extremely tricky angle, he leaped up lightly and slapped the fly. However, Wei-Te controlled the strength well and did not slap the fly to death. The fly was still moving weakly on the ground. Chunmingha pulled a leaf from the side and wrapped it. She looked around and actually found a good place to hide, between 2 huge rocks, and she threw the fly into it. This place is good in every way except that the space is rather small and not easy to move around in. Some straw is placed in it. From a distance, it seems as if there is a person hiding there. Chunmingha placed a fireball under the grass. The fireball she created was very unstable and would easily explode if there was a slight fluctuation. Because it is a low-quality product, it may also fail. It all depends on the person's luck. After doing all this, she ran in another direction. Chapter 58 Cat's Meow. With the protection of the wartime medal, the surrounding darkness did not swallow up players like Chunmingha, but the surrounding darkness greatly restricted their movements. But this state will disappear with the barrier. Once the barrier completely disappears after 3 hours, their only light source will also be lost. They were completely unable to see their surroundings, and the weeds placed between the rocks were just to prevent the other party from seeing them. They need something to illuminate, but anything bright will inevitably expose their location, and they may be attacked by a group of people. Just as she was running forward quickly, she saw a pair of green eyes. When the opponent pounced towards her, Chinmengha jumped aside first. Seeing that its attack failed, the monster did not continue fighting and jumped into the darkness again, disappearing. Chinmengha looked around warily. The opponent carefully went behind Chinmengha and planned to launch a second attack. Meow. But the cat's cry behind it broke the peace here. The monster turned around suddenly and looked behind him. At the same time, Chinmengha rushed over. She raised the axe in her hand and chopped it down hard from top to bottom. The black axe was extremely powerful, and with the help of skills, the monster was directly cut in half. Only then did Chinmengha see the true face of the monster. It was a rabbit half a person's height with sharp fangs. Unlike most monsters previously hunted, the body of this monster was preserved. Giant Rabbit. Level 3. Strength 4. Defense 8. Skill, Jump. Giant Rabbit. Chinmengha thought of the giant rabbit meat he had traded before. It turned out that the meat was decomposed from this guy. She tried to break it down systematically. This function is temporarily unavailable. Chinmengha was troubled for a moment when looking at the giant rabbit. This was a source of food, but if it was not decomposed and processed by the system, the bloody smell would definitely attract monsters around. A bold idea suddenly came to my mind. She would definitely participate in the ranking competition. Now players could not attack each other within 3 hours, but they could attack monsters. The giant rabbit was broken into 2 halves, and thick blood was flowing from the wound. The smell of blood filled the air. Chinmengha quickly climbed up a thick tree in the distance and squatted on one of its branches. After a short while, all kinds of insects crawled over. These small creatures were easily killed by Wei Te, who was staying under the tree with a few casual palms. Then another green snake with a red tongue crawled over. The micro-eagle bit the snake's vital point and killed it on the spot. Then it sensibly placed the snake next to the giant rabbit. Chinmengha was on the tree, hiding behind the trunk, holding the moonlit bow and arrow tightly in his hand, aiming downwards. Snap hiss. The leaves that have been lying on the ground for a long time become a little brittle. When something walks on them, they will be crushed. Chinmengha knew something was coming. But it wasn't a monster, it was a woman with curly hair tied behind her head with a straw rope. It seemed that she knew someone was ambushing here, but she still walked over openly. She planned to pick up the giant rabbit meat on the ground because she knew that players were not allowed to hurt each other now. Chinmengha's face turned cold. She raised her hand and shot an arrow next to the woman. The arrow was spinning rapidly, carrying a cold air, and shot at the woman's feet. The woman paused, seemed to hesitate, and finally raised her hands behind her head and retreated quietly. Chinmengha did not show up. When the other party retreated, she immediately and quietly came down from the tree and moved to another tree. Sure enough, a cloud of smoke came from the opposite side and covered the area where Chinmengha had just been. Chinmengha bypassed the smoke area and ran around the surrounding tree trunks. Wei Te looked at the woman who was hiding behind the tree trunk and staring at the smoke with a smile on her face. He raised his paw and licked it carefully. When the other party took out her weapon and prepared to leave, he called out softly, "Meow." When the woman heard the cat's meow behind her, she was startled at first. Then she kicked sideways but didn't find anything. She looked around vigilantly and realized something was wrong. When she was about to escape, an arrow shot from above her. Even though she knew the other person couldn't hurt her, the woman still subconsciously dodged to the side and rolled to the side. He got up in a panic and ran around, cursing all the while. "Crazy, if you really dare to attack, aren't you afraid of the system's punishment? This is crazy, psychopath!" But Chinmengha didn't care. He raised the bow in his hand, took aim, and shot another arrow steadily. The woman originally wanted to stand there and wait for the arrow to shoot over, letting Chinmengha suffer the consequences. But her body's instinct told her that she would die. After dodging the arrow with lingering fear, she was already covered in cold sweat and collapsed on the ground. Seeing a cold light flashing in the distance, aiming at her direction, the woman was really scared. Wait, don't kill me, I know I'm wrong. I'm really wrong, I surrender." The other party's cry for mercy did not attract the slightest sympathy from Chinmingha. However, she did not really intend to hurt the other party. After all, the time had not yet come. Although the previous few arrows were shot, they all seemed to have been deliberately missed. Chinmingha was not afraid that the other party would escape. White had been circling around the other party, but the other party just didn't notice. Chinmingha stayed in the tree. She heard a sound from the direction of the giant rabbit meat, followed by a chewing sound. She stared coldly at the woman in front of her, then turned and headed towards the direction of the giant rabbit. The woman now realized that she could not beat Chinmingha at all, and she was not as crazy as Chinmingha. The smoke she had just used was only enough to make Chinmingha unconscious. She did not dare to really take action within these 3 hours, and would take action later. When she saw Chinmingha walking back, she planned to slip away quietly. Wei Te was still staring at her slowly, just like a hunter in the dark, staring at his prey playfully. Unfortunately, the woman had only walked a few steps when she looked around in doubt. She had not forgotten that she was discovered before because of a cat's cry, which exposed her location. And now that she thought about it, the opponent's strength was enough to kill her directly. She thought that she had let him go, so there was still room for negotiation. She was sure that she could make the opponent fall in love with her things and let her go. Judging from the way that Man looked just now, if she ran away again, she might really die if he caught her next time. He swallowed his saliva, then leaned against the tree trunk in despair and simply sat there waiting for Chinmingha. Chapter 59 River Water. The monster, which was originally gnawing on the giant rabbit, heard a noise in the tree. He raised his head, bared his sharp teeth and growled in the direction of Chinmingha, declaring his sovereignty. While running quickly, Chinmingha shot an arrow at the monster. The arrow penetrated the fur and stabbed deeply into the flesh. The monster whimpered in pain, turned around and chose to escape into the distance. But Chinmingha would never give it a chance. One arrow came faster than the other. The damage caused by the arrows themselves and the power of the moonlight on them gradually penetrated into the monster's limbs and bones, making it so cold that it could even freeze the soul. The monster was gradually immersed in the cold, and its limbs became weak, unable to run anymore, and fell heavily to the ground. Chinmingha rushed over and slashed its neck. Black Bear Monster. Level 4. Strength 10. Defense 8. Skills Claws Silent. Another monster died, and now it has only been an hour since the start. There is more and more blood around, and the smell of blood is getting stronger. We can't stay here any longer, otherwise it will attract some uncontrollable things. The corpses of monsters in the regional battlefield will not disappear, but you will not be able to obtain packages and experience points by killing monsters. When we returned to where White was, the woman was still sitting there, not daring to run away. The woman spoke first. Let's talk. I didn't really mean to hurt you just now. After all, I'm not that stupid. It was just a stupefying smoke. Seeing that Chinmingha did not stop moving forward and looking at the black axe flashing with cold light, the woman decided to get straight to the point. I have money, I have a lot of money. I can buy my freedom with silver coins. Chinmingha ignored the woman's words and continued to move forward. When the woman was about to fight to the death for a chance of survival, Chinmingha simply took back her arrow. It cannot be wasted. After all, the quantity she brought is limited. Silver coins, how much? The woman looked at Chinmingha with complicated eyes and hesitated to speak. 50? 50 silver coins are a lot. After all, she can hurt the woman now, and there is no benefit in hurting her. It is better to let her go for a while in exchange for 50 silver coins. She will apologize but not compensate. Seeing Chinmingha lost in thought, the woman thought she was dissatisfied, so she pointed to one with her finger and said loudly, 100 silver coins, this is my limit. Chinmingha now looked at the other person as if she was looking at a machine that could produce silver coins. She controlled her joy and continued with a cold face, trying to see if she could produce another wave of silver coins. However, the woman showed an attitude of being willing to die rather than surrender. Although he felt a little regretful, Chinmingha gave up the idea of continuing to extort money from the other party. Can. If Shitai sends you a friend request, do you agree or not? Yes. If Shitai sends you a transaction request, yes/no transaction. Yes. Congratulations on getting 100 silver coins. Ru Shitai was actually very afraid that Chen Minghe would take the money but not fulfill his promise. But there was no way out. His life and death were in the hands of the other party. This was a multiple-choice question without options. If Chen Minghe had no feelings towards Ruxitai before, now she feels a little fond of him, but it's just fondness for money. You go now. She is not a person who does not keep her promises. In the future, more and more areas will intersect. She may spread a bad reputation, but she must never be untrustworthy. Ru Shitai stood up and took a step forward hesitantly, then came over to ask Chen Minghe. Master, can you please take back the thing you used to track me? She had just searched almost everything around her and checked her body again and again. But no matter where she went, she could still hear a cat's meow behind her, with a warning tone. It's not following you anymore, don't worry. It? Is it really a cat? Chen Minghe was too lazy to pay attention to her and turned around and left. It was not suitable to stay here for long. Ru Shitai looked at Chen Minghe's back as he walked away, still feeling uneasy. He tried to walk for a while, fearing that the other party would kill him back. After confirming that the other party really had no intention of paying attention to him, he began to run all the way. As for the giant rabbit, just as Chen Minghe had expected, more and more monsters began to follow the smell of blood and a big fight broke out. Chen Minghe kept thinking as he walked, regretting that he had not caught Ru Shitai to ask him about it. If Ru Shitai was willing to take out 100 silver coins, it would prove that the other party definitely had more than that. Where did they get so much money, or are they from a richer area? Never mind, maybe I can catch them next time. If Ruxitai knew what Chen Minghe was thinking, she would probably vomit blood. Chen Minghe opened the map, but saw that the originally densely packed red dots were now scattered, and some red dots disappeared from the map for no reason. The direction where the red dot disappeared was just in front of her, which made her stop in a hurry. Chen Minghe looked at the gloomy forest in front of him solemnly, and decisively chose to bypass it and run towards the other side where there was a river. She ran in the direction of finding water. There were many monsters here, and she could kill any one for food, but it would be difficult for people to survive without water. In the forest where she hid, there was a tree that was thinner than the trees next to it. It looked so sickly that it could be broken by the wind at any time. A monster accidentally walked into it, and the soil on the ground suddenly cracked, and thick tree roots stretched out to bind it layer by layer. The monster was trapped in the cage made of tree roots and was crushed. Its blood and limbs were absorbed completely, leaving nothing behind. The thin tree swayed slightly and grew a new green leaf. She ran for a while, occasionally stopped to rest, killed 1 or 2 monsters, and caught a normal white rabbit on the way. Chen Minghe finally came to the river, where the water was flowing rapidly and clear to the bottom. Chen Minghe was a little thirsty, and she wanted to drink it immediately, but she had some reservations. This river water was not produced by any mutation, but was originally part of the area, although it had not been verified by the system. But it should be the same water that Water Elf sold before, except that it lacks a certification process and is drinkable. She threw the white rabbit to the ground, and Wei Te threatened it with his teeth and claws. The white rabbit ran to the river tremblingly and drank the water. After tasting the sweetness, it began to become bolder. After resting for a while, Chen Minghe saw that there was nothing abnormal about the rabbit drinking water, so he also planned to go over and get some water for it to drink. Suddenly, a fish jumped out of the river and tried to eat the rabbit. Unfortunately, Chen Minghe was faster. With one swipe of his axe, he chopped the strange fish that jumped out of the water directly onto the land. This strange fish is nearly 1 meter long, and its entire body, from skin to bones, is transparent, always hidden underwater and invisible. If the other party hadn't jumped out, Chen Minghe wouldn't have been able to find it. The white rabbit was so frightened that it twitched and fainted on the spot. Chen Minghe half knelt on the ground and scooped some water with his hands to drink. Wei Te had already drunk some beside him. The cool and sweet river water made him feel alive. Chapter 60: Tree Roots Everywhere. 3 hours passed quietly, and the restrictions between players completely disappeared. The red and blue barriers in the distance had completely disappeared, and the surroundings had returned to darkness, without a single glimmer of light. There were no stars or bright moon in the sky. Being in the endless darkness made people fall into fear. Now if we want to move forward, we need light, and in this place of absolute darkness, once light appears, it will be besieged by everything. Chinmengha stayed on a big tree by the river, hiding under the dense branches and leaves, and Wei Tei stayed in her arms. They took a short rest here. The extra red dots on the map have now disappeared, leaving only 10 purple dots, representing the top 10 players. The wartime medal that Chinmengha was carrying also began to change, and the number 17 appeared on it, which was her current ranking in the regional war. Some players have triggered Side Quest 3. The conditions for opening it are now announced. Side Quest 3. Take away other players' wartime medals to obtain the right to extract supplies from their backpacks. At the same time, each wartime medal will receive a 1% bonus to the regional battle score bonus. Can be stacked. The players have already started fighting among themselves, but this is also what the system wants to see, the strong eliminating the weak, otherwise there would be no such rule. Supply packages will be refreshed in half an hour. Please check the map carefully. Supply packages will be refreshed 3 kilometers east by north. Chinmengha double-checked the message sent by the purple message and found that she was not mistaken. Wei Tei in her arms was suddenly tightened by her, and he felt pain and cried out in dissatisfaction. Chinmengha rubbed his head soothingly, messing up his hair that he had combed with great difficulty before. Wei Tei jumped out in a rage. Chinmengha originally planned to adapt to the situation at the beginning, guard the river, have food, and grab 1 or 2 packages from time to time. No matter how bad it is, it won't be too bad. Always keep the ranking below 10, and finally kill the people in front. In order to avoid being besieged and killed by people in the early stage, I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. She picked up Wei Tei, who was still throwing a tantrum, and asked him to lead the way. Even in complete darkness, the micro can still see the surrounding situation and dynamics clearly. Coupled with its original hidden characteristics, it is invincible in the dark. Chinmengha is different. Although she can sense her surroundings and can barely see things within 3 meters based on her attribute of breaking through the barrier, this is far from enough in battle, so she needs Wei Tei to lead the way. With Wei Tei leading the way, Chinmengha sped up a lot and soon reached a place marked in purple font. Chinmengha looked around and felt something was not right. This was the place where several red dots had disappeared inexplicably before, and it was also the place she had deliberately taken a detour to stay away from. I didn't expect to end up here after all the twists and turns. The first supply package refresh point of the system was actually arranged here. Chinmengha felt a headache. Wei Tei also stopped in front and retreated to circle around Chinmengha's feet. I want to tell Chinmengha about the danger inside. I originally thought that I could be ahead of everyone else and take away the package as soon as it was refreshed, but now it seems a little difficult. White had fought with Chinmengha many times before. He had always remained calm and even arrogant when facing various monsters. But now he felt fear and anxiety. After thinking it over, he still didn't want to be the first to come out. No matter what, he had to wait until there were more people, so that he could distract the attention of the unknown thing inside. Reminding himself not to be blinded by greed, Chinmengha retreated a distance. Half an hour later, a beam of light flashed in the package. The light of the beam instantly brightened the surrounding dark area, and people in the distance naturally saw the beam of light. However, there were 3 such beams of light. However, the other 2 were too far away, and only a tiny beam of light could be seen. Refresh the supply package. The marked light column will disappear after half an hour. Special reminder, this material package contains 1 dark vision mirror, 10 wartime medals, 1 shelter upgrade blueprint, applicable to any level, 5 luxury food. Chinmengha's mouth twitched. He didn't even need to pay attention to the map to know about this movement. And there was this special reminder. Was it because they were afraid that players would think there was nothing good in it and not go to grab it? Not to mention other things, just the dark vision, you can understand its general purpose just by looking at the name. In this ghost place, this is definitely a must-have weapon for killing and robbing. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Not long after the system prompted, the group of people closest to here had already sprinted to the place at full speed. The inevitable encounter instantly became extremely awkward. However, the wartime medals carried by both sides emitted 2 different lights, blue and red. This was designed by the system to allow them to distinguish between people from different regions. Almost instantly, people reached a consensus, and those in the same area stood on one side, and the two sides began to confront each other. However, their confrontation did not last long, and as the next group of people were about to arrive, they took action. There are a dazzling variety of weapons, more than what Chunmingha saw in Uncle Gon's shop, and almost everyone has his or her own special skills. The stronger ones among them had already rushed into the woods first. Seeing this, Chunmingha no longer hesitated and rushed over. On the way, someone saw her going forward and tried to stop her. The opponent was holding a spear and stabbed at her fiercely, but Chunmingha gathered strength and activated a skill at the same time, directly cutting the spear in the opponent's hand off on the spot. Not only was he stunned, but even the person who had fought fiercely with the spearman before was stunned. The opponent was stunned for just a moment before he was kicked out by Chunmingha again. Wei Te took the opportunity to take away the wartime medal on his chest. The darkness that had been driven back by the light suddenly rushed in like a thin living thread, wrapped around the man, and dragged him away before he could even scream. Seeing this, no one dared to block Chunmingha's way. When Chunmingha rushed in, he found that the three people had also stopped where they were, no longer moving, and the fourth person had been firmly trapped between the tree roots. The ground was cracking inch by inch, and the tree roots were waving on the ground with their fangs and claws, attacking the three of them. The three of them fought and retreated, but they also noticed Chunmingha, who came later. Although Chunmingha had guessed that the situation here would not be optimistic, he did not expect it to be so serious. These tree roots are lurking underground in the entire forest, and may break through the ground at any time. The thickest of each tree root can be as big as a bucket, while the thinnest is as thick as Chunmingha's arm. Chapter 61 Tracking. In this strange forest, Chunmingha and these players face challenges. The supply package is right in front of them, but this demonized tree monster is huge and twisted, threatening everything around it. Chunmingha tightly grasped the black axe in her hand, her eyes firm and resolute, and she joined the battle recklessly and impulsively. The tree roots attacked, and the battle was about to break out. Chunmingha rushed forward first, waving the black axe in her hand, which flashed with a strange light. Every swing of the axe could create a huge crack in the thick tree roots, and the thin roots were even chopped off on the ground. The other players were not to be outdone, and used their skills one after another. Some released powerful mana attacks, while others used physical combat, and every punch landed accurately, but none of them used their full strength. Their goal was not to destroy the tree monster, but to get the package of supplies in the middle. They just needed someone to hold the tree, and once there was a flaw, they could rush in and take out the package. As for who can get it, it depends on everyone's ability. There were no people like Chunmingha who tried their best to attack the trees. Most of them fought while retreating, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Two of the other three people obviously knew each other, and they protected each other during the fight. Even though they tried their best to cover it up, their subconscious habits could not deceive people. In the tense battle, everyone's breathing became rapid. They kept attacking the tree monster, not giving it any chance to breathe, and at the same time they had no chance to breathe either. "Hey, do you know those two guys over there?" One of them said that he was the first to speak. It was the young man. He was wearing a full set of armor, and no one knew where he got it from. But he had no weapons in his hands. He kept hitting the tree monster with his fists, and the terrifying force could shake the tree monster's roots back and shatter them. The other man and woman had no intention of talking, they just glanced past the armored man and looked at Chunmingha. According to the colors displayed on the wartime medals, the one who was just killed and the armored man belonged to Area 003, but now 3 of the 4 people off the field are in Area 004. "Don't ignore me. Although we are competing with each other, we are still teammates fighting together, right? I'm Schwan from Area 003. What about you? You're not going to tell me your name, are you?" After the fierce battle, Chunmingha and the other two were panting tiredly. 004, it's all a dream. The other two looked at them and gave their names. 004, Witch Cloak. 004, the Magic King. Ha ha ha, you have such immature names. The armored man laughed without hesitation, but the other two people looked unhappy. Seeing that Chunmingha's offensive was getting more and more fierce, he almost directly entered the central area, but was forced back. The other 3 breathed a sigh of relief, but relied on Chunmingha's offensive to quietly advance a lot. The tree monster's roots were chopped off again and again, and it began to get angry and violent. More roots gathered towards Chunmingha, reducing the pressure on the other 3 people and leaving a gap. Looking at the gap, the 3 of them sped up and got inside. The tree monster realized that something was wrong and sent some of its forces to deal with them. But at this moment, the beam of light wrapped in supplies suddenly disappeared. The 3 people were shocked, but Chenminghe's face was filled with a triumphant smile. At this critical moment, Chenminghe, who was acting stupid and aggressive, suddenly picked up the black axe and rushed in the opposite direction to escape from this place of trouble. The 3 people who wanted to keep Chenminghe to share the tree monster's anger had no idea that Chenminghe would suddenly withdraw. They were caught off guard and didn't understand how the material packages that were clearly in the center could suddenly disappear under everyone's noses. Chenminghe didn't care about these. The moment Wei Te got the supply package, the light column disappeared and the surroundings fell into darkness again. Now is the best time to get away. If the 3 people behind her react and surround her, it will be bad. Wei Te was running in front, leading the way. The package he had been holding in his mouth was now in Chenminghe's hands. The 2 of them were running quickly as if there was a tiger chasing them. The 3 people at the tree monster's place felt something was wrong the more they fought. The disappearance of the supply package must be related to Chenminghe, who had just escaped. That guy had been the main force attacking the tree monster, and suddenly he withdrew, and the supply package just happened to disappear. How could such a coincidence happen? After all this time, the other party was not the tool to hold back the tree monster, but the 3 of them. The witch cloak winked at the Magic King, and the 2 of them planned to abandon Shuan and get away. Shuan was standing next to him. Because Chenminghe withdrew, he felt a surge of pressure, and his veins were throbbing. Hey, you 2, I'm not a fool. I won't take the same road twice. Either we go together, or no one of us can go. Shuan had a smile on his face, but it was a fake one. And you saw the strength of that man just now, didn't you? Wouldn't it be better if the 3 of us surrounded him? The Magic King and Witch Cloak finally agreed. A blue barrier appeared around the Magic King. He pushed the barrier forward, and the tree monster was shaken back as a whole. The Witch Cloak at the back took out a few bottles and threw them at it. The bottles broke, and a faint blue flame appeared inside. The flame burned fiercely, burning the roots of the tree monster. Since it is a cooperation, we must show enough sincerity. The armored man took out his weapon from the system backpack without hesitation, a shield shining with cold light. The entire shield is made of a mysterious metal, its edge is as sharp as a blade, and the shield's surface is engraved with complex and exquisite patterns, which seem to tell of ancient heritage. When the armored man held the shield in his hand, a strong aura suddenly emanated from him. The shield, which was a protective gear, was used as an offensive weapon by him. The shield flew in his hand, cutting the diffuse tree roots. The tree monster was quickly forced to retreat. It did not choose to attack the 3 humans again, but remained on the sidelines. Seeing this, the 3 men left without mercy, without any desire to fight. The Witch Cloak closed her eyes, and faint fireflies flickered around her, merging into the ground. I see, I hear, I track. She opened her thin lips and slowly recited a few words. The fireflies that merged into the ground formed ripples and gradually spread out. After Chenminghe and White found a direction, they kept running forward without stopping. But when she took another step, she found something wrong. It was the feeling of being stared at. She looked around vigilantly but found nothing. Wei Te called out in confusion beside her. Chenminghe didn't think it was her illusion and felt a little heavy. In her invisible field of vision, every step she took was accompanied by a faint fluorescence, forming a trace along the way, a trace that could only be seen by the witch's cloak. Chapter 62, Opening the Package. Chenminghe ran, and she already understood in her mind that one of the 3 people must have used a tracking method that she didn't know about. She knew that the other party would not let her go easily. After all, she took the supply treasure chest right under their noses, which was no different from playing a trick on them. She shuttled through the dense forest, carrying a treasure chest of supplies in her hand, but she did not dare to open it rashly. She did not know whether another beam of light would appear when she opened the treasure chest. They used an unknown method to track her, but Chenminghe could sense their approach. No matter how she hid, she could not escape their entanglement. While running, she suddenly found a hidden cave and she went in without hesitation. Inside, he opened the package. Congratulations on getting 1 dark vision mirror, 10 wartime medals, 1 shelter upgrade blueprint, applicable to any level, 5 deluxe food. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, there was another beam of light shooting out from the supply package. In fact, even with the cave's cover, its light was unstoppable. The dark vision spectacles were a pair of classic single-sided glasses. When he put them on his face, Chinmengha's vision instantly became brighter, just like in the daytime, no longer limited by darkness. The 10 wartime medals had automatically merged with his medals, and her ranking on the medals had quickly risen, now firmly at 11th. Phew, fortunately, I almost made it to the top 10. The luxurious food was 5 pieces of parchment, Buddha jumps over the wall, seafood feast, stewed chicken, etc. Chinmengha rolled them all together and inserted them into his belt. She was also very cautious when fighting, and did not feel marked by anything, and the system and the purple font did not issue any judgment. There was only one possibility, that it was not her who was marked, but the package in her hand. Chinmengha threw the package that had lost its luster on the ground and stepped back. Sure enough, after he walked away for a distance, the feeling of being followed disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, the 3 people moving forward also saw the beam of light appear, and soon saw it disappear. They didn't understand what was happening. The witch's cloak stopped the Magic King, who was about to speed up, and shook her head at him. Her tracking method had been discovered, and the other party didn't know where to escape now, so there was no point in chasing him again. Shuan also quietly retreated to the side, turned around and ran away. Having lost their common goal, this temporary alliance collapsed in an instant. The dark forest was now a safe place for Chinmengha, except for being a little more dangerous. Just as she was about to find a place to have a good meal with White, her friend's reminder rang. I found a relatively safe place to rest temporarily, opened the system panel, and found her friend interface. There was a series of messages bombarding her, but she was busy and had no time to pay attention. Meng boss, help me! I'm surrounded by 3 people from Area 003. Boss, please help me. They are all a bunch of rookies. You can easily solve the problem. But I dare not move. Tudo sends you a location sharing. The other party took his cowardice for granted. After Chinmengha clicked, a white moving mark appeared on her map. That was the real-time location of Potato. Chinmengha was familiar with that location. In addition to their beam of light, there were 2 other beams of light in other places. Unfortunately, Chinmengha couldn't get there. However, when she was scrambling for the light beam on this side, she didn't see the familiar figure, so she found the chat box where she asked Xiang Tian a question. A transaction sent to you by Damning, yes/no transaction. Xiang Tian pushed his glasses on his nose, a hint of doubt in his eyes, and clicked the transaction. Congratulations on winning 20 silvers. A dream sends you the location sharing of Tudo. 003 near that guy, help him. Potato knew the answer from Xiangtian because he had purchased scrolls from the other party several times before. The location was nearby, so it was a piece of cake for him. Besides, didn't the regional war instructions say so? 10 more survivors in our area than in the other area, the regional subsidy reward will increase by 1%, and the independent area will increase by 5%. He had no way of refusing. He took out a handkerchief from somewhere, wiped the drenched blood on his face and glasses, and headed towards where Potato was. I took a break from my busy schedule and opened the regional chat channel. Everyone in the regional war, can you broadcast it live? I'm really curious. Are you dreaming? How could there be people browsing the chat channel during a regional war? If I go, I will probably turn into Voldemort and lie motionless on the ground until the end. Even as I sit at home, I can imagine how fierce the battle is over there. We can hold this kind of activity more often in the future. It's rare to have so much free time without any monsters around. I want to plant some flowers and plants in the yard to recuperate. We have a lot of free time now, but when they come back, our strength will be far behind others. It was a rare occasion that the system had a change of heart. During the 3 days when Chinmengha and his team were fighting in the regional battle, all regions were in a resting state. Without the system teleportation array, the monsters teleported over, plus the previous barrier pushed outwards, gave them more space to explore. Chinmengha had brought Wei Te to another river, fished out the fish monster hiding in it, and after dealing with it, he used a luxurious food blueprint directly next to the monster's body. While gnawing on a big chicken leg, Chinmenha looked around. The vision was completely different from before. Now he could really see the Black Forest. The trees in the Black Forest are different from normal trees. Their leaves are pure black, and the growth of each tree is very strange. Their branches grow madly around them but do not stretch upwards, revealing distortion and madness everywhere. The top 10 on the system panel map had not changed until now, and they had always been those few spots. The top 10 was now a hot potato, and everyone was careful not to enter the top 10. They may not be the final winners, but they are definitely good tools to block bullets now. Crazy people don't mind using them to practice and increase their winning rate and ranking, while those who seek stability plan to stay in the later stages and harvest these lambs in the end. However, those who are qualified to reap the harvest must first have the strength to match it, otherwise the positions of the prey and the hunter are unpredictable. Chinmenha now has a concern. If she does anything now, she will be awarded extra points, and she might even be able to make it into the top 10 accidentally. But if she does nothing, it would go against her original intention of coming here. Is there any way to allow her to hunt monsters and snatch other people's medals without changing her ranking? Chapter 63, Familiar Snake. Chinmenha leaned against the tree, his hands constantly flipping through the system panel. One of the purple spots on the map suddenly began to flicker, and then disappeared. Zooming in on the map, another light spot began to flash and moved rapidly in one direction at an extremely fast speed. Then her pupils suddenly shrank because the light spot was running towards her. There is no peace at all day long. Ranked 8th, the world is so big. Retreat? Or fight? The world is so big that it is obvious that someone is chasing us. The number of people chasing us is unknown, and the combat strength of both sides is also unknown. Although there were many trees near her, none of them could cover her body like before. Thinking of the Witch Cloak and Magic King before, the two of them belonged to the same area as her, 004. She had the ability to view the comprehensive ranking of everyone in this area, but she could not see them in the comprehensive ranking, but in the top 20. Even such a person among the top 50, and Shuan in Area 003 was at least ranked 8th in 003 before the war. With their strength, it is impossible for them to be ranked so low. There is only one possibility, that they suddenly gained strength during the preparations for the regional war. The system's tasks can be summarized as survival, hunting monsters, defeating players and snatching players' wartime medals. These 4 points can earn points and score bonuses. System, what is the judgment for defeat? When the opponent loses combat effectiveness, it is considered defeated. Losing the fighting ability is a good opportunity to exploit a loophole. Beat the opponent half crippled but not dead, and put a sword in his hand. Wouldn't the opponent still have some fighting ability? Chinmenha was holding the medal that White had snatched before. Because White liked the medal very much, he kept it on his chest as a trophy. But the moment Chinmenha got it, this wartime medal became part of her. As long as she doesn't touch it herself, the medal will not be added. Chinmenha narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind. She thought of a way to increase the score without increasing the ranking. Each wartime medal one would be kept by Wei Te or placed in a safe place. When the time is right, she will fuse the medals together. This way, her ranking will remain unchanged, and over time, it may even naturally drop. By the last day, not only will you be able to catch up with everyone else, but you can also compete for the top 10 spots and join in this melee. Seeing the purple light gradually approaching her, Chinmenha had no intention of running away. Instead, she took Wei Te to find a place to hide nearby. It is impossible for her to run away every time she meets someone. Her temporary avoidance is just a tactic, but it does not mean that she does not have the ability to fight. After searching for a while, she finally found a relatively secluded corner. There were several huge rocks here that could temporarily hide her figure. So she went into this small place without hesitation and waited quietly for others to arrive. The light spot moved very quickly and soon reached Chinmenha. Chinmenha slowed down her breathing and watched the movement outside. Soon, she saw a figure flying by, followed closely by a huge python. It seemed that the girl was exactly as big as the world, and this python was as thick as a calf, but Chinmenha frowned, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. It was not until a system monster popped up next to him that Chinmenha realized that this was the black phosphorus snake that he had sold after defeating it. The world seemed to have noticed something unusual here, and she looked in the direction of Chinmengha. Chinmengha was startled. Was she discovered? It seemed that this girl was very sensitive to sight, so she was able to find her in the first place without moving. None of these people can be underestimated. However, the world was so big that she did not stop, and she continued to run forward, starting a fierce chase with the black phosphorus snake. Unfortunately, her vision was limited, and she had to be very careful of her surroundings while running. However, the black phosphorus snake was able to move freely in the darkness, and its speed was much faster than hers. Chinmengha stayed where she was. She didn't care if the world discovered her, because when she chose to stay here, she was prepared to be discovered. She didn't care whether the other party could find her or not, and now, she was waiting. If she remembered correctly, she sold the black phosphorus snake to a man named Black Planet. The big world belongs to Area 003, and the Black Planet belongs to their Area 004. She was not disappointed, and soon a man in plain clothes rushed out from behind. Chinmengha watched the two men and the snake pass by her, and had no intention of following them. She would not help any of them, even if one of them had once been her customer. It didn't matter to her whether either of them won. The only thing she was curious about was the growth rate of the black phosphorus snake, which was so fast. But this curiosity couldn't make her take action. She identified the direction, estimated that the time was almost up, and planned to go to the place where she had buried the fireball before. But she thought so, but others didn't. The world is so big. After running around the black phosphorus snake, it circled back. The direction pointed directly to Chinmengha's hiding place. Chinmengha and Wei Te walked towards it, but saw Wei Te baring his teeth in the direction they were before. Chinmengha probably guessed that the world was so big that there was no way to escape, so he wanted to drag her down with him. He took out his moonlight bow and arrow and headed in that direction. Although I was running wildly in such a big world, I did not forget to look for Chinmengha's figure around me. Unfortunately, the endless darkness severely affected her vision, making her search extremely difficult. She regretted that she should have run directly in the direction of Chinmengha. At this moment, an inexplicable chill surged into her heart, and her body trembled involuntarily. This sense of danger did not come from the black planet and black phosphorus snake chasing her from behind. It was something unknown in front of her, so she suddenly stopped and moved to the side, looking ahead warily, trying to find the source of the threat. The air seemed to become heavy, oppressive, and suffocating. She didn't have to wait long. Almost the moment she stopped, she felt a subtle change in the atmosphere around her, and a silver-white arrow shot towards her. Even though she had turned sideways at the first moment, it was too late for her to dodge, and she could only avoid the arrow that hit her vital parts, but the arrow still pierced her shoulder. She rolled on the ground and hid behind a tree, but the tree could not hide her figure. What made her even more desperate was that the black phosphorus snake behind her caught up with her. Chapter 60 for Battle. The world is so big. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and decided to keep moving forward. But soon, the feeling of being locked in enveloped her again. At this moment, she was completely different from before. She burst out with unprecedented speed and rushed out like an arrow. At the same time, she felt waves of piercing pain from the wound on her shoulder, but she gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and rolled to the side of the stone with all her strength. The stone just happened to cover her figure, but she didn't feel relaxed at all. Another silver arrow shot steadily at the place where she was just now, and penetrated deeply into the ground. Just now she thought that no matter what was waiting ahead, she would have to face it, but now she wanted to run away. What made her feel unwilling was that she had finally caught a fool who was quite strong and whom she was sure was under her control. She was so close to success, and she was just one step away from moving up the rankings. Not far away was the trap she had set, but she noticed Chinmengha while running, and thought that if she could catch two at once, she could save some money, so she greedily turned back. Wasn't that guy hiding the whole time? How could he be so strong? The world is so big, and my heart was filled with bitterness. What was more, I was unwilling to end it here. Chinmengha didn't care about her little thoughts. He was just amazed at the man's speed. He thought he must have been hiding his skills before and was trying to lure someone else. I guess it's not that fragile. 1 or 2 arrows won't kill it. She exhaled, staring sharply at the stone on the opposite side, and used the skill attachment to shoot an arrow through the air, directly shattering the stone on the opposite side. Unfortunately, there was no one behind the stone. I just teleported a short distance, and I felt exhausted in such a big world. Looking at the shattered stones in the distance, I was shocked at the opponent's strength, and at the same time I felt a little scared. The black planet and black phosphorus snake that arrived were also shocked by this arrow. With its excellent vision, the black phosphorus snake could immediately spot Chunminghe in the distance. Then, looking at the shattered stones nearby, bad memories came to its mind again. It shuddered and hid behind the black planet. There were light bloodstains on Black Planet's white t-shirt. He knew there was danger ahead, but he couldn't see clearly and didn't know what exactly was ahead. Just when he was hesitating whether to give up the chase, he saw the person next to him, who had just run ahead of them. He was startled at first, and had no time to think about why the other party suddenly appeared here. He reacted first and the black phosphorus snake attacked first. He also took out a big knife and prepared to attack. Who knew the world was so big? With his own strong speed, he kept dodging and not fighting with them. At the same time, he raised his hands upwards, showing a gesture of surrender, and kept begging for mercy. Let's stop fighting for now. You've noticed the person in front of us, right? If we don't kill her first, we might both die here. Let's put our grudges aside for now. We can't let others take advantage of us, right? We will both charge forward in a moment. Whoever escapes will be the lucky one. What do you say? Hurry up, the hiding time will expire. The world is so big and she was very anxious, but fortunately she succeeded in the end. Skill, teammate, activated, judge successful. Teammate, after using it on the target unit, it turns the enemy into a friend. You can negotiate a battle plan with one of the parties to deal with the third party. You cannot attack the target after turning the enemy into a friend. The skill lasts for 1 minute, and the cooldown time is 48 hours. This skill of teammates is very precious. If it is not a critical situation now, she would never want to use this skill in such a big world. But there is no other way. She only hopes to use this fool to divert the opponent, and gain a glimmer of hope for herself. She even took out the scroll of temporary invisibility that she had hidden away in the bottom of her box. Chunminghe looked at the person who suddenly disappeared behind the stone, and felt that things were becoming a little tricky. Not only did the entire world disappear, but even the black phosphorus snake and the black planet disappeared at the same time. He changed the moon-colored bow and arrow in his hand into a black axe, and was ready for close combat at any time. Wei Tei had already circled to the front, and was observing around, looking for any trace of the enemy. The world is so big, said to the black planet. You go and distract the enemy, I will wait for the right opportunity to strike. Black Planet only felt a strange feeling spreading in his heart, as if he and the other party had been friends for life and death, and had fought side by side for many years. He nodded without thinking that the other party would not harm him. The black phosphorus snake on the ground was very puzzled. It was clear that its master was planning to kill this woman just now. How could it become a cooperative relationship in the blink of an eye? It couldn't figure it out with its stupid head. In fact, because of the contract, it cannot even resist the orders of the Black Planet. It spat out its tongue in dissatisfaction. In fact, its fear of Chunminghe still remained in its body. But it was more willing to believe in its master, who might be able to avenge it. The hidden light curtain that originally appeared on the open space suddenly disappeared. Chunminghe and White immediately noticed the two people and one snake that suddenly appeared, and rushed up without saying much. The world is so big that she couldn't care less about so many things. She ran away at the speed she had rarely seen in her life, leaving her back completely exposed. At the same time, he also handed over his rear to the Black Planet, not because of the other party's trust, but because of trust in his own skills. Chunminghe looked at the world she was running away from. Since the other party wanted to take advantage of her, the hatred had already been established. So she would naturally not let the other party go so easily. Even if the other party didn't die today, he would be half crippled. She was about to chase after him, but was blocked by the Black Planet and the black phosphorus snake. Wei Tei looked down on this defeated opponent, and this man who suddenly appeared, and went after him first. Chunminghe exuded a chill. She really wanted to kill someone and was planning to destroy Black Planet. In a flash, she swung the black axe in her hand, drawing a beautiful trajectory. The black phosphorus snake pounced on her like lightning, but she dodged it easily, turned around, and slashed at the black phosphorus snake with her backhand. With a crisp sound, the black phosphorus snake's hard scales broke, and scales flew everywhere. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the black planet in front. The black planet was holding a sharp sword. He used to be a standard martial artist, and he did not forget his original skills after traveling through time. The sword and axe collided, and this ordinary sword actually blocked the black axe. The black phosphorus snake ignored its own wounds and pounced on Qinminghe again, and Qinminghe was attacked from both sides. She half crouched down and kicked the opponent's legs. The opponent staggered under her force. Qinminghe stood up and pushed the opponent's sword horizontally, rushing straight to his face. At this moment, the black phosphorus snake pounced forward and tried to bite Qinminghe's arms, but she dodged sideways and turned around, with the axe falling at the same speed. Victory is decided. Warning: Black Planet is the 4th player in the 004 region leaderboard. Please do not kill him. It's too late. But a special barrier bounced Qinminghe's black axe away. Chapter 65 Giant Bee. System mechanism started successfully. The force that rebounded from his hand made Qinminghe's arm numb, and he naturally took 2 steps back. Looking at the barrier light emerging from the black planet, he frowned. Seeing Qinminghe's unfriendly look, the black phosphorus snake twisted its severely injured body and drilled into the barrier. This screen that Qinminghe could not open did not pose a hindrance to it. At this time, the black planet had collapsed inside the barrier. Although Qinminghe's axe was blocked by the system, the previous attack actually landed on the opponent. Qinminghe tried knocking twice through the barrier and made sure she couldn't open it. The system prevented her from killing the black planet, but the person who attacked her with a spear was also from Area 004, but the system did not stop her at that time. The regional wartime rules encourage them to kill each other, and there is no rule that states that people in the same region cannot kill each other. So what is going on now? Ranked 4th in the 004 region? The system wants to select the strong, and the lives of the weak are harmless, but these seeded players are rare. When she realized that she couldn't kill the black planet, she had already moved to other places and chased it across the world. As time goes by, the people in the front will definitely know this hidden rule in the later stage, but obviously not many people know it now, including the fact that the world is so big, otherwise the other party would not use up all the props and run so hard. This is a mechanism of the system to protect the seeded players, but this mechanism will definitely change in the later stages, otherwise the top 10 will not be able to compete at all. When this hidden rule is exposed to the public, this will no longer be a battlefield for 400 players, nor will it be a competition for the top 10 among the strong, but a hunt of the weak by the strong. Now I can only blackmail one person at a time before they can react. Although the battle took her less than a minute, this short period of time was enough for her to run a considerable distance in a world as big as this. Qinminghe stared at the traces left on the ground and followed them without hesitation. The world was so big, and she was just trying to escape. She didn't know how long that fool could hold Qinminghe back. Her heart was filled with endless worry and fear. Facing a life-and-death situation, she didn't dare to relax. She had just experienced a short teleportation, which consumed too much of her energy. Her breathing became rapid and difficult, but she did not dare to stop. It seemed as if there were invisible pursuers chasing her from behind, which made her always in a state of high tension. She gritted her teeth and continued running forward, putting all her strength into her legs. Even though her speed surpassed that of most players, she originally thought she could escape, but she could feel that there was something around her tracking her and watching her. This comes from her other skill, sharpness. She had already used up her only chance to teleport and hide her props. If there were no other methods, she might really die here today. Escape, run to a crowded place, where you may have a chance of survival. However, this idea was quickly rejected by herself. One was a weak hunted person, and the other was a strong hunter. Even if someone really saw it, they would choose to attack her first instead of Qinminghe behind her. Her teammates' skills were still on cooldown, and could not be used. It seems that the only option is to fight to the death. There is no other way out. The purple light spot that disappeared on the map before was noticed not only by Qinminghe, but by almost everyone who paid attention to the map. The world is so big and her mind is filled with so many thoughts. Maybe there are people hunting there, Or maybe there are some powerful monsters. If it is a monster, it may really give her a chance to survive. With her keen sense of danger, she might not be the one to be entangled by the monster. Now that things have come to this, we can only gamble our lives on this last hope. Wei Tei had been running for a long time and was beginning to feel a little tired. The human in front of him was really fast, running faster than a rice ball. Cats are not good at long-distance running, but since Chen Menghe was not there, they didn't want to lose him. The person running in front suddenly changed direction. With his whiskers trembling, he still took a step forward with his short legs. Chen Menghe, who was behind them, looked at the light spot that suddenly changed direction, gave up following the trail, and chose the nearest direction to go. Chen Menghe quickened her pace, she knew she couldn't lose it. As the distance gradually shortened, the light spot in front turned again, and the distance between them became closer and closer. Suddenly, she heard a buzzing sound and looked up to see a swarm of huge bees flying towards her. Each of these giant bees is as big as a football, and the sound made by the vibration of their wings is creepy. This was not the worst. The worst thing was that she saw the world as big as Wit running back in front of the bees. These giant bees seemed to be very aggressive. They chased the world big and the wee closely and launched attacks continuously. He didn't even have time to take care of White, and had to find a place to hide. While Chen Menghe was dodging the giant bee's attack, he was thinking about how to deal with it. Meeting on a narrow road. She and Chen Menghe looked at each other again, but this time she felt that the pressure from the group of giant bees behind her was stronger, so she continued to sprint in the direction of Chen Menghe. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God. Chen Menghe frowned tightly, looking at the group of huge and ferocious giant bees brought by the man and the cat, which were swarming towards them like an overwhelming force. They fluttered their wings, making a deafening buzzing sound, as if they were going to swallow up the entire world. Faced with such a scene, Chen Menghe turned his body without hesitation, make a sharp 180-degree turn to adjust the direction, and then run at full speed. Compared to when she came, she left much faster this moment. The wind whistled past her ears, and the heartbeat of the world was beating like a war drum. Her legs were running as fast as a motor, and every step was full of strength and determination. Next to her was Chen Menghe running with her, and behind her was the giant bee chasing her. God is going to kill her! Chen Menghe's eyes were like knives, staring at her coldly, as if he wanted to cut the culprit into pieces. Wei Tei, who was standing by, also shouted in encouragement, and he was so tired that he jumped onto Chen Menghe's shoulder. When a man is about to die, his words are good. The world is so big, but she has never felt so brave. She turned her head and yelled at Chen Menghe. If you hadn't been chasing me, would I have come to this damn place? Now I'm being chased by bees. Chen Menghe's face suddenly melted like an iceberg, with a faint smile on his face, and he seemed to agree with what the other party said. She raised her black axe again. Even if she was running away, it was more than enough to deal with a world as big as her and make the opponent fall behind her. You don't need to outrun the beast, you just need to outrun your companions. Seeing the other party's black axe flashing with cold light and the world was so big, he suddenly felt like he wanted to live again. Chapter 66 Giant Bee 2. She was devastated. Originally, things were going well. As long as she killed that person, her ranking would move up one step. After the regional war, she could get more supplies and reach the peak of her life. But now everything has gone off her track, and she doesn't even know if she can survive. The world is so big and full of resentment, and no one is not afraid of death. Sister, we are now tied together, and no one can escape. Those giant bees are chasing us closely. If we start a quarrel now, wouldn't we be courting death? The right thing to do is to work together to find a way out of this difficult situation first. The other party smiled sweetly, trying to appeal to his feelings and reason. It's the same if I kill you first. Chen Menghe responded with a cold voice. Chen Menghe rushed towards the world with the black axe in his hand. The world is so big. Knowing that the negotiations had broken down, he no longer maintained a smile, dodged sideways, and kicked Chen Menghe in the abdomen. Chen Menghe took a step back to avoid the world-sized attack. She steadied herself and swung the black axe again, slashing at the opponent. The world is so big, knowing that he is not as strong and capable as Chen Menghe, he can only use his agility and speed to deal with him. He jumped swiftly to avoid the attacks, and his movements were quick and flexible, making Chinmingha's attacks miss again and again. During a confrontation, Chinmingha took the opportunity to grab the arm of the world-sized woman, swung it hard, and threw her to the ground. Ah! Her fragile vertebrae collided with the rocks on the ground, causing her great pain. The world was so big that it quickly got up, but at this moment, the huge group of bees had already approached. They made a shrill buzzing sound, as if announcing the approach of death. She ran desperately, her heart filled with fear and despair. However, even though she had climbed up as fast as she could after the fall, the swarm of giant bees still caught up with her. They made a sharp buzzing sound, and when their wings vibrated, they created a gust of wind that made it almost impossible for her to breathe. The injury on her back gradually made it difficult for her to move her legs, and her figure was gradually drowned out by the bees. Most of the bees stopped and surrounded her. Only a few of them chased Chinmingha. In such a big world, they lay on the ground, looking at the escaping Chinmingha with hatred overflowing from their eyes, making them even more ferocious than the most terrifying demon in the world. Ah! Chinmingha ran through the woods, avoiding the bees that were chasing her. Although she couldn't kill the monster herself, it didn't mean the monster couldn't kill her. The moment she ran towards Chinmingha and tried to drag him into the game, the seeds of hatred between them had been planted. Later, when Chinmingha chased her and she recruited bees to drag him into the game again, the seeds sprouted and grew stronger. Each time is an inevitable choice, and there is no way to escape the destined outcome. The purple light spot on the map that was as big as the world disappeared, and the people behind it automatically filled their positions. Chinmingha's ranking has dropped one place after this period of time, but a top 10 player has already died here, and the world is so big this time. A total of 2 top 10 players were lost, and now Chinmingha was just stuck in 10th place. Her position was marked on the map and exposed to everyone's view. The more you want to hide from something, the less likely you are to escape. She had originally thought that the giant bees behind her would chase after the intruder for a distance, and then give up on her and return to their own territory. But now it seemed that these bees regarded her as one of the same group as the world, and did not give up chasing her, and kept chasing her. Even though the bees chasing her were only a small portion of the colony, about 20 or so, it was still a very troublesome situation. She rushed through the forest, constantly changing direction, turning left and right, hoping to get rid of the giant bees chasing her. However, no matter how hard she tried, these huge creatures always followed her. Chinmingha stopped and looked at the giant bee behind her with a cold gaze. She took a deep breath and decided to face these troublesome guys head-on. She took out a fireball from her system backpack and threw it at the bees chasing her. Unfortunately, the inferior product she made did not explode as she had imagined, but only emitted a little flame. The giant bees were startled by the sudden flames and temporarily stopped chasing, but they quickly readjusted their formation and continued to pounce on Chinmingha. Chinmingha's veins were throbbing. She knew that the fireball she made could not be as good as the one made by old Manu, but she did not expect that the one she made would be so bad. She took out another fireball and threw it over. Just like last time, there was still only a little flame, but Chinmingha also threw out a flame intensifier. The moment the flame intensifier came into contact with the tiny flame, it exploded as if a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited. The raging fire swept over and engulfed all the originally huge bees. The fire was fierce, and all this happened in a flash. The bees didn't even have time to react before disappearing in the sea of fire. Unfortunately, this did not kill them. They faced the huge fire and rushed out of the fire curtain, but they were not completely uninjured. The flames made some tiny, sparkling holes in their wings, and the fur on their bodies was scorched by the fire. The flames caused them injuries, but also aroused their ferocity. Even though their wings were injured, their speed increased instead of decreasing, and their eyes glowed red. It raised its tail, with a sharp and huge spike on the tip of the tail, shining with a strange light, pointing at Chinmingha. When Chinmingha thought they would rush over and sting her with their tail stingers, the stingers on the tails of these bees began to slowly rotate. Chinmingha suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness and crisis. Not good. Skill Hunter. She took a deep breath and gathered all the strength in her body to her legs. Her leg muscles were tensed, and her eyes were firm and focused, staring straight ahead. Suddenly she kicked her legs hard, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. At this moment, Her legs burst out with unprecedented explosive power. She rushed forward like an arrow from a bow. The wind whistled past her ears. Her speed was unbelievable, but this skill also caused great harm to her legs. Her premonition was correct. Unlike normal bees, the tails of these giant bees first rotated and then fell off immediately. The stingers shot out in a rotating posture like fairy flowers and stung her. If she hadn't reacted quickly and used her skills to dodge, she might have been pierced through the ground by the dense spikes. The huge, shiny spikes pierced into the ground, leaving huge holes. When these giant bees lost their stingers, their weapons of attack, Qinminghe breathed a sigh of relief, but then her heart rose to her throat because she saw with her own eyes that the stingers were recalled to the tails of the bees. Fuck! Qinminghe, who usually pays attention to his image, couldn't help but swear. Chapter 67, End of Giant Bee, First Order Request. The spikes on their tails are not disposable, but reusable. The giant spike that had been shot out suddenly retracted into the tail quickly and strangely as if it was pulled by an invisible force. These spikes rotated at high speeds during the retraction process, as if they were accumulating strength to prepare for a more violent attack. At the same time, their huge wings were constantly vibrating, making bursts of buzzing sounds, like a tireless machine that never stopped running. They spun even faster than the first time, and spent less time charging. Soon the second wave of spikes came, and Qinminghe dodged in a panic. No! We have to find a way to stop them from recycling, otherwise she will be very passive. Qinminghe looked at their spikes and didn't intend to sit there and wait for death. A fireball and a flame intensifier appeared between his fingers and he threw them towards the giant peak opposite. The giant bees, who were originally in a neat formation, began to subconsciously become alert when they saw what Qinminghe threw. They quickly scattered, but the speed of throwing was very fast. What made her even more delighted was that this fireball actually successfully released its powerful power. Accompanied by a loud bang, a violent explosion came, as if to tear the entire space apart, instantly illuminating everything around as bright as day. In an instant, the nearby bees were injured and maimed by the explosion, and a raging flame had already begun to burn. Several of them were directly burned in the flames, and the wings behind them dissipated in the flames. Their huge bodies fell straight to the ground and became charred like charcoal. The few remaining bees looked at Qinminghe and began to retreat. They dragged their broken bodies back. The violent explosion just now also affected Qinminghe, and she was pushed back by the huge air wave. After standing up, she coughed twice, and dust flew everywhere. She had never experienced the power of the fireball before, but had experienced it once or twice when she was with old Manu, but the power at that time was not so great. It seemed that she still underestimated the lethality of this weapon. She originally thought it was just a normal explosive weapon, but now it seemed to be destructive. You still have to be careful when using it, otherwise you might end up hurting the enemy by 1,000 and losing 800 of your own. Without taking a rest, she took out her moonlight bow and arrow, aimed at the escaping bee, and tried to shoot, triggering a state of certain death with an extremely low probability. Qinminghe was shocked. She had only triggered this state once before, and now it was triggered again. The bee she shot fell directly to the ground and died. The bees next to it flew even faster. Since you have the upper hand, don't let the other party go back. There is a huge group behind the giant bee, so as not to let the tiger go back to the mountain. I shot a few more arrows. Because the bees were trying to dodge, the probability of success was not particularly high, but I still caused damage to them and their flying speed was greatly reduced. Qinminghe took the opportunity to chase after them, and the moon-colored bow and arrow in his hand had been replaced with a black axe. The bees were flying quite high, and Qinminghe could not be completely parallel to them every time he jumped. The giant bees flew in the air, unable to escape, so they aimed their stingers at Qinminghe. She swiftly rushed to the big tree beside her, and pushed her feet hard on the trunk to fly into the air. Then, she exerted force again, stepped on another thicker branch, and used this force to leap up, turning her body around and landing on top of the giant bee. She changed her direction in midair, holding the reflective black axe in her hand, and swung it with all her strength, slashing at the target with a sharp sound of wind. He chopped one with his axe, kicked another with his foot, and leaped towards the other. The battle was very fast, and the situation changed rapidly. Seeing this, the remaining two giant bees stopped accumulating strength and swooped down directly towards Qinminghe. Manhwa had just fallen from the air and his feet had just released the force when he saw the giant bee attacking him again. He dodged to the side and attacked with an axe in return. There was only one left, and this one was obviously flying faster. I aimed with the moonlight bow and arrow and annihilated it. Without any rest time, Manhwa ran away from this troubled place as fast as possible. The loud explosion just now alarmed the monsters around, and also alarmed the people in the distance. Her mark on the map was shining even brighter. There is no telling whether the giant beast swarm will catch up again. The player cannot kill her, but that is all. The symbols on the map kept changing, and there was even a light spot representing herself. Because of the battle just now, her ranking rose again. 6. A big dream. Not only were there others, but even 2 top 10 players were moving in her direction. The forest was no longer dark, but was illuminated by the fire, with trees everywhere burning in patches. As the system had introduced before, the flame intensifier was a necessary weapon for setting fire to the mountain, but she never expected that one day she would actually burn the mountain. There was no hiding place around, and even if there was, her location had been marked, so it would be easy for the other party to find her. What she had to do now was to get away from this place, find a place to rest, and then find a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Manhwa's figure was like a ghost in the dark night. She was not bothered by the vision at all and was running at her fastest speed. Several consecutive battles and long runs made her leg muscles sore, and the skills she used before made her leg muscles even more painful. Now Wei-Tei just wanted to find a place to lie down and be like a cat with no sense of existence. He held the clothes on Manhwa's shoulders tightly with his claws to prevent himself from being shaken down by the excessive movement. A pair of dark green eyes did not miss any movement around them, and the speed of all things seemed slow in its eyes. After Manhwa's deliberate search, she found a high and steep slope in this forest with varied terrain, and sprinted up the slope at the fastest speed. The steep slope almost made her fall, but she grabbed one of the rocks with both hands, exerted force with her arms, and pulled herself up, successfully reaching the top. There was only the quiet sound of wind and darkness all around, and there was no sign of danger lurking around. However, here, quiet became the most terrifying word. When they reached the high ground above, Wei-Tei had already fallen from her shoulders and was patrolling around. Although this place is only relatively safe, Manhwa finally has time to catch her breath. Her cheeks are now pale, her whole body is sweating, and her legs are cramping. What was worse was that there was a long wound on her side, which had been bleeding due to her sprinting and had soaked the surrounding clothes. Even though she had dodged as fast as she could just now, she was still scratched by the multiple rounds of spike attacks. It was just a scratch, but the sharp spike still had the edge of an empty blade and cut a hole in her abdomen. Chapter 68 Melee 1, First Order. She tried to take a deep breath, and felt the pain in her chest. She slowed down her breathing and took out a healing potion from her system backpack. Healing potion. Quality good. Category, Pharmacy. Effect, quickly recover from serious injuries before breaking the barrier, and quickly recover from ordinary injuries after breaking the barrier. This life-saving medicine is very precious. Use it with caution. Using it when you are healthy will have the opposite effect. Now is the best time to use it. There are ambitious people behind her and monsters in front of her who are eyeing her covetously. Any flaw here may be her burial place. Manhwa uncorked the bottle of healing potion, and a faint fragrance entered her nose. Just by smelling the fragrance, she felt much better. He brought the potion to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. The cold liquid went down his throat and into his body. The wounds on his body began to glow green and healed at an extremely fast speed. It can be said to cure all diseases and restore health to full health. Experiencing this wonderful body change, he called over Wei-Tei, who was patrolling nearby, held it in his arms and comforted it tightly, then put the disheveled Wei-Tei down with satisfaction. He took out the moonlight bow and arrow once again, hid behind the rocks, and paid attention to the movements around him. Manhwa observed the surroundings vigilantly, and soon she noticed some unusual movements. There seemed to be a figure swaying in the woods in the distance. She clenched the moonlight bow and arrow in her hand, ready to deal with the possible danger. As the footsteps got closer, Manhwa finally saw who was coming. They came here because they saw the fire and the explosion, not for anything else, but just to be the one who took advantage of the situation. 4 people in total, and they were obviously a group, so they had the courage to come here. Their goal was very clear. The 4 people dispersed and went towards the fire from different directions, not noticing that there was another person on the high slope in the distance. Shinmengha thought for a moment and decided to let them go. After all, the situation was dangerous, and she didn't want to start a war and attract more people. The slightly fat man rubbed his hands and looked around in fear. He felt that a monster would suddenly appear from anywhere and rush towards him, or someone would suddenly appear and say he wanted to kill him. He took every step carefully, but he always followed the person in front of him closely. When Tu-Do came, he was full of expectations and ambitions, but he was immediately surrounded. He asked Shinmengha for help without hesitation. Because he had been hiding, even his white clothes were clean and his hair was not messy. On the contrary, Xiang Tian Fawn in front of him was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. The only clean thing was the glasses on his face. "Master, where are we going? Are we going to the place that was glowing just now?" When Potato thought of this, he swallowed his saliva unconsciously and felt the hairs on his body stand up. "Are you kidding? With such a big commotion, it's obvious that the battle is fierce. There's no time to hide, so why would anyone rush up? I don't understand the thinking of these big guys." Xiang Tian only stopped and glanced at him sideways when he asked, "Leave all the scrolls you have on you, and you can go." "Ah ha 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 ha, stop it! You're just kidding, just kidding. If I stay by your side, you can have an extra meat shield. I can still continue to open scrolls." This was the condition that Potato took the initiative to propose, just to hold on to this thick thigh. Along the way, he witnessed Xiang Tianwen's power. This seemingly weak boy was so terrifying when he killed people. When he saw the bloody scene for the first time, he was so scared that he stood there. Xiang Tian didn't bother to answer him and just walked forward. Unlike the others who were running in a hurry, their speed was always leisurely, and they didn't worry at all that the battle would be over when they left. Now half a day has passed since the start of the competition. Everyone has gradually figured out the various aspects of the regional battles and started trying to get closer to the top rankings. At this time, a fierce battle broke out, which attracted many ambitious people. Different from the hustle and bustle here, Big Bear seems to have always lived in this forest. Coming here is like letting the bear return to the mountains and returning home. When she first arrived, she tried to find Shinmengha, but unfortunately she didn't find him. So she slowly took the old man to find a place and stayed there quietly. No monsters or people have ever come to disturb her. She became bolder, and after going out with an old man to catch a little rabbit, she cleaned it up by the river, made a fire, and roasted it, just as if she was going camping. What's worse, the old man saw that she was already drowsy because of her leisurely life, so he called her to do some exercise, while he did not forget his old job and started to chop trees. The trees in the small circle around them were cut down, but even so, nothing was attracted. The day passed so smoothly that Xiongde even thought she was really on vacation, until she heard a loud explosion on the opposite bank of the river. She was so frightened that she suddenly appeared behind the old man as if she had teleported, half squatting and holding the old man's shoulders tightly. "Why are there still people fighting? What's with that explosion?" An old man slapped her hand away like a reprimand, turned around and told her seriously, "This is a regional war, not a vacation spot." Xiongde opened her eyes wide, as if she had just reacted. "Let's run, there's a fight over there." Her actions were as fast as her thinking process. Unfortunately, she did not forget to go back to get the rabbit she was roasting, and was caught by the old man. "No, we have to go." The elder shook his head. Xiongda's temperament was still too bad, so she had to be allowed to experience more. Otherwise, the future would not be so easy even with them around. Xiongde was so anxious that he was turning around in circles, but seeing the old man's unquestionable gaze, he gritted his teeth and agreed. The old man then nodded with satisfaction. Although this little master was lacking in all aspects, his only advantage was that he was obedient and would listen to advice. People from all directions were coming, even from Area 003. This might be something Shinmengha hadn't imagined. There would be far more people coming than she expected. Most of the militant factions have arrived, and Shinmengha's previous battle was just a fuse. Didn't they know that many people would come? No, it was precisely because they knew that many people would gather here that they came. Some people come, some choose to wait and see, and of course there is no shortage of people going in the opposite direction. If we include the top 10 in Shenminghe, there will be 3 of them here. This will be one of the biggest fights outside of the initial zone battles within the barrier. Chapter 69 Melee 2. After the 4 people in front arrived, unfortunately they didn't find anyone. All I saw was a huge crater left by the explosion, a devastated scene, a forest in flames, and the corpses of giant bees all over the ground. They looked at each other and unanimously decided to find a place to hide first. They all hid behind the tree trunks, their breathing slowed down, as if they had merged into the forest. Time passed minute by minute, and the sound of running footsteps could be heard from almost all directions. Everyone gathered outside the huge pit, and no one took the initiative to take action. More and more people gathered, and all kinds of lighting tools were everywhere, illuminating the dark surroundings. The wartime badges on the players flashed the light of their respective camps, with blue and red echoing each other. They all started to divide into 2 camps at the same time, with the blue and red groups gathered in their own groups. No one took action first, but someone spoke first. "You bastards, are you gathering here to see your dad?" The first person to speak was a man dressed in green with a slicked back hair. He was a very eye-catching person from the very beginning. The reason why he was so arrogant was because he had enough capital. His lower body was in the shape of mud and sand. At the beginning of the regional war, he was also one of the people who stayed in the sand. His skill was similar to mud and sand. Ranked 4th, specially pitting teammates. "Fuck you!" The middle-aged woman, full of arrogance, held a machete in her hand, stepped on a stone beside her, and pointed the knife at the person opposite her. Rank 2nd, landlady. "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. 004's death was so mysterious that no one knew about it." Seeing this, no one could endure it any longer. The teammate who was deliberately pitting himself turned into sand and merged into the ground, and quickly drilled through the dust along the way, raising a lot of dust. Seeing this, the others fell into battle, raised their weapons, and released murderous intent on everyone. Of course, even at this time, they unanimously decided to eliminate the people in other areas first. The melee was about to break out, and the atmosphere was extremely tense, like a taut string that could break at any time. This time, everyone no longer had any reservations or restraint, and completely released their inner wildness and passion. Unlike the first time when people were still unfamiliar with each other, at this moment they became extremely excited, exaggerated, and intense. The shouts, roars, and flashes of swords and sabers were dazzling. Everyone charged forward with only the enemy in their eyes. The splattered blood did not scare them, but instead aroused their ferocity. The teammate who is always a trap and blends into the dust on the ground will always appear behind the player unexpectedly, and then turn himself into a sharp thorn to pierce the enemy's body. Those who don't have time to dodge will be killed on the spot, and their wartime medals will also be snatched away. It can be said that he was invincible, but the other people on the scene were not stupid either. They gradually began to gather together and prepared to kill the teammate who was a trap first. The teammate who was a trap was immersed in his proud record. He did not take the attack from this mob seriously. When he was about to attack the enemy from behind again, 3 more enemies appeared behind him, slashing at him with knives in their hands. The teammate who was specifically looking for a pit had to give up his goal and burrow back into the ground, but he was surrounded by other people. They stuck their weapons into the ground and gradually formed an encirclement. The other party cursed inwardly, and then rushed towards one of the weaker ones with disdain. The spikes that instantly emerged from the soil were extremely sharp and hard, and they also had special properties that made them impervious to water and soil. When he confidently thought he was about to break through the encirclement, the landlady rolled over and entered the encirclement with a knife in hand. "Where do you want to go? Didn't you scold me quite harshly just now? Coward!" The landlady grinned, as if mocking the incompetence of the man who always set aside his teammates. The teammate who was a pit bull in the sand ignored her and expressed his dissatisfaction with his actions. The sand turned into a wall and surrounded the opponent, as if to submerge the opponent in the land. The people around were all watching coldly. His behavior of deliberately betraying his teammates aroused public anger. He attacked indiscriminately, not only the people in Area 003, but also many people in Area 004 fell victim to his vicious hands. So now everyone is looking at his situation, but no one is doing anything. It's a pity that the strength of both sides seems to be equal, and they are entangled with each other, with no winner determined. Gradually, the landlady began to gain the upper hand. Some people could not bear it any longer and decided to kill their teammates if the landlady gained the upper hand. Then the combat power on the scene will be unevenly distributed again. If there are no teammates who specialize in trapping the landlady, then the landlady may bring the people in Area 004 to strangle them together. Finally, someone moved. They tried to rush forward and try to wipe out the people who were surrounding and trying to trick their teammates. Unfortunately, the teammate who was a pit bull didn't appreciate it, and the landlady turned a blind eye to it. When the group of people approached the fighting range of the two of them, the two even stopped fighting each other and pointed their blades at others. The dead man had expressions of unwillingness, anger, and disbelief on his face. He could not believe that the two people who were fighting each other just now had separated in an instant, and even directed their killing towards those who had helped them. The teammate who was good at trapping others and the landlady were in a tense and delicate confrontation at this time. They knew each other very well, and when they realized that they couldn't kill each other easily, they had already given up the idea. After all, there are a group of people like jackals, tigers, and leopards around. If you act rashly, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble, or even danger. So, the two began to test each other, trying to find flaws in each other's attacks. Unfortunately, even if there were any, they were not fatal. They don't want to be caught by others, so the best way is to clear the area. Even if it is not possible to clear the area, they must make sure that these people dare not act rashly. What's more, there are 3 spots of light here, but only 2 of them have appeared so far, and there is another person hiding in the dark. The people in the surrounding area began to move away from the 2 of them, gradually retreating to make enough space for the 2 of them. The scene was littered with corpses. About 20 players had died in their own dream of achieving instant success. The landlady was relatively calm. She was still waiting, picking up the scattered wartime medals on the ground and merging them one by one into her own medals. The one who always pitted his teammates didn't have such good patience. He just yelled to the people around him. "Hey! Rank 7th, it's all a dream. Why don't you just change your name to Rat in the Sewer? I think it suits you very well." Ha ha! In this place where swords were flashing everywhere, his laughter seemed particularly abrupt. 4 people who were staying in different places when he heard the laughter of those who were deliberately betraying his teammates. Chapter 70 Melee 3. The laughter from not far away was really harsh. Shinmingha picked up the wartime medal on the ground and integrated it into her medal. When she was still on the rock, she noticed the 2 spots of light coming here. However, she did not choose to join the melee first, but instead killed the 4 people who wanted to ambush her first. Listening to the other party's ridicule, it was impossible not to be angry. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether the other party was simply arrogant, or was using provocation to lure her out, or both. Since the other party was so anxious to see her, Chen Menghe would of course satisfy his wish. Her body was as fast as lightning, jumping and shuttling between the tree trunks without any sense of delay. As she continued to approach the target location, she finally arrived at the melee area. The air was filled with a dangerous atmosphere, which made her heart beat faster. The noise she made when she arrived was quite loud, so the people around her naturally noticed it and looked sideways at this third person who arrived late. Not for any other reason, but because she was the one marked by the purple light. Number 7, A Big Dream. The teammate who was drilling the pit kept patting his sandy lower body, pointing at Shinmingha and saying to everyone around him with a big laugh, "Look, a rat in the gutter." But he came up eagerly after just one word. The landlady next door to him didn't think so. She stared at the moonlight bow and arrow in Shinmingha's hand. She felt a cold breath there. She had studied weapons before. This man's ranking was lower than theirs, but he was definitely not weaker than them. Shinmingha looked at the other person's mouth opening and closing, but he did not feel angry. A dying person could naturally win more goodwill from others. Wherever there are shadows and darkness, that is White's home ground. Mingnin's light body moved among the crowd, but no one noticed. In its mouth was a clay ball wrapped in mud, which was a relatively stable fireball that Shinmingha had chosen. At Shinmingha's signal, it brought the fireball to the side of its teammate. "I don't want to kill this guy with the explosion, but I can seriously injure him. If the effect is better, maybe I can make him lose his ability to move." As long as there is no further attack, the system protection mechanism will not be triggered. At that time, this guy can be directly brought to the vicinity of the hive and fed to the monster to make the most of his last use. He pulled the moon-colored bow in his hand to its full extent and aimed it at the opponent. The power of the moonlight attached to the bow and arrow, emitting a faint white mist and cold air. Even though the arrow had not been shot, it already had an invisible pressure. The teammate who was a pitfall was still chattering, but when he saw the other party pick up a silver bow and arrow and point it at him, the alarm bells in his heart began to ring, and he frowned. The opponent's strength seemed to be much stronger than he imagined. Not daring to resist, he quickly changed direction, turning into sand and blending into the ground. Thinking of pulling more people to block the way, he headed towards where the crowd gathered. White kept his eye on the slightly floating mound of earth on the ground, and followed the other person with his own small steps. Chinmengha shot the arrow the moment the bow was fully drawn. The rapidly spinning arrow shot towards the opponent with the force of thunder. The arrowhead was buried deeply in the ground, but could not find the opponent and missed. But this action scared the people around. Chinmengha's simple arrow directly buried half of the arrow into the ground, leaving only a feather. The speed of the teammate who was in the ground was surprisingly fast. Chinmengha's arrow was no problem for him. No matter how strong the arrow was, it would be useless if it didn't hit him. He was secretly happy in his heart. What's more, there were so many people moving around here that Chinmengha couldn't find him. But when the opponent came later, it was a different story. Bows and arrows were long-range weapons. He didn't believe that the opponent could win in close combat. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come, at least he has defeated the opponent on another level. After missing the first arrow, Chinmengha did not pause and immediately pulled out another arrow. The power of the arrow did not weaken, but at the same time it was still impossible to hit the target. Even its direction was not towards the ground, but an ordinary ball of earth that was suddenly thrown out in the air. Just when everyone was full of doubts, the arrow, which was flying fast and spinning, had already collided fiercely with the earth ball. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere and quickly spread into a raging fire, followed by a huge explosion that shook the world again. The huge air wave, the formed fire curtain, and the terrifying power of the explosion swept away the teammate who had just expressed his great ambitions, and even the people around him were not spared and were caught in it. People fled in panic, but faced with such a terrifying force, they had nowhere to escape. The flames raged, the pain was unbearable. The already devastated place now looked more like a horrible hell on earth. Thick smoke billowed, flames shot up into the sky, and people fell to the ground, wailing and screaming. The teammate who was in the center of the explosion was directly blown back to his original form. He was in tatters, like a broken rag doll, with all kinds of wounds of different sizes on his body. His neatly combed slicked back hair was now burnt into curls, like wool curls. The clean clothes were now covered with dirt, blood, and even lingering flames. He couldn't help but scream and roar, rolling around on the ground, trying to put out the flames on his body. He wanted to transform back into sand, but he couldn't transform because of his body condition. His entire body was actually directly exposed to the public's view. This was the first time that everyone saw his full appearance. When we saw him before, he was always in a half-human and half-sand state. Now we realize that this guy is not as tall as he looks. He is just a boy about 1.5 meters tall. In the decertified state, his height is even close to 2 meters, and his height has always been a point of inferiority for him. Chinmengha looked at him coldly, retracted the bow and arrow in his hand, and slowly walked towards him. The people around him looked at the purgatory-like scene around them. Although they didn't know how Chinmengha did it, they all stopped fighting and gave her 3 steps. The landlady was standing nearby. The gust of air just now also hit her. It didn't cause any harm, but it also shocked her. In fact, seeing Chinmengha coming over, she didn't dare to act rashly because she didn't know whether Chinmengha could launch a second such explosion. Because he didn't run fast enough, the hair on Wei Ti's body was burned by a little spark, and it was slightly scorched and curled, which made it feel wrong. It kept circling around Chinmengha's legs. Chinmengha didn't expect that the explosive power of this fireball was so great. This was made by U2Z and given to her. It was also of inferior quality, but it was made intentionally by U2Z to show how poorly she had to work to produce such a product. He lifted the man who was lying on the ground by the collar and dragged him out of the battlefield. The wartime medals scattered around were also collected by Wei Te. Tu Do and Xiang Tian asked and hid behind a tree. He watched all this in amazement. This looks like Boss Meng? Potato looked at the battle that ended quickly and felt like he was still living in a dream. Xiang Tian responded with a heavy voice. He thought that having a big dream would be stronger, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Chapter 71 Rest. After Qinminghe threw the fireball, the fighting atmosphere on the scene was not so intense, and everyone felt in danger. But there were still scattered people coming from afar. Because the other party was wailing all the time, Qinminghe was very considerate and knocked the other party out directly, and then dragged the teammate who was specifically pitted for some distance. There was no sign of murderous intent throughout the entire process, and the system protection mechanism did not have any chance to take action. In the end, Qinminghe did not go looking for the group of crazy giant bees, but dragged his teammates to the riverside. The fish monster, smelling the blood, jumped out of the water, and its transparent body slammed heavily on the river surface, splashing a huge splash of water. Have safe passage. The fish monster did not understand human language, but knew that food was coming, so it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the other party. The top 10 has been reduced by 1 again, and Qinminghe is now ranked 6th. Xiang Tianfuan and Tudo showed up after Qinminghe left. Area 004 had a backbone. Most people knew Xiang Tianfuan and were even familiar with him. 003 area of the landlady's side was because of the interests of the group, and coupled with the landlady's backhand attack on everyone just now, no one listened to her now, and the 003 area was completely in disarray. With Xiang Tian asking questions and entangled with the landlady, the 003 area was soon defeated and dispersed. The landlady did not expect that this young man who suddenly appeared could mobilize the people in the 004 area with just a few words. It was unclear whether Qinminghe would make a comeback, so he chose to run away. At this point, no one on this battlefield could stop Xiang Tian from asking questions. Number 10, asked the sky. After successfully dealing with the guy who deliberately harmed his teammates, Qinminghe did not pause at all, and immediately swung his axe, killing the ferocious fish monster as well. Scarlet blood instantly covered the river, but soon the red river water returned to its original appearance. After completing this series of actions, Qinminghe looked back at Wei Te behind him and found that Wei Te had found a place to rest and was lying lazily on a tree. It was a relatively large tree, with a trunk thick enough to bear the weight of a person. Qinminghe climbed up the tree in just 2 steps, sat next to Wei Te, and listened quietly to the sound of the gurgling water. The sound of the flowing water was clear and pleasant, making people feel happy. Qinminghe closed his eyes, and Wei Te seemed to be infected by the peaceful atmosphere and gradually relaxed. She took out a yellowed luxury food drawing from her bosom and tore it open. This time it was a luxury food from the barbecue category. A variety of grilled skewers, grilled meats, grilled fish, each one exudes an irresistible aroma and tempting color, with alluring color, aroma and taste. In this pitch-black environment, Qinminghe sat against a tree, with a cute cat squatting beside him. They listened to the sound of the rushing river, ate tempting food, and enjoyed this rare tranquility and comfort. She picked up a skewer of tender and juicy lamb and took a bite. Suddenly, her mouth was filled with spicy and delicious taste, and it was very chewy. She nodded with satisfaction, and then handed another skewer to Wei Te beside her. Open the regional chat channel, it's the best program to watch while eating. Today is another day of cutting down trees. I plan to make some wooden furniture. Honestly, it hasn't been long since I came here, but I've already changed a habit that I can't change in my whole life. I used to just think that going to bed early and getting up early is good for health, but now it can only exist as a slogan in my life for the rest of my life. While they are fighting to the death in their regional wars, we are here enjoying a rare relaxing vacation. TSK, you are so ignorant. This is probably the last time for those of you who can't even enter the regional war. A melee just broke out here, and those monsters are stronger than each other. They will only become stronger after the regional war. Do you think the system monsters will become stronger? Wow, a big shot who participated in the regional war showed up to share his experience. Are you guys so free? You even have time to check the chat channel. I'm afraid the people above are not in the same place as me. Those monsters are really perverted. Fortunately, I was far away and put out the fire on my body in time. How is that possible? If the system really strengthens the monsters, then it just wants us to die. What's the point? I think they are telling the truth. You must be joking. The system doesn't care whether you live or die. The rules of the regional war are there. The strong survive and the weak die. The first 200 of us who were selected all have this attitude, not to mention you small fry. A large string of messages came out in a flash, and with the participation of regional combat personnel, the chat channel soon became a place of various arguments. The arguments escalated to personal attacks, and they started quarreling with each other. There were also some people who were so angry and crazy that they directly challenged each other in the regional station, reported their names and shared their locations. It won everyone's applause. Some fanned the fans, some lit the fire. Shinmingha looked at such an exciting regional chat channel, and the skewers of meat in his hand became more fragrant. Wei-Tei shook her little head, not knowing what she was doing. He jumped into her arms and stared at the system panel with her, but could not understand anything. He rubbed its head, but this time he did not intentionally mess up its hair. Instead, he stroked it normally. Shinmingha looked at Wei-Tei, who was full of curiosity. White and the others were all very smart, but I didn't know if they could read. The idea of asking White to write the contents of the parchment on the stone was shattered later because the other party's description was crooked and Shinmingha couldn't read it at all. In the end, only 2 ordinary parchments were obtained. If the 3 little ones could be taught to read, they could all become little intelligence agents in the future, and who knows, they might be able to be of unexpected use somewhere. I don't know what Yung Pao Pao and Nichio are doing. How many weapons have they made? It's so inconvenient. Players can use the system to communicate over long distances, but the 3 little ones can't. If White also has a system panel and can send her real-time positioning, it will be more convenient to track the enemy at that time, instead of just serving as a warning. The tense nerves of the whole day were finally relaxed in such a quiet environment. After having such a big meal, Shinmingha, who was half leaning against the tree trunk, felt sleepy and patted Wei-Tei. Wei-Tei felt her breathing gradually calming down, and paid close attention to any movement around her. In this situation, Shinmingha didn't really dare to fall asleep. It was more like a light sleep. Once there was any movement nearby, she would open her eyes at the first moment. However, with Wei-Tei, she would feel more at ease. Chapter 72 Caught Off Guard. Shinmingha, who was originally sitting on the tree trunk, suddenly opened her eyes as if she sensed some danger. At the same time, Wei-Tei, who had been lying quietly beside her, also seemed to notice something unusual, raised his head, and stared at the other side of the river with a pair of sharp eyes. Originally, the surroundings were quiet with only the sound of flowing water, but now there was a different kind of movement. A huge bee, like a small helicopter, flapped its wings quickly, making a buzzing sound, and flew over from the other side of the river. Its huge body formed a black shadow in the air, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Completely different from the golden giant bee seen before, this giant bee was completely black without any other colors, as if it was a messenger born from the darkness. Obviously, they came from a completely different group. Judging from the direction it was flying, it was not heading towards Shinmingha, but Shinmingha still became alert at the first moment. However, its direction was very clear, and it flew away directly, completely ignoring Shinmingha around it. This black giant bee was so big that it was impossible to ignore it. After it finally flew away for a distance, Shinmingha began to breathe heavily and felt the blood in his body begin to flow again. This was definitely not an ordinary giant bee. He was most likely the king of the giant bee colony. No one even knew why he was out, but his colony might be not far away. The queen bee was already like this, not to mention the queen bee. It was not advisable to stay here for long, so Shinmingha and Wei-Tei went to the other direction of the black giant bee to avoid conflict with it. But even so, the situation became more and more wrong as they moved forward. Shinmingha encountered other black giant bees the size of footballs many times along the way, and groups of 5 were circling around him. They could be seen in almost every corner, and when they encountered another group of black giant bees, they were the first to discover her. Without any hesitation, Shinmingha took out the moonlight bow and arrow and shot at one of them. However, because there were too many around, in order to avoid attracting the attention of other teams, Shinmingha did not choose to use the fireball. His hands did not stop at all, and then 2 cold lights flashed, and the 2 arrows, one in front and one behind, shot straight towards the giant bee in the air with a sharp momentum. Swoosh! Swoosh! With 2 muffled sounds, the giant bees that were originally in the air suddenly fell straight down like a kite with a broken string, but they were not dead yet. However, they had lost their wings and could only be slaughtered. Wei Tei had already arrived beside them. Before she could catch her breath, she saw the stingers on the tails of 2 other giant bees shooting towards her at an extremely fast speed, and they were in front of her in the blink of an eye. She did not dare to delay. The moonlight bow and arrow disappeared from her hand, and a black axe that was completely black and sparkled with mysterious light appeared in her hand. She gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, swung it violently, and forcibly chopped off one of the spikes, then dodged the other. He stepped on the branches and pushed forward. The branches rustled and were almost broken by the huge force. Shinmenghe rushed to the 2 giant bees and swung 2 axes at an extremely fast speed, chopping them down to the ground. When it landed, branches and leaves were flying everywhere, and next to it were 2 giant bees that had already been killed by Wei Tei. Not daring to stay here for too long, I continued to move forward with White. The black giant bees patrolling in other places soon heard the noise here and were rushing here, but more black giant bees were patrolling on the original route because they had more important things to do. When they arrived, they saw corpses all over the ground, and Shinmenghe had already left. After this battle, Shinmenghe changed direction again, but this time he encountered not the black giant bee, but the yellow giant bee from before. They were all scattered, but formed into small teams of 5, patrolling everywhere, and it was obvious that the black giant bees and the yellow giant bees were not from the same group. After walking for a while, Shinmenghe began to doubt herself as she met him no matter which direction she went. She found a quiet place and opened the regional chat channel. This is a lousy regional battle. Not only are there monsters everywhere, but it's also so dark that you can't see a thing. I feel like I can't go back alive, and my shelter will be lost to those monsters. How can there be such a big bee? It's as black as a coal ball. You don't fight well and keep spamming. The regional chat channel is occupied by you who are participating in the regional battle. I encountered it too, but why was the one I encountered yellow? There are so many bees. Why are they everywhere? Have I run into a bee swarm? It seems that Shinmenghe is not the only one encountering this situation, but the entire Black Forest may be in this situation. The 2 groups of bees are now scattering. Battles have broken out everywhere, and the bees' range of activity is too wide, so encounters with players are inevitable. Warning: the black giant bee swarm and the yellow giant bee swarm, Lord-level units in the Black Forest, are about to go to war. Players please dodge. Players please dodge. The system's prompt sound always comes so suddenly that people don't have a chance to react. Even if they have expected that the situation is not simple, they did not expect it to be so serious. A single bee has a certain amount of damage, but a group of bees can kill a player. The war between the 2 groups is a nightmare for all the players present. What's more, the queen bee that Shinmenghe saw at the beginning, joining at that unit level, will once again elevate the war to a new height. Guard against people, monsters, and giant bees. Shinmenghe's final destination was still to run along the river, because she found that the density of bees was the lowest near the river. When there was movement on the river again, the moon-colored bow and arrow in her hand had already been ready, and she shot it in that direction. Suddenly, emerald green vines emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. They grew at an astonishing speed, intertwining and entwining with each other. In the blink of an eye, these vines were tightly connected together, like an indestructible green wall, impenetrable and blocking the way ahead. The arrow shot by Shinmenghe was spinning rapidly on the vine wall, and finally pierced through the vine wall and shot in. But even if it was just a moment's pause, the people behind him had already dodged away. Shinmenghe raised her eyebrows. Even though she had seen all kinds of tricks today, she was still surprised by the opponent's vine wall. Seeing her attack was so fierce, the man on the other side shouted in panic and fear. "Boss Meng, it's me, Xiongde. I was wrong, stop shooting." Shinmenghe heard the shouting from the opposite side, but the bow and arrow in his hand was still aimed at the opposite direction. Until I heard the system prompt sound. "Xiongde initiates a transaction with you, 50 silver coins." Chapter 73 Cave. A short-haired girl walked out from behind the tree, holding a wooden shield in her hand, and leaned her head to look at Chen Minghe. "Don't do it! Xiongde!" The other person's voice was surprisingly loud, but it was trembling with obvious fear. Although his body was facing Chen Minghe, his legs were sideways, as if he was ready to run away at any time. An old man walked out from behind the tree trunk. He had no fear of Chen Minghe at all. Instead, he carefully looked at the moonlight bow and arrow in Chen Minghe's hand. It was a good bow. Chen Minghe naturally also saw the goblin next to Xiongde. She didn't expect Xiongde to bring the goblin into the regional battle. It was very likely that this goblin was the one who gave her the hair before. The old goblin on the opposite side looked confident of winning, while Big Bear looked timid and submissive, so the priorities were somewhat reversed. 50 silver coins from the other party before she came, and she guessed that the other party also had something to ask her now. "What's the matter?" Her tone was still cold, but it was much better than the tense atmosphere before. Xiongde blinked and realized that Chen Minghe thought he came to her to fulfill his promise. He quickly waved his hands and explained, No, we just happened to pass by." The moment she said this, Chen Minghe nodded and planned to turn around and leave. Because the promise had to be fulfilled, but she didn't expect Xiongde to bring the goblin in, and she didn't want to have too much to do with him now. On the golden card page of the goblins, it is clearly written that the trait of rebellion will attract monsters, and in this special period, it is very dangerous. The goblins are a clan of traitors to the darkness. We betrayed the darkness and chose to believe in the day. There is no monster that does not hate us, and darkness is our graveyard. Don Chuntai. But Xiongde obviously had no intention of letting her go, so he quickly stopped her and got straight to the point. "Can you help me show the way? We are lost here and don't know how to cross the river." Even Xiongde felt that this was outrageous. But she and Ilao had indeed been wandering around here for a long time and had not found a way to cross the river. 50 silver coins she sent over, but after hearing what the other party said, she took the silver coins without hesitation. "Congratulations on getting 50 silver coins. I'll show you a way. This place should be blocked off. Either you cross the river directly, or you catch 2 giant bees." Given the characteristics of the goblins, it should not be difficult to encounter the giant bee, and the goblin on the opposite side does not look like someone who is easy to mess with. I think even if they catch the giant bee, it will not be too dangerous. She still couldn't understand why Big Bear opened a silver package and revealed 5 goblins, including an old one. Before she went to the goblin dungeon, she didn't think it was strange, but after she went there, she realized how absurd this matter was. The old goblin must have more skills than just logging, and the vine wall just now was created by him. Xiongde was stunned as she watched her figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Looking at the turbulent river of unknown depth, she thought of the giant bee that Chen Minghe had mentioned. However, she had never encountered any monster along the way. She had never seen the giant bee that the system and Chen Minghe mentioned. It can be said that Chen Minghe was the first living creature she met after arriving at the regional war. If Chen Minghe knew that the other party wanted to go to the scene of the melee just now, he would definitely tell him not to come, because the melee was probably over by now. After running along the river for a distance, Chen Minghe saw the giant black bees again, but this time there were 10 of them. One of them looked a little bigger, and it should be the leader of this group of black giant bees. They moved quickly and had a very clear direction for their route. However, despite their aggressive approach, Chen Minghe did not let down her guard, because Wide's ears kept shaking, pulling her to find a hiding place, and the whole cat huddled in her arms uneasily. Sure enough, not long after this team rushed past them, another team rushed past them. They were all converging towards the center of the Black Forest. It was the rhythm of gathering like a swarm of bees and preparing to start a war. The monsters had already gone into hiding when they realized something was wrong, and the players only started looking for shelter after the system prompted them. The struggle between the 2 Lord-level clans is not something that current players can participate in, so everyone is trying to keep quiet and avoid conflict as much as possible. This is both good news and bad news for Chen Minghe. The good news is that she doesn't have to worry about anyone surrounding her, but the bad news is that she doesn't dare to act rashly, because the monsters are hiding and the people are hiding too. It is extremely difficult to improve the ranking. If she kills these giant bees, and kills too many, she doesn't know if it will cause a chain reaction. She has now killed both black giant bee swarms and yellow giant bee swarms. Since nothing can be done, It is better to wait and see. Chinmenghe and White simply found a secluded cave to hide in, but unfortunately the cave already had an owner. The cave was gloomy and filled with a foul smell. There were densely packed bones all around, some of which were still shiny, while others were broken and yellowed, and spider webs were woven everywhere. Chinmenghe and Wei Te walked forward. She held the black axe in her hand, but was not afraid of the darkness here. To her now, darkness was no different from day. As he walked, he pushed aside the spider webs that were in the way. These spider webs were very sticky and could easily get you entangled, but Chinmenghe still managed to clear a path. When they finally reached the innermost part of the cave, they found that the way forward was blocked. Not far ahead, an extremely large spider web appeared, completely blocking the way forward. Even if they peeled off the huge spider web, there was a stone wall behind it, which was the end of the cave. Above their heads, a black spider of astonishing size was lurking, and its pair of green eyes emitting light were staring at them tightly, which was creepy. It moved on multiple legs, moving very lightly, making almost no sound, and moving across the stone wall. Finally, it planned to land heavily behind Chinmenghe and his group, blocking their way back. This was the first time that prey took the initiative to walk into its nest and trap, offering it a delicious meal. Chinmenghe and White were not in a hurry at all. When the spider was about to fall to the ground, she turned around and rushed over at a faster speed. Now there was a dead end in front, the spider in the middle, and the man and the cat behind. Chapter 74 Resting Place. This black giant spider is extremely ugly and creepy. It has thick black hair on its body and 3 pairs of green eyes on its head, which makes people feel disgusted and terrified at first sight. The huge creature was slowly turning its body, and its 8 long legs covered with sharp spikes were supporting the ground, making a slight friction sound. It stared at Chinmenghe, its eyes full of confusion and shock. The human in front of it actually rushed behind it at such an astonishing speed. But prey is prey, and nothing can change its nature as prey. At this moment, Chinmenghe was also staring at the hideous monster in front of him, holding the black axe tightly in his hand, and rushed forward with his legs. The giant spider suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a strong stench came to his face. It spewed out a strand of tough and thick white silk from its mouth and shot towards Chinmenghe. Chinmenghe did not forget to dodge sideways while running at high speed. The originally short distance was instantly shortened. She swung her black axe fiercely, but only left a shallow wound on the opponent's body, which was just a superficial injury. This was the first time this had happened since the black axe was used. In the past, no monster or person could withstand the armor-piercing attack of the black axe. However, Chinmenghe was calm and did not panic. Even Wei Te was just lying in the back, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Armored Spider. Level 8. Strength 8. Defense 21. Skill, Super Defense. Every time it evolves, the defense capability will be greatly enhanced, far exceeding the defense value of the same level. The armored spider is huge and difficult to move, so its main means of attack is to spit silk to entangle the monster. Chinmenghe is agile and can easily avoid this. The opponent's strength points are not even as good as the giant bee outside, it's just that its defense value is particularly high. However, no matter how high the defense is, it will be the same as long as you keep attacking. The spider was very disdainful of the fact that Chinmenghe had only scratched a shallow wound on its body. Chinmenghe's attack just now was so fierce that it frightened it, but even with such damage, it could not break its defense. The road ahead was blocked, and the road behind was blocked by Chinmenghe, so the spider had nowhere to escape. But it obviously didn't think so. In its world, Chinmenghe was the prey that had nowhere to escape. Facing the spider's attack again, Chinmenghe still dodged nimbly and chopped down the same wound with the same axe again. After the same thing happened repeatedly many times, flesh and blood could finally be seen inside the wound of the armored spider, and Chinmenghe's back was covered with spider silk, and the ground was in a mess. The armored spider felt a pain in its body. The pain was not severe, but the wound made it suffer terribly. This was because it had not experienced such severe pain for a long time. The sudden pain made it feel extremely uneasy and frightened. As time went by, the spider became more and more panicked, and it gradually realized that something was wrong. As a monster, its instinct told it that it had to escape from here as soon as possible. Once this thought came to mind, the urge to escape could no longer be suppressed. But the road ahead was blocked by Chenmenghe, and it couldn't escape at all. Even every time it charged forward, Chenmenghe would add another axe to its wound. The attack of the armored spider was not completely ineffective, at least because the ground was covered with sticky spider silk, which restricted Chenmenghe's movement to a certain extent, but it was not a big deal. When the armored spider was feeling uneasy, Chenmenghe felt that the progress was too slow. She held the black axe in one hand and added another wound to the armored spider, and took out a moon-colored bow and arrow from her backpack with her left hand. She took a deep breath, concentrated her energy on her left hand, and exerted force instantly. The moon-colored bow and arrow in her hand thrust hard along the gap created by the axe. The moonlight arrow did not penetrate the opponent's skin as expected, but only stayed in the epidermis. However, this seemingly insignificant blow was enough, because even this level of injury was enough for the power of the moonlight to enter the opponent's body through the opponent's skin and flesh. This was the unreasonable part of the power of the moonlight. The power of the moonlight can also be effective in this situation, so the progress can be accelerated. Chenmenghe did not use the fireball to throw it directly into the opponent's mouth, because she had 9 fireballs left, and she planned to keep them for later use. Now she still has a little time. As time went by, the battle situation gradually became clear. Armored Spider felt a chill in his body, freezing his blood. It lost the ability to move and could only lie on the ground waiting for death to come. Its 6 eyes no longer even emitted a faint green light, but dimmed, and it finally slept there forever. It fell upon its own pile of bones. Chenmenghe put away the black axe. There were sticky spider silks on the ground, but she didn't care. She walked towards the huge spider web in front of her. For a moment, there was no place to stay in such a big cave. Looking at the spider silk on the ground, she suddenly had an idea. She picked up some bones and glued them together with spider silk to form a simple chair. The body of the armored spider could not be handled for the time being. At least she had to wait until the outside was a little calmer before dragging it out. Fortunately, the other party was devoured by the power of the moonlight and died. The body can be kept for a longer time, and there is not much bloody smell. Seeing this huge creature fall down, Wei Tai curiously began to circle around it, scratching its head with his claws, then scratching its long legs with his claws. The sharp spikes on its long legs pricked the soft flesh of his palm, and the whole cat jumped up. Chenmenghe found it funny, so he went into the cave to collect materials, took out a lighter and lit a bonfire. Although she and Wei Tai could see the surrounding movements clearly even without lighting a fire, fire always made people feel more at ease and comfortable. Now that they were deep in the cave, they had the conditions to light a fire. No one would notice them anyway, and the cave was also ventilated, so there was no need to worry about lack of oxygen. The warm firelight shone on her face, bringing a faint warmth. Even the dark cave became bright, and the skeletons around her were no longer eerie and terrifying. She planned to rest here for a while. Regional chat channels. There were a lot of giant bees gathered in the central area of the Black Forest. Fortunately, I was able to sneak away quietly. This is really the prelude to a war. What should we players do? Damn the system. It picked a really good time. Oh my god, why are your regional battles so exciting? There are so many unexpected events in just one day. Never mind, let's find a place to hide first and stay out of this mess. What a bunch of cowards! I'm going to go and see. You're crazy. If you want to see it, just go and see it yourself. There's no need to tell everyone here. I hope you can come back alive, although I know there's an 80% chance that you won't come back alive. Chapter 75 New Discovery. Compared to the fight between players, the fight between the two groups of giant bees is obviously more terrifying. Their individual combat power is not weak, and their group combat power is also not weak. Chenmenghe didn't know where their nests were or how big they were, but judging by the density and numbers he had encountered so far, there would be no less than 1,000 on either side. The monsters in this world are divided into intelligent units and non-intelligent units. Even the non-intelligent animals generally have higher IQs than those on Mercury. Before they came, the two ethnic groups were living in peace, but on the first day they arrived here, the two ethnic groups were already in a state of war readiness and could go to war at any time. The war started because there was enough profit, and players fought each other for the system's rewards. So what were the two groups fighting for? Territory? No. The black giant bee that Chinmenha saw today flew over from the other side of the river, and the yellow giant bee that had chased the world before her was on this side of the river. They were separated by the river, and the two sides did not interfere with each other. If this is true, it only means that something they want has appeared, and they are even willing to go to war. Both sides are coming with great force this time, and have basically mobilized all the giant bees they can. Soon the giant bees will be everywhere in the Black Forest, and the activities of all creatures will not escape their eyes. Such a large-scale war cannot last only a short time, and more than half of the day has passed, leaving Chinmenha and his team with only 2 days. This situation is better for people with higher rankings, but it is very unfavorable for people with lower rankings. Chinmenha could indeed rest and adjust in this cave to restore her physical and mental strength. However, she knew very well that hiding here for a long time was not a wise move. After all, if you have that ability, you wouldn't want to just stay at this ranking. With every evolution and upgrade of the monsters, if ordinary giant bees have no intelligence, then do more advanced giant bees such as queen bees already possess intelligence close to that of humans? She had been to the central area of the Black Forest before, and there was nothing there. If she had to say anything, it was just the tree monster. The tree monster also had a strong sense of territory. If this group of giant bees really chose to start the battle in its territory, it was unknown whether the two sides would fight or whether the tree monster would give in. What are they fighting about, or has something new appeared in the central area? Wait, a tree monster? The true appearance of the tree monster that he saw during the battle emerged in Chinmenha's mind. It was a fragile and thin sapling, its trunk bare and leafless, looking particularly dry. But surprisingly, as it continued to absorb the corpses around it, this originally inconspicuous sapling gradually changed a little. Different from what Chinmenha saw when he first saw it, tender green buds and leaves gradually appeared on its branches. At the same time, the tree monster's body began to become stronger and stronger. This change was very magical, but it was so common in this world that the 4 people present at the time did not pay attention to it. It was normal for a weak sapling to grow by devouring the vitality of other creatures. The tree monster looked weak and fragile, but in fact its root system was extremely developed and strong. They even spread densely in every corner of the central area, and each root was extremely thick, giving people a strong sense of oppression. If it had always been like this, the tree monster would have killed countless invading creatures. According to its previous absorption, even a common monster corpse could make it grow new green buds. But until now, there were only a few buds scattered on its trunk, and they were all newly grown. When the tree monster's roots came out of the soil, the broken land was still vivid in their minds, and the broken land did not return to its original state. But the surrounding area was flat when they came. The system's first wave of wartime supplies dropped a total of 3 points, and the tree block area was actually one of them. Chinmenha had mixed emotions in his heart. The giant bees might not be fighting for something else, and there was no need to worry about whether they would fight against the tree monster, because the thing they were fighting for was the strange tree monster. The system has released wartime supplies, but the supplies that the players are really going to harvest in this regional war are not the packages distributed by the system, but the supplies that already exist in the Black Forest. There may be problems with all 3 drop points. The tree root is one, so what are the other 2? Why is the tree monster the only battlefield? What is so special about the tree monster? As expected, once people calm down, they like to think and daydream. Chinmenha rubbed his aching temples. Please, why are there so many giant bees? I'm going to die. At first I would go up and kill 1 or 2, but now there are more and more of them. I am running for my life. I am running away as fast as I can. Can we still win this regional war? We're not going to be stuck in this ranking, are we? Monsters and players are all hiding, and the only giant bee we saw didn't dare to move. Hey guys, guess what I saw? Giant bees as big as helicopters, and there was more than one. Did these giant bees move their nest here? My life is over. Everyone was in a low mood, as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. Some people were glad for the outcome, as at least they could leave the regional war intact, but some were unhappy. The wretched man who had initially released flies to follow Chinmenha was now looking around for a place to hide from the giant bees. He had now successfully merged 4 medals, and although he was not ranked in the top 10, his ranking was not low. He felt a little unwilling, thinking that with his strength he could definitely make it to the top 10, but he didn't dare to provoke the strong ones. The people he had sent flies to track before, the flies were either dead or scattered, and now basically none of them could be sensed by him. When he was at a loss, he activated his senses again, and then he suddenly opened his eyes narrowed into slits due to smiling, and his whole body was shaking with laughter. God will not kill him. Just now he received an extremely weak perception of a fly. Even though the perception was intermittent, he still felt that there were people there, which also proved that it was very likely a place where he could take shelter. He turned excitedly and rushed in that direction. After dodging another group of giant bees, he finally saw the gap between the two huge rocks in front of him. If you didn't pay attention, you would never find that there was someone hiding there. There was only enough space for one person to hide. It's settled. Chapter 76, Ordinary Sapling. As the man cautiously approached the crevice, he became more certain of his idea because he vaguely saw a person lying between the stones and the grass, and the fly's perception was also there. He did not choose to approach again, but launched an attack from a distance. Many flies appeared out of thin air behind him, but these flies were different from normal flies. They were carnivorous. Under his command, the flies rushed over like locusts passing through. Unfortunately, after breaking through the bushes, there was nothing underneath. The man frowned and retreated cautiously, but it was too late. The fireball in the grass was gradually split into pieces due to the impact of the flies. The man ran away frantically and didn't even have time to call the flies back. He only felt a burst of light enveloping him, and he lost consciousness. Suddenly, a huge and dazzling light illuminated the area. It was like a falling star, instantly illuminating everything around it like daylight, bringing light but also immeasurable damage. Then, a deafening explosion sounded, and along with it, countless soil was blown up, with sharp dust flying everywhere. At the same time, a violent explosion was accompanied by a raging fire, which spread rapidly, leaving only a mutilated body of the man at the center of the explosion. The huge explosion attracted attention from all directions. Even from a long distance away, one could hear the sound or vaguely see the light. Shin Menho was unaware of this and stayed in the cave, blocking the exit with the spider's huge corpse and thinking about his next plan. What was the explosion nearby just now? That explosion looks familiar. It happened once before during a melee. Yes, that's right. It seems that this explosion also attracted people during the melee. It seems like the top 10 was just a dream. Damn, is that guy fishing again? You're afraid that the other party will chase you and beat you up if you say that to them? I'm not even in the top 10, so how can they still locate me? Excuse me, how do we cross the river? Besides swimming. Xiongde was so anxious that she was running around in circles. After Chinmenghe left, she and an old man tried many methods nearby, but unfortunately none of them worked and they couldn't find a way to the other side of the river. No matter whether it was a piece of wood or other objects, they could not float in this river, but sank directly to the bottom of the water. Xiongde tried many times, but finally gave up the idea of finding something to carry him across. When she was really desperate and decided to take the risk to catch the giant bee that Chinmenghe mentioned, she found that she didn't encounter a single giant bee. She even began to doubt whether the system was reporting false information. Didn't they say that a war was about to break out between the giant bees and that they would be everywhere? Why didn't she encounter any? She was planning to go back and lie down, and Ilao gave up the idea and planned to go back with her. But at this moment, Ilao felt a strange fluctuation in the black forest, and he suddenly grabbed Xiongde again. His eyes were complex, with shock, surprise, and confusion, but upon closer inspection, there was also a hint of joy and surprise. He suddenly grabbed Xiongda's hand and said to him very seriously, "We must get to the other side of this river, even if we have to swim." Xiongde only felt that his wrist was a little painful from being held, and he didn't understand why the old man, who was fine just now, suddenly changed his expression. In fact, it's not that Big Bear couldn't encounter the giant bees, but that every batch of giant bees that were about to approach her turned away for various strange reasons and causes, and even all the players and monsters didn't meet her because of this. And somewhere in the Black Forest, the seriously injured black phosphorus snake finally dragged its exhausted and seriously injured body and brought the black planet to a safe place and hid there. It circled its master in the center, trying to wake him up with its temperature, but it forgot that it was made of ice, but it did work. The black planet was awakened by the ice, and he sat up suddenly and looked around. The scene of Chinmingha's black axe about to hit his head was still vivid in his mind, leaving him with lingering fear. After calming down, he recalled the scene at that time, and the system prompt sound in the system panel made him know why he was rescued. He did not choose to publicize this matter, but concealed it. He took out 2 black pills from the system backpack and looked at the black phosphorus snake's wound with some heartache. He fed 1 black pill to the black phosphorus snake and swallowed the other one himself. Soon, although the wound was not healed, it was almost healed. The world is so big. How could Black Planet not know that he had been fooled? He clenched his teeth, his heart filled with anger, but when he opened the system panel, he found that this person was no longer in the top 10. Then he realized, could it be because of a big dream? But a big dream couldn't kill him, so how could it hurt the world so much? Maybe there was a way he didn't know. He didn't have much hatred towards Chinmingha, at most he just had some resentment. After all, he was the first to rush forward. And facing the absolute difference in strength, he couldn't do anything for Demeng. The place where the black phosphorus snake brought him was a very narrow cave, in which there was a dead tiger, which was killed by the black phosphorus snake. There seemed to be many caves, both large and small, in the Black Forest. Looking at the system's report, although he wanted to go out and investigate, he had just recovered from his serious injury and did not dare to act rashly to go out and check. However, the black phosphorus snake, which had just recovered from its injury, suddenly trembled with a look of fear, and it kept hissing and spitting snake apricots around him. The Black Planet tried to comfort it immediately, but it was of no use. At the same time, when Chinmingha had sorted out the context of the matter, Wei Tei beside him took a half-step back, and the hair on his body stood up. It showed its sharp claws, and its eyes turned into vertical pupils, and the whole person was in a state of alertness and fear. The battle of species begins. In the sky of the Black Forest, a group of huge bees hovered in the air. These bees were divided into 2 parts. One part was deep black, and the other part was shining with bright yellow light. Thousands of giant bees flapped their huge wings at the same time, making a deafening roar. The sound seemed to be from countless helicopters, shocking people. They are of astonishing size, with the smallest being as big as a football and the larger ones even comparable to helicopters. Their majestic bodies and sharp spikes, with their spinning spikes that can be detached at any time, can make countless people retreat. Each giant bee exudes a powerful aura, as if they are the real masters of the sky. And below them is a tiny sapling. Chapter 77, Tree Monster Fruit. The leaves on the tree monster emit a faint green light. It looks so sacred and beautiful, like a sacred tree appearing in this dark area where it shouldn't be, this time where it shouldn't exist. Even though it devoured many lives, the lives it devoured were directly squeezed into blood foam and dissipated between heaven and earth. Every drop of blood that fell on the land soaked into the ground and was absorbed by it. Unlike the calm and peacefulness on the surface, beneath the surface are twisted and hideous tree roots. They extend in all directions, covering almost all the surrounding underground areas, ready to break out of the ground at any time. There were many crisscrossing cracks on the surface, which were traces of them rushing out of the ground before. The tree monsters had always had a sense of territory, but now it seemed to have disappeared. Countless giant bees were hovering above it, but the roots beneath the surface did not move at all, just lying dormant quietly, as if it were really an ordinary sapling. The queen of the black giant bee clan took the lead in launching the attack. It flapped its wings vigorously, and the wind formed a vortex around it. As its wings flapped, it rolled towards the opposite side like a tornado. The queen of the yellow giant bee was naturally not to be outdone. Its wings suddenly became as hard as knives, emitting a faint cold light, and it swung forward fiercely, turning into 2 giant wind blades. It cut the tornado apart. The fight between the 2 queen bees seemed to be the signal for war. The yellow giant bees and the black giant bees soon started fighting in a huge crowd. They used their wings to disturb the opponent, their spikes to chase the opponent, their bodies to hit the opponent, and countless other attack methods. They used the most primitive fighting method, which was also the most cruel. The scene was in chaos, but no giant bee cared. At this time, they were already bloodthirsty. Countless corpses of giant bees fell from midair to the ground, and the moment they fell, the roots beneath the ground stretched out, tied up these giant bees, and tightened them until they turned into a pool of blood and were absorbed by the tree monster's roots. The harvested energy and nutrients are transmitted back to the trunk. The sapling is growing at an extraordinary speed. The corpses of countless giant bees have become its best seedlings. The green leaves on its branches became greener, and as it grew at a very fast speed, it soon reached 1 meter high, 2 meters high. Then its growth became slower and slower, but suddenly a green bud appeared among its branches. The green buds are tightly closed, but they emit light that illuminates this strange tree, making it warm, charming, and comfortable. Chunmengha sat cross-legged in the cave. Wei Ti's mood had calmed down a lot at this time. He was no longer frightened and irritable. Instead, he jumped around Chunmengha excitedly and kept pulling her clothes. It kept stretching out its 2 front paws to show Chunmengha a round object, and pointed to the place where the giant bee colony was, with its small eyes full of excitement. Chunmengha stretched out his hands and picked it up, trying to understand its meaning. "What's that round thing over there?" "It's right where the giant bees are fighting. It's very important." Wei Ti meowed happily at her again. With the characteristics of the white, it can actually secretly observe the place where the giant bees are fighting, but Chunmengha is not at ease. Although the white has a high stealth value, it is okay against them, but if it encounters a leader-level unit like the queen bee of the giant bee colony, Chunmengha doesn't know if it will be discovered on the battlefield. Because even if Wei Ti hides in the dark, once he is attacked, he will most likely be exposed because the attacks there are too dense. She couldn't know White's situation at the first time, let alone rush over, so Chunmengha didn't let White take the risk. She thought for a long time and rubbed Wei Ti's trembling ears. "Is that thing really as important as you say? If it's useful to the giant bee, is it useful to us? Would you like to try it once?" Looking at Wei Ti sitting upright on the ground and nodding at her, Chunmengha smiled. Hunter. Durability, 50 of 50. Level, Rare. How to obtain, dropped by the first kill of the long-tailed bear. Title attribute, when fighting with prey, strength increases by 10% and defense increases by 5%. Adjust your mindset, they are just some dying prey. Chunmengha has obtained 2 titles so far, one is the active warrior, and the other is the hunter. Both titles have durability, but this durability is different from the durability of the weapon. The durability of a weapon refers to the length of time it is used and the degree of wear and tear, but the durability of the title obtained by Chunmengha can be used for consumption. The attribute enhancement of the hunter's title is very exaggerated and useful, so she has never considered changing these 2 titles. However, because all her attributes are now at the breaking point, the hunter's title cannot be used and is in a cooling state. If this thing is really effective, maybe it can greatly improve her strength. Maybe she can go and challenge it when she goes back, and then break through that barrier. This title is precious, but it is even more precious at this moment. Does it consume durability? Yes. Durability has been cleared, the hunter title can only be used once. Title attributes are changing. Hunting ground. Level? How to obtain, hunter title change. Title attributes. 1. An excellent hunter must have agility, extremely fast speed, and good physical fitness. Personal attributes are temporarily enhanced by 20%. 2. You are a perfect hunter and you are good at making various traps. Once your prey falls into the trap, they will have nowhere to escape and be slaughtered by you, Trap Master. 3. Enhanced tracking. After locking a target, you can track its position within 1 hour. It is omnipresent and has no escape. The ultimate effect is to teleport to the prey once. If the prey is successfully captured, it can be teleported back to the previous position. It has been detected that all attributes of the player of Big Dream are in a broken state, and the first item of this title has been automatically blocked. Even if the first one is gone and the title becomes disposable, if the plan is really successful, the investment will definitely be worth it. Wearing the hunting ground title, she picked up Wei Ti again and printed her lock mark on Wei Ti, and a red light flashed. Wei Ti did not change at all, but Chunmengha's map showed its location and a teleportation opportunity. Go ahead. When you're in extreme danger, the sign will flash and I'll come over. Chapter 78 Crazy Ideas. The tree monster took the opportunity to greedily devour the corpses of the giant bees. It was so happy and joyful that even the trunk began to tremble slightly, and the only light green flower began to bloom slightly. The battle in the sky was still fierce. Even though they had lost so many of their compatriots, they were still unconscious and just kept charging forward under orders, like machines without any emotions. When the black giant bees and the yellow giant bees were about to start a war, the queen bees on both sides had given signals of fighting, but now their queen bees just looked at each other vigilantly, without any drastic actions except the initial attack. They were wary of each other, but they were also supervisors to some extent. However, they were not supervising the fight between the two sides. Instead, they were watching the corpses of the giant bees that kept falling to the ground being absorbed, and watching the flower buds gradually blooming. This war was originally started for the fruit of the tree monster. In order to cultivate the fruit of the tree monster as quickly as possible, it naturally requires the corpses of both parties to promote it. This is the fastest and most effective method. Delaying it will lead to illness. Unlike ordinary giant bees that are ignorant, and only know how to fight by following orders, they are intelligent, and only obey the orders of the queen bee. For the continuation of their race, they can die peacefully under the orders of the queen bee. The tree monster is the nightmare of all monsters, but it is also a gift from a powerful creature. The fruit it brings can not only enhance all aspects, but also has the ability to open up wisdom. Each queen bee is the absolute fighting force of their tribe. Now the two tribes have maintained a peaceful relationship for too long. Whoever can obtain this fruit can create another queen bee and completely change the situation. If the fruit grows smoothly, it can be used by the queen bee, which will enhance the entire tribe in all aspects. Wei Tei sneaked along the tree and could see the black mass of giant bees in the sky from a distance. Corpses kept falling from the sky and then quickly swept away by the tree roots, so it had to pay attention not only to the objects thrown from the sky, but also to the sudden changes on the ground. We were surrounded by enemies everywhere and walked in fear, but we finally managed to get to the central area. At first glance, it is different from the dry and skinny sapling before. It has become a towering tree. The fruits on it are in their infancy, which have extraordinary attraction to it. It stretched out its cat fist and punched itself, shaking its cat head and telling itself to stay calm. It saw two of the largest black and yellow giant bees right above them. It was a guy that could not be provoked. It remembered the warning given to it by Chen Minghe deeply. It lay here quietly for a long time, and no one noticed it. After looking for a long time, it didn't figure out what was going on, nor did it wait for any suitable opportunity. The two giant bees almost surrounded the tree monster tightly, not to mention that there were so many other giant bees around. At first, it was watching them fight with great interest, but later it just felt bored, and it discovered that although the number of these giant bees had been fighting, it had not decreased but increased. After observing for a while, it found that there were always giant bees, joining in from two different directions. Wei Tei followed with his own little cat steps, and as he ran through the woods, he soon realized that there was no need for him to run away from these giant bees. They won't find it, and there's no need to worry about losing it. If this batch is lost, there are still the next batch. Chen Minghe stared at the marking point. He had not moved since he reached the central area of the Black Forest. Then he walked and stopped in another direction. Cats are indeed very curious. As it got closer, White came to the outskirts of the Black Forest. There was a cliff here. The yellow giant bees disappeared after crossing the cliff. There was no trace of them. It raised its cat paws and touched the front, and a transparent barrier appeared. It stepped forward and found that there was a road ahead. It followed it again, and sure enough, after passing through the transparent barrier, the cliff disappeared. What appeared before it was not a forest, but a series of giant beehives standing on the horizon. They were like giant beasts in the black world, and like even bigger bees. They were magnificent, but they also had an irresistible pressure that almost suffocated people. 100 giant yellow bees flying out from one of the beehives and heading to the battlefield in batches. It quietly bypassed them and saw a unique yellow beehive. This beehive was much smaller than the other behemoths, but it was extremely delicate and the workmanship was even more exquisite. And there was only one entrance. When it probed into the entrance of the beehive, it found 4 or 5 queen bees coiled there. But compared to the size of the queen bee behind is even more terrifying. The front of the queen bee is lying on the ground, but the back is so huge that it seems to be about to burst open at any time. Inside are countless bee eggs, which are everything to the bee colony and the most important component of the bee colony. Unfortunately, it is difficult for it to even move. Bee eggs are laid by her, and then carried away by the worker bees. She is the weakest during the egg-laying period, so the queen bee is here to protect her. The queen bee surrounded her and spoke in an unknown language, all of which was heard by Wei Te. Qin could not understand it, but Wei Te understood it all. Looking at the other party's bulging belly, I knew that the egg-laying process would not be able to be completed in a short time. Wei Te left the hive and headed back towards Qinminghe's residence. Unfortunately, it is not good at running for a long time and gets tired after running for a while. However, it does not give up its speed and continues running after a rest. When it ran back to the cave, it saw Qinminghe waiting for it inside, like an old mother waiting for her child to come home. Qinminghe breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was intact except for its messy fur. White used his limbs to gesture weakly, but because he wanted to express himself too eagerly, Qinminghe didn't understand after watching for a long time, so he quickly stopped it. Don't panic, come one by one. It was the first time that Wei Te hated himself so much for not being able to speak human language or write. He found that it was just like a cat talking to a human, and he couldn't understand anything. He was really annoyed by what he said, and he slapped Qinminghe in the face. Qinminghe finally understood what it meant. A beehive, a queen bee with a big belly, and only the queen bee guarding the formation. Wisdom? Let's go kidnap the queen bee. It's a very crazy idea, but if you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. Chapter 79 Crazy Idea 2. Wei Te sneaking in was the best way. After the two sides reached an agreement, Wei Te ran out again without even taking a rest. The journey was smooth and we soon returned to the transparent boundary and drilled in. It walked forward cautiously, afraid to make any sound. Suddenly, it heard a slight noise, and immediately stopped and lay on the ground, observing the movement around it. Hundreds of bees appeared in the yellow giant beehive again. Although this beehive was huge, it was not enough to accommodate so many giant bees, and it began to feel suspicious. As the distance got closer, White finally saw the inside of the beehive clearly. It was huge, but very ugly inside and emitted a foul odor. The worker bees put the eggs laid by the queen bee into the nest in batches and arranged them. The rotting corpses on the ground turned into nutrients, giving birth to these giant yellow bees. Both giant bees grew using corpses as nutrients. It took off the 3 fireballs that Qinminghe placed on its back and buried one of them underneath. We went to the main nest. The 4 queen bees were still guarding inside and never moved. However, they would leave soon. Wei Te walked around the beehive, placed the fireballs in each corner, and boldly placed one directly next to the queen bee. On the other side, Qinminghe carefully walked out of the cave, looking around vigilantly while heading towards the central area of the Black Forest without stopping. Her purpose of going there was not for anything else but to attract more giant bees here and make the water as muddy as possible. Although the players who come here cherish their lives, they are also a group of crazy people. They will not even cherish their lives when necessary. They encountered giant bees along the way, but now the giant bees only knew to obey orders, and they ignored Qinminghe. They bypassed her and went to the battlefield, where the battle was much more important than Qinminghe. The buzzing sound rang in his ears from time to time, but no one paid attention to Qinminghe. They were just concentrating on getting on their way. This surprised Qinminghe, who was already prepared for the battle. But it would be better to get to the scene smoothly without fighting. She was like a hunting cheetah, moving flexibly and jumping among the tree trunks while running quickly. At the same time, there were some giant bees accompanying her, but these giant bees were not hostile to her, or they were unable to think for themselves and only followed orders. Finally, she came to the center of the Black Forest. When she tried to take another step forward, she found that she could not move forward at all, and a strong sense of danger enveloped her. Looking up, I saw that the sky above my head was filled with densely packed giant bees. They were circling and fighting, forming a scene that covered the sky. From time to time, corpses fell from the sky like scattered meteorites. Faced with such a spectacular scene, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. These giant bees were fighting for the treasure, and the winner would get the right to take the fruit. If she took another step here, she believed that a giant bee would definitely come out and kill her first. Even from a distance, Qinminghe noticed the unique tree. It stood in a lush forest, and was particularly eye-catching. The branches and leaves of this tree are extremely dense and luxuriant, standing tall, giving people a feeling of blocking out the sky. If it weren't for the huge and intricate root system underneath it, Chen Minho would not have recognized that this was the original sapling. What's even more peculiar is that the entire tree emits a faint fluorescence, making it look like a mysterious sacred tree, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. The most eye-catching thing about this tree is the withered flower on top of it, from which a green fruit has grown. The fruit is full, bright in color, crystal clear, and exudes an attractive luster. 2 gigantic bees hovered around it, waiting for their chance to strike, as if they were the fruit's guardian beasts, and whenever a treasure appeared in the world, a bloody battle would ensue. Cold sweat dripped from Chen Menghe's forehead. She swallowed involuntarily, staring at the green fruit in front of her, unable to look away. It was very tempting. There were countless monsters above his head. The tree that grew the fruit was originally a strange tree monster, and there were 2 creatures with super combat power guarding it. When Chen Menghe thought about breaking in, he felt his adrenaline surge. She must be crazy to do such a thing. Arrival at the central area. Unlock the event Dark Fruit Arrival. Dark Fruit arrives. At a certain time every year, the endless darkness will bring a mysterious gift and bestow the Black Forest with its unique favor. Any young seedling may become the lucky one chosen by fate and turn into a terrifying tree monster. The tree monster has unimaginable abilities and can grow rapidly through blood and food. When its growth reaches a critical point, it can bloom gorgeous flowers and produce dark fruits, becoming the treasure that all monsters dream of. The conditions under which it grows require an alarming amount of blood for food, and the ground is littered with corpses and only rotten fruit. Dark fruit. Category: Gift. Level? Introduction: Eat it, and you will be reborn. Faced with the temptation of hidden fruit, Chen Menghe was more concerned about the things he could compete for. Tree monster leaves. Category: Gift. Level? Introduction: Eating it can enhance mental strength, and it can still be eaten after breaking the barrier. Tree monster skin. Category: Gift. Level? Introduction: Eating it can enhance your luck. The bark and leaves of the tree monster alone are already good things that Chen Menghe and his team cannot touch at their current level, let alone the hidden fruits above that. Good things should be shared by everyone. It is impossible for anyone not to be tempted. Regional chat channel. Help! I don't dare to go out. I'm afraid I'll die if I go out. Are we going to live in there for the remaining 2 days? I'm so unwilling. There's nothing wrong with it. Sharing tree monster leaf information. Sharing tree monster skin information. Dark fruit information sharing. Come out quickly. As long as you don't enter the central area, these giant bees will not attack you. Crazy people, aren't you moved? The chat channel was silent for a moment, and then there was a frantic screen scrolling. However, even though it was being swiped, Chen Menghe's information sharing was not removed because of its special nature. Ha! Is there really anyone going there? Are you crazy? Where did you get this information? Is it true? The bark and leaves of a tree will do? We definitely can't win. Everyone, don't go out and die. Just stay here and don't be instigated. Don't go. Everyone who dies is a lot better. Will you go? I won't go anyway. What's the difference between this and going to die? There are so many giant bees. Chapter 80 Crazy Idea 3. Chen Menghe ignored what these people said. She did everything she should and could do. I opened the system panel and checked the cursor on the map. White should have been done and was no longer moving. As for the other purple cursors, they were moving slowly towards here, and of course 2 of them were running here like crazy. Breaking down barriers. When many people didn't have this concept, some people were already moving towards this goal. Now that there was an opportunity to break through, naturally, no one could hold back any longer. Whether it's grabbing the leaves or challenging Alpha, both are hell level, but there's still hope for the leaves at this regional level. Looking at the approaching light, Chen Menghe knew he should take action. Chen Menghe took a deep breath and calmly installed the explosive bomb on the moonlight bow. Her heartbeat accelerated, but her hand was steady and accurate, aiming in the air and shooting. Because of something tied to it, the moonlight bow and arrow couldn't fly too high, and its accuracy was also poor, but it was enough. The explosion resounded through the sky, and smoke and dust filled the air. The giant bees were stunned by the sudden explosion. Some of them were still fighting unconsciously and died in the explosion, but some had already pointed their stingers at Chen Menghe. They would not accept provocation, especially at such a critical moment. The two queen bees noticed the commotion here, but had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter and were still concentrating on guarding the tree monster. During the brief chaos, Manhwa took the opportunity to escape and changed his position, but the bow and arrow in his hand never stopped. After the first success in measurement, she tied more and more things, and sent her flame intensifiers and fireballs into the air one after another. All I saw was continuous explosions in the sky, thick smoke billowing as if it was going to cover the entire world, and a raging fire that seemed to devour everything. Sparks flew everywhere, and it fell like a meteorite, hitting the ground, and along with it fell the body of the giant bee. At this moment, it seemed as if huge fireworks were blooming in the sky, but this once beautiful scene was not beautiful at all now. Instead, it felt extremely fearful and desperate. The explosion accelerated the death of these giant bees. Their corpses fell to the ground and were absorbed by the tree monster, accelerating its growth. The already chaotic scene became even more chaotic. Even though she was outside the area, she aroused public anger and became the target of public criticism. The giant bees in the sky attacked her like huge raindrops. The purple spots of light and other scattered people had already arrived nearby and saw the commotion here, but no one moved. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity, just to see who would give up first. The giant bees were completely enraged, and many of them turned around to attack Manhwa. They were no longer focused on fighting, but were madly planning to sweep across the entire forest. The two queen bees noticed it, but neither dared to fly over to attack Manhwa, for fear that the other one would seize the initiative. She gasped, looking back at the devastated area. Had she succeeded? She wasn't sure. Manhwa held the weapon tightly in his hand, but was very determined. Trigger event, giant queen bee summons. She smiled, because she succeeded. Looking at the attacking giant bees, she did not choose to fight with them, but took advantage of the terrain, dodged and rushed back, aiming directly at those spots of light. The giant bees lived up to her expectations and dispersed when they didn't meet anyone. As Manhwa was running away, she could always hear the people behind her cursing at her. Unfortunately, the more curses she hears, the happier she is. That proves that the troops are more dispersed. They are just a drop in the bucket, but they can just delay time. Faced with intensive attacks, Manhwa did not dare to relax. She performed all kinds of tricky and high-intensity moves to avoid the flying spikes and the impact of giant bees. But fighting was always unavoidable, and her body was covered with the blood of the giant bee, mixed with her own blood, making it difficult for her to tell the difference. She met her old acquaintances, Magic Cloak and Magic King. They recognized Manhwa at a glance. Because they did not see Manhwa use Fireball last time, they did not know that she had this trick. They never thought that Manhwa was the one who caused all this. Manhwa is sure that these two people are very strong, even comparable to those in the top 10, but he doesn't know why they have never made it into the top 10. They opened their eyes wide and their pupils contracted as they watched the thousands of troops behind Manhwa turn around and run, but they still saw the strange smile on Manhwa's face. They wished they could kill Manhwa right now, but they still turned around and ran. Sometimes you don't need to outrun others, you just need to outrun your teammates. Manhwa pushed the tree trunk with his legs and jumped in front of the two men at an extremely unexpected speed. She could almost see the veins popping up on both of their faces, but it was only temporary. Good speed, you should be able to live for a long time. The pretty face of the magic cloak turned hideous and terrifying, and it almost couldn't care less about the giant bee behind it attacking Manhwa. A white light completely different from the light of the explosion lit up, and Manhwa disappeared from the spot, leaving only the two of them running for their lives. Also running for their lives like them were the players who had originally planned to just wait and see. At this point, the melee between the two sides turned into a three-way melee, and the people who joined and tricked more people into coming. At this time, Big Bear did not find a way to cross the river, nor did he catch the giant bee. After losing all his barbecue, he finally caught a living fish monster and successfully crossed the river. After teleporting to the giant beehive, the two queen bees that were left behind had been blown away and lost their ability to fly, because the fireball was coming directly at the queen bees, but they used their bodies to block the explosion in such a closed space. At this moment, the queen bee is at a critical moment of production and cannot fight. The four queen bees that originally stayed behind have gone out again because of the summons just now, and now only these two are left. They looked around vigilantly, but nothing changed until Qinminghe was teleported over instantly. The moment the light came on, the two queen bees rushed over. But what greeted them were two fireballs thrown from space before anyone arrived, forcing the two queen bees to rush back and stand in front of the queen bee. Qinminghe came out of the teleportation array in tatters and covered in blood. Wei Tei chose a very good time when the giant bees were still hatching and the queen bee was giving birth. It's not because they are arrogant, but because they have absolute power in this territory. Whenever they travel, other creatures will automatically retreat, and no one dares to challenge their authority. What's more, they directly attack the main nest. Chapter 81 Negotiation. Qinminghe held her black axe in her right hand. Although the two giant bees were blown up, they did not lose their combat capability. In fact, their combat capability was still very strong and she could not deal with it. Looking at the two queen bees who were staring at the remaining three fireballs in her left hand with eager eyes, Qinminghe signaled Wei Tei to come out. Wei Tei instantly appeared next to the queen bee. The queen bee, who was already sensitive due to laying eggs, trembled all over her body. The two queen bees' terrifying aura reached its peak in an instant, like demons crawling out of hell. White didn't care at all and even rolled the fireball with his front paws. His eyes were like torches, and they were full of bloodthirstiness. He stared at Qinminghe, and the raging killing intent came like a wave. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could tear Qinminghe into pieces in the next moment. Facing their murderous intent, Qinminghe felt heavy in her heart, but she did not show it. She smiled and raised her hands to show weakness. Talk? The black giant bees didn't buy it, but they didn't act rashly. It was their negligence that allowed someone to slip in. They made a sound that Qinminghe could not understand, and then began to adjust. The sound became more and more similar to that of humans, and finally they really made the sound that humans have. Human, what are you going to do? Hurry up, get that bug next to you away from behind. If there's any mistake behind you, you'll die. Qinminghe listened to their intermittent words without taking any action, but he also did not try to further challenge their bottom line. You want dark fruit, and I just need some leaves and bark. I think we can talk about it. Are you sure you won't think about it again? Qinminghe's smile did not diminish. Even if she and White could teleport back to where they were just now, the giant bees there were probably fighting each other. It was actually quite dangerous for both sides, and no one knew what accidents might happen before she and White teleported. In fact, although the initial goal was to get the queen bee, she wanted to use the queen bee to fight for the fruit. But when Qinminghe really went to that place, she realized that it was not something she could say she owned, nor was it something she could afford. In this case, let's take a step back and get more leaves and bark. Leaves and barks have no effect on these giant bees, but if you threaten them with the safety of the queen bee, they will definitely agree. You want the leaves and bark of that tree? Their speech was now becoming clearer, completely different from the stuttering when they first spoke. They were somewhat confused about Qinminghe's request, because they didn't understand why humans would want the leaves and bark of a tree. Those things were completely useless, and all the useful things were condensed in the fruit of the tree. That is the essence of everything, something that can give them new life and change the fate of the entire race. Yes, I don't want to hurt your queen bee, otherwise I won't be able to leave this forest. I'll stay here. If anything happens to your queen bee, you can take over immediately. Unfortunately, the fierce light in the queen bee's eyes remained unchanged. Qinminghe was able to appear in their nest without them noticing, and Wei Tei was even more unaware of them. Why should I trust you? Qinminghe did not reply, but raised the firebomb in his hand again, as well as the 3 more flame enhancers, and the smile on his face disappeared. Don't do your little tricks. There are only 5 of us here. Since you know I can teleport here, then after causing the explosion here, I can also disappear immediately. Chen Mengjian was smiling just now, but now her face turned cold and expressionless. However, the look she gave the 2 queen bees in front of her was full of threats and indifference. Her expression did not seem fake, she was a complete lunatic. The other queen bee, who had been silent, stopped her movements. Although Qinminghe said he came to negotiate with them, it was a complete threat from beginning to end. And they had no idea whether Qinminghe had any other means, but Qinminghe even touched their nest directly. Okay, we'll give you leaves and bark, get out of here! Qinminghe put down the thing in his hand, but did not withdraw it. It's okay, I will stay here as a hostage, and you will feel more at ease, right? A strange atmosphere formed between the two sides. The queen bee lay there weakly, and Wei Te kept grabbing the fireball beside it. After Qinmenghe glared at it, it finally calmed down. The two queen bees stared at the things in Wei Te's hands with fear. Qinmenghe stood on one side of the hive and looked at them. Qinmenghe was not in a hurry, because even if the fruits had grown now, based on the growth rate alone, more fruits would be needed later. Finally, the other party broke the silence first. We need to pass the message to the queen bee guarding the tree, otherwise we won't be able to bring you what you need. Yes, and before the fruit is ripe, we cannot actively harm the tree. That will make the fruit grow slower. Qinmenghe stood there quietly with his back against the beehive, listening to what the queen bee said. This was normal. Now was definitely not the right time. Of course, don't worry, I'm not in a hurry, I'll wait here. The two sides fell into silence again, staring at each other silently. Even though the deal had been finalized, neither of them let down their guard. Instead, their guard became even stronger. They were on a tight string, but neither of them exploded. After a long while, Qinmenghe broke the silence first. Are you the only two lower-level units in the Black Forest? This is very unreasonable. The Black Forest is the main battlefield chosen by the system for them, and it is also a place favored by darkness. It definitely has more than just Lord-level units. If the dark fruit is really that important and magical, and if it costs so much, it will definitely attract other monsters. The Lord-level tribes may only have black giant bees and yellow giant bees, but there are definitely other powerful monsters. It's just that they can't nourish the tree monsters with their flesh and blood, so they didn't show up, but they are all waiting for the fruit to mature. Once the fruit trees are ripe, they will definitely come out and try to snatch the dark fruit. Tisk! The queen bee was very dissatisfied. The other queen bee was obviously much calmer. He looked at Qinmenghe quietly. The anger in his eyes gradually faded away, and he turned into the arrogant king again. Of course not. This place is much bigger than you think. Sure enough, what they have explored so far is only a small part of the area. But other areas may be hidden by barriers like the beehive, and they need to find them by themselves. Chapter 82 Queen Bee. Just as the system said, the growth of dark fruit is not 10 years or 100 years. Instead, there is a chance every year, and every year there is a chance to mature. With the reproduction speed of giant bees, they can completely rely on the accumulation of time to catalyze the fruit. There is no need to be so extreme. This can certainly be explained by their impatience, but if even the two groups were to divide it equally, it would be a very considerable number in the long run. Why is it that up to now, they have less than 5 queen bees, and the queen bee has not evolved yet? This is a very unreasonable thing, which only proves that every time the dark fruit is successfully ripened, it does not fall into their hands, or the chances of it falling into their hands are very few. There are other things competing with them, and they can even fight against their entire tribe on their own. But even though they know they are just helping others, they still have to seize every opportunity. All Qinmenghe needs to do now is to wait. When the war is over, those monsters will fight for the dark fruit, but leaves and bark are useless to them. As long as the giant bee gives these two things to her afterwards, she will stay here until the time is up and leave this damn place. She didn't dare to really touch the queen bee, otherwise these things would go crazy, and the entire colony would go crazy. Who knows what the consequences will be, and the queen bees obviously know this, so they have stayed with her until now. But no one is willing to take the risk. There are so many supplies in the Black Forest, and it is so vast. If she can grab some more things and bring them all back, then she will be really rich. Curiosity kills the cat, greed kills the human. Qinmenghe finally decided not to push her too far, and letting these giant bees fight for leaves and bark for her was already a very good result. Others are standing at the starting line, but she is already standing at the finish line. You are visitors from the third world. You are so easy to recognize. There is no one in this world who doesn't know you. Is that your special weapon? You always have these strange things. What Qinmenghe didn't expect was that the queen bee on the opposite side actually started chatting with her, but she knew that the other party definitely didn't just want to chat with her, which also cheered her up. You made that thing yourself, right? Your scent is still on it. Ha, maybe she is a lunatic, but these monsters living in the dark, these giant bees are also crazy. She has gradually guessed their intentions. Yes. Can you make it here? We can find the materials for you. It was just as Chinmengha had thought. Didn't you ask me if there are other Lord-level creatures here? Yes, there are a lot of them. Some are even more powerful than us, but I feel that this thing in your hand may be very useful. The queen bee's red eyes carefully looked at the fire ball in Chinmengha's hand. This thing just looked like an ordinary ball of soil, but with its eyesight, it could see through the most ordinary soil layer and see the energy colliding inside. It was very terrifying. Moreover, they were able to learn about the previous explosions through ordinary worker bees. Although they knew the power of this person's earth ball, this human might not be able to use it, but they could make this thing more powerful. Of course, I can make it for you. What's the benefit? The leaves and bark have been traded before. Chinmengha looked at them, waiting for their answer. The yellow giant bees and the black giant bees have been fighting each other for many years, but now they are gradually at a disadvantage. The black giant bees got a piece of the pie in the last fight, and their momentum is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, they will be wiped out by another group. What's more, there are other monsters in the Black Forest. They have to seek new breakthroughs in this battle, and the Third World people who come here are a very good choice. Even if the final cooperation is unsuccessful, it doesn't matter. It will just be a lose-lose situation. What's the difference from the previous results? Working with Chinmengha is more like working with all the players who come here, and Chinmengha has now become that representative. Giant honey can strengthen your bodies, as well as our spikes. It is the weapon material you need most. You can have as much as you want. However, with your current level of craftsmanship, this thing is not complete. You also need to practice, don't you? The other party's analysis was very logical, and he even pointed out the interests involved directly. However, Chinmengha was not annoyed at all, because what the other party said was not wrong. This time, the harvest might be more than she imagined, and now it is far beyond her control, but so what? Since she came here, she has actually been determined to die. This is not recklessness. If I have to give it a synonym, I would call it ambition. Certainly. Thousands of words finally converged into 2 words, and she could feel her voice trembling a little. It was not because of anything else, but because she was too happy, and there was also an inexplicable excitement. It's just like trying to get the skin of a tiger. I will do experiments somewhere else. My experiments are not stable and may affect your queen bee. But white will stay here. My life is worthless. But your queen bee's is very important, isn't it? Just in case she went out, these guys surrounded her and threatened Wei Te. The yellow giant bees would not be so stupid. To them, it was not important that Chinmengha was from the Third World. The most important thing was their queen bee. If the queen bee was injured, then even if they won in the end, it would be useless. Behind him, he had been acting very weak and had not spoken a word, like a rag doll queen bee. But then he slowly opened his eyes, which were also red, like the most beautiful and dazzling ruby in the world. He was breathtaking and possessed extraordinary abilities. It makes people submit involuntarily, not being forced or seduced, but coming from the heart, feeling that they should submit to it. Unlike the queen bee's voice, its sound is ethereal and melancholic. Third world people, let's sign a contract. The queen bee had been listening to their conversation. Now she was very weak and unable to move, but she was still the true king of the colony, and all the yellow giant bees had to obey her orders. The fact that it did not open its mouth to refute at the time already indicated its tacit approval of the queen bee's actions. Chapter 83 Contract. Contract? It is unknown whether it is the same contract as the one on the parchment. Can the monsters in the Black Forest also use the system's contract system? Under Chinmengha's gaze, the queen bee actually produced a piece of parchment out of nowhere. This parchment was slightly different from the one Chinmengha had snatched from the lost soul. It looked more ancient and old, but it gave people a feeling of majesty and inviolability. There is a faint black aura around it, giving people an ominous feeling. The parchment floated towards Chinmengha, but she dodged it. She looked at him sharply, signaling him not to act rashly, as there was something wrong with this thing. Don't be afraid, it's just an ordinary contract. The queen bee's ruby eyes were filled with calmness, as peaceful as water, without a ripple. Warn. Judgment of mental strength. Judgment successful. White! She put away the black axe, took out her moon-colored bow and arrow, and prepared to draw the bow. The moment Shinmingha took out the moonlight bow and arrow, the two queen bees tensed up their muscles. They were about to rush up to fight with Shinmingha, but when they thought of the queen bee behind them, they had no choice but to stand in front of the wind queen bee and warn Shinmingha. But no matter how fast they are, the explosion will come before them. I won't harm your queen bee, but I want some interest. Acting on impulse won't solve any problem. You won't die if I shoot you with an arrow. Your queen bee used a spell on me, so I'll shoot you with an arrow as well. It's a courtesy in return. At the moment when the mental power judgment failed, the queen bee also suffered a backlash, and her eyes that were originally open began to half close. They really wanted to use the abilities of players like Shinmingha, but if they could control the players, that would be a better choice. But it didn't expect that Shinmingha's mental strength was much higher than it expected. You know, this thing is extremely difficult to upgrade, and it underestimated Shinmingha. Shinmingha certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to hurt the queen bee, but she didn't plan to do nothing either. Otherwise, once the other party thought she was easy to control, they would only become more aggressive. Wait! The queen bee's originally ethereal and melancholy voice was now tinged with anxiety. This successfully made Shinmingha stop what he was doing and wait for the other party's next words. This ordinary parchment paper will be very useful to you. We can give you some extra on top of the transaction as an apology for my recklessness. After getting the benefit, Shinmingha also took back the bow and arrow. The other party's probing and counterattack did not mean that it would tolerate such behavior. It was inevitable to ask for something for himself, but after all, there was still a cooperative relationship, and there was no need to make it so stiff. Is the contract you mentioned real? After this little episode, Shinmingha began to doubt the contract ceremony the other party was talking about. Yes, but it is indeed somewhat different from a normal parchment contract. It is another kind of contract that has been notarized by your third world. This kind of contract is more secure and less likely to be destroyed than a parchment contract. In other words, it is impossible to destroy it. The notarized contract of the third world, then the parchment contract belongs to this world without notarization. The notarized contract of the third world is easier to be guaranteed than the parchment contract. Chen Menwen was very curious. She looked at the queen bee and asked, How do we make a contract? It's very simple. Just write the contents of the contract on the contract paper of your third world. After the queen bee said this, she waited quietly for Shinmingha to respond. When the queen bees on both sides heard the queen bee's words, they just stayed quietly by the side, even though their eyes wanted to eat Shinmingha alive. The queen bee waited for Shinmingha to move, but there was no movement for a long time. She was silent, and Shinmingha was silent too. Because she didn't have any contract paper from the third world at all, she didn't even know where to get this thing. As if it could see her inner thoughts, the queen bee had no choice but to issue the contract itself. After all, only by signing a contract notarized by the third world would both parties be protected and the atmosphere would not be so tense. Something suddenly appeared next to it, a blank scroll with exquisite patterns around it. When the paper appeared, Shinmingha received a prompt from the system. System contract paper. Introduction. Write down the contract content and sign it by both parties. The system will conduct fairness. Once fairness is established, the contract will take effect. If any party violates the content, they will be punished according to the contract content. The punishment is mandatory and cannot be escaped or avoided. Once a contract is formed, it cannot be torn up. Reaching out and grabbing the blank scroll from midair, Shinmingha turned it over and found that the front and back sides of this thing were the same, with no difference. If it weren't for the system's introduction, he would have thought it was just an ordinary scroll. But she didn't have a pen, so she asked the queen bee for another one. She didn't need that one more thing anyway. Just as she was thinking this, her thoughts appeared on the blank scroll. This change really surprised her. It seems that this thing does not need to be written. As long as you think about the content of the contract in your mind, it will write it down by itself. I have successfully thought of the contract and copied it onto the contract paper. Although I can input the content directly in my mind, when it comes to signing, I have to put my finger on the signature area and sign my name. Shinmingha signed his name first and handed it to the queen bee, who checked the contents. Third World Covenant. Shinmingha signed a contract with the Yellow Giant Bee clan, which provided her with materials and space. Shinmingha was responsible for making fireballs to help the Yellow Giant Bee clan in their battle to seize the dark fruit. During this period, the Yellow Giant Bee clan was not allowed to attack or harm Shinmingha in any form, and Shinmingha was also not allowed to attack or harm the queen bee in any form. Regardless of whether the dark fruit is snatched or not, the Yellow Giant Bee colony must fulfill its promise after the dark fruit battle and prepare no less than 100 g of tree monster bark and tree monster leaves per unit for Shinmingha. The party that violates the contract will have all attributes reduced by 50% permanently. The queen bee read the contents carefully and finally shook her head at Shinmingha. 100 g is too much. We can only make sure we do our best. After hearing what the other party said, Shinmingha was not surprised and finally agreed to the other party's modification, but changed it to a minimum of 10 g. Although it is a good thing, it is also very dangerous, because the tree monster itself is a very big trouble, and pulling out a tooth from a tiger's mouth is just like that. Moreover, she originally wanted to change the punishment directly to death, but the system said that the notarization was not strong enough, so it changed it to a 50% reduction in each attribute. Chapter 84 Camp. Looking at the revised contract, the queen bee did not say anything. Unlike Shinmingha, she did not sign the contract. The contract automatically came into effect when the queen bee placed her forehead on the contract paper. The pattern on the unfolded contract paper began to emit light gradually, and then the entire contract paper rolled up. Then it flew back to Shinmingha and directly entered her system backpack. Contract notarization in progress. Notarization is effective immediately. Although Shinmingha and the queen bee didn't feel anything, the contract was indeed in effect. If either of them violated it, it would mean that they would be punished. A system that could fight against darkness and day, with a contract notarized by it, was not something they could escape from, at least not now. Since the contract had been signed, Shinmingha naturally had to show her appreciation. She put the fireball, flame amplifier and black axe in her backpack, then called Wei-Tei back and took away the fireball next to the queen bee. Under the gaze of everyone, Wei-Tei ran to the hatching nest again and took out the fireball, which made the two queen bees feel complicated. After putting all the dangerous items into the space backpack, Wei-Tei jumped into Shinmingha's arms and lay down comfortably. Shinmingha was also not idle, helping it comb its hair. Only at this point could the queen bee continue its production. The worker bees kept carrying away the eggs. Shinmingha watched the process with a frown but said nothing. Agassi, take her to the rear and send one of the troops to prepare the materials she needs. Agassi was the more irritable of the two remaining queen bees. He was very dissatisfied, but because the contract was for the entire Yellow Giant Bee colony, he had no choice. They were gambling on the safety of the entire colony. After all, they can't delay any longer. At the beginning, the Black Giant Bee swarm was evenly matched with them, but for some reason in recent years, they suddenly changed their strategy and began to cooperate with other monsters. In the process of snatching the dark fruit, it no longer belonged to a certain group, but was gradually divided into multiple parts. However, the Yellow Giant Bee group woke up too late, so they could no longer find any monsters to form an alliance with. The queen bee thought helplessly, is this another desperate attempt to find a cure? But now all they can do is to unite with these third world people. For them, nothing is the most important, including themselves. The most important thing is the continuation of the entire bee colony. When Shinmingha was about to leave, the queen bee looked at her steadily and said, If possible, please tell your companions that we can trade with them in a friendly manner. Okay. Agassi's wings had healed, and he flew in the air very impatiently, occasionally flying out for a distance. But seeing Shinmingha walking slowly, holding White and following him at a leisurely pace, he had to stop flying and follow Shinmingha. After stopping again, it turned sideways and stared at Shinmingha with resentment in its eyes. This human did it on purpose. He could have walked very fast, but he chose to walk so slowly. However, when he thought of what the queen bee said, he had to obey. Shinmingha looked around the place as he walked. It was endless and filled with huge honeycombs that made it hard to breathe. Because we are now in a state of war readiness, almost all the yellow giant bees have gone out, and only these football-sized guys can be seen occasionally flying by. After walking for a while, they finally walked into a pure black beehive. Agassi led Shinmingha in. Although it was a beehive, it looked like metal and was very indestructible. The underground was so flat that it didn't look like a beehive but more like an empty military fortress. Sure enough, when Chinmenho went in, it was empty inside, just a huge empty shell. Agassi said to Chinmenho, "You can conduct the experiment here. Tell me the materials you need. I will ask them to find them and send them to you. You can only conduct the experiment inside. The outside can't withstand your bombing." After telling Agassi about the materials needed, the other party repeatedly confirmed it, and then flew out, waiting for a new batch of giant bees to hatch and help Chinmenho find materials. Chinmenho was not afraid that they knew the materials for making these products, so he added 1 or 2 precious materials that he had seen from Old Manu. If he could find them, that would be the best, but if he couldn't, that didn't matter. Even if you have all the materials, you still need to know the ratios of each aspect. After knowing the ratios, you also need the corresponding technology and experience. Each one is extremely difficult, and the yellow giant bee swarm is simply impossible to replicate. While the other party went out to look for it, Chinmenho looked around the place carefully. There were some scratches on the wall. This was probably where the group of guys usually trained. It is very humane. Chinmenho can now be considered safe here. She does not need to worry about her safety, and the giant bees will soon bring her the materials she needs. While making fire bombs, she can not only keep a certain amount of weapons for herself, but also increase her production experience, and perhaps she can break through the production quality. While others are still struggling on the battlefield, the black giant bee colony and the yellow giant bee colony are so united at this moment, that is, to get rid of them first and then deal with the internal affairs. The giant bees in the sky were black and yellow. They no longer gathered in the central area, but scattered in all directions, chasing the players in various areas. The players naturally did not choose to fight head-on. They scattered and fled in all directions. Not all of the giant bees were chasing them. Most of the giant bees remained in the central area and fought, providing nutrients for the tree monsters in the central area. But the situation took a turn for the worse. The yellow giant bees that had been chasing them just now suddenly stopped attacking and flew away from them, all returning to the central area. Now only the black giant bees were left chasing them. The black giant bee queen is now very dissatisfied and a little confused, but in order to prevent the central area from being dominated by the yellow giant bee colony, she has recalled her subordinates, and has no time to pay attention to these little bugs for the time being. Although the players didn't know the reason, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They were covered in wounds at this time, but they couldn't wait to leave here. The system issued a prompt at this time. Tip: a player has joined the yellow giant bee camp. The camp is opening. Currently available camp: Yellow Giant Bee Swarm. Chapter 85 Production. Camp. This was something the players had never expected, and what was even more unexpected was that some players had already joined the Yellow Giant Bee camp. And it is very likely that it is because the other party was the first to join the Yellow Giant Bee camp, so now they can also join the camp. This would explain why the giant bees that were clearly attacking them just now all retreated back to the central area. This was very good news for everyone present. But even though the giant bees had retreated to the central area, all the players present had no desire to hide back there. They stayed where they were, hiding everywhere and treating their injuries, but no one wanted to quit. Although they were chased by giant bees, the damage to this group of people was extremely low, and the death toll did not even exceed a handful. Those who dared to come here all have some ability. When the system prompt sounded, many people chose to join the yellow giant bee camp without thinking. Of course, some people hesitated, but after hesitation, they still agreed and joined the Yellow Giant Bee camp. As of now, the only camp they can join is the Yellow Giant Bee camp. Once they join, the Yellow Giant Bee camp will be friendly to them and they don't have to worry about being attacked. The only camp you can join is the Yellow Giant Bee camp. If you don't join, you will fight against all monsters. If you join, you will fight against other monsters together with the Yellow Giant Bee. The most important thing is that if they refuse, who knows if those giant bees will come and attack them again. Staying in this empty beehive, Chinmenho was thinking about what the queen bee had just said, asking her to win over the players. For a moment, she didn't know how to start the conversation. Should she speak directly in the regional chat channel? So how do we ensure the basic trust between the yellow giant bee swarm and the players? And how do we make other players believe that what she says is true? She tried to edit a message and planned to send it to the regional chat channel to test the waters. Unexpectedly, the message was not sent, but the system prompt came. Congratulations to the player Demonized Tree. You have signed a contract with the Yellow Giant Bee Swarm. The Queen Bee of the Yellow Giant Peak has assigned you the camp connection task, opening this camp to all players, yes/no. Yes. The camp is opening. Currently available camp, Yellow Giant Bee Swarm. The camp is open, and you have been automatically assigned to the Yellow Hurricane camp. At the same time as they received the system prompt, Chenmenghe's system prompt was also updated synchronously, but there were slight changes from theirs. Camp, Yellow Giant Bee Swarm. Status, friendly. Contribution, shocked. Introduction, they are one of the few Lord-level units in the Black Forest, and their archenemy is the Black Giant Bee. It has a very high say in the Black Forest, and is feared by ordinary monsters. Every time you make a certain contribution to the camp, you can get contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for corresponding items in the camp's contribution mall. Contribution mall. Giant honey. It can strengthen the body and has a certain effect in healing injuries. The lower the attribute points, the stronger the strengthening effect. It can directly strengthen up to 3 attribute points. Price: 10 contribution points per gram.